The Ninja Academy of Konoha, the Land of Fire, welcomed its annual enrollment season. The once empty playground was now crowded with children, who excitedly craned their necks, waiting for the village's Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen to give a speech. For this day, Sarutobi Hiruzen specially wore the Hokage's ceremonial robe symbolizing the fire shadow. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the calm of the scene. Ah! The sound came from a Uchiha boy named Uchiha Rika. At this moment, his body was occupied by a young man from the Blue Star. A severe headache struck, and the memories of his previous life flooded into his mind like a tide. Thanks to the powerful spirit that came through the transmigration, Rika quickly assimilated all the memories. The previous Uchiha Rika was born in Konoha's 34th year, the same age as Hatake Kakashi. Both his parents were Uchiha Chunin who died in the Second Ninja World War, leaving behind some savings and a house. I transmigrated? And returned to the familiar world of Naruto? Although this place is full of dangers, with knowledge of the plot, I can live more steadily. Rika touched the Uchiha clan emblem on his chest, frowning. Without a golden finger, I probably won't live long. I need to quickly figure out a way to defect. At that moment, a cold, mechanical voice sounded in his mind. System binding successful. This system is the head pat system. Patting the head grants partial abilities of the other party. The words were concise and powerful, causing Rika's pupils to shrink. This is definitely a golden finger. This way of getting stronger. Li Hua hesitated for a moment, then smiled. This suits me perfectly. This must be the reason they want me to be the head patter. Although after transmigrating his mind was running at high speed, outsiders only saw a Uchiha boy suddenly shout at the enrollment ceremony, drawing surprised glances. The first to notice him was his clanmate Uchiha Obito. Since Li Hua became an orphan, Obito and his grandmother had helped him many times, and the two formed a deep friendship. Li Hua, how are you? Did you suddenly awaken because you were excited about the start of school? Obito asked passionately, causing a group of Uchiha boys to burst into laughter. Obito, if it were that simple, I'd have 3 tomo already. Ha ha. The clan's laughter made Obito's face flush as he tightened his goggles and fell silent. Just as Li Hua was processing everything, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly appeared before him. Attracted by the earlier voice, he instantly appeared, crouched down, and asked, "Outstanding Uchiha boy, what is your name?" Li Hua looked at the Sarutobi Hiruzen before him, a strange feeling welling up in his heart. This Sarutobi Hiruzen was not the kind old grandfather from the anime, but an imposing figure. Though his face showed signs of age, he was incredibly dignified. He was the Hokage of Konoha, the top village in the ninja world, the ninjutsu doctor Sarutobi Hiruzen who mastered 1,000 ninja techniques. The third Hokage's words were calm and unhurried, yet carried an authority that brooked no refusal. Although Li Hua was powerful, his status seemed insignificant in comparison. He stared at the third Hokage crouching before him, lost in thought. Suddenly, an evil thought flashed through his mind. Li Hua opened his eyes wide, looking at the third Hokage with pure innocence. Hokage-sama, it's nothing, just that. Uchiha Obito insulted my dream of becoming Hokage. Obito was stunned. Get lost, Li Hua. When did I ever insult you? The one who will definitely become Hokage is me. The third Hokage watched them argue but didn't take it to heart. You all want to become Hokage, so work hard together. One day, you will achieve it. Li Hua was waiting for these words. Seeing the third getting up, he quickly said, "Thank you, Third Lord. May I touch your Hokage hat to inspire myself?" The third was stunned for a moment, not expecting the boy to say that. Fearing the Hokage would refuse, Li Hua reached out directly to touch it. Ding! Touching the head of S-rank ninja, third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen grants the following 5 selectable rewards. 5 types of chakra and nature transformations. Sealing technique, dead demon consuming seal. Shadow level chakra control. Shadow level seal speed. 10 types of random ninjutsu. 1 selectable composite ninjutsu. Proficient use of a big, thick, and black stick. The system's cold voice echoed in Li Hua's mind. Seeing the abundant rewards, Li Hua's breathing grew heavier. Bet right. This is a big win, the first pot of gold in the ninja world is in hand. The third Hokage didn't notice Li Hua's little scheme. Seeing him excited, he even smiled. It seems the Uchiha clan also has energetic young people. Obito was extremely envious seeing his best friend so favored. Hokage-sama, I also want to. Before he could finish speaking, the third Hokage had already teleported to the podium, ending the farce. Hiruzen nudged Obito. See, the brave get to enjoy the world first. Obito was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Hiruzen's Hokage dream inspired the third Hokage, stretching the speech by a full hour. The children in the audience looked helpless, dizzy from the old Hokage's rhetoric. But Hiruzen was enthusiastic, not moved by the Hokage, but caught in a dilemma. All the rewards are amazing, the benefits for S-rank ninjas are truly generous. But proficiently using a big, thick, black stick, what the heck is that? 7 out of 5, I've done this question before. The 5 types of chakra attributes are a must, the foundation of the ninja world. Shikigami seal is strong, but it's in the book, might have backfired on itself. I really want to choose both chakra control and seal formation speed. Although masters can casually shout out various ninjutsu later on, the speed of forming seals is crucial early on. You can see this from Zabuza's 43 water dragon seals. If the seal formation is fast, you can definitely seize the initiative in the ninja world. Chakra control is even more essential for the strong. After much thought, Lihua finally made up his mind. System, I choose. The 5 chakra attributes in nature transformations: shadow level chakra control, shadow level seal formation speed, 10 random ninjutsu, and 1 selectable composite ninjutsu. Claim immediately. Just after speaking, a sharp headache struck, painful but just right, not enough to faint. Amid the pain, he experienced countless seal formation practices and detailed chakra control. Lihua felt his hands become extraordinarily agile, easily mastering all 12 seals. Not only that, he could even clearly sense the faint chakra within his body, able to attach chakra to the soles of his feet, neither damaging the ground nor preventing him from lifting both feet off the ground, making climbing trees and walking on water effortless. Even more miraculous, he discovered unprecedented chakra meridians within his body. Although the attributes were previously uncertain, testing now confirmed he possessed all 5 chakra natures. Before he could experiment, the system's cold voice sounded again. Now extracting 10 random ninjutsu for the host. Lihua was ecstatic. Let me see how many gold coins the ninja master can get me. The system announced the rewards. Congratulations to the host for obtaining ninjutsu, 3 bodies technique clone, substitute, transformation. Fire release, great fireball technique. Fire release, phoenix flower fire technique. Water release, great waterfall technique. Earth release, decapitation technique in the mind. Earth release, earth flow wall. Shadow clone technique. Telescope technique. Shuriken shadow clone. Water release, water formation wall. System extraction complete, rewards are being retrieved. Lihua was shocked by the scene before him. I swear, from now on I will never slander Sarutobi Hiruzen the third Hokage, he is the most perfect ninja in my heart. Mainly because the coins he drops are too good, besides some basic ninjutsu, the rest are all powerful skills. And that extremely gentlemanly telescope technique. Before he finished speaking, the pain surged like a tide again. After the headache, Lihua instantly mastered 10 ninjutsu techniques skillfully. An ordinary chunin could never master so many at the same time. Relying on a powerful golden finger, Lihua successfully mastered these ninjutsu. Right now, what I lack most is chakra and combat awareness. Of course, there's also the greatest aid of the Uchiha clan, the Sharingan. With the Sharingan, I can also become a ninjutsu expert. Lihua thought to himself, let's acquire a composite ninjutsu. The system responded coldly. Please choose a composite ninjutsu, host. Composite ninjutsu, Earth Dragon Flame style, combines earth release and fire release, spitting out powerful fireballs that, combined with earth dragon projectiles, form a fire-breathing earth dragon. Composite ninjutsu, Thunder Water Dragon projectile merges water release and lightning release, creating electrified water dragon projectiles that are powerful and can paralyze enemies. Lihua looked at these 2 ninjutsu and fell into deep thought. Among the 10 ninjutsu given by the system, fire release and earth release were abundant, while water release and lightning release were fewer and more defensive. He decided to choose composite ninjutsu, Thunder Water Dragon Bullet, because early attribute counters are crucial, and this move is excellent when facing thunder and water attribute attacks. Soon, Uchiha Lihua mastered the casting method and usage skills, but the headache still troubled him. Rewards are given, so why do I get a headache every time? The headache is a side effect of the system transmitting knowledge and modifying the body. Please endure it. Your system is really considerate. Congratulations to the host for successfully receiving all rewards, currently digitizing abilities. Host Uchiha Lihua. Ninjutsu 3 bodies technique, great fireball technique, phoenix fire technique, great waterfall technique, heart decapitation technique, earth flow wall, shadow clone technique, telescope technique, shuriken shadow clone, water formation wall, thunder water dragon bullet. Taijutsu none. Genjutsu none. Chakra microcard only a tiny fraction of Kakashi's, even using full strength can only cast one ninjutsu. Getting so many rewards just by luck and courage, really generous. Just by patting a few people's heads I can hold up, can I pat the same person repeatedly? I'm really a head patting genius. System notice, unless the same ninja has changes in abilities or talents at different stages, repeated head patting yields no rewards. TCH, no loopholes left to exploit. After receiving the rewards, Sarutobi Hiruzen's long speech finally ended. Where the leaves of Konoha dance, the firelight endures, the new leaves will continue to sprout. Announcing the end of the entrance ceremony, the entrance examination begins. Rika was stunned. There's an exam after enrollment? Beside him, Obito, exhausted and listless from hours of lectures, saw through his doubts. Foolish Lihua, you don't even know this? Let me teach you. This is a test to see if the last ranked have the qualifications to be ninjas. For geniuses like us, this is exactly the stage to show off our strength. Ha ha ha. Lihua was speechless. The Obito before him was no longer the scoundrel who betrayed his master and ancestors, but a hot-blooded fool wearing goggles. Yet he was merciless with his words. Stupid Obito, you're even late for school registration. Let us see how the last ranked really perform. At that moment, an arrogant voice suddenly cut in. Uchiha Lihua, Uchiha Obito, two ill-mannered brats who only bring shame to the Uchiha clan. The speaker was a Uchiha boy who looked down on others with his nose in the air. Orphans who lost their parents on the battlefield, no one to raise them, no wonder you're so rude. And publicly saying you want to be Hokage? Ridiculous. Hearing this, Obito's anger exploded instantly. Say that again if you dare. He roared, ready to rush forward and fight. Suddenly, a young hand pressed down on Obito's head. It was Lihua. Lihua's eyes were calm, his voice cold. Hey, nose up guy, our parents died on the battlefield. They are the pride of the Uchiha, the pride of the village. As for ability, we'll see on the training ground. The nose-up guy felt his authority challenged and immediately flew into a rage. Kid, do you know who I am? I am. Before he could finish, Lihua burst forward with lightning speed and stopped right in front of him. Shup, extras don't need names. The entrance exam officially began. The exam rules were simple. The Chunin instructors would draw two students to duel in turn, while the others watched. The teachers observed the students' motor skills, coordination, and other essential ninja qualities. Members of the Hyuga clan were also asked to check chakra pathways to comprehensively assess ninja aptitude. This exam did not determine pass or fail based on winning or losing, but rather used the duels to probe aptitude. So losing did not necessarily mean elimination, and winning without aptitude also meant no admission, like a Kai. At this moment, Lihua was resting his arm on Obito's shoulder, rubbing his slightly trembling calf. Just now, to stop Obito, he patted Obito's head, triggering the head pat system. Ding! Head pat D rank ninja, Uchiha Obito ninja rookie, reward, choose one from, middle-aged women's affection, 10,000 yen in savings, goggles. I choose the 10,000 yen savings. Obito chose the savings after all. It was hard to get good stuff at this stage, so having some savings was better. Obito complained, stupid Lihua, why did you let him off so easily? More importantly, why do you act so cool? How do you do that move? Teach me quickly. Lihua smiled, silly Obito, watch the match carefully and wait for me to smash his head. Ha? You really want to fight him? Obito was surprised. Are you crazy? I know your level aren't you just asking for a beating? Obito mercilessly mocked. But Lihua didn't care, gesturing with his chin for Obito to watch the match seriously. Yet inside he was uneasy. I used a brief chakra burst and a simple shunshin, now my calf aches faintly. Although I have extremely strong chakra control, without the correct usage techniques, it's all for nothing. Just like having Tsunade's chakra control but not knowing medical ninjutsu, you still can't save people. Rika was trapped in such a predicament, unable to leverage the skills learned from the third Hokage to gain an advantage. If I really run into that bastard, I need to seriously think about how to deal with him. My weakness is having too little chakra. Besides the three bodies technique, I can only release one ninjutsu. To defeat the nostril guy, I must precisely master the timing of releasing that single ninjutsu. With this thought, Rika's eyes shifted, and he immediately came up with a plan. In the following time, he continuously refined his plan. This was his first battle. The Uchiha clan valued strength. If he didn't have real skill, he wouldn't dare let the opponent be arrogant. While perfecting his plan, Rika met many acquaintances at the training ground. Ebisu, Yamashiro Aoba, Asuma, and others appeared one by one, and all were eventually accepted. Kakashi won the duel with a high-profile stance and quickly left. Noara Rin's match caught Obito's attention, and he hurried over to cheer. Both Rin and Obito were considered to have the potential to become ninjas and were admitted. At this moment, Uchiha Hai was watching the direction Kakashi left, standing next to a tall silver-haired man carrying a short sword on his back. Konoha White Fang Hatake Tsukumo truly lives up to his reputation. He is like a sword yet to be unsheathed, sharp and radiant. The training ground was not peaceful. The man with flared nostrils drew a little-known civilian ninja as his opponent. Referee, he's too weak. Let Uchiha Hai come and duel me. His arrogant words displeased the teachers. A teacher stood up and said, "You do not decide your opponent in the match, and you should not disrespect them. The duty of a ninja is to obey orders and complete missions. Your attitude is unacceptable." The arrogant youth raised his head disdainfully. "This is a matter of the Uchiha clan, it's none of your business. Bring the coward Lihua out to see me." Lihua showed no fear, stood up, and steadily walked toward the training ground, silently complaining to himself. If the entire Uchiha family were like this, how would they not be isolated by the villagers, and how would they ever fix their necks? The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who was about to leave, stopped in his tracks when he saw this scene and watched with interest. He thought, "Isn't this the kid who just touched my Hokage hat? Interesting, let's see how he performs." But this means official business will be delayed again, what a pity. In any case, the third Hokage also took an interest in this confrontation. Lihua and the Uchiha youth stood face to face, their eyes burning with fighting spirit. The assessing teacher took the lead and ordered, "Both sides, form the paired seals." As they formed the seals, the man with flared nostrils was still making fierce threats, but Lihua was fully focused. This was his first battle after crossing over. At the start of the duel, Lihua and his opponent quickly distanced themselves. Just as Lihua was looking for the right moment to strike, the opponent suddenly made a move. He didn't T-rush in quickly, nor did he directly use ninjutsu. Instead, he used a classic Uchiha skill that Lihua had almost forgotten: the shuriken. A few simple shuriken cleverly blocked all of Lihua's escape routes. With no time to think and nowhere to dodge, Lihua simply didn't T-evade. Relying on his extreme dynamic vision, he quickly drew a kunai, rushed forward, knocked down the flying shuriken, and pressed the attack on his opponent. Still not practiced enough, throwing too weakly. Lihua sneered. Before the opponent could react, he struck with a direct punch. The opponent, forced with nowhere to dodge, could only cross his arms to block. Unexpectedly, the punch emitted a muffled sound. Bang! The opponent staggered back 10 steps, rolled to the ground in embarrassment, and barely managed to steady himself. The opponent's face was full of shock, thinking, could this be the ability activated? The surrounding youths all showed expressions of astonishment. "Why is his strength so great?" someone whispered. The observing Hyuga exam ninjas and the third Hokage immediately saw through the situation. Lihua had almost no real combat experience, and fights were even rarer. But he was able to force his opponent back with a single punch, all thanks to precise chakra control. He could concentrate chakra in a certain part of his body and unleash tremendous power during an attack. The third Hokage nodded approvingly. This move is somewhat similar to Tsunade's monstrous strength. But now that the opponent knows how painful it is, he definitely won't let you get close easily. A breeze blew across the training ground, stirring up clouds of dust. Lihua rubbed his arm, looking at his opponent who was standing up, somewhat disheveled, and clearly understood in his heart. He is almost all weaknesses, having just crossed over from Blue Star, not even on the same level as ninjas who were trained from childhood to be killing machines. The rewards given by the Golden Finger can't completely solve the problem either. Only by playing to one's strengths and avoiding weaknesses can one grasp a slim chance of survival. This match isn't some high-level duel, so why is it so tough? Lihua took a battle stance, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. The two Uchiha boys standing here have basically undergone family training and have been recognized as having the potential to become ninjas. This duel was supposed to be just a formality, but the third Hokage personally sat in as referee, wanting to see how far they could go. On the training ground, the two had already entered the stage of taijutsu confrontation. After tasting Lihua's attack power, the opponent clearly changed tactics, becoming more agile, dodging Lihua's attacks, and waiting for an opportunity to wear him down. Seeing the opponent's fighting style clearly, Lihua's heart tightened, and he couldn't help but mutter, "You really can't underestimate any supporting character. I'm a soul-type player, why am I so cautious? It's time to act. First, show a flaw to lure him out." Lihua pretended to throw an empty punch, but was actually secretly gathering strength, preparing to face the enemy. Unexpectedly, the opponent had anticipated this and quickly retreated. "You really underestimate me, is that all you've got?" he said as he began forming hand seals, his movements awkward. "Wait. That hand seal technique is?" A Chunin instructor hurriedly warned the third Hokage. But the third remained calm and unhurried, stopping everyone from acting because he saw the focus on Liyua's face, not panic. "Come on, Uchiha boy, let me see your strength." A fireball jetted forward with a roar, and Liyua casually remarked, "See, didn't he that just reveal a counter?" The flames exploded, leaving only a charred tree stump on the ground. The Chunin instructor stood up in surprise. "Substitution jutsu? Impossible, I didn't see him form any hand seals." The third calmly said, "The hand seals were formed extremely fast, the fight is almost over." The opponent, completely drained of chakra, was also shocked. Where? No shadow around, none in the sky either, could it be? At this moment, a faint chakra came from underground, and a fair little hand tightly grabbed the opponent's ankle. Liyua suddenly exerted force, dragging the opponent into the earth, leaving only the head exposed. He lightly pressed the other's head and said coldly, "Earth release, heart decapitation technique. You lost. Loser, what's your name?" The Chunin instructor stepped forward and announced, "Uchiha Lihua and Uchiha Outyen both passed." Then he rescued Outyen from the earth release. Lihua smiled, "The name suits you well, Outyen. It's unpleasant to meet you, don't do that again next time." Outyen angrily said, "Lihua, I will make you pay." Just as Lihua was leaving, Toby jumped up, "Idiot Lihua. What are you doing, making yourself look so cool? Lin even came to ask me about you. How could you do this?" Lihua was silent, then turned and walked toward the Uchiha clan's direction. The third Hokage finished watching the battle and slowly returned to his office. Chakra control is excellent, hand seals are incredibly fast, and the tactics are good, but practical combat experience is almost zero. This Uchiha kid is quite interesting. He raised his hand, "You, help me look up information on Uchiha Lihua." A gentle breeze brushed by, as if everything was normal. But Sarutobi Hiruzen knew well that the Hokage's direct ANBU were strictly carrying out his orders. Meanwhile, Lihua returned home, briefly familiarized himself with the environment, and began organizing the gains from his day of transmigration. Opening the system panel, the first thing that caught his eye was a prominent notification. "You have a reward waiting, please claim it promptly." Lihua then remembered that he had casually patted Outyen's head. "Claim." The system sounded a prompt. Ding. Head pat D rank ninja, Uchiha Outyen, please choose one of the following rewards. 50,000 yen. Neck protecting U-shaped pillow. Complete collection of trash talk. He decisively chose money, having long known that Outyen wouldn't produce anything good. After organizing the day's entire haul, Lihua took out paper and pen to start planning the next steps. There were 10 days left before the ninja school started. The current weaknesses were taijutsu, chakra amount, and kunai throwing. Chakra needed to be refined slowly, while taijutsu and kunai throwing training had to start as soon as possible. Tomorrow, he must buy new ninja tools and load-bearing equipment, intensify taijutsu training, and find a taijutsu partner. Lihua arranged the 10-day training plan step by step, forming a complete schedule. At the same time, inside a mansion in the Uchiha clan territory, Outyen was complaining to his parents, "Mom, Dad, you must help me get revenge." Although Outyen was bad, he didn't lie and told the whole story from start to finish. His father trembled with anger. Outyen thought it was sympathy for him, but his father shouted, "Who told you to slander others? You're wrong yourself and still dare to provoke others, and when you lose you call your parents? Is that all you can do? Tomorrow you must apologize to Lihua." That night was destined to be restless. The next day, Lihua woke up early. Today was the first day of the training plan. He put on the Uchiha clan's black short-sleeved training uniform, wrapped bandages around his elbows and knees, and admired himself in the mirror with high spirits. Indeed, Erzuzi's style was on point, but most importantly Lihua was handsome, at least half as handsome as the reader's lordship. After finishing his vanity, he walked briskly toward the Uchiha ninja tool shop. Muttering as he walked, the Uchiha clan's sense of clan honor is really high. On the streets, any Uchiha person's clothes bear the clan emblem. Later, Erzuzi and Itachi's clothes didn't have the clan emblem, but they could activate the Sharingan anywhere, which is the best proof of being Uchiha, right? Thinking this, he entered the largest Uchiha ninja tool shop. He didn't go to the Konoha village ninja tool shop because, of course, his own clan's quality was guaranteed and prices were fair. Uchiha don't cheat Uchiha. Upon entering, Lihua expected to meet someone as arrogant as Outyen, but the salesperson turned out to be a young and beautiful girl. "Hello, little one, what are you here to buy?" Her warm words caught Lihua off guard. "Oh, our little ninja looks a bit nervous. You must still be in ninja school, right? Are you here to buy practice kunai?" Liwa came back to his senses. Right, I need some kunai, shuriken, and weighted equipment, and finally a standard combat ninja toolkit. The sales clerk girl was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, then smiled and said, okay, we have practice kunai, shuriken, and weighted gear here. However, the Uchiha clan's standard ninja toolkit includes explosive tags and rations pills. Explosive tags are too dangerous, kids can't play with them. Eating too many rations pills is also harmful to health, so children can't buy them. Lihua suddenly felt somewhat distant. It was a strange feeling. When he used to watch Naruto, he thought those characters had emotions and logic but were ultimately fictional. Yet, the few words from this sales clerk girl made Lihua feel the reality of this world. In his past memories, except for Obito, the Uchiha clan members more or less supported Lihua. It could be said that it was the kind-hearted Uchiha people who raised him together. I never imagined what kind of feelings Itachi had when he slaughtered those innocent Uchiha civilians. Some of them had no ninja aptitude at all and just wanted a peaceful life. Just because their surname is Uchiha, do they have to be killed? Coming back to his senses, Lihua looked at the kind girl and increasingly realized the importance of strength. He really didn't want the beauty before him to be destroyed. That will be 48,000 yen in total. At the moment of leaving the shop, Lihua felt the sales clerk was not as beautiful as before. He took out his wallet and received brand new kunai and shuriken. After putting on the weighted gear, his body immediately felt much heavier. Luckily, I earned 60,000 yen from Obito and Outyen, otherwise I would have to rely on my family as savings. While the sales clerk was counting the money, Lihua walked out of the ninja tool shop and headed straight to the Konoha training ground. The Uchiha had their own training ground, well equipped and with beautiful scenery. But Lihua chose the Konoha training ground that everyone could access, in order to meet his future training partner Might Guy. By the time he arrived at the training ground, Lihua was already drenched in sweat. The weighted gear made every step difficult for this 6-year-old child. Alright, let us start training. Lihua had no systematic taijutsu training method. The scrolls left by his parents contained no taijutsu cultivation content. Uchiha-style taijutsu was not well known even within the ninja world or their own clan. Because the Uchiha valued taijutsu the least as long as the body was strong enough, they could see through ordinary taijutsu at a glance, such as Sasuke's self-created lion barrage. In front of these eyes, you have no chance of winning. Since Lihua couldn't find a method to train body techniques, he could only start by strengthening his body. Only with a strong physique would he be qualified to practice body techniques. To learn how to acquire body techniques, he could consult Mado Gai and Mado Tai. The newly developed Konoha-style body techniques were key to improving strength for someone like him, who lacked sufficient chakra. Thus, Lihua began extreme training. Warm-up in the morning, throwing kunai at noon, and non-stop body technique practice in the afternoon. At night, Lihua replenished energy and treated his injuries. Time flew by, and 9 days passed. During this period, Lihua became a regular at the ninja tool shop, not only because he frequently damaged ninja tools but also because he needed bandages and medicinal alcohol. His relationship with the sales clerk lady also grew familiar. Obito occasionally came to hang out with Lihua but was always dragged into training, which was miserable. One night, Outyen saw Lihua covered in wounds and quietly left. The next time, he brought a fruit basket and left silently again. Only Outyen's younger brother knew that from that day on, every afternoon was forced training. The training was extremely intense, and expenses for ninja tools and medicine skyrocketed. Lihua earned quite a bit of money from the Uchiha children by playing rock paper scissors. Loser lets me pat their head. Everything was going smoothly. On the evening of the 9th day, as Lihua was doing his last set of push-ups, an impassioned shout came from a corner of the training ground. Come on, Kai! Last 2,000 kicks, burn your youth. Okay, Dad. I feel my youth burning. Lihua smiled. The person he was waiting for had finally arrived. But he insisted on finishing his last set of training first. Father, it seems like someone from the Uchiha clan is training over there, Mado Tai said after hearing his son, also looking toward Lihua. Lihua showed no fear and walked over to the Mado Gai father and son. Hello, I saw your training and was moved by your youthful spirit. May I join you in training? Hearing the words youth, Kai was extremely excited. Since he started training with his father, they had only been met with ridicule. Two weirdly dressed thick eyebrows, what use is training body techniques? A 10,000-year genin, what else can he do besides training body techniques? Now, hearing recognition from the Uchiha genius, he was overwhelmed with excitement, looking at his father with great anticipation. Wearing eyes filled with tears, but as an adult and a ninja, he was used to deceit and scheming. He thought, what if this child is pretending to get close to us just to learn the Forbidden 8 Gates technique? This child is still from the Uchiha clan. But when he saw Li Hua's dirty clothes and looked closely at the boy's appearance, he felt a different emotion in his heart. Li Hua was drenched in sweat, with bandages and clothes covered in marks from training, clearly having undergone long-term weighted training. He pondered for a moment, then suddenly grinned, revealing a set of shining teeth. Good. Uchiha boy, join us, and let's bloom in our youth together. In the blink of an eye, the 10-day holiday passed quickly, and the ninja school officially started. Li Hua got up early, not wearing his usual black training clothes, but instead put on a blue short-sleeve shirt and white shorts, looking very much like Sasuke's first appearance. After breakfast, he also took a rice ball, ready to begin his school life. Within the Uchiha clan, many elders kindly showed concern for him. Xiao Li Hua, have you eaten? Come and try the pancakes uncle made. No need, Uncle Xiao, I've already eaten. But Obito, hurry up, he's going to be late. In this warm atmosphere, Li Hua stepped out of the clan territory. Outside the clan territory were the serious Konoha security guards, their gazes stern, occasionally showing a proud expression. The Uchiha clan is truly proud, arrogant, yet kind, so complex it's hard to grasp, Li Hua thought to himself. Walking down Konoha's main street, passers-by whispered softly. Wow, this kid is really cute, and a bit handsome too. Yeah, if he were older, I'd definitely chase after him. Jinghua, calm down, you're already 50. Li Hua looked helplessly at the old lady buying breakfast nearby, silently complaining to himself, so this is how Artsuzi felt back then. Suddenly, the sound of wind and rhythmic shouting came from behind. Run around the village 10 more times, or do 500 kicks. Burn, my youth. It was Kai training. Although Kai passed the entrance exam, he was rejected because he lacked chakra talent. Dai encouraged Kai, saying that as long as he worked hard and burned his youth, he would eventually succeed and be able to protect those he wanted to protect. Kai trained even harder, and Li Hua, training alongside him, dared not fall behind. Their training volume increased day by day. Good buddy, are you going to school? Kai shouted loudly. Because of his thick eyebrows and bright green tight suit, his voice attracted even more attention from passers-by. Although Li Hua was not afraid, he always felt embarrassed for others. He scratched the ground with his toes and answered reluctantly, that's right, training together after school. By the way, haven't seen Uncle Dai. Didn't he train with you? Dad, he went on a mission. It seems to be a C-rank mission. Looking at Kai, who was sweating profusely, Li Hua wiped his sweat and took the opportunity to pat Kai's head. Ding! Patting the head of C-rank ninja Mato Kai, reward options. A set of green tight-fitting clothes. A tube of eyebrow thickening agent. Konoha Steel Fist. Li Hua chose Konoha Steel Fist without hesitation. Immediately, accompanied by a slight headache, the technique of Konoha Steel Fist was deeply engraved into Li Hua's mind. Not only that, Li Hua felt his muscles becoming stronger, better able to adapt to the power delivery method of the Steel Fist. It was as if a memory was forcibly injected into his muscles, allowing him to react quickly, which greatly improved his taijutsu. In a great mood, Li Hua became even more excited. But class time was approaching, so the two could only exchange brief greetings. Kai continued training, while Li Hua set off for school. As he walked, Li Hua couldn't help but feel dissatisfied, muttering to himself, who arranged for the Uchiha clan's territory to be on the edge of the village? It's such a hassle just to get to school, no wonder that idiot Obito is always late. It would be great if the Uchiha territory was like the Hyuga, Sarutobi, or even the Ino Shikacho. Uncle Dai is so powerful, why is he still doing C-rank missions? Oh, right, because he's still a genin. Konoha really lacks vision. Passing through the streets and alleys, Li Hua finally arrived at the classroom on time. Upon entering, the classroom was noisy and lively, with children chatting and talking energetically. Li Hua saw many familiar faces: Asuma, Kakashi, Rin Noara, Shiranui Gunma. But Uchiha Obito was nowhere to be seen, probably late again. There was also an unexpected person, Uchiha Ayaten, the terminator of the head-down tribe. However, unlike the fierce look he had 10 days ago, Aotien's face was bruised and battered as he sat by the window in the back row, reviewing his lessons. Li Hua looked around decisively and chose the seat next to Aotien. Why? The back row by the window is the king's territory. If you want to dominate the campus, this spot is key. Li Hua threw his backpack on the desk by the window and patted Aotien's shoulder. Uchiha Aotien, can I sit here? Aotien twitched his nose covered with a bandage and looked up at him. Li Hua, I know you beat me. If you want to humiliate me, you don't have to be so obvious. Aotien, you're not called Xiao Tian, no one wants to humiliate you. I just want to look out the window when I'm not paying attention in class. Aotien said no more and silently moved aside. Lihua sat down, took out a bottle of medicinal wine, and handed it to Outyen. What's wrong? Got kicked? How did you end up like this? Training, Lihua. One day, I will surpass you. Lihua laughed, surprised that the boy he defeated had such fighting spirit. Then keep it up, take this medicated wine, I have plenty. Outyen touched his calf, his face contorted in pain, but reason eventually overcame emotion. He took the wine and said softly, thank you. The noise in the classroom suddenly seemed to be muted, and it became quiet all at once. Judging by my more than 10 years of experience as a student, the teacher must have arrived, Lihua thought to himself. Sure enough, a sturdy, square-faced middle-aged teacher with a kind smile walked in at the door. Hello everyone, my name is Ryunosuke Oshima, I am your homeroom teacher. Please take care of me from now on. His voice was steady but slightly monotonous. Life at the ninja school began like this. Mornings were for theory classes, and afternoons were for practical exercises. Although Lihua preferred solo training, he was equally interested in theoretical knowledge. Just as he was absorbing knowledge like a sponge, a commotion suddenly came from the corridor, noisy like an approaching army. I'm going to be late. The voice stopped at the classroom door. It was Uchiha Obito. Sorry, teacher, I'm late because I met an old lady on the way. Obito explained, panting. Teacher Oshima smiled and said, it's okay, Uchiha Obito, right? Come in, and be on time next time. Who would have thought, Obito was late almost every day afterward. At this moment, as if granted a great pardon, he hurried into the classroom and sat down next to Hua. The last row became, Outyen, Obito, Hua. Obito distanced himself disdainfully from Outyen, almost pressing up against Hua. He saw the rice ball in Hua's drawer and bit into it without hesitation. Obito, it's one thing to be late, but you're stealing my rice ball too. Ha, who's who? I'll bring you one next time. This rice ball is from several days ago. Is that so? No wonder it tastes weird. Yeah, it's already expired. Ah? Then why did you even bring it? I only realized after I brought it. Obito looked shocked. The morning class passed quickly. Teacher Oshima gave a detailed explanation of chakra refinement methods. Lihua silently sighed, realizing that coming from a prominent family indeed had its advantages. Great clans like Uchiha, Hyuga, and Sarutobi systematically educate their children to ensure they have a solid foundation and abilities. Take Outyen as an example. While commoner ninjas could only fight with kunai in close combat, he was able to release a massive fireball on the training ground. This was not something a child just entering the ninja academy could achieve. This advantage was not only in ninjutsu but also included knowledge of ninja world history and culture. In contrast, children from small clans or commoner ninja backgrounds often lost at the starting line due to lack of heritage. Familiar with chakra refinement, Lihua decisively chose to train rather than slack off during class. Over these 10 days, he was pleasantly surprised to find his chakra amount slowly increasing. He guessed this was closely related to the breaking limits style of training. Training not only strengthened the body but also unleashed potential. Now, the amount of chakra in Hika was twice what it used to be. In the past, after using the three bodies technique, he would be exhausted after performing just one more ninjutsu. But now it was different. Hika could consecutively perform 2 ninjutsu. He thought to himself, sure enough, once you hit rock bottom, even a little effort is progress. He continued to focus on refining his chakra, hoping to solve the problem of insufficient chakra soon. This class is really boring, all old knowledge. The practical session this afternoon will be just as dull. I should consider having my shadow clone attend class for me, Hika said as he gathered chakra, looking around the classroom in boredom. Most classmates were focused on the lecture, their faces showing curiosity, but a few seemed uninterested. At that moment, a black-haired girl with a high ponytail caught Hika's attention. She sat in the back row by the window, her hair shining in the sunlight, and her fair neck faintly visible. She nodded rhythmically while listening, appearing very attentive, occasionally nodding in agreement. She seems really focused. Nara clan? Why are the Nara people so attentive these days? Hika thought. Suddenly, he noticed something shiny on her desk. Is that drool? Could she be asleep? He muttered to himself, thinking that's just how the Nara clan is. The morning class was almost over when the bell rang. The teacher left, and it was lunchtime. Students took out their lunchboxes and enjoyed their meals in small groups. The chubby kid from the Akimichi clan wasn't satisfied with 3 lunchboxes and tore open snacks to eat voraciously. Familiar faces like Asuma and Ebisu chatted while eating. But Obito and Hika lay listlessly on their desks. Hika angrily said, Obito, it's bad enough you're late, but you stole my rice ball. That was my lunch. Obito's face flushed red as he retorted passionately, "You idiot Hika, if it weren't for you, how would I have eaten an expired rice ball?" Obito's voice was so loud the classroom fell silent. After Kai's youthful declaration, Hika became the center of attention again. An awkward feeling surged in Hika's heart as he thought, "This feeling is really uncomfortable, it's back, it's back." Just then, a gentle voice spoke up, "Obito-kun, Hika-kun, didn't you bring lunch? Want to share some with me? I haven't eaten yet." It was Rin Noara. Because of Obito, the two got to know Rin. Seeing the small amount of food in her lunchbox, Hika felt moved. She really is a kind girl. Embarrassed to be seen by Lin, Obito wished he could crawl into a crack in the ground and hide. His stomach growled loudly from hunger, but in the end, he accepted Lin's kindness. Liwa didn't share any food with Lin, partly because the meal wasn't fully cooked yet, and partly because he didn't want the kind helper to go hungry. Watching Obito leave cheerfully with Lin, Liwa could only lie face down on the table. Suddenly, a lunchbox slid over, emblazoned with the large Uchiha clan emblem. "Here's the medicinal wine for your injuries," Outyen said quietly. Liwa was momentarily stunned, then after confirming Outyen had eaten enough, he softly thanked him and took the lunchbox. In the blink of an eye, afternoon arrived, bringing the students' most anticipated practical combat drills. As usual, teacher Oshima led the group, with practice in the first half of the class and actual combat in the second half. In the morning, Liwa focused on practicing kunai throwing. Although he was an orphan and had never been taught hand-in-hand, he trained hard and his accuracy quickly improved. "Next, I need to find someone from the Uchiha clan to learn their kunai throwing technique," Obito clung to Liwa, determined to train together. Halfway through training, Obito's stomach growled again. "Didn't you eat your lunchbox? Why are you still hungry?" "Not hungry, just feeling weird in my stomach." "Forget it, Liwa, hurry and teach me." The second half of the class was practical combat drills, 2 per group. The first match was Uchiha Outyen vs Kojima Genta. Outyen stood there, hesitating to speak. Liwa sensed he wanted to challenge him, but unexpectedly, Outyen didn't show dissatisfaction like last time. Instead, he quickly ended the fight. Outyen really has changed a lot. Next was Shiranui Gunma against Ebisu, Asuma vs Kamado Tanjiro. Next match, Uchiha Obito vs Hatake Kakashi. "Yay hey hey!" Obito shouted weirdly, bumping Liwa with his elbow. "Come on, Brother Tsu is going to show off his skills." Unexpectedly, after just a step, his stomach rumbled loudly, and his expression instantly changed. "I can't take it, my stomach hurts so much." He dashed to the bathroom in front of everyone. "Liwa, I hate you." Big Brother didn't hold back and ended up making a big mess. Teacher Oshima helplessly rubbed his forehead and announced, "Obito is absent, so the order is postponed. Uchiha Rika will face Hatake Kakashi." Rika was stunned, pointing at himself. "Me? Fight Kakashi?" Kakashi was a genius among geniuses, graduating from the Ninja Academy at 6 years old, mastering the Hatake sword technique, and at this point, he was almost dominating all his classmates. Rika actually didn't want to face him now because he wasn't fully confident in winning. But he didn't back down. Instead, his fighting spirit was ignited. He wanted to see the gap between himself and a genius and test the results of his 10 days of training. Walking onto the training ground, Rika observed Kakashi up close for the first time. Kakashi's eyes were full of disdain, as if he had no interest in his opponent at all. The two exchanged no unnecessary words. After forming the opposing seals, the battle immediately erupted. Before the fight started, Rika had already analyzed his own strengths and weaknesses, which was always his habit. He knew deeply that only by understanding both sides could he find the way to victory. Others might not understand the opponent's abilities in ninjutsu, but Rika was familiar with the Naruto storyline, any well-known character he had long since memorized thoroughly. This is precisely the intelligence advantage of Liwa. Facing the current Kakashi, his exceptional taijutsu and ninjutsu become the biggest obstacles for Liwa to win. Although Liwa masters various powerful ninjutsu, his chakra is limited, making it almost impossible to win using just 2 ninjutsu. Moreover, Liwa has only trained for 10 days, with limited physical improvement, so relying on taijutsu to defeat Kakashi is also difficult. Liwa knows there is only one way to win: touch Kakashi's head during the fight. As long as he touches Kakashi, he can gain enhancements. Most of Kakashi's rewards are beneficial, and if there is a bonus that counters the enemy, the situation can be reversed. Therefore, the key to this battle is to touch Kakashi's head. Though it seemed he pondered for a long time, Liwa actually decided on the plan in an instant. The battle immediately began. Kakashi attacked without holding back, rushing toward Liwa at incredible speed. Lihua did not rush to get close, his eyes shifted, and he quickly formed hand seals with a speed no one noticed. He immediately took out his ninja tool pouch, throwing kunai and shuriken in rapid succession. After rigorous training, Lihua's kunai throwing had greatly improved, and the kunai blocked Kakashi's movement routes. Kakashi did not show any weakness, drawing kunai and precisely knocking down all the shuriken, his forward movement slightly stalled. This was exactly the opportunity Lihua was waiting for. He quickly closed in but did not immediately strike the head, as the previous attack had not troubled Kakashi much. Lihua instantly unleashed chakra, concentrating it at his feet, his speed suddenly increasing as he charged in front of Kakashi. Kakashi's eyes sharpened, not expecting Lihua's speed to be so astonishing. Lihua pushed off with both feet, spinning, starting with a low kick, followed by a high kick, and finishing with a heel strike. Konoha Great Whirlwind. Lihua combined the power techniques of Konoha's strong fist and super strength, making this move tremendously powerful. Kakashi felt the pressure. After deflecting the first move, he realized he couldn't block head-on. He dodged and evaded the fire release attacks, but the kunai was kicked away by a foot. Kakashi rubbed his aching wrist and sneered, "You're strong, but no matter how powerful a jutsu is, it's useless if it doesn't hit the target." This brief clash caused a burst of exclamations from the surrounding classmates. This is Kakashi, and that Uchiha fire release can actually match him. Wow, that Uchiha boy is really handsome. I wonder what his personality is like. Both are handsome. Who should I choose? Fire release ignored the noisy voices. At this moment, he had only one thought: defeat Kakashi. He thought to himself, this jutsu can't last long, I have to finish this quickly. His gaze secretly glanced at a kunai closest to Kakashi. However, his eyes did not escape Kakashi's notice. Kakashi thought, why is he staring at the kunai on the ground? I'm not sure, but I absolutely can't let him succeed. At this moment, Kakashi abandoned his usual laziness, his eyes becoming focused and serious. This boy called Lihua is not simple, I have to take him seriously. Kakashi drew his kunai and quickly charged forward. His steps and speed were much faster than before. Previously, Lihua could roughly predict Kakashi's movements to block him, but now, he couldn't anticipate Kakashi's attack direction at all. Looking at Kakashi rushing at him at high speed, Lihua actually breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, I've been discovered. Luckily, that's the case. Seeing that he couldn't stop Kakashi's charge, Lihua didn't intend to sit and wait to die. He drew his kunai and prepared for battle. The close combat situation gradually became one-sided. No matter how Lihua defended, Kakashi always managed to sneak attacks from blind spots. Whenever Lihua prepared to counterattack, Kakashi dodged like a startled rabbit. Kakashi's swordsmanship. Lihua was shocked in his heart. He didn't expect such power to be unleashed with just kunai. It must not be underestimated. Lihua, no matter why you are staring at that kunai, sorry, I won't let you succeed. Kakashi gripped the kunai tightly with both hands and slashed down sharply. Lihua raised the kunai to block, but heard the crisp sound of metal clashing, and the kunai was knocked to the ground. Lihua, however, smiled, you really saw it, luckily you noticed. Suddenly, the kunai that had just landed made a bang sound and transformed into Lihua's clone. What? How is this possible? The classmates exclaimed. Even the clone technique can't reach this level. Only Kakashi, Asuma, and other experienced students and the Chunin instructor remained silent. They knew this was not an ordinary clone technique, but a more advanced one, the shadow clone technique. Lihua cleverly combined the shadow clone and transformation techniques, turning the clone into a kunai and launching a surprise attack at a critical moment. The only thing that puzzled people was when exactly Lihua had left the mark. Lihua gave them no time to think. His shadow clone instantly launched an attack, delivering a spinning back kick with astonishing speed and power aimed at Kakashi. Konoha Strong Whirlwind. The kick was powerful and heavy. Kakashi couldn't continue attacking the original body and had to dodge out of the attack range in a flash. With a flick of his kunai, the shadow clone was instantly destroyed. So, where was Lihua's original body? A mocking voice came from behind Kakashi. Look, you've already shown a flaw. Suddenly, a hand rested on Kakashi's head. He grabbed Lihua from behind, trying to slam him down in front of him. But Lihua suddenly exerted force, breaking free and quickly pulling away like an arrow released from a bow. Ding! Head pat C rank ninja, Hataki Kakashi, please choose one reward. Hataki Sword Technique. Konoha Secret Transmission Technique Ultimate Art, 1000 Years of Death. Physical Fitness Moderately Enhanced. Lihua chose Physical Fitness Moderately Enhanced without hesitation. 1000 Years of Death was useless for his current battle, and although the Hataki sword technique was strong, he wasn't qualified to use it after all. No one would believe he could easily master the ancestral sword technique. The system voice sounded, the reward took effect, and Lihua's whole body tingled, the numbness spreading rapidly, making his movements stiff. This feeling is so intense, I can't move at all, he thought to himself. Kakashi noticed Lihua's unnatural movements and quickly closed in, a kunai appearing instantly in his hand. He approached with the unique steps of the Hataki sword technique, the kunai slashing horizontally aimed straight at Lihua's throat. This kunai was specially made, non-lethal, so Kakashi dared to go all out. But in Lihua's eyes, Kakashi's movements actually slowed down not because of opening his eye, but because the enhanced physical fitness improved his reaction and vision. Looks like I made the right choice, Lihua said softly. He suddenly crouched down, dodging the deadly strike. When he looked up, his eyes were full of fighting spirit, staring directly at Kakashi's astonishment. Surprised? The best is yet to come. Lihua kicked Kakashi in the lower abdomen, sending him flying. Teacher Oshima's heart jolted. Is this Shadow Dance Leaf? Kakashi was momentarily stunned by the pain from the impact. It's over, Lihua smiled. Not that simple. Kakashi quickly formed hand seals. Lihua stomped the ground, his figure appearing beneath Kakashi. The two fought in midair, Lihua's left hand pressing against Kakashi's waist. Take this. Lihua flipped his body, the high sky becoming his stage, and a fast, powerful whip kick fiercely struck Kakashi. Bang! Kakashi swung his arm to block but was hit hard enough to stiffen his movements. This is the moment I'd been waiting for, lion continuous strike. Lihua spun around and elbowed Kakashi's face fiercely. Then, he pushed off with his hand, pinning Kakashi below him, and his right fist struck hard, knocking Kakashi to the ground. He then flipped and landed heavily, rolling several times before relaxing. Lihua dared not be careless and quickly drew his kunai, standing ready. Suddenly, he sensed a faint chakra fluctuation from above, a usage of chakra that felt familiar to him. At that moment, the tide of battle turned. The fallen Kakashi suddenly transformed into a wisp of white smoke and quietly struck out from Lihua's shadow. So the real body was hidden in the shadow. Lihua was startled. Fortunately, his senses were sharp and he quickly defended himself, putting distance between him and Kakashi. Uchiha Lihua, you're very strong, Kakashi praised. Hataki Kakashi, I hope you become even stronger, Lihua silently thought, so I can keep taking advantage. At that moment, Teacher Oshima arrived just in time to stop the training. Because of this, Lihua and Kakashi sealed a pact of reconciliation and agreed to fight again next time. Lihua gladly agreed, realizing that fighting strong opponents not only improves strength but also hones skills. Why not enjoy it? As the practical training neared its end, Teacher Oshima began his summary. Asuma's taijutsu is lacking and needs more training. Ebisu's basics are good, but his fighting style is too rigid. Suddenly, the shadows of the trees in the distance swayed slightly. No one noticed except Oshima, who was momentarily stunned before quickly regaining focus. Teacher Oshima continued, Lihua's ninjutsu and taijutsu were both excellent, especially his self-created lion rapid strikes based on Shadow Dance Leaf very creative. Hearing this, Lihua blushed. Anyone hit by this move is unlucky. Teacher Oshima looked at Lihua with full admiration. If you want to improve, you need to put more effort into taijutsu. In this match, your taijutsu was weak early on, and you only overcame Kakashi later thanks to your physical fitness. Lihua nodded humbly, admiring Teacher Oshima's insight. If Kakashi had said this, he wouldn't be surprised, but for Oshima to notice these details after just one battle was truly impressive. After Oshima finished commenting on all the students, Splatter Soldier Obito arrived late. The teacher said nothing more, only telling him to train harder to catch up with everyone else. The school bell rang, and the students left the classroom in groups. Obito looked at Lihua. Are you still going to train today? Lihua nodded. I made plans to train with Kai. Obito looked a bit disappointed, but then saw Lin packing her bag. He immediately ran over, chatting and laughing with Lin as they left together. At that moment, Kakashi walked over to Lihua's desk and quietly asked, Are you going to train after class? Yes, I made plans with a good friend. Can I join you? After hearing Lihua's response, Kakashi looked a bit surprised, then understood his meaning. After all, when you first meet someone of equal strength among your peers, who wouldn't want to learn their training methods? Lihua looked up and saw Kakashi's slightly flushed face, realizing he had hesitated too long and made the other person a bit embarrassed. He decisively said, No problem, I was just about to introduce my friend to you. I believe you two will become good friends. The two were chatting happily when Outnyan suddenly stood up and dashed out of the classroom, seemingly about to take his juniors to train again. Lihua and Kakashi walked out of the school gate side by side when suddenly, Lihua once again sensed a special chakra fluctuation coming from the sky. He did not act rashly because he understood the situation between the enemy and his own side. Since he had discovered this chakra, this trump card could turn the situation into enemy aware, we unaware. If he exposed his sensing ability too easily, it would alert the opponent and all efforts would be wasted. So he watched quietly, carefully feeling this chakra. This chakra was extremely special, spreading over the land like light, yet gentle and subtle. Even well-trained jonin without special techniques would find it hard to detect. Lihua felt this chakra was very familiar. He had time to think deeply during the duel with Kakashi just now, but recalling it now, the answer surfaced in his mind. Telescope technique. The third Hokage was spying. Because when he previously touched the third Hokage's head, he drew the telescope technique and was very familiar with the chakra fluctuations released by this technique. He just couldn't determine whether the opponent was spying on him or Kakashi. Learning that the third Hokage had already spied twice, Lihua found more and more suspicious points on himself. The biggest problem was the origin of the ninjutsu. It must be dealt with as soon as possible. Kakashi didn't understand what Lihua was thinking. Seeing his absent-minded expression, he reminded him, "Lihua, are you okay?" Sorry, I was just distracted. Come on, I'll treat you to a meal before training. What do you want to eat? Fish. You like the three-colored dumplings, right? I happen to know a place that is especially good, Lihua said with a smile. You're the one who wants dumplings, Kakashi said helplessly. The sun was setting in the west, and it was nearly evening at the end of the school day. After school, teacher Oshima didn't go straight home but headed directly to the Hokage's office. During the final review, he clearly received a message from the Umbu, "The Hokage summons you." So as soon as the first class ended, he hurried to meet the Hokage. Walking down the corridor from the Hokage building to the office, Oshima clearly felt some shadows flicker slightly before returning to calm. That was the hidden Umbu, quietly confirming the identity of the visitor. Pushing open the Hokage's office door, Oshima saw the Hokage focused on handling official business. He knelt on one knee, waiting silently for orders. "Oshima, you're here. Stand up. You're no longer Umbu, now you're just an ordinary teacher at the Ninja Academy," the third Hokage said with a smile, signaling Oshima to rise. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the third Hokage got straight to the point. "How are this batch of students?" Oshima replied seriously, "Very outstanding. A few have the potential to become jonin. Hatake Kakashi is strong and is close to meeting the graduation standards. What surprised me most is Uchiha Rohi. His strength is not inferior to Kakashi's, but since he's from the Uchiha clan, that's to be expected. Yamashiro Asuma is also very good, his ninjutsu and taijutsu are both excellent." Omitted here. Alright, no need to praise Asuma anymore. "I know his situation well," Sarutobi Hiruzen said, but he couldn't hide the smile on his face. "Uchiha Rohi is indeed a promising talent, he needs more attention," Oshima nodded repeatedly. After Oshima left, the Hokage fell into deep thought. The central decapitation technique, shadow clone technique, hand seals so fast even I can barely see them, and rapidly advancing taijutsu. Is Uchiha Rohi truly a genius, or? He called his direct subordinate from the Umbu, "Bring Orochimaru here and check on Uchiha Rika." The topic shifted to Rika. When they arrived at the dango shop, Kakashi immediately noticed how busy the place was, with people even lining up outside the store. "So many people, will there still be time to train after buying?" Kakashi asked. Rika didn't answer, just shouted into the shop, "Uncle Asahi, 3 skewers of 3-color dango, make them sweet." "I'll only have 1 skewer," Kakashi said. "Oh, I forgot about you, uncle, for skewers," Rika called out. The busy middle-aged man inside the shop heard the name and smiled as he replied, "Alright, little Rika." Soon, a little girl about Rika's age ran out. "Rika, big brother, here are your dango." "Thank you, little shop manager," Rika said with a smile. Kakashi looked at Lihua's appearance and felt something was off. He had always seen him full of fighting spirit before, never this kind and gentle. Seeming to notice Kakashi's doubt, Lihua handed over a skewer of dumplings and explained, "A few days ago, the boss's beloved cat went missing, and the whole family was frantic. I happened to be out buying dumplings and helped them find it along the way." "How did you find it?" Lihua took a bite of a dumpling and said with enjoyment, "Silly, the Uchiha clan has a close relationship with ninja cats, so I know all the big and small matters in the cat circle. After finding the cat, the boss gave me a free meal coupon to thank me. I thought the name sounded bad, so I changed it to skip the line and buy dumplings directly coupon." Suddenly, Lihua and Kakashi heard a roar. "Before Lihua arrives, walk upside down all over Konoha village. If you can't, do 1,000 push-ups." The owner of the voice was naturally the target of Lihua and Kakashi's visit. "Might Guy. Akai, over here." Lihua sought his friend and excitedly called him over.
Might Guy immediately ran over when he saw Lihua and gave him a big bear hug without hesitation. Kakashi's eyes narrowed. That speed is really fast. Brother, you finally came. Training without you is really boring. You came just in time. I haven't eaten these meatballs yet, here you go. Good brothers in training, offering a gift of friendship under the early autumn sunset. This is youth. Lihua quickly stuffed the meatballs into Mato Guy's mouth to prevent him from feeling awkward and being picky. Kakashi, this is my training partner, Mato Guy. Nice to meet you. See? I believe you two will become good friends and both become excellent ninjas in the future. But he doesn't even know any ninjutsu. A clear female voice suddenly interjected, as pleasant as an oriole. Look at his hands and feet, all marked from training. He must be very hardworking. With his perseverance, he is very likely to become an outstanding ninja in the future. If you don't believe me, the ninja school's supplementary enrollment list will be out soon. The Hokage would never overlook talent. The three turned their heads to look. The voice came from a girl dressed in the Nara clan's attire. Her hair was tied high, revealing a fair neck, her face cute and beautiful, with jet black hair hanging on both sides, full of energy. At that moment, she was standing in line, holding a finished three-colored dango in her hand. Lihua immediately recognized her as the timer girl who had been dozing off in the morning class. Out of courtesy, Lihua introduced himself. Hello, my name is Uchiha Lihua. I know. I saw your match with Hatake Kakashi. Yes, this is Might Guy, my good friend. The girl smiled, her eyes curved, very cute. Nice to meet you both, my name is Nara Shirkow. Seeing the three-colored dango in her hand, Lihua casually asked, are you still in line? Yeah, I bought a skewer and thought it was delicious, so I was going to buy another. I still have a skewer here, one you haven't tried. If you don't want it. Before the sentence was finished, Lu Miao snatched the meatball and took big bites. Thank you, she mumbled. All 4 skewers of 3 colored meatballs from Lihua were eaten up, but she only ate one, feeling a faint pain in her heart. Looks like the Nara family isn't full of smart people after all. There are foodies too, Lihua thought to herself. Unexpectedly, Lu Miao's next sentence made Lihua break out in a cold sweat. At that time, your shadow clone didn't hit. Why didn't you retreat? Why did you risk touching Kakashi's head? The question hit the nail on the head. I understood the rest of the duel, but why did you touch his head? And shortly after patting your head, you used the lion rapid shots. You clearly had that speed. Why didn't you use it from the start? Li Hua's heart tightened as he looked at Lu Miao, who still had candy from the tricolor pills stuck to the corner of her mouth, her eyes full of confusion. Li Hua felt like a culprit being interrogated step by Conan, a sudden sense of crisis rising. His eyes darted around, and a sudden idea popped into his mind, barely usable, but an idea nonetheless. Just my weird little hobby, Li Hua said dryly, gently tapping Lu Miao's head in the process. You could say it's my special fetish. Hearing the system prompt sound, he quickly withdrew his hand, afraid of upsetting her. Lu Miao was momentarily stunned, then smiled and said, not just anyone can touch my head. Since you gave me the pills, I'll let it slide this time. After saying that, she ate the pills while walking toward the Nara clan's territory. Li Hua breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly checked the rewards this time. Ding! Head Pat C rank ninja, Nara Lu Miao, choose one of the following rewards. 50,000 yen. Beginner chakra control. Indun chakra amplification. Seeing the last item, Li Hua's eyes immediately lit up. I bet right. He chose Indun chakra amplification without hesitation. Actually, Li Hua patted Nara Lu Miao's head partly to distract her and change the topic, and partly out of curiosity about what the head patting reward would be. He didn't care much about the Nara clan's secret techniques, just like the Hatake swordsmanship, which was useless even if learned. Li Hua had a clear goal and knew that stacking various abilities was powerful. The Nara secret technique was the essence of Indun chakra, and Indun chakra was mental power, the foundation of the Uchiha Sharingan. So he took a gamble, and it turned out he was right. Nara Lu Miao is really not simple, Li Hua thought. This little girl was rated as a C-rank ninja by the system, and she hadn't even learned the Nara secret technique yet, but her strength was not inferior to Kakashi's. On paper, they were about the same, but real combat still needed to be tested. Ding! System reward has been issued. A cold mechanical voice sounded. Li Hua did not feel pain. Instead, a cool sensation flooded his mind, like applying menthol balm or drinking ice water after eating a mint candy. Gradually, he felt his senses being infinitely amplified, countless pieces of information piercing his mind, leaving him briefly confused. As he gradually regained consciousness, Li Hua found everything around him becoming unusually clear. This enhancement was different from physical strengthening, it focused on the senses, especially vision. The Uchiha clan was famous for their powerful Sharingan, and the tactical manual of the Sand Village even stated, when facing the Sharingan, always escape one-on-one. Lihua was well aware of his condition, he hadn't truly opened his eyes. The amplification from Yin released chakra mainly enhanced his mental strength. After opening his eyes, he could exert greater power and use stronger ocular techniques. Without opening his eyes, his resistance to genjutsu was significantly increased. If he were to fight Kakashi now, Kakashi's elusive movements would become clear to him, and he might even find weaknesses. Coming back to his senses, Lihua looked at Guy, who was picking his teeth with a bamboo stick, and the bored-looking Kakashi, and shouted, "Let us go, start training." Guy responded excitedly, "Youth, let us go." Kakashi also said, "I can't wait." The three of them arrived at the Konoha training ground and began their daily training. When Kakashi arrived, Lihua introduced the training method to him, pushing the body to its limits through extreme exertion. After explaining, he invited Kakashi to join. Perhaps because the Hatake sword style also required a strong physique, Kakashi did not refuse, and the three trained together. During training, Kakashi noticed that Lihua and Guy were carrying heavy weights. He was shocked, so they were fighting me with these weights on. Their movements were already skilled, even effortless, especially Lihua's taijutsu, which was indeed powerful. Seeing such peers, Kakashi's fighting spirit surged, and he trained hard. At sunset, the training ended. Guy, panting, asked Lihua, "How did your physical strength become so strong? It feels like you've improved many times over in every aspect." Lihua smiled, "Maybe it's because I'm naturally gifted." After saying this, he began considering increasing the weights. After training, the three went home separately. Lihua gave Guy some silver coins, worried that with Uncle Dai not around, Guy might have to make do with meals. Kakashi returned home and was stared at in surprise by Suwama. "Kakashi, you trained with that kid in the green tight suit?" Kakashi nodded, "Yes, his name is Mike Guy, and also Uchiha Lihua, they're both very strong." Suwama sighed, "It's good to make friends, but their way of physical training isn't suitable for you. Tomorrow I'll teach you the Hatake family's training method, which works better with swordsmanship." "Thank you, father." After returning home, Lihua did not relax, his expression was tense. He had not forgotten Lu Miao's words and the third Hokage's observations, knowing he had to strengthen himself immediately. He recalled the use of the telescope technique and silently released chakra around the house using the mirrors at home as a medium. With shadow-level chakra control, he could precisely manipulate it to detect if anyone was spying without alerting the third Hokage. After confirming no one was around, Lihua took out the empty scroll left by his parents and quickly began writing his plan. "The only ninjutsu I currently possess are the decapitation technique of the heart and the shadow clone technique. To make them appear legitimate, I must forge scrolls." Lihua quickly wrote 2 scrolls and spread them out on the desk. On one hand, to let the ink dry quickly, and on the other, to create the illusion that he had been studying day and night. After finishing this, he also rearranged the scrolls in his parents' room, wiped away the dust, and created signs that the room had been searched. With everything prepared, Lihua was sweating profusely but felt a slight sense of satisfaction. He knew he had to show his strength moderately. This family valued strength above all, only geniuses could win resources and protection. He needed to prove he was a genius without being too conspicuous, to avoid suspicion and jealousy. Thinking about these things, he gradually drifted into sleep. Meanwhile, in a large Japanese-style villa in the Uchiha clan territory, Outyen dragged his exhausted body home. "Young Master Outyen, you've worked hard. We'll help you change clothes and heat the bathwater," the butler's voice came. Seeing this, Uchiha Ting, sitting in the main hall, immediately walked over to Outyen's side. "Outyen, don't push yourself so hard. Father was wrong, it doesn't matter about capacity or anything else, health is the most important. Last time during the match, although you misspoke, you already apologized. There's no need to train so desperately." Outyen understood his father's concern but replied firmly, "Thank you, father. I really want to defeat Uchiha Lihua, he is my only goal." After saying this, he turned and walked toward the bedroom, leaving Uchiha Ting with a complicated expression. At that moment, the side door was opened, and Uchiha Ting's younger brother, Uchiha Tang, came out. Ting sighed, "Since the boy wants to become stronger, don't stop him." He instructed, "Tomorrow, hire a private tutor for the young master and train him with full effort." After speaking, Ting's gaze turned cold as he looked at his brother. "Who exactly is Uchiha Lihua?" Tang answered, "A young genius who has been making waves recently at the Ninja Academy. Today, he even matched Hatake Kakashi evenly."
The Dove faction is strong now. Fugaku was already old and lacks sharpness, making it difficult for him to achieve much.
Setsuna is still imprisoned, the Hawk faction is weakening, we must cultivate outstanding successors. Ting asked, what do you mean?
Tang replied, if Lihua truly has strength, allocate some resources to win him over to join the Hawk faction.
Ting worried, isn't that too hasty? Tang firmly said, use courtesy and emotion to move him. If he really is a genius, what harm is there in granting favors? We absolutely cannot let the Dove faction succeed.
The fact is, Aotian's father is the real power elder of the Uchiha Hawk faction, and he and his younger brother Tang are the main leaders of the Hawk faction. Ting instructed, tell the young master to invite Lihua to a meal in a few days and ask him to help speak on our behalf.
Specific time?
To be decided by the young master. The next day, the butler conveyed the father's idea to Aotian, who gladly accepted the private tutoring.
Although Aotian didn't understand why they had to invite Lihua, he vaguely sensed his father's attitude toward the matter.
His father entrusted him with it because he was familiar with Lihua, and since it wasn't a big deal, otherwise he wouldn't have been assigned to handle it.
The young master is right.
Please tell father that I will invite Lihua, but only after I defeat him.
I believe that day is getting closer. After saying this, Aotian left without looking back.
In class, teacher Oshima introduced the new student. Everyone, please welcome Mike Kai, who was successfully admitted to the ninja school due to his outstanding talent and hard work. The green figure Mike Kai walked into the classroom and enthusiastically said, nice to meet you all. I hope our youth can spark some fire.
Youth means being unyielding and moving forward bravely. Please take care of me in the future, I will work even harder.
After Lu Miao fell asleep wearing earplugs, Kai was asked by the teacher to step down from the podium. He noticed that Lihua was surrounded by people, so he sat next to Kakashi. Just as he was about to speak, Kakashi looked up coldly and said, youthful idiot, pay attention to the lesson.
Kai said no more.
Obito couldn't help but laugh. Lihua, Kakashi, this master of showing off, is being completely suppressed by the newcomer Kai. The voice was so loud that even teacher Oshima looked over. I saw it, comrade Little Trumpet.
But it's okay for you to slap your thigh, why must you slap mine? Lihua said this while giving Obito a hard smack on the head. Pay attention in class, train well, and let's see your results. Obito lowered his head in silence, but inside he was unconvinced. I'm just accumulating strength for a big release. Once I awaken, I'll catch up with you all immediately. Lihua ignored him and instead noticed Aotian seriously focused as if no one else was around. A month passed and Lihua didn't stop training, doubling efforts with Kakashi and Kai.
Kakashi demonstrated the Hatake clan's body conditioning method, but Lihua and Kai found the effect average. Only Kakashi trained with twice the efficiency. They didn't lose heart, their physical fitness improved, and training weights kept increasing. During this month, Lihua often went to the Uchiha Ninja Tools shop to buy training supplies. He clearly felt his body and chakra greatly strengthened. What made him happiest was the extra rewards from the system. By various means, he had touched the heads of most of his classmates. Most students could only produce 10,000,50,000 yen. Little by little, this money was used by Lihua for training and daily expenses, and the rest was saved in the system space for emergencies. Some well-known students produced quite a few good items. Padding Ebisu gained basic knowledge mastery. Padding Shiranui Ganma gained 1000 throwing technique. Padding Saratobi Asuma gained slight physical enhancement. Padding Yamanaka Ino gained Yamanaka secret technique, perception. Lihua chose the secret technique of the mountains because this technique is powerful and cannot be detected when used. The ability of perception is, close your eyes, release chakra, sense the enemy's location, number, and characteristics, and with proficiency, even grasp the enemy's speed in detail. Seeing this ninjutsu, Lihua was extremely happy. This is a rare perception ninjutsu. Although it is not as good as the Uzumaki clan's Kagura Mind Eye, it is more than enough for scouting enemy situations. Moreover, using it does not expose your identity, so there is no need to worry about being tracked. Therefore, Lihua chose perception without hesitation. System, open the personal panel. Host Uchiha Lihua. Ninjutsu 3 Bodies Technique, Great Fireball Technique, Phoenix Fire Technique, Great Waterfall Technique, Heart Decapitation Technique, Earth Flow Wall, Shadow Clone Technique, Telescope Technique, Shuriken Shadow Clone, Water Formation Wall, Perception, Too Many Ninjutsu, omitted hereafter. Taijutsu Kanoha Steel Fist, 1000 Throwing Technique. Illusion Technique, none for now. Chakra 1% card equivalent to 1% of the chakra amount of Elite Jonin Hatake Kakashi. Although he can't fully unleash ninjutsu, casting 5 or 6 ninjutsu in a row is still no problem. Strength Elite Genin. There are many other attributes like physical quality amplification and shadow level hand seal speed that are not displayed on the panel, but they have truly enhanced Lihua's strength. Looking at the results of this past month, Lihua was overjoyed. However, recently he always felt a faint sense of crisis, as if someone was secretly watching him. Especially Uchiha Outyen, who was no longer just secretly watching. Over the past month, Lihua clearly felt Outyen's strength improving, and the killing intent in his eyes grew increasingly intense. To strengthen himself and to face the upcoming crisis, Lihua decided to activate a plan he had always longed for: training the Rasengan. There are 3 reasons. First, the copyright issue. Right now, Minato should still be a Jonin, focusing on mastering Flying Thunder God. The Rasengan was created by Minato after learning Flying Thunder God to enhance its destructive power. Lihua is training it now, potentially even ahead of Minato. Second, the difficulty issue. Rasengan is an A-rank ninjutsu, but in the anime, Jiraiya fully explained the training method, greatly reducing the difficulty. Third, practicality. Rasengan is released quickly, has strong destructive power, and can be infused with wind nature chakra to transform into a spiraling shuriken, showing excellent growth potential. In short, Rasengan is Lihua's ideal training choice. According to Jiraiya's method, training Rasengan involves 3 steps. First, control the rotation by using chakra to break a water balloon. Second, increase the power by using chakra to break a rubber ball. Third, maintain the form by creating a membrane around the chakra to truly master Rasengan. Anyone who has watched Naruto should be familiar with this. Naruto stayed up for a month without rest and finally mastered Rasengan. Since he decided to train, Lihua naturally gave it his all. While Guy and Kakashi practiced taijutsu and swordsmanship, he began training Rasengan. Lihua knew Naruto took a month to learn how to use shadow clones to help form the ball. He himself possessed shadow-level chakra control, allowing him to more easily change chakra form and achieve a truly instantaneous Rasengan zero-frame startup. To practice more, Lihua created 2 shadow clones, one to attend class, the other to train with him. Half a month later, the pale blue chakra ball spinning rapidly in his hand brought him great satisfaction. With a gentle push, the bark cracked, the tree trunk broke under the powerful rotation, and it fell heavily, kicking up dust. Success! Lihua cheered. Guy and Kakashi heard the noise and came over. Lihua, you finally succeeded? Yes, watch this. Lihua spread his right hand, and a pale blue Rasengan instantly formed, spinning rapidly with a dangerous aura. What jutsu is that? Guy asked. Lihua replied, I call it Rasengan. Even Kakashi hasn't he seen this? Did you create it yourself? Exactly. If you want to learn, I can teach you. So, Lihua taught them the Rasengan training method. Since both would become elite Jonin in the future, it didn't matter if they learned early or late. At that moment, a cold mechanical voice sounded, and Lihua was ecstatic. Ding! Host has successfully self-cultivated an A-rank ninjutsu, strength upgraded to Chunin, novice period ended, graduation gift pack issued. Lihua forgot his fatigue, joy overflowing in his expression. Kai and Kakashi laughed and teased, creating your own A-rank ninjutsu, that's impressive. I want to create such a powerful ninjutsu too. Although Kakashi was a bit jealous, he was confident in Lihua's ability to create an A-rank ninjutsu. The burning flame of youth, unleashing powerful ninjutsu, truly exciting. Kai remained full of passion. Lihua let the 2 continue practicing while he opened the gift pack. The cold system voice sounded again. Congratulations to the host for successfully passing the novice period. Graduation reward issued simple sage mode. Lihua looked at the reward before him, somewhat confused. As an old fire user, he naturally knew about Sage Mode, but the system's simple Sage Mode left him puzzled. Before he could think it through, a sharp pain suddenly struck his abdomen, as if hit hard by a Rasengan. Every time they give rewards it hurts this much, really torturous. At first, he could still complain, but soon he didn't even have the strength to speak. The pain gradually subsided, and Lihua felt changes in his body and the outside world. He could clearly sense the energy floating around him. This must be natural energy, combined with Sage Mode. Before, my body's surface had a thick barrier that blocked natural energy. Now, I can freely absorb natural energy, which means I have the foundation to cultivate Sage Mode. Lihua recalled the training method for Sage Mode. Chakra is a combination of physical and spiritual energy, while Sage Chakra adds natural energy on this basis, achieving a perfect 1:1:1 balance. But to train Sage Mode, a strong chakra foundation is necessary, otherwise, recklessly absorbing natural energy will only lead to being devoured. At this moment, the system sound rang out again. This reward is a simplified Sage mode, which activates quickly and has minor side effects, but its power and duration are weaker than true Sage mode. After hearing this, Li Huo understood that this simplified Sage mode is similar to the harmless Curse Seal, only that the seal passively absorbs natural energy and is difficult to control. After understanding the pros and cons, he finally felt at ease. In the original story, Naruto used Sage mode to shatter 5 of the 6 paths of pain, forcing Nagato into a desperate situation. I wonder how much strength this simplified Sage mode can enhance.
Li Huo sat down and began skillfully absorbing natural energy.
With the shadow level chakra, he easily achieved a 1:1:1 energy ratio. Having touched the heads of 3 Hokage, it really wasn't tea for nothing.
This ability, whoever uses it knows.
Gradually, the chakra and natural energy within him fused, forming a new energy that was both harmonious and powerful Sage chakra. From the outside, Li Huo had completely merged with nature, his presence hidden without a trace.
He said in a low voice, "Sage mode, activate."
The surrounding trees moved without wind, as if an invisible force was brushing past.
Li Huo stood up, carefully feeling the changes in his body. System, will there be eye shadows when entering Sage mode?
Simple Sage mode does not have them, but the host can set them manually. True Sage mode must have eye shadows and cannot be turned off.
Then no eye shadows.
If the eye shadows appear, everyone will know I've transformed.
Quiet transformation is the way to go. Li Huo clenched his fist, resolute in his heart. Physical fitness has improved by about 30% compared to before.
More importantly, the addition of Sage chakra has greatly increased the power of ninjutsu. Let us test the sensory ability again. In the original story, Naruto used the black rod to locate pain from 1,000 miles away, which shows that Sage mode greatly enhances perception.
Li Huo closed his eyes and activated Mountain Secret Technique, Perception.
Kai and Kakashi are training, and I can clearly sense every blade of grass and tree around.
Ha! What else with this cold, sinister chakra?
Suddenly, a pair of merciless snake eyes appeared in Li Huo's sensory world, and the cold chakra made him shiver all over. The next moment, he was forced to exit Sage mode, collapsing to the ground, and in a daze, he saw a brownish-yellow python slithering away.
Did I see it wrong?
Soon, Kai and Kakashi hurried over.
Li Huo, what's wrong? Weren't you training? What happened?
Li Huo didn't confess after all. He knew the more he knew, the more dangerous it was. Afterwards, Kai and Kakashi accompanied him home. When parting, Kakashi said, "I want to test the results of this month's training.
When you're ready, shall we have a match?" "Gladly." Early the next morning, Kakashi woke Li Huo.
"Why so early?
Didn't we say we'd spar? No need to be this early."
"Hurry up, after the match we still need to train. Uncle Dai finished his mission today, and Kai might be busy this afternoon."
"Where?" "At my place."
"Wait, your place?
Is Uncle Shuoma there?"
"Of course, my dad is."
"Are you an idiot?"
Hearing that he could meet the legendary Konoha Whitefang, Li Huo excitedly jumped out of bed and quickly got dressed and washed up. To make a good impression on his senior, he specially wore a black Uchiha training uniform, looking spirited and handsome, at least handsomer than 1/3 of the readers.
"Let's go." "You're going the wrong way."
"I'm going to the ninja tool shop to buy blade oil for Uncle."
"Can't show up empty-handed for the first meeting." "Thank you for 100,000 yen.
Please come again, handsome young man." The beautiful shop assistant greeted warmly, and Li Huo walked out of the store with a face full of pain. Although he had saved quite a bit of money by patting heads, this shopping trip was a major expense.
You actually don't need to buy such an expensive gift. You don't understand.
The blade oil I bought is high quality, enough to last 3 generations. Even when the person is gone, the oil remains.
So it turns out I don't understand blades. The two of them joked and played as they arrived at the Hatake family's ancestral home.
The family had fallen on hard times. The Hatake clan didn't have a luxurious estate, only a tasteful ancestral home. Upon entering, Li Huo saw the legendary Konoha Whitefang. When they first met after crossing over, he felt Whitefang was like a sheathed sword, with unpredictable power. After more than a month of training, Li Huo understood the power system of this world better and also felt Whitefang's strength more deeply. Li Huo clearly recognized Kakashi's strength, but Shuamao's power was inscrutable.
It was like encountering an enemy in a game whose health bar showed who wouldn't be afraid.
At this moment, Shuamao was completely different from the impression Li Huo had before.
He wore an apron and held a spatula. "Kakashi is back. Is this your friend Li Huo?
Come in quickly, my fish is almost ready." Li Huo politely said, "Hello, uncle, I am Li Huo, Kakashi's friend.
I've heard you are very powerful, and meeting you today is truly extraordinary. I brought a small gift, please accept it." Kakashi sneered, brown noser. After a few pleasantries, Lihua felt that Shuomao was down to earth and very kind. Shuomao took the gift and agreed to help Lihua with his training. Then, Shuomao invited Lihua to eat the fish he had cooked himself. The taste was delicious, and Lihua kept praising it. When they were 70% full, Lihua and Kakashi put down their chopsticks. Eating too much would affect their performance. The two stood in the backyard of the Hataki residence, took their stances, and the battle was about to begin. The duel started, their figures quickly crossing and colliding. Shuomao leaned against the doorway, smiling as he reminded them, the most important thing in this match is to understand your strengths and weaknesses. Winning or losing doesn't matter. The two nodded and immediately tangled again. Neither of them used kunai to probe firstly, because they understood each other and didn't need to test each other's true strength secondly, because they were confident in each other's abilities. Kunai wouldn't put pressure on the other. Thus, the battle turned into an intense physical confrontation. Kakashi took the initiative, his steps strange and swift as he closed in on Lihua. But Lihua, relying on enhanced physical fitness and yin chakra support, had much better reflexes and vision than a month ago. Your steps are useless in my eyes. Kakashi changed his move, his steps even more chaotic, yet his speed did not decrease. Lihua taunted, you haven't opened your eyes yet, why are you bragging? Shuomo laughed, reverse walking Hataki's body technique. Kakashi is quite bold with this move. Unable to see through Kakashi's steps, Lihua refused to be outdone. Stamping his foot, the floor cracked slightly, and he rushed at Kakashi at high speed. Kakashi turned and used momentum, delivering a horizontal kick. Lihua blocked the attack with one hand. Soft and weak, now it's my turn. Lihua swung his fist and slammed it hard into Kakashi's face. The fist grew larger right before his eyes. Kakashi knew this punch was dangerous. He tried to intercept with palm power but couldn't withstand the immense force, getting knocked back and rolling twice on the ground before stopping. Everyone in the arena understood that although Lihua's punch was fierce, Kakashi's skillful defense had greatly weakened its power. Lihua's punch landed as soft and powerless as hitting cotton. Lihua, has your super strength improved again? Someone asked in surprise. Of course. Lihua showed no mercy, quickly closing in on Kakashi, raising his right fist high, surrounded by a thick pale blue chakra. You must dodge, he said, swinging a punch without hesitation. Too slow. Kakashi flipped to the side, narrowly avoiding Lihua's attack. However, something unexpected happened. Kakashi winced in pain and fell to the ground. How could this be? I clearly dodged, Kakashi said, his face full of confusion. Shuomo was also slightly stunned, then nodded and explained, Lihua concentrated chakra near his palm, expanding the attack's range. Although you dodged the fist, the chakra still hit you. Lihua secretly admired Shuomo's insight and felt happy about the successful strike. It seems that combining brute strength with chakra, like Naruto's Sage Mode using chakra instead of natural energy, works just as well. Kakashi got up awkwardly, brushing off the dust. From now on, I'll get serious. He waved his hand near his ninja tool pouch, and a kunai smoothly fell into his hand. Lihua sensed Kakashi's change in momentum. The kunai in his hand felt like a sharp dagger as he unleashed the Hataki-style sword technique. The two clashed fiercely, blades flashing and swords gleaming. Although Lihua was struggling, he managed to narrowly block Kakashi's attacks each time. Finally, Kakashi suddenly struck with a slash so fast that even Shuomo was surprised. Lihua immediately defended, but Kakashi changed his move. A kunai like a swimming dragon bypassed the defense and struck heavily on the calf. Losing his balance, Lihua fell and rolled to dodge Kakashi's pursuit. The intense battle made both realize that their taijutsu was evenly matched. The next phase would be a contest of ninjutsu. Kakashi quickly retreated, desperately creating distance while rapidly forming hand seals. Shuomo was puzzled, why is Kakashi desperately pulling away? The answer was about to be revealed. Lihua did not form hand seals. Instead, he relied on his extreme speed to continuously close in on Kakashi. When only a few steps remained between them, Lihua spread his hands, and a pale blue chakra sphere instantly formed. In the distance, Shuomo could feel the powerful force of this technique. Just as Lihua's Rasengan was about to hit Kakashi, Kakashi finally finished forming the hand seals. Earth release, earth flow wall. Kakashi shouted loudly, and the earthen wall quickly rose. Although it didn't reach the intricately carved level from the original story, it successfully blocked Lihua's attack. Bang! The earthen wall shattered, and Lihua was already standing in front of Kakashi. I admit defeat, his unmarked ninjutsu is too fast, Kakashi said helplessly. Shuomo stepped forward, patted the earth off both of them, and said, Kakashi, your swordsmanship has improved a lot, but you focus too much on technique and neglect physical fitness.
You need to practice the body conditioning method I taught you, and also improve the speed of your ninjutsu hand seals.
Kakashi nodded in agreement.
Lihua is truly a rare genius. His chakra control and utilization are excellent, and he even created his own unmarked ninjutsu.
Many people never reach that level in their lifetime.
Lihua felt a bit shy upon hearing this. However, if you want to reach a higher level, it's best to make your body and chakra work more closely together, Shuomao continued. I noticed that when you fight, you often pause after a missed strike, which exposes a flaw. If you can chain your attacks together, the effect will be much better.
Lihua understood that it was necessary to use normal attacks to cancel the recovery animation, reducing the pause. After the evaluation, both Kakashi and Lihua gained a lot.
After all, it's not easy to receive guidance from an elite jonin.
After some casual chatting, Lihua was about to leave when Shuomao called out to him, "Lihua, did you create your own unmarked ninjutsu?"
Yes, uncle. I have a junior who is also researching unmarked ninjutsu and would like you two to exchange ideas. Lihua's heart skipped a beat. There aren't many people still researching unmarked ninjutsu at this time. He asked curiously, "Uncle, who is he?" He is the disciple of an old friend of mine, a genius just like you.
Great, uncle. When does senior brother have time to tell me? I will definitely go. By the way, senior brother's name is Minato Namikaze.
A few days passed after Kakashi and Lihua practiced sparring. One day, Kai went to school, while Lihua and Kakashi secretly skipped class using shadow clones to train at the training ground. Just as they were deeply focused on their practice, Lihua suddenly clutched his head and cried out in pain, "It hurts, it hurts." Before Kakashi could ask anything, he also groaned softly and started rubbing his head. It turned out that Teacher Oshima was going to hold a midterm exam tomorrow, requiring everyone to participate in person, and shadow clones could not substitute. The teacher's tactic of delivering information through shadow clones was clearly a way to catch them off guard.
Teacher Oshima is too ruthless, Kakashi complained.
He must have been annoyed by us using shadow clones in class for a long time and is now taking revenge. At that moment, a green figure came rushing over. It was Kai, just out of school.
Hey, dear friends. There's a youth gathering tomorrow. We know about the midterm exam, so let us hurry up and train.
Lihua slapped Kai on the shoulder, interrupting him, and the three continued their training. The next day, the midterm exam was held as scheduled, with Teacher Oshima personally proctoring. Lihua and Kakashi walked into the classroom together when Teacher Oshima suddenly came over and gently tapped both of them on the heads.
Ah! Teacher Oshima, that is too much. Lihua said angrily. Teacher Oshima smiled and said, "If I don't tap you, how can I tell who is the real shadow clone? My old eyes aren't that sharp."
After saying this, he laughed and walked away. Lihua looked at Kakashi and complained, "This is clearly personal revenge."
Teacher Oshima really has a twisted sense of humor, right? Kakashi, however, looked serious. You can't avoid it, there is no way to avoid it.
Our strength is such that ordinary chunin can fight us to a draw, so why is it that we can't dodge Teacher Oshima's fist? Lihua also put away his smile and nodded seriously. The ninja world is truly full of experts. We must never underestimate them. After speaking, the two returned to their seats. At that moment, a sweet voice called out to Lihua, "Hey, isn't this the Uchiha genius Lihua who insists on using shadow clones to go to school?" Lihua turned his head and saw it was Nara Liumiao, whose big eyes were full of teasing. "Who are you?"
"So you're the Nara sleep god Liumiao who sleeps 8 hours every class."
Neither side was willing to admit defeat, their words sharp. "I originally wanted to use this secret to give you a good beating, but Teacher Oshima spilled the beans first. Make it up to me. Treat me to a skewer of 3-colored dango after school,"
Liumiao said with a smile.
Lihua couldn't help but laugh. "Alright, come with me after school."
"Alrighty, boss is generous."
The bell rang, officially starting the midterm exam. The exam was divided into a written test and a practical part, starting with the written test covering the basic knowledge from the past 2 months, with the questions set by Teacher Oshima.
Teacher Oshima said, "This paper has both easy and difficult questions.
Scoring 80 points with serious study is no problem, but getting full marks is not easy." Thanks to the foundational knowledge learned from Ebisu, Lihua easily finished the test, his pen flowing smoothly. Beside him, Obito was still deep in thought, while Ero had long put down his pen to rest.
At this moment, Obito quietly tapped Ero and started a private chat. "Ero, do you have the answer? I told you to study seriously earlier, didn't I?" Ero replied. "Well, I just wanted to say." Bang! A piece of chalk flew over, hitting Obito right on the forehead. Teacher Oshima scolded, "Uchiha Obito, what are you doing down there? Get writing." Watching Obito get scolded, Ero was secretly pleased. "I didn't say it for you, did I? You already know the answers? Iro stepped forward and gently placed his test paper on the podium. I'm going to prepare for the second round. Teacher Oshima exclaimed, all correct? He knew Li Hua would never cheat. As a former UMBU member, how could his eyes be deceived? This test paper was definitely answered by Li Hua himself. Using shadow clones to attend school can actually improve efficiency. Obito cried bitterly, there was once a perfect score test paper right in front of me, but I didn't cherish it. After the exam ended, Teacher Oshima collected the test papers. The first subject was over, and after a short break, the second subject began. The rules were simple, freely form teams of 3, then have the teams compete against each other. Winning or losing didn't matter, performance determined the score. Li Hua naturally teamed up with Kakashi and Guy, wanting to finish the exam quickly and return to training. But their strength was too great, and no other teams were willing to face them. The same situation applied to the new Ino Shikacho team led by Nara Shikamaru. Unlike Li Hua's team relying on individual strength, no one wanted to challenge Ino Shikacho because of their seamless cooperation. Thus, the two isolated teams naturally became opponents, and this match attracted great attention. The next match, Uchiha Hatake Kakashi, and Might Guy vs Nara Shumiao, Yamanaka Ibumi, and Akimichi Dai. Both sides took the field, released their opposing seals, and the battle immediately erupted. The Ino Shikacho trio had long been famous since the Warring States period, with outstanding coordination skills. Rika could not underestimate them. He recalled the information on the 3. Shumiao was strong, the system rated him C-level. The Nara clan's strength was not just in power but also in intellect. Yamanaka Ibumi was usually silent, and his strength was unknown. Akimichi Dai was a chubby guy but sported a spiky hairstyle and a defiant look. Rika thought he might be the strongest of the 3. The Ino Shikacho trio formed a triangular formation. Shumiao smiled and said, we've all learned our clan's secret techniques. Be careful, don't lose. He turned to the 2 behind him and said, hold them off for 3 minutes. No sooner had he spoken than Ibumi and Dai exploded forward, rushing rapidly toward the 3 of Rika. The 3 exchanged glances, their eyes heavy with seriousness. The 3 from Li Hua appeared loose on the surface, but in reality, they had no flaws. Li Hua shook his head, Kai, Kakashi, you go up. Don't boss me around. The 2 complained verbally but quickly charged forward. The silent Lu Miao suddenly made a move, quickly throwing shurikens to interfere. Li Hua had long known he wouldn't sit idly by with a big gap in strength, he could only rely on strategy to turn the situation around. No matter what you're trying to do, I won't let you succeed. Li Hua used kunai to knock away Lu Miao's shurikens one by one. But he didn't notice that Lu Miao took the opportunity to set up a detonating talisman trap ahead. Ah! Jingwen suddenly cried out in pain during his fight with Dai. Kakashi and Kai were too strong and quickly dealt with their opponents. Lu Miao's face was serious as he whispered, understand? Understood. Dai and Jingwen responded in unison. Li Hua understood that Jingwen was currently using the secret techniques of a mountain clan to temporarily establish a communication network, achieving truly encrypted calls. Jingwen retreated from the trap with difficulty, quickly mobilizing chakra and preparing for battle. Dai, I need you to block their line of sight. Li Hua shouted. Understood, multiplication technique. Dai's body rapidly expanded, surging with immense power. Human tank. Dai charged fiercely, but Kakashi and the other 2 dodged nimbly. Dai's attacks couldn't land a single hit. Kai said smugly, if you can't hit, this technique is useless. But the dust is flying everywhere, vision is completely lost. Li Hua frowned. Dust filled the air, and the 3 couldn't see each other at all. Li Hua teased, does this count as smoke sealing? Others could tell that Li Hua's expression was serious. As the brain of the Ino Shikacho trio, Lu Miao would never sit idly by. Break through! Li Hua gave the order, and the 3 dashed off in different directions, striving to quickly escape the smoke. Just as Li Hua was sprinting wildly, he suddenly felt a familiar chakra fluctuation sweep through his body. That chakra, like radar detection, was immature but revealed their location. The secret technique perception of the mountain clan, damn, we've been discovered. Lu Miao couldn't see the 3 in the dust, but Jingwen used sensory ninjutsu behind the trap to detect their movements and immediately synchronized the information to Lu Miao and Dai through a secret technique. Dai, entangle Mato Kai. Lu Miao ordered through encrypted communication. A tough mission. Dai dashed toward Kai. Not much time, move quickly. Lu Miao precisely harassed Kai with kunai. Jingwen, faster. Lu Miao urged anxiously. Jingwen repeatedly used secret techniques, so exhausted he could barely stand, yet still struggled to gather chakra.
Li Hua and Kakashi were obscured by dust, unaware of where the battle was happening, and continued to break through.
Bang!
Dai intercepted Kai in time, and the two tangled in combat. As expected, Dai was knocked to the ground.
Rest for a moment, I'm going to break through. That's not allowed. This is a mission assigned by the boss. Dai trembled as he got up. If you leave, I'll be in trouble.
Kai could see that Dai was exhausted. The secret techniques of the Chiodao clan require high-intensity use, and combined with continuous fighting, Dai was utterly worn out. Dai struggled to open his arms. My mission is to hold you back, I will never give up.
Alright, I acknowledge your youth. Come on, let us fight.
Kai rushed forward swiftly, delivering a strike filled with immense power.
Dai smiled bitterly. I've never used this move before, you're the first. Partial multiplication technique. Bang!
A pair of large hands tightly grasped Kai. It was Dai, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. You three truly deserve to be called geniuses, and also Lu Miao, Jing1, your talents I can never catch up to. But I know, I have my use, which is to become the brain's most solid weapon, steadfastly carrying out Lu Miao's plan.
Lu Miao, are you ready?
Jing1 whispered.
Dai, sorry to keep you waiting.
Lu Miao quickly crouched down, formed a seal, and a shadow shot out from beneath him. Kai looked at the young boy before him, filled with admiration. I can't use ninjutsu, I can only improve myself through constant training, but you, to master the secret techniques of the Chiodao clan at such a young age, my friend, you are the true genius. After speaking, he lowered his head and unleashed unprecedented power.
This is bad, Kai is serious this time. Li Hua shouted anxiously, what exactly is going on?
Kai shouted loudly, let me use my strongest power. Before he finished, he suddenly stopped.
Shadow mimicry technique, success.
Lu Miao shouted with difficulty, Jing1, move quickly.
Jing1 silently nodded, heart-turning technique.
A force of soul power surged straight at Kai, and Jing1's body went limp, collapsing behind the trap.
What a powerful force!
Kai's voice came, but with an unfamiliar tone. Lu Miao hurriedly withdrew the shadow mimicry technique, strike while the enemy is unprepared, defeat them one by one.
Don't let them succeed.
Li Hua leapt up, breaking through the dust cloud, and Kakashi also charged out from the other side.
The classmates finally saw the situation clearly and couldn't help but exclaim.
They saw Kai standing together with the dirt-smudged Dai and Lu Miao, facing Li Hua and Kakashi.
Damn, Kai has been controlled by the mind transfer technique.
Li Hua sneered. You guys are quite impressive, setting traps to protect Jing1's true body, having Dai throw smoke bombs, using the shadows of kunai on the ground to extend the range of the shadow mimicry technique, and even controlling our forces with the mind transfer technique.
Truly clever.
Lu Miao listened to the praise but felt no joy, because the opponent showed no sign of panic.
Li Hua continued, but can Jing1 really perfectly control Kai's body? Or are you just too weak?
After speaking, Li Hua and Kakashi charged fiercely at the three, and Jing1 took the initiative, landing a punch straight to Li Hua's face.
You really don't hold back, do you? But have you ever trained in Konoha Steel Fist? Li Hua easily dodged and counter-kicked Kai's calf, knocking him down.
But Li Hua didn't pursue, he headed straight for the trap formation because he knew that once he controlled Jing1's main body, the battle would be over.
Kakashi faced off against the exhausted Dai. Although Dai's attacks were powerful, Kakashi's agile footwork kept him spinning around.
In the end, Lu Miao stood in front of Li Hua.
Head-patting little handsome guy, didn't he expect you to be this strong?
Lu Miao spoke lightly, but her eyes were unusually serious.
Of course, I'm certain of this victory. If you want to beat me, you have to get past me first. Lu Miao quickly charged forward.
Her movements were agile and graceful, flowing like water, hard to hit and hard to shake off. Li Hua's Konoha Steel Fist was temporarily ineffective against her. Although his outstanding physique forced Lu Miao to retreat step by step, she was gradually pushed toward the trap formation.
Give up, you have no chance. Behind you are all explosive tags.
Lu Miao showed a triumphant smile, which instead made Li Hua find her somewhat adorable.
Is that a detonator talisman behind you? Not at all.
She twisted her body, preparing to nimbly run behind Li Hua. Li Hua immediately saw through her scheme. As long as he believed there was a detonator talisman in front of him, Lu Miao could use shadow mimicry to control him into stepping into the trap, while she remained safe and sound, deciding the outcome. But Li Hua would never let her succeed. The two fiercely struggled within the detonator talisman formation, when suddenly a detonator talisman flashed brightly, releasing a fierce and dangerous aura. Lu Miao was fully focused on the fight, completely unaware. Li Hua, however, felt a sharp tightening in his chest, his alertness soaring.
Danger! No mercy!
He shook his body, instantly dropping several kilograms of weight, kicking up a cloud of dust.
Simple immortal mode, activate.
Centered on himself, a gentle breeze spread outward in all directions. At this moment, Teacher Oshima also noticed the critical situation. He quickly rushed toward the trap to rescue the real Jingwen and Kai, who was being supported by Li Hua. Just as he was about to continue the rescue, suddenly,
boom! The detonator talisman exploded, and the shockwave blew Kakashi and Dai far away. Teacher Oshima quickly cast a simple barrier to protect the children around him.
Dust flew, and smoke filled the air.
Where's Li Hua? Kakashi shouted anxiously. Boss, are you okay? Dai called out with effort.
Li Hua held the unharmed Lu Miao tightly, feeling her slight trembling from fear, and gently patted her back to comfort her. It's okay now, it's okay. Lu Miao nervously opened her eyes, saw Li Hua's face, and sensed that his back was severely injured by the intense heat and blast shockwave, yet he still comforted her.
Tears immediately streamed down her face.
Seeing she was fine, a heavy weight lifted from Li Hua's heart.
The simple sage mode was deactivated, and exhaustion overwhelmed him as he fainted straight away. Teacher Oshima hurried over but spotted a thin white snake on the way.
He had no time to think further and rushed straight to the explosion center. He had expected the children to be seriously injured, but what he saw surprised him. Lu Miao was holding Li Hua, struggling to walk toward him. Although both were covered in dust, their injuries were not severe.
Hurry, call the medical team immediately.
When Li Hua woke up again, he found himself lying on a hospital bed. The room was filled with a faint smell of disinfectant. Opposite the bed were baskets of fruit and fresh flowers, the most eye-catching being a huge pair of antlers. Turning to the side, Lu Miao was dozing off on the table, obviously having kept Li Hua company for a long time. Li Hua had only seen Lu Miao dozing off from behind in the classroom before. Now seeing her face, he realized this girl was especially cute even when sleeping. Just as Li Hua was carefully looking around, a dull pain suddenly came from his back. The pain gradually intensified, making him involuntarily make a sound, waking the sleeping Lu Miao.
Ah! You're awake, I'll go call the doctor. Lu Miao hurriedly ran off.
The doctor arrived quickly and said, "It's nothing serious, just a coma caused by overexertion.
The pain after the explosion talisman injury is normal.
You've been training heavily for a long time, your muscles can't take it. If this continues, it might leave hidden injuries."
Li Hua nodded in understanding. Doctor, how long have I been asleep? Not long, just 1 day.
You should really thank your little girlfriend, she stayed with you the whole time. Li Hua's face flushed instantly.
No, we're not that kind of relationship.
Before he finished speaking, the hospital room door was pushed open.
Teacher Oshima hurried in holding a set square, clearly having come straight from class. Li Hua, you're awake. How do you feel?
The doctor left at the right moment, leaving just the teacher and student. Before much was said, the sound of hurried footsteps approached.
Li Hua! Brother, you had me so worried. It was Kai and Kakashi, followed closely by the trio of Inoshi Kacho.
Lu Miao was out of breath and his cheeks flushed from running to deliver the message. The teachers and students showed concern and care, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Upon learning that Li Hua was unharmed, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and urged him to rest well and not to overexert himself.
Li Hua nodded.
Since crossing over, he had made many friends and felt a warmth he had never experienced in his previous life.
He sat up and beckoned Shodao Dai to come closer.
Dai, I heard what you said during the battle. I acknowledge the courage and perseverance you have shown for the team.
None of us are geniuses, we are just hard-working people.
After speaking, he gently patted Dai's head.
Ding! Head pat C-rank ninja, Shodo Dai, please choose your reward. Li Hua silently thought, I'll choose later. Keep it up, Dai. I believe you will definitely become a ninja who can stand on your own.
Before, Dai might not have cared about Li Hua's encouragement, but after facing him, he realized his strength.
Being recognized by a strong person, Dai felt a bit flattered. Li Hua, I bought you a lot of snacks, all my favorites. Thank you for your encouragement.
Dai blushed, making everyone laugh heartily.
Teacher Oshima called everyone back to class and promised to come help again when Li Hua was discharged.
Afterward, he led the students back to the ninja school. However, Lu Miao voluntarily stayed behind, saying she wanted to take care of Li Hua.
Teacher Oshima smiled and agreed.
Only the two of them remained in the room, and the atmosphere suddenly became subtle. Li Hua felt his heart race, and the room seemed to grow stuffy. They looked at each other, and Lu Miao spoke first. You're so strong, why did you only use your power at the end? Li Hua replied, this was just a contest, not a real battle. Lu Miao recalled that moment, tears in her eyes. Why did you risk yourself to save me? Li Hua knew that speaking sweet words would move her, but he still chose to speak sincerely. Not just you, I would stand up for any companion in danger, because you are my partners. Lumia was shocked by his words, vaguely sensing the loneliness in his heart. That boy had become mysterious.
My parents are very grateful to you. They want to invite you to dinner in a few days. Don't refuse.
After saying this, she hurriedly left. After Lumia left, Lihua felt heavy-hearted.
The doctor had said that high-intensity training might leave hidden injuries, but without training, how could he survive in the ninja world? It was hard to choose between the two. He thought of touching Dai's head. Dai had something he lacked. System, extract reward. Ding. Head touching C-rank ninja Chodao Dai, please choose your reward. Shamat style teaching, Yang release chakra, 100 packs of chips. Sure enough, there was Yang release chakra. Choose Yang release chakra. Reward has been issued.
A warm current surged throughout the body, the pain vanished, and the feeling was like a spring breeze, making Lihua want to stay a little longer.
The warm current quickly dissipated, and a strange chakra appeared inside the body, completely different from that of the Uchiha clan. Yang release chakra.
With the shadow-level chakra control, he immediately understood its function.
Yang release represents physical strength, capable of injecting life into the body.
Although it lacked the power of the 6 paths and couldn't be as strong as Naruto or Sasuke, after simple development, Lihua fully understood the value of Yang release. Passive skill, accelerates body healing and recovery, enhances vitality and constitution.
Unlike system enhancements, Yang release chakra is a slow and lasting improvement, gradually strengthening the body.
The active skill was the Yang release secret technique life return independently developed by Lihua. That's right, Lihua borrowed the idea from One Piece and improved it into an ability to precisely control chakra, injecting Yang release chakra into various organs of the body, allowing the body to act according to his own will. For example, rapid eating promotes digestion, accelerates metabolism to quickly heal wounds, controls heartbeat to simulate death, and treats internal injuries. Lihua immediately began experimenting. He frantically ate the fruit baskets and food everyone sent, continuously activating life return, his stomach like a bottomless pit, wildly absorbing nutrients. His body quickly recovered, and Lihua instantly felt full of strength. This power is too strong, he said excitedly.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for collecting 7 types of chakra attributes, unlocking the hidden mission Bloodstain Web. The system prompt sounded, Lihua stopped eating, his heart filled with excitement, and he began to ponder. In the original work, Bloodstain Web is a powerful ability that surpasses Bloodline Limit and Bloodline Elimination, formed by the fusion of 7 types of chakra: fire, wind, earth, water, lightning, yin, and yang. It is a power possessed only by sages, also known as the Otsutsuki power. Now that the system uses Bloodstain Web as the name of a hidden mission, Lihua couldn't help but be curious about its meaning. The system immediately explained. Mission content: meet the conditions to exchange the corresponding bloodline limit or bloodline elimination each year. Those who possess the sage body and sage eyes and meet the conditions can also exchange for the Bloodstain Web.
So that means I can obtain any bloodline limit.
Lihua exclaimed excitedly. Bloodline limits are fundamental in the ninja world. No one can become famous with a bloodline limit alone but no other skills. With a bloodline limit, I have the capital to confront the ninja world. He was overjoyed.
System, exchange for wood release.
Wood release requires 20 earth release ninjutsu of B rank or above, 20 water release ninjutsu of B rank or above, sage body, head pats 162-1500 people.
System, exchange for Sharingan. Single Tomo Sharingan, requires Uchiha bloodline, head pats 162-500.
Seeing the unattainable conditions, Lihua suddenly felt disinterested.
Truly, great power is not easy to obtain.
Next, he focused on studying the exchange system and discovered that exchanging for bloodline limits mainly relied on 2 paths. One was having a reserve of ninjutsu corresponding to 2 types of chakra. Second, the number of dojutsu must reach a certain standard. The stronger the bloodline limit, the more dojutsu are required. There is also a special category of requirements, with the element of fire classified as a special condition.
For example, wood release requires a sage body, Byakugan requires Byakugan, and Sharingan requires Sharingan.
It may seem like a joke, but upon closer examination, there is much deeper meaning.
Take Sharingan as an example. As a member of the Uchiha clan, Lihua actually already possesses the Sharingan bloodline limit.
However, in the original story, those like Kakashi and Danzo who had Sharingan transplanted later could not freely use it at will. If Kakashi had the system, he could use its power to truly transform the Sharingan into his own bloodline limit. Similarly, Ao from Kirigakure, although transplanted with Byakugan, has never been able to fully utilize its power.
But if Lihua transplanted Byakugan, with the help of the system's power, he could completely master the use of Byakugan. After careful selection, Lihua finally found an extremely powerful bloodline limit. System, I exchange.
Before he could finish speaking, a piercing scream suddenly came from outside.
Lihua! Don't tell me something happened to you.
Obito hurriedly pushed open the door and, seeing Lihua crouching beside the fruit basket, was so moved that tears streamed down his face.
Lihua, I thought you were dead. Lihua looked at his friend and couldn't help but laugh angrily. Uchiha Obito, I've heard of being late for school, but I never heard of being late for a doctor's appointment. Teacher Oshima and the others left last chapter. Why are you only just arriving? Obito scratched his head, smiled awkwardly, and grabbed an apple to bite into. Lihua didn't mind and continued to ask, Obito, what did you discover in this exam?
What did you discover?
That you're awesome. Obito answered with a smile. No, you're really weak. Lihua said bluntly.
Obito shrugged, alright, I get it. I came all this way to see you, and you're nagging me.
I know you're recovering.
My grandmother and I both care about you and brought you some supplements.
Remember to take them. After saying this, Obito left without looking back.
Lihua didn't know if he had taken it to heart, but since then, Obito made time every afternoon to train hard. After seeing Obito off, Lihua continued to choose the bloodstain limit system. I want to exchange for Meitan.
That's right, it's the Meitan used by the villain Hiriko in the movie version, with the signature skill Meitan, Kyuketsuko.
The user can release absorbed chakra as blue flames to attack.
The ability to absorb chakra was exactly why Lihua chose it. In the movie, Hiriko even said, ninjutsu is useless against me.
This ability to counterattack after devouring ninjutsu made Lihua extremely envious, and the exchange conditions were not harsh. 2 Earth release ninjutsu of B rank or above, 2 Water release ninjutsu of B rank or above, Sage Body, and 160-150 head pats. Exchange successful. The system prompt sounded, and Lihua felt intense pain all over his body.
I really miss this feeling of getting stronger.
The pain quickly faded, and Lihua naturally mastered the usage of Meitan and the signature ninjutsu Kyuketsuko in his mind.
2 diamond-shaped seals appeared in the palms of his hands, the foundation for casting Kyuketsuko.
Regarding Meitan, Lihua felt as if he had practiced countless times and reached a state of mastery.
Lihua silently recited, Simple Sage Mode, activate.
Taking advantage of its minimal side effects and quick activation, he swiftly entered Sage Mode.
It was this burst of power that saved Lu Miao at a critical moment. After entering the mode, Lihua's perception greatly increased. He sat cross-legged, circulated chakra, and activated the mountain secret technique, perception, carefully scanning the surroundings. After confirming safety, he raised his right hand, palm facing forward, aiming at the absorption point technique. An invisible suction force spread from his palm. With his left hand open, a pale blue Rasengan instantly formed, radiating a dangerous aura. Without hesitation, Lihua pressed the Rasengan onto the right hand technique. The Rasengan couldn't touch the absorption point technique directly and was absorbed as chakra instead.
This technique is really strong, he exclaimed. Satisfied, he stopped the experiment, thinking, this technique can be a trump card, catching opponents off guard.
Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared in his perception down the hospital corridor, slowly walking toward the ward Uchiha Aotian.
Lihua quickly deactivated the absorption point, restored the ward to its original state, and waited for Aotian.
Aotian pushed the door open and entered, placing the consolation gifts down. Lihua, how's your health? Thanks, the doctor said it's nothing serious. Aotian didn't sit down to chat like the others but stood quietly. Aotian, what's wrong? Lihua asked in confusion.
Lihua, you're strong and growing fast. I originally wanted to wait until I was confident before challenging you, but I was afraid that if I delayed too long, I wouldn't catch up.
So, I'm here to challenge you.
Lihua understood that ever since he defeated Aotian had been training hard day and night, greatly increasing his strength with the goal of surpassing him. Lihua was not surprised by this and accepted straightforwardly.
Alright, I accept.
It'll be a good chance to see how much you've improved in these 2 months.
Then it's settled. Once you recover, we'll have an official battle. After accepting the challenge, Lihua did not relax at all.
He desperately ate all kinds of food, then used the life return ability to convert energy, restore physical strength, and eliminate hidden injuries. In less than a day, the injuries were mostly healed, leaving Kakashi and the doctor both astonished. Kakashi requested a thorough examination, and only after the doctor confirmed that Lihua's body was basically healthy enough for training did he agree to discharge him. However, Lihua's cellular strength is much weaker than before, as if it had been forcibly drained, the doctor added. Kakashi stared at Li Hua with suspicion, as if to say, if you don't explain clearly, I won't let you leave the hospital. Li Hua was very happy to have a good friend like Kakashi who cared about him. He said to Kakashi, this is a secret technique of mine. Kakashi didn't ask further but still understood his condition like a doctor. For someone like Uchiha Li Hua, resting for a few days will generally allow the cell strength to gradually recover, Kakashi said. But if he keeps using this secret technique continuously, his body is very likely to collapse. Hearing this, Li Hua realized the seriousness of the situation and promised not to use the secret technique unless absolutely necessary. The two completed the discharge procedures, and Li Hua informed his friends.
Everyone, including teacher Oshima, found it unbelievable. Truly monstrous recovery power. Dai said in amazement. You've worked hard recently. The school has approved a 7-day leave for you, teacher Oshima said without elaboration, as he had specially applied to the third Hokage for it. As long as there are no aftereffects, rest well for a few days, Lu Miao said with concern but a sharp tongue. The blessings from his teachers and friends made Li Hua feel warm. He began his 7-day break and agreed with Aotion to spend the first 5 days resting and preparing, and duel on the 6th day. During this time, Li Hua almost went to Kakashi's house every day and became a regular visitor, mainly to learn from Shuo Mao. Since their last duel at the Hataki residence, Shuo Mao had gone on an A-rank mission. After Li Hua recovered and Shuo Mao returned, Li Hua seized the opportunity to keep asking for guidance. Shuo Mao liked this studious and friendly young man very much and guided him without reservation. However, every time Li Hua came, he brought a large jar of blade oil, which troubled Shuo Mao. Li Hua said, I can't let Uncle Shuo Mao teach me for free. Shuo Mao thought, who sends only one kind of gift? Can't you bring a scabbard? During these 5 days, Li Hua trained at the Hataki residence during the day and went home at night to review and improve. He absorbed knowledge like a sponge, and even Kakashi advised him to rest. Li Hua said, I have a duel with Out Yen, so of course I need to prepare seriously. Kakashi was puzzled, with your strength, beating Out Yen should be easy. Li Hua said seriously, Out Yen has been preparing for months. He takes this match very seriously, so I have to respond earnestly as well. I believe he must be training hard right now. Sure enough, Out Yen was training diligently. His father, Uchiha Tinghua, spent a lot of money hiring elite jonin from the clan as private tutors. The teacher reported to Tinghua, young master trains very hard and always does extra practice. I don't know what his goal is, but I can sense he has a great sense of urgency. Time flew by quickly. After 5 days of training, Li Hua finally learned how to quickly launch the next wave of attack without exposing any flaws after a missed strike. The duel began, set at the abandoned training ground of the Uchiha clan. The place was overgrown with wild grass, and rusty kunai hung on wooden stakes. I really don't know how you guys found this place, Li Hua said. Out Yen arrived with 20 or 30 followers, making a grand scene, while Li Hua stood alone. I usually don't see you have any influence, how come so many people showed up? A group fight? Li Hua teased with a smile. Aotion responded calmly, they're just here to watch, don't worry. The two said no more and stepped into the arena. Their followers formed a circle, quietly watching. A gust of wind blew, making the weeds sway. The two figures clashed briefly, then quickly separated as the duel officially began. After some probing, Li Hua had a preliminary understanding of Aotion's strength. Compared to a few months ago, Aotion had improved greatly, with comprehensive enhancements in speed, power, reaction, and technique. Really giving it your all, Li Hua thought to himself. Aotion pulled out kunai, skillfully throwing them one after another, as if forged through countless trials. Li Hua's eyes were sharp and feet quick. He found the right path and dashed to escape the kunai's encirclement. Too naive. Aotion sneered. The last kunai struck the previously thrown dart, triggering a chain reaction. The kunai scattered in all directions, sealing off all of Li Hua's escape routes. This was exactly the Uchiha kunai throwing technique that Li Hua had been desperately pursuing. Seeing Li Hua surrounded by a dense barrage of kunai, he lightly swiped his right hand over his ninja tool pouch, and a kunai flew out smoothly. Then, Li Hua tapped the ground with his toes, the kunai flying in sync with his steps, skillfully deflecting the incoming kunai. The younger brothers watched in amazement as he turned danger into safety. Uchiha Li Hua is really formidable. I didn't believe it before, but now I understand why the boss fights so hard. I would have died 8 times over just now. Aotion, however, was completely unfazed. He knew Li Hua's performance was nothing special. His goal was to quickly close in while Li Hua was busy defending. As Aotion charged forward swiftly, a fierce stabbing punch came flying at high speed. Li Hua's eyes were sharp and hands quick. He had already seen the attack clearly. This kunai finally isn't so soft anymore. Li Hua's figure flickered, skillfully dodging Ao Tian's attack. Unexpectedly, Ao Tian struck Li Hua precisely. Although Ao Tian trained hard, he couldn't compare to Li Hua, who had a golden finger. That punch didn't cause Li Hua's serious injury, instead, it piqued his interest. I clearly dodged, so how did you hit me? Li Hua asked in confusion. I'll tell you if I win. Ao Tian didn't answer, and the two tangled again. In less than 3 moves, Li Hua sensed something. He realized that Ao Tian's attacks seemed wild and open, but in fact, he was using them to lure the enemy, predicting and dodging to a specific position, creating the illusion of an unavoidable strike. What if I dodge in an unexpected way, or simply don't dodge at all? A wild gleam flashed in Li Hua's eyes. Ao Tian's fist came again, but Li Hua didn't move an inch. Is Uchiha Li Hua stupid? Someone doubted. No, he's just overwhelmed by the blows, another replied. But Ao Tian's fist struck directly on Li Hua's left side, exactly where he usually dodged. Looks like I guessed right. Then your moves are meaningless. Li Hua sneered and threw a punch so fast that Ao Tian barely noticed. Ao Tian dodged hastily but was hit in the face, flying back in pain. I thought Uchiha fluid technique could subdue you, but I didn't expect to be defeated instead, Ao Tian said with a bitter smile. Uchiha fluid technique? Never heard of it, someone asked. It's a powerful physical technique relying on the Sharingan, predicting enemy moves and applying illusion interference, someone explained. Ao Tian said helplessly, I lack the talent to use it properly. Li Hua looked at Ao Tian, don't belittle yourself, remember your original intention, the duel isn't over yet. Listening to Li Hua's words, the confusion in Ao Tian's heart gradually dissipated, and his fighting spirit blazed up. The physical fight isn't over, I won't lose. Ao Tian charged forward fiercely, starting a new round with a flying kick. No matter what move he used, Li Hua could easily counter it. Li Hua was calm and composed, while Ao Tian was sweating on his forehead, gradually feeling exhausted. The onlooking juniors were all stunned. Their leader used to be famous in the Uchiha clan for his pranks. Since the entrance exam, the leader had been training with them every day, and many couldn't keep up. Whenever someone wanted to give up, they would look to the leader. The leader always trained twice as much as the juniors, which was why everyone persisted. But now, the usually extremely tough leader showed a tired side this time. Li Hua gave a shake, and Ao Tian was actually pushed back 10 steps. Li Hua slowly said, your fundamentals are solid, and you work hard enough, but you lack time accumulation, and your physical fitness still needs improvement. It's okay, as long as I persist, time will prove everything. Stop with the empty words. There's no time left. Ao Tian suddenly lost control, then calmly said, Uchiha Li Hua, I know you're strong. We don't need to compare ninjutsu, you've already won. But I want to know, just how strong are you? Let me see the true power of a genius. Li Hua understood that Ao Tian was unwilling to accept defeat. To respect his opponent, he decided to show his real skills. Then let me show you my usual limits. As the words fell, Li Hua's body trembled, an invisible wave of energy burst out, and the heavy weight he carried instantly slammed into the ground, creating a small pit. This weight is way too exaggerated. The younger brothers clearly felt Li Hua's aura greatly increase. Suddenly, Li Hua vanished from everyone's sight, and the next moment, he appeared like a ghost in front of Ao Tian, a sharp kunai pressed against Ao Tian's neck. You lost. Ao Tian lowered his head, lost and dejected. Seeing this, Li Hua asked in confusion, why are you trying so hard to surpass me? Completely disheartened, Ao Tian spoke, since I can remember, my father has always sighed, as if it was his nature. But whenever he faces me, he pretends nothing is wrong. I eavesdropped on his conversation with my uncle and learned that the Uchiha clan's situation is not good. I can't help. It wasn't until the first time you defeated me that I wanted to seek revenge on my father, and only then did I realize I had always lived in his shadow. Watching you train so hard, I thought, if I also work hard and become stronger, maybe father will stop sighing? As he spoke, Ao Tian shed 2 clear tears. After all, he was still a child, not strong enough in spirit. Li Hua patted his shoulder, the Uchiha clan has a large population, how could the situation be bad? Ao Tian looked up at Li Hua, as if truly understanding him for the first time. You don't understand the Uchiha. With the Hokage's suppression, the hawkish faction led by my father has less and less space. The dovish faction, however, is gradually growing stronger. But blind compromise will only let us be eroded step by step. Li Hua didn't believe that young Ao Tian would have such thoughts. It must have come from eavesdropping on his father's conversations. But what he said made sense, and the fact that the Uchiha were wiped out a few years later proved it. Li Hua asked, so what do you plan to do? Ao Tian stood still, smiling bitterly, I can't really say.
But soon, his expression grew firm. But I know that in the Uchiha clan, strength is the only way. Since I lost to you, I accept you as my big brother. Li Huo and the surrounding underlings were stunned. Everyone shouted in surprise, "Boss, don't leave us behind. We can't bear to lose you." Aotian looked around like a true boss. Everyone has seen it. Uchiha Li Huo is really strong, and I know him well. He is very kind. I have decided to recognize him as the big brother. Everyone trust me and follow me. Li Huo was about to decline, but Aotian stopped him with a word. With your ability, you will definitely be involved in major clan affairs in the future, and we will be your strong backing. Seeing the underlings still hesitant, Aotian shouted loudly, "Salute to big brother Li Huo." The underlings all shouted along, "Salute to big brother Li Huo." 20 or 30 people responded in unison, creating a shocking scene. Li Huo calmly thanked everyone for their trust. "Thank you all, I won't let you down." In the following days, Li Huo trained while learning about the subordinates from Aotian. The result was shocking. Aotian's underlings accounted for 2/5 of the contemporary Uchiha youths, a huge number. Aotian managed everything in an orderly manner, showing strong leadership. Li Huo firmly believed in trusting his people, so he gave Aotian full authority over team management, and combined with his own experience, he compiled a simple body conditioning method. This body conditioning method is simple but suitable for their age. With long-term practice, their physique will improve. In addition, based on his past life experience, Li Huo wrote a book titled Guidelines on Internal Unity and Mutual Assistance Within the Uchiha Clan, which he handed to Aotian, aiming to cultivate the youth's correct values from an early age. At first, the boys paid no attention, and even Aotian did not understand Li Huo's intentions. But when they truly helped their clan members and gained recognition, they enthusiastically devoted themselves to helping. Time flew by, and half a month later, Aotian returned home. "Father, I have finished the competition with Li Huo." His father said calmly, "I already knew." Aotian was puzzled. "Father, why?" His father smiled and said, "What can be hidden from me? I even read that guiding outline." "Then what do you think, father?" Aotian asked. "The writing style is not like a child's, but more like the political propaganda of the third Hokage. But the content is fine. The core is clan members helping each other. As long as it benefits the Uchiha, I support it. Not only that, I also helped that boy promote it vigorously." "Ah, father, you actually recommended this book to others?" Not only that, I secretly printed many copies and distributed them to the children of the Uchiha clan." "Isn't this just piracy?" Uchiha T thought to himself, "Mind your own business. Father, I plan to invite Li Huo over in 3 days. You still remember this matter? Alright, father will definitely treat your friend well." Aotian immediately informed Li Huo of the news. Although Li Huo was puzzled, he did not dare to refuse this kindness. Why would Aotian's father invite him at this time? Meanwhile, somewhere in Konoha, in the underground root base, a cold root member respectfully placed a book in front of Danzo. "Sir, this is a book that has recently become popular among the Uchiha clan." "Just a book, what's so important about it?" "The printer is Uchiha T, the real power elder of the Uchiha Hawk faction." "Oh?" Danzo's interest immediately piqued, and he began to carefully flip through it. Bang! Nonsense! Utter rubbish! He puts the clan's interests first, yet endangers the Hidden Leaf Village. The author is Uchiha Rifuka. Good, investigate Uchiha Rifuka, but be sure not to alert him. After saying this, Danzo stormed off angrily with the book in hand, heading toward the Hokage's office. Evening time, Hokage's office. Compared to the daytime hustle and bustle, the Hokage building was unusually quiet at dusk. Under the setting sun, the shadows in the dark silently guarded the Hokage. Suddenly, a figure burst into the Hokage building, storming straight toward the Hokage's office. The Yambu, seeing this, surprisingly allowed his actions. Bang! The door to the Hokage's office was suddenly pushed open, and the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, looked slightly surprised. "Danzo? What brings you here? Didn't you give any prior notice?" He made a move to pour tea for Danzo. But Danzo had already seen through it. Hizashi was just pretending to be confused. "Stop pretending. It's after work hours, you deliberately stayed behind to wait for me." Hizashi sat down leisurely and asked, "What brings you here this time? Is there trouble with the route?" Danzo calmed down and slammed the guiding outline heavily on the table. "Hizashi, take a look at what this Uchiha kid has written. He puts the clan's interests above all else, disregarding the safety of Konoha." The third Hokage flipped through the book carelessly, but Danzo could tell he was actually familiar with the content. After reading it, Hizashi just smiled. This kid does have ideas. A few months ago, he was shouting about becoming Hokage, and now he's concerned about the Uchiha. Seeing that his old friend still didn't realize the seriousness of the problem, Danzo was so angry he was hopping mad.
Uchiha Hiruzen.
The content of this book is detrimental to the village, and its printing is controlled by the Uchiha Hawk faction.
If this publication spreads throughout the entire Uchiha clan, do you know how serious the consequences will be?
Hiruzen fell silent, lost in thought. Danzo saw that the Hokage seemed to accept his idea, so he wanted to add fuel to the fire. That Uchiha Shisui is treacherous, he can't be left in the village.
It would be better to hand him over to Root for handling.
The third Hokage interrupted him. There's no need to worry too much about Uchiha Shisui.
A few months ago, I secretly sent Orochimaru to investigate. What? Orochimaru doesn't come to Root for experiments because of a young kid?
You said it yourself, he's not ordinary, the third Hokage reminded him but said no more.
Danzo was stunned for a moment, then loudly declared, in any case, this publication must be banned, and Uchiha Shisui must also accept Root's supervision.
Hiruzen sighed, Danzo, I am the Hokage. This angered Danzo, and he stormed out angrily, Hiruzen. You will regret this. The third Hokage smiled calmly, Danzo, people like you are destined never to become Hokage. The Uchiha's grievances run deep, it's better to ease the tension than to block it. Hastily banning publications will only invite more conflict. Solving problems is much harder than targeting the people involved. As long as we can make Uchiha Sasuke loyal to the village, even if he has ambitions, he will be firmly restrained. Thinking of this, Hiruzen smiled and suddenly stopped. I heard Nara Shikio is going to host a banquet for Uchiha Sasuke.
Why not take this opportunity to win him over?
He waved his hand, and a shadow quickly slipped out from the corner. Gaku, go get a roll of ranked Genjutsu scrolls and give it to Nara Shikio, so he understands my meaning. Also, tell Orochimaru to continue observing Uchiha Sasuke and, if necessary, test him. Gaku left silently, and Hiruzen was also preparing to finish work. At this time, Sasuke was training with Guy and Kakashi on the training ground.
Why do you think Ayaton's dad wants to see me?
Sasuke sat down, panting heavily, clearly having just finished intense training.
How would I know? Maybe because he knows you beat up his son and wants to set a trap to surround and beat you up?
Kakashi said sarcastically.
Don't worry about it so much.
Youth is about moving forward boldly. Hesitation like yours won't do, Guy interjected. Sasuke said helplessly, forget it, asking you to is a waste of breath.
Let's just keep training.
A few days later, Sasuke returned to school.
The promised Uchiha family banquet was to be held tonight.
He had already learned about the Uchiha family's preferences and bought gifts.
When elders invite, going empty-handed is rude. Following Outyin to his home, Lihua was shocked by the mansion before him.
Wow, Outyin, your house is so big, really impressive, truly a wealthy family.
Of course, boss, don't you know who my dad is? Outyin let go of his worries and smiled. If you want, I can give you a set.
A middle-aged man's voice came from behind Lihua, steady and powerful.
That's great. Lihua responded happily but suddenly froze. Dad, why are you out here? Outyin said with surprise.
Of course, to see just how powerful the new genius of the Uchiha clan really is. Uchiha Ting said with a smile. At this moment, Lihua awkwardly picked at his toes, finally coming back to his senses.
Hello, uncle, I am Uchiha Lihua.
I was a bit presumptuous earlier, please forgive me. This is a gift for you, I hope you will accept it. Seeing that the gift from Lihua was exactly to his liking, Uchiha Ting was very pleased. He thought to himself, strong, thoughtful, and polite, he hardly seems like an ordinary Uchiha. This young man is no simpleton. But he said aloud, indeed, heroes emerge from the young.
Come, let's go inside and sit.
After speaking, he led the way into the house. Only then did Lihua realize that he hadn't noticed Ting behind him.
First it was teacher Oshima, now it's Outyen's father. Why is everyone so low-key?
The three of them sat down inside and began some simple small talk. The topics were nothing more than getting to know each other's backgrounds and sharing experiences, mostly casual conversation. After several rounds of drinks and a variety of dishes, the meal was drawing to a close.
Yet Lihua had a faint feeling that tonight's dinner was far from ordinary. Xiao Lihua, which do you think is more important, the village or the clan?
Ting suddenly asked. Although still tipsy, his eyes were unusually clear.
Lihua had already heard from Outyen that Uchiha Ting was a hawkish elder with real power, far-sighted and tough in his methods.
He understood that this question was the real purpose of tonight's dinner gathering.
I was born into the Uchiha clan.
It was my uncles and aunts in the clan who raised me, they are the people closest to me.
Lihua did not answer directly, which made Ting appreciate him even more. To be honest, Uncle doesn't like beating around the bush, only a sincere heart. I even funded the printing and distribution of your work to more Uchiha youths. I hope you don't mind Uncle's good intentions. Ting's words chilled Li Hua's heart. This was no mere politeness, it was clearly an open strategy. Don't want to take sides? Then I'll help you take sides. Li Hua was clear-headed once it was known that the printer was from the hawkish faction. How would the other forces react? There was no doubt that he was already half bound to the hawkish camp. Ting didn't let him think too much and continued to ask, if two factions arise within the clan, one favoring clan interests and the other favoring the village's interests, what would you do? Ting's eyes were blurry with intoxication, but his momentum suddenly surged. According to Ting's thinking, such a big issue would usually make a young person hesitate, and with this momentum, it would easily catch the other party off guard. At this moment, Li Hua no longer hesitated and said firmly, no matter whose interests are involved, as long as innocent people are harmed, I will fight to the end. Ting was surprised by his decisiveness and felt there was more to Li Hua's words. Satisfied, he waved his hand to activate the secret technique scatter coins, not only covering all of Li Hua's cultivation expenses but also providing fixed resources in silver monthly. Li Hua humbly said, Elder Ting, I also have some family background. Ting smiled and said, little Li Hua wants to improve his strength, right? Li Hua nodded. Ting felt relieved and happily gave him an A-grade ninja technique scroll. Li Hua was overjoyed and gratefully accepted. After some small talk, he took his leave. On the way, Li Hua thought, improving strength is key. More and more big players are eyeing me, so I must get stronger quickly. When he got home, Li Hua found a key on his desk, with an address in the most prosperous area of the Uchiha clan's territory, obviously a gift from Ting. He secretly sighed, the Aokian family is really wealthy, casually giving away an apartment. But he didn't want to move in, thinking, taking sides too early makes you vulnerable to schemes. I'm still just a fledgling genius. He knew that showing strength was to attract more resource support. If he took sides too early, hostile forces wouldn't give him any chance. It's good to keep this house, but if I really live there, it might be a hot seat. In the following days, Li Hua continued attending school as usual, intensifying his training with Kai and Kakashi to boost his confidence. He repeatedly sought practical combat advice from Shikamaru. After much effort, he was able to spar with Shikamaru for more than 10 moves without Shikamaru using any killing techniques. Shikamaru sighed, Li Hua is improving really fast. If he trains for a few more years, us old guys might not have any place to show our skills. Li Hua smiled and said, Uncle Shikamaru still has his charm. The title, Konoha Whitefang, is truly well deserved. Though a compliment, it was Li Hua's sincere respect. It must be understood that only names can be mistaken, but nicknames are never called wrong. The title, Konoha Whitefang, was earned through fierce battles on the blood and fire battlefield. Every time Li Hua sparred with Shikamaru, he felt a powerful sense of oppression, a helplessness that no matter what means he used, escape was difficult. Uncle Shikamaru, where is the Jonin who is currently developing the unmarked ninja techniques Minato Namikaze? Li Hua asked seemingly casually but with intention. After all, Minato was the famous Golden Flash. If he could learn the Flying Thunder God technique from him, it would be a huge gain. Although Li Hua had already mastered the basic 5-element ninjutsu, that was just transitional gear, while the Flying Thunder God technique was one of the few true spacetime ninjutsu, the graduation gear, usable for a lifetime. Minato was very likely to have mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, so how could Li Hua not be tempted? Shikamaru patted Li Hua's head and patiently explained, he is currently on an A-rank mission that only he can complete, so he can't guide you yet. Okay, if you have time, please recommend me to him, Li Hua replied with a smile, though he was eager inside to learn the Flying Thunder God technique. After bidding farewell to Shikamaru, Li Hua headed straight to the training ground to practice with Kai and Kakashi. Watching Li Hua's back, Shikamaru sighed, this kid is almost at Chunin level, truly a heroic youth. Days passed by, and Lu Miao told Li Hua that he would soon be invited to a family banquet to thank him for saving a life. Li Hua gladly accepted and sensed some hidden matters from Lu Miao's words. The Nara family took too long to prepare this time. Like the Uchiha clan, who invited me to a feast not long after I defeated Aoten, the Nara family's lengthy preparation seems a bit strange. Plus, they have always been supporters of the Hokage faction, so this family feast might secretly carry the goodwill of the third Hokage. Rika looked forward to receiving something good. During school, he quietly patted Akakumo's head. He had wanted to do this before, but Asuma was always watching closely. This time, he finally seized the opportunity. Feels nice. After patting her, Rika quickly ran away to avoid Asuma's furious barking. Ding! Head pat for D-rank ninja, Akakumo, choose one of the following rewards. 10,000 yen.
Original Flavor Girl Plush Bear.
Slight increase in genjutsu talent. Rika smiled wryly. I knew it, this little brat doesn't have anything good. Especially the second option, which was completely unappealing. This kind of thing is barely usable by Asuma, I can't use it myself. Rika chose slight increase in genjutsu talent without hesitation. System, what exactly is the use of this slight increase in genjutsu talent? He asked.
Host, as the name suggests, it can enhance your genjutsu talent while also boosting your genjutsu resistance, the system replied. With the mindset of small but complete, Lihua chose this talent. This upgrade came quickly and went just as fast, with almost no pain, but Lihua soon felt the benefits it brought. With this talent, he could actually slightly interfere with others' chakra. It should be known that genjutsu works by disturbing and controlling the opponent's chakra, causing them to lose the ability to act or even suffer a mental breakdown. Now, he could mildly control others' chakra, making learning and performing genjutsu much easier. Better than nothing, Lihua muttered to himself, but I still need to focus on improving my raw strength. Only by becoming stronger could he come into contact with more powerful people and touch greater power. With this realization, he continued to bury himself in training. Meanwhile, somewhere in the Konoha Root underground base, inside the laboratory. Bang! The laboratory door was suddenly pushed open, and a dozen Root members filed in one after another, instantly making the atmosphere tense and heavy. Danzo entered with a dark expression, angrily scolding, Orochimaru. Do you have any sense of discipline? Since you're cooperating with me, you have to follow Root's rules. Instead of researching in the lab, you're taking orders from Hiruzen to investigate the Uchiha brat. I'll give you two choices, cooperate, or we both suffer. With the things you've been doing behind the scenes, I guarantee your reputation in Konoha will be ruined. Everyone in the lab remained silent from beginning to end, but that silence pressed down on everyone like a weight, and they immediately went on high alert. The only person who could make Danzo, the leader of Konoha Esumbu Root, take such notice was the renowned Sannin, the Cold Lord Orochimaru. Haha, Mr. Danzo, don't get so worked up, my pets might get scared. Orochimaru finally spoke, and as soon as he finished, a white snake silently appeared around everyone's necks. What? When did? Even the usually cold and ruthless Root members couldn't hide their shock. No one wanted their life to be controlled by someone else. Orochimaru continued, Mr. Danzo, I promise the research I agreed to will be completed on time. But right now, I've found an interesting little fellow. Don't think I don't know who you're talking about, Danzo replied coldly. Danzo spoke loudly, Root is not to be trifled with. He caused trouble in the Uchiha clan at such a young age. If we let him develop unchecked, he will surely become a great threat in the future. Ah, Uchiha Riwo, this boy has indeed given me quite a few surprises. Orochimaru seemed to imply something, but Danzo didn't like such hints. However, he also understood that for now, they still had to rely on Orochimaru's wisdom. To easily control Orochimaru, Root's strength was far from enough. Orochimaru, whatever you plan to do, first do your job well. Our cooperation concerns the future of Konoha. After saying this, Danzo swept his sleeve and left, leaving behind a faint remark, if possible, recruit Uchiha Riwo into Root. The Root members silently withdrew as well, and the tense atmosphere instantly dissipated. Orochimaru's expression remained unchanged as he calmly paced in the laboratory, his fingers lightly touching the petri dish. Concerned about Konoha's future? Ridiculous, I think it's your ambition driving you. He chuckled softly, Uchiha Riwo, you're becoming more and more interesting. I truly look forward to our meeting that day. Won't be far off. He continued to focus on his research. No signs of life again. Hashirama's cells are really powerful. Just as he was about to call someone to clean up the specimen, the life monitor suddenly emitted a faint beeping sound. A frenzy flashed in Orochimaru's eyes as he rushed to the petri dish, staring at the boy immersed in the liquid. He quickly checked, and the results showed the boy's Hashirama cell transplant was successful. He had come back to life. Haha, looks like the direction wasn't wrong, Orochimaru said with a smile. I wonder if it's coincidence or fate. A few days later, Riwo received a formal invitation sent by Liumiao. It's not even a party, why so formal? Riwo was a bit puzzled. Liumiao pretended to be indifferent, my parents asked me to deliver it. But inside, her heart fluttered as she thought, how can someone be this handsome? Alright, then thank uncle and aunt for me, Riwo smiled as he took the invitation. Seeing this, Liumiao was secretly pleased and patted Riwo's shoulder. Come on, I'll take you to buy a gift. Buy what? You always bring gifts when interviewing elders. I'll help you pick one. Ha, then thank you. I'll treat you to 3 colored dumplings. The two set off laughing. They didn't say much along the way and finally arrived at the agreed evening.
Riwo carried a delicate gift and headed toward Liu Miao's home.
From afar, he saw Liu Miao standing at the door to greet him, wearing home clothes printed with the Nara clan emblem, glancing around while rubbing her slightly sore calves. "That annoying Riwo, making me wait so long at the door," she muttered, "although it's still 10 minutes early, can't that idiot come a little earlier?"
Listening to Lu Miao's rambling, Li Hua couldn't help but laugh and quickly stepped forward. "Sorry to keep you waiting."
Hearing the voice, Lu Miao stopped what she was doing, her face slightly flushed.
Who is it?" "Me? I just happened to come out for a walk. Since you're here, come on in."
Li Hua didn't say much, only softly said, "Sorry to bother you," and followed her into the house. As soon as he entered, Li Hua immediately felt the warmth here. Although he had lost his parents in this life, it was clear that Lu Miao's home was well kept. Obviously, there was a capable hostess, and the host also participated in the housework. There were no signs of conflict in the family.
Lu Miao's parents warmly welcomed Li Hua, and the two got along well.
After some small talk, they saw the gifts Li Hua had brought, their expressions turning serious and moved. "We've long heard from Lu Miao that you are very polite, and seeing you today confirms it," they said.
"But we can't accept these gifts. The reason we invited you this time was to thank you for saving Lu Miao, so how could we accept your gifts?"
"Yeah, take it back, Xiao Li Hua," Lu Miao agreed.
Li Hua didn't insist and formally began eating.
At the family banquet, he clearly felt that this place was very different from the Outyan family.
The atmosphere at the Outyan family's meals was serious, with deep topics, and Outyan rarely spoke.
But at Lu Miao's house, Lu Miao would occasionally interrupt, making everyone laugh heartily.
Li Hua thought, maybe this is what a real home is.
After several rounds of wine and a variety of dishes, Lu Miao's father unusually became serious, seeming to want to say something important.
Everyone understood, even Lu Miao knew that this family banquet was more than just a thank you.
"Li Hua, what are your thoughts on the village?"
Lu Miao's father was the first to speak, asking a profound question that children from the Ninja Academy couldn't easily answer.
Li Hua, however, was calm. He knew this meant the Hokage side was officially testing him.
Before Konoha was established, it was the Warring States period, with constant conflicts among tribes, and everyone lived in fear, he answered. "Since the founding of Konoha, the first Hokage Senju Hashirama and my ancestor Uchiha Madara brought peace by ending the chaos. Although disputes still occur, I feel more care here in Konoha." These words were sincere. Since crossing over, Li Hua clearly felt the harmonious atmosphere permeating Konoha. Although sometimes unstable, the people here supported each other with laughter and joy. Kakashi, Dai, Lu Miao, and teacher Oshima all unconsciously deepened Li Hua's sense of belonging to Konoha. Lu Miao's father was obviously shocked by Li Hua's fluent answers, not expecting the boy before him to be so clever. Then he asked several more questions, all of which Li Hua answered one by one. Li Hua was well aware of the pain points within the Hokage faction, and his answers always earned the approval of Lu Miao's family, establishing his image as a young man who loves the village. "Li Hua, uncle can see that you are truly a good young man who loves the village." Uncle won't ask any more questions.
"Actually, your Hokage grandpa knew you were coming today and specially prepared a gift to commend you for bravely saving Lu Miao." Li Hua thought to himself, the long-awaited moment of receiving gold coins has finally arrived.
"Two senior elders, hurry up and show me the good stuff."
"First of all, our whole family is very grateful to you. We are giving you a set of exquisite ninja tools, along with 3 boxes of top-grade soldier rations.
The side effects have been minimized. You can use them in emergencies." Lu Miao's father finished speaking and handed the gift to Li Hua.
Li Hua looked at the gift in his hands, his heart blooming with joy, but he knew the main event had not yet arrived.
Sure enough, Lu Miao's father smiled and said,
"The chiefs of the pig deer butterfly tribes also know that this little genius has arrived. They specially asked me to say that your training funds for the next 6 months are on us. Not only that, if you need help from the pig deer butterfly tribes, as long as the Hokage agrees, we will definitely give our full support." Hearing this, Li Hua was overjoyed. These 3 families are really generous. It seems the old Hokage really intends to win them over, otherwise, the 3 tribes wouldn't be so generous. Finally, the Hokage also sent a special gift. "The Hokage knows your ninjutsu and taijutsu are good, but your genjutsu is a bit weak, so he specially grants you an A-rank genjutsu." Li Hua was simply stunned upon hearing this. "Oh my god, this is from a big shot. Getting an A-rank ninjutsu gift is even harder than tomb raiding. Thank you, Lord Hokage, the 3 clan leaders, and uncle."
"I wonder what kind of genjutsu it is?" Li Hua asked eagerly. "The Nirvana Hermitage Technique." The Nirvana Hermitage Technique, many may have already forgotten it.
It was an A-rank genjutsu released by Kabuto during the Chunin exams, causing the audience to fall asleep as a signal for Orochimaru's attack on the Sand Ninja. When cast, white feather illusions descend from the sky, and those who see them immediately fall asleep. This technique has a large control range, but its drawbacks are obvious. It is difficult to learn, and Jonin, Chunin, and Genjutsu skilled genin can break it.
Although it is an A-rank genjutsu, its effect is limited in one-on-one combat.
As a gift, it shows the Hokage's regard without revealing stronger ninjutsu, making it very appropriate. Lihua instantly understood the pros and cons but kept quiet. After all, even a mosquito is still meat. This ninjutsu isn't very useful in one-on-one fights, but its strategic and tactical value is extremely high. It might come in handy someday. Lihua gladly accepted it and repeatedly expressed his thanks.
After the official matters were done, the family resumed their cheerful conversation and enjoyed themselves.
Soon, Lihua said his goodbyes, noting that it was late and not suitable to stay long.
Lu Miao wanted to see him off but was politely declined. Lihua said she should escort him home, as it would be more convenient for him to walk alone.
Lu Miao understood and reminded him, "It's rare you have this thoughtfulness, be careful on the road."
Lihua nodded, said farewell, and set off for home. The Nara clan territory was far from the Uchiha clan territory. It was already late, and Lihua didn't want to waste time. He was eager to learn the Nirvana Hermitage technique to improve his strength. So he quickly moved between buildings, trying not to disturb the residents' rest. Halfway through, he suddenly felt a chill on his back, and a sense of danger surged. He swiftly waved his hand, and a kunai sliced through the night. Sparks flew as Lihua precisely deflected the incoming kunai. Didn't he expect the kunai I just got to come in handy? He thought, shouting loudly, in broad daylight, "Who is attacking Konoha village? Come out quickly, the Konoha Umbu are not to be trifled with." On the surface, he was shouting loudly, but in reality, he was stalling for time. An ambush should be secret and not easily exposed. Lihua knew this well. Taking the opportunity, he focused his mind, simple sage mode, activate. A breeze spread, and his aura surged. The attacker sensed the change in aura and began to move. Lihua snorted coldly, "Trying to run? Where do you think you're going?" He used the mountain's secret technique perception, mixing chakra with natural energy to spread around and quickly lock onto the opponent. "Found you." Lihua laughed and charged at the attacker like a cannonball. The night was sparsely populated, and his high-speed movement and ability to shoot precise kunai were deliberate. He was determined to catch the opponent. The two chased each other. The attacker had nowhere to escape and was soon forced into an abandoned training ground. Lihua said coldly, "Speak. Why did you ambush me?" Lihua shouted loudly. The attacker heard the voice, no longer hesitated, and slowly stepped out of the shadows. Seeing the opponent's appearance, Lihua's pupils contracted, and he immediately took a battle stance. The attacker was about in his 20s, tall and slender, wearing a Konoha Jonin vest. The forehead protector on his head reflected faintly under the moonlight, his face pale. But what shocked Lihua the most was that he noticed there seemed to be another forehead protector hidden inside the opponent's Jonin vest. This was very likely a ninja from another village. Alarm bells rang loudly in Lihua's mind, his muscles tensed, ready to react swiftly. Of course, I'm here to see you, the newly risen Uchiha genius," the other sneered coldly. Lihua looked at the opponent's relaxed yet tight stance, growing even more cautious. "If you're just here to see me, then why throw kunai first?" Lihua questioned. He quickly formed hand seals in secret, mobilized chakra, and prepared to use shadow clone technique combined with earth release, mental decapitation technique, ready to briefly burrow underground and escape. As long as the shadow clone got out of the enemy's perception range, it would be safe. Where did the shadow clone go, you ask? Of course, it went to the Konoha security squad. That's the Uchiha's old stronghold. Who would foolishly fight alone against an unknown ninja? Calling for reinforcements is the right way. However, unexpectedly. Bang! Amidst the spreading smoke, Lihua's shadow clone dissipated in the open space 100 meters away. The shadow clone's memories quickly transmitted back to Lihua's mind, and he was horrified to find that the opponent was so powerful. Too strong. This was clearly a trap deliberately set by the other party. Don't waste time with these little tricks. The attacker remained casual, and Lihua knew this would be the toughest battle since he crossed over. Only by giving his all would he have a chance to win. Seeing that the opponent had not yet made a move, Lihua quickly summoned the system to check his strength. Host Uchiha Lihua. Ninjutsu 3 Bodies Technique, Great Fireball Technique, Phoenix Fire Technique, Great Waterfall Technique, Earth Flow Wall, Telescope Technique, Shuriken Shadow Clone, Water Formation Wall, Perception, Rasengan.
Taijutsu Konoha Steel Style Taijutsu, 1000 Throwing, Life Return, Uchiha Kunai Throwing Method, Simple Frog Group Hand.
Genjutsu none for now.
Chakra 1/10 of a card equivalent to 1% of Hatake Kakashi's chakra, able to continuously release 8 to 9 ninjutsu without exhaustion.
Kekei Genkai Maiten. Strength Chunin.
After this period of training, Liyue has gained greatly. He has not only mastered the complete Konoha Steel-style taijutsu but also consulted Outyen and his private teacher about the Uchiha Kunai throwing method.
Through relentless effort, he has finally become proficient in these two practical skills. With the increase in strength, the chakra also increased significantly, finally enough to support the release of 8 or 9 ninjutsu without collapsing.
Liyue's strength had already reached the level of a chunin. Looking at the attribute panel, his eyes shifted, and a plan immediately formed in his mind.
First, he needed to find out if the other party was from Konoha, friend or foe.
If they were from Konoha, then negotiate first. If that failed, find an opportunity for revenge. But if they were enemies, a bloody battle would inevitably break out. He had to use his ultimate move to completely trap the enemy. Especially such a strong opponent, Liyue began to fantasize about the rewards he would get after capturing him.
How long are you going to keep daydreaming? If you don't move, I'll make the first move.
The cold voice pulled Liyue back from his thoughts. Before he could react, the attacker did not strike but slowly approached. In Liyue's eyes, this was not a human at all, but the embodiment of terror. That murderous aura and malice were like a concentrated nightmare of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Liyue trembled all over. If he moved even slightly, he would surely die without a grave. How could he possibly defeat such a terrifying existence? His mind was in chaos, but his body was frozen. He could only watch helplessly as the enemy closed in step by step.
Hurry, think of something. He frantically thought. Suddenly, he recalled how Erjuzi had dealt with Orochimaru's intimidating presence during the Chunin exams. Right, pain.
Erjuzi had stabbed himself with a kunai to break the genjutsu. A flash of clarity appeared in Liyue's eyes. He immediately bit his tongue, the piercing pain allowing him to regain control of his body. He felt the previously acquired illusion talent amplification take effect, indicating that the opponent was using illusions to exaggerate their momentum.
This move is brilliant.
But he didn't rush to act, continuing to feign fear as he watched the enemy approach step by step. Liyue's act was so convincing, he practically had the potential for an Oscar for Best Actor.
The opponent, however, didn't notice and laughed, saying, the newly risen genius Uchiha Liyue?
Not much more than this. Full of confidence and contempt.
Liyue understood that now was the best moment. If he missed it, it would be even harder to fight later. He thought quickly and finally settled on a plan that was both risky and reliable. As the enemy neared, Liyue suddenly launched his attack. The explosive power in both legs quickly withdrew, and the counterforce of the monstrous strength even cracked the ground.
While flying, Liyue rapidly formed hand seals with both hands.
With the assistance of shadow-level chakra, he instantly launched multiple ninjutsu. Shadow clone technique. Bang!
2 clones identical to Liyue immediately appeared.
Ready, Liyue didn't wait for the enemy's reaction, pushing off with his foot to charge at the opponent. The clones were not idle either. They quickly formed hand seals while shouting simultaneously, Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. Fire Release, Phoenix Flower Fire Technique.
A huge fireball, carrying scorching heat, rushed straight at the enemy. If the great fireballs of Erzuzi and Outyen were the level of ordinary Uchiha youths, then Liyue's fireball was worthy of an elite Uchiha Chunin's strength. Immediately after, countless small fireballs flew toward the enemy in an arcing trajectory, almost blocking all escape routes. Liyue's main body deliberately slowed his pace and began throwing kunai to harass.
Oh!
So quickly united in cooperation. Although the enemy was a chunin, he was forced to concentrate fully, but he wore a relaxed smile.
Although Liyue's kunai lacked the enhancement of the Sharingan, his technique was superb.
The kunai spun and collided in the air, sealing off all escape routes for the enemy. The enemy lightly flipped his hand, and a kunai appeared, meeting the flying kunai without hesitation. The 2 kunai clashed in midair, unexpectedly disrupting Liyue's formation. No Sharingan, so your kunai throwing is just rigid. The enemy sneered mockingly. Then, huge fireballs and phoenix flame attacks came one after another, but this formidable opponent easily dodged, stepping out of the attack range in just a few moves.
Boom!
The fireball exploded on the ground, kicking up dust, but it did not harm the target. Liyue was not disappointed. His goal was to use the light and sound of the fire to attract the attention of the guards and the Ambu. This opponent's momentum was terrifying. Recklessly fighting head-on would only mean death. The enemy landed lightly, smiling calmly, "Don't make useless struggles.
I've already set up a barrier no one outside can see in here. Who would have thought that the essence of the will of fire would appear behind enemy lines like a ghost in the thick smoke? Found you. He spread his hands, a pale blue chakra sphere flashing, a dangerous aura spreading. This sudden unmarked ninjutsu threw the enemy into chaos. Rasengan.
Without hesitation, the will of fire fiercely pushed the Rasengan toward the enemy. But the enemy grabbed the will of fire's wrist, using great strength to slam the Rasengan into the ground.
Boom!
The Rasengan struck the ground, instantly sending dust and smoke into the air, and the earth cracked open with a huge fissure.
The will of fire was shocked by the enemy's reaction and immense power, whispering, "Who exactly is this?" The enemy showed no mercy, kicking the will of fire dozens of meters away.
Coughing and in severe pain, the will of fire, though well trained, appeared incredibly vulnerable at this moment. But he refused to give up, his fighting spirit blazing fiercely in his heart. "This place is sealed by a barrier. Unless we defeat the opponent, we cannot leave." Since crossing over, it was the first time Li Huo encountered such a formidable enemy, feeling unprecedented pressure. The feeling of life and death on the edge is quite thrilling. The simple immortal mode was about to end. He knew he had to fight quickly and decisively. Lacking strength, he could only rely on external help. While using life energy to heal, he quickly thought of a countermeasure. His eyes shifted slightly, a flash of inspiration. His yet unrevealed secret move was only Ming Dun. This was his trump card. He had to use it when the enemy was unprepared to seize their power and turn the tide. The plan was set as the thick fog cleared. Most of his injuries had also healed.
The decisive battle is about to erupt.
The thick smoke gradually dissipates, and the enemy's voice comes from afar.
Hihi, self-created unmarked rank ninjutsu, truly impressive. Uchiha Rika, well-deserved reputation. The voice is low and hoarse. Though it is praise, Rika feels no joy.
He understands that despite using all means, the enemy can still counter each one.
"Oh? You also master medical ninjutsu?" The mocking voice arrives, tightening Rika's heart.
Dark Release is the last trump card. It must strike the enemy at the right moment to survive. As the thick smoke clears, the enemy's voice sounds, "Took my time finding you."
Wind Release, great breakthrough. Liyue sensed a powerful chakra fluctuation approaching.
This wind release is terrifying.
A fierce gale surged forward, carrying a sharp cutting sensation.
Dust flew everywhere, and the field was instantly cleared.
Alarms rang loudly in Lihua's mind. He knew he couldn't confront it head-on. He quickly exerted force, struggling to dodge out of the wind's range.
The strong wind struck a wooden stake in the training ground, which snapped with a crack. What surprised Lihua even more was that the broken wooden stake was covered with dense, intricate scratches. Amid the varying depths, Lihua realized that during the breakthrough, his opponent had actually incorporated wind nature transformation. Although it couldn't compare to Naruto's wind release, Rasen Shuriken, it forcibly elevated an originally C-rank ninjutsu to a rank destructive power. This was definitely a master among masters. He absolutely could not let him control the pace any longer. With this thought, Lihua hesitated not a moment and charged fiercely toward the enemy. Not bad speed, but the route is too straight. The enemy spoke as he quickly formed hand seals, unleashing countless tiny wind blades from his hands, shooting forward with a cold aura. Lihua knew these invisible wind blades were extremely deadly. Once hit, he would be cut to pieces. At this moment, he regretted not asking Shuomao about footwork. His own wide and forceful punches couldn't evade the encircling wind blades. Burning with rage, Lihua decided to trade injury for injury. He didn't slow down. He dodged when he could, and when he couldn't he fought back with all his might. Success or failure hinged on this one battle. The enemy saw Lihua charging into the wind blades and exclaimed in surprise, "Changing tactics? Don't make it easy for me to block you." He increased his output, weaving the wind blades into a dense attack net. Lihua rushed forward, facing the oncoming wind blades. His pupils contracted sharply as he suddenly extended his left hand. Dark Escape Absorb Point. A powerful suction instantly drew the wind blades into his body, and the originally deadly blades dissipated in an instant. With chakra filling his body, Lihua felt his power overflowing and couldn't help but grin. "That kick just now is for you." Before finishing his sentence, his right hand reached toward the enemy's head, and he leapt forward with a whip-like leg, delivering a fierce kick. The enemy was kicked into a black shadow, flying backward and crashing to the ground, breaking several large trees before stopping. Amid the smoke, he slowly stood up. Ding! Congratulations on the head pat. Lihua felt his chakra surge explosively inside. Facing the enemy who had been suppressing him all along, his anger blazed fiercely. A bold thought surged through his mind. He had never fought so fiercely in his life, and today, no matter if the Heavenly King himself came, he would take the challenge. Ignoring the system prompt, Lihua quickly formed hand seals, and two shadow clones suddenly appeared.
He spread both hands, and a pale blue Rasengan instantly condensed into shape. It wasn't over yet.
The two shadow clones assisted nearby. One maintained the Rasengan-S form, while the other infused it with wind attribute transformation using shadow-level chakra. Success or failure was at this moment. Feeling the natural energy rapidly depleting, Lihua knew the simple sage mode was about to end.
Wind release, spiral shuriken.
A huge chakra shuriken appeared in his hand, spinning rapidly and emitting a piercing sound, stirring countless wind blades around. Lihua used all his strength to throw the shuriken at the enemy, and the simple sage mode dissipated accordingly. Watching the shuriken fly away, Lihua steadied his mind. This was already his strongest strike.
System, whose head did I touch?
I need to carefully choose the reward.
If he is not dead, I can still make use of him. Ding! Head touch a rank ninja, Orochimaru, choose any 3 rewards. Ha! So it's the old acquaintance Orochi. Wait! Orochimaru? Isn't he a ninja from the enemy country? Countless questions surged in Lihua's mind. Why is he disguising himself as an enemy country's ninja? Why attack his own side? What impact will the exposure of the trump card have?
These thoughts tangled in his mind, making it difficult for him to decide for a moment.
Watching the shuriken fly away, Lihua silently decided, if that's the case, I'll choose the reward first. Save someone? Don't be ridiculous.
Even if Kaku was that strong, he could still leave a life in the spiral shuriken, let alone Orochimaru.
Lihua was not worried at all about whether Orochimaru could survive, because the answer was obvious.
This battle would completely change his situation in Konoha. Whether good or bad was unclear, but if he didn't improve his strength, he would only be at the mercy of others.
As the shuriken precisely hit Orochimaru, the fine chakra blade erupted. Although it was the first attempt, the lethality was not as terrifying as Naruto's in the original story, but it was already deadly enough for an elite jonin. System, claim reward. Ding! Head patting a rank ninja, Orochimaru, choose any 3 rewards.
Erasure face technique.
5 elements seal.
Summoning technique, triple Rashomon.
Significant physical enhancement. 3 random Orochimaru style ninjutsu. 5 random wind release ninjutsu. So generous.
The flames of excitement dazzled his eyes. Although lacking top-tier ninjutsu like Edo Tensei and Yamada no Jutsu from Orochimaru's later stage, these rewards were enough for him to upgrade his equipment. He hesitated not at all, knowing that once the aftereffects of the Rasengan ended, Orochimaru would inevitably appear, entering the final stage. He had to fight with all his might for the chips.
System, I choose.
Triple Rashomon, significant physical enhancement, and 3 random Orochimaru-style ninjutsu.
Rewards will be granted immediately.
With a sharp cry in his heart, Lihua felt the familiar pain rapidly spread throughout his body. This time, he didn't feel weary. Instead, he felt an immense sense of relief. Because in front of this man, only by possessing enough chips and value could one gain the right to communicate on equal terms. Feeling the pain of his body being strengthened, Lihua quietly watched the Rasengan recklessly destroy the area where Orochimaru had just stayed. Choosing these 3 rewards was the result of Lihua's careful consideration. First, the improvement in physical quality goes without saying. The scene just now, where Orochimaru pinned the Rasengan to the ground, was the best proof. Without matching physical quality, no matter how strong the ninjutsu, it would be difficult to unleash its full power. Second, the triple Rashomon and Orochimaru-style ninjutsu hid Lihua's little scheme. As his strength increased, more and more people would target him, inevitably facing a variety of attacks. The triple Rashomon would be one of his trump cards. The triple Rashomon is inherited from the first Hokage's 5-fold Rashomon. It can summon 3 layers of protective walls that absorb and disperse attacks. The first gate takes the attack head-on, the second gate weakens its power, and the third gate diffuses the pressure. In this way, the enemy's attack is greatly reduced in strength before reaching the user. Since the first Hokage, only Orochimaru has been able to perform this absolute defense ninjutsu. Its power is extraordinary, having been used to withstand the 4 tails Naruto's tailed beast ball, demonstrating its formidable defense. The final reward is Orochimaru-style ninjutsu, which is purely a gamble for Lihua. Erasing face is too cruel, wind release ninjutsu he currently doesn't lack, and 5 element seal is not very useful at the moment. Sealing techniques can still be learned from Kushina. But Orochimaru-style ninjutsu is exclusively owned by Snake Uncle, and among them, the Orochimaru-style substitute technique is a life-saving skill that any time traveler dreams of. After a painful transformation, Lihua's body, originally exhausted from fierce battles, suddenly surged with great power. This time, his physical quality improvement was exponential, even surpassing Guy, who trains day and night. If Liyue were to fight Kakashi again now, relying solely on taijutsu, Kakashi would be knocked away within at most 50 moves, even considering the added advantage of the Hataki sword technique. If the opponent were Orochimaru, Liyue would at least no longer be in a sorry state. The triple Rashomon was also quickly mastered. Liyue can now skillfully use defense techniques, with skills not inferior to Orochimaru's in the slightest. At that moment, the system prompt sounded, ding. Beginning to draw 3 random Orochimaru-style ninjutsu. The cold mechanical voice echoed in Liyue's mind. He knew the key to survival lay here. Congratulations, host has obtained B-rank ninjutsu Shadow Multi-Snake Hands. Snake Uncle's signature ninjutsu. Congratulations, host has obtained soft body modification. Liyue frowned helplessly. Congratulations to the host for acquiring Orochimaru-style substitute technique. Liyue was overjoyed inside. He knew these ninjutsu were his lifeline. Even if he completely severed ties with Orochimaru and Konoha, he still had a slim chance of survival. Then, the methods for using these 3 ninjutsu appeared in his mind. But the Shadow Snake Hands required signing a summoning contract with Ryakudo, which gave Liyue a headache. After all, Orochimaru and Akadama had done the same. The other 2 ninjutsu, Liyue had already fully mastered, and he could even use the Orochimaru-style substitute technique to escape death like Orochimaru himself. Finally, after Liyue digested all the rewards, the power of the spiral shuriken also faded away. A large pit appeared where the attack had landed, filled with marks cut by wind blades. No living creature survived except the soil. Suddenly, a white snake as thick as an arm crawled out from the bottom of the pit, obviously having burrowed underground before the spiral shuriken exploded. The snake opened its mouth, revealing a pair of pale arms. It was Orochimaru. He climbed out of the snake's mouth unharmed. Although covered in slime, a ninja who could survive a full body attack from the spiral shuriken was extremely rare. Combining self-created A-rank ninjutsu with nature transformation to form a powerful S-rank ninjutsu? Orochimaru's hoarse voice came, but with some weakness. Obviously this escape had cost him a lot of effort. What a powerful young man, Uchiha Liyue, you are becoming more and more interesting to me. He stuck out his long tongue and licked his lips. Stop probing, Lord Orochimaru, I already know your identity. Liyue said loudly, his clenched fists revealing his nervousness. He was gambling, betting on whether he could continue living peacefully in Konoha. Bold? Orochimaru was slightly stunned, then tore off his mask, revealing a smile. How did you find out it was me? Exquisite wind release ninjutsu, an aura like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, powerful taijutsu, superb combat awareness, and the ability to escape from S-rank ninjutsu. In Konoha, no one but Orochimaru can do that. Liyue spoke each word carefully, both in admiration and as a test. I didn't expect the younger generation to remember me, truly an honor. Orochimaru's laughter carried a coldness. Uchiha Rika, you know me, and of course, I know you. Can you answer a few questions for me? First, why do you like to touch heads so much? Thump thump thump. If it were Lu Miao asking, Rika might not be so nervous, but hearing this from Orochimaru meant he was confident. Reports from teacher Oshima and intelligence from the Umbu both say that when you first fought Kakashi, you were at a disadvantage early on, but suddenly became much stronger later, and in between, there was a head touch. Orochimaru slowly walked toward Rika. In today's battle, quite a few people were touched on the head by you as well. Tell me, what is the reason? Orochimaru closed in step by step, and the fear in Liyue's heart quickly spread. This time the feeling was different, like the panic of a secret being exposed. Lord Orochimaru, everyone has secrets, right? Maybe I was just deliberately hiding my weaknesses. Hiding your weaknesses? Orochimaru sneered silently. Then can you tell me where your ability to absorb natural energy to strengthen yourself comes from? These words suddenly made Liyue recall the first time he activated the simple sage mode, feeling a cold chakra secretly watching him. It was Orochimaru. Also, why were you able to suddenly burst out with incredible speed at a critical moment to save the young lady of the Nara family? What? He even knew about that. Liyue remembered the little white snake that teacher Oshima mentioned when he came to visit. So, Lord Orochimaru has been secretly observing and testing me all along? That's right, at first it was the third Hokage who told me to keep an eye on you, but I didn't expect you to surprise me more and more. After speaking, Orochimaru finally approached Liyue. He crouched down and stared coldly at Liyue with his chilling snake eyes, like a lurking venomous snake ready to strike at any moment.
Lihua's mind raced, trying to think of a countermeasure.
Orochimaru, however, sighed inwardly, thinking this boy was truly a prodigy. His taijutsu, ninjutsu, and mental fortitude were nothing like those of his peers.
There's also the possibility that you have been mentally controlled by enemy ninja using forbidden techniques.
At this thought, a dangerous gleam flashed in Orochimaru's eyes.
If you really are a threat, this child absolutely cannot be left alive.
Although Orochimaru dabbled in forbidden arts, he had not completely abandoned Konoha, otherwise, he would not have carried out Sarutobi Hiruzen's orders.
At this moment, Lihua spoke. So, what exactly is Lord Orochimaru's purpose for this trip?
I already said, answer my question. Hearing this, Iro straightened up, but saw Orochimaru's eyes.
Sorry, Lord Orochimaru, that is my secret.
Oh? Orochimaru's aura suddenly exploded, the breath of death sweeping like a raging storm, with Iro becoming the primary target. The storm-like momentum fiercely assaulted Iroh's mental defenses. He felt like a small boat, teetering in the midst of wild winds and waves.
But he could not back down.
Iro gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and stared fixedly at Orochimaru. He was gambling that Orochimaru would not kill him, because the other party did not yet know his deepest secret. He was betting that since he had just gained the investment of the Uchiha and the Hokage faction, his status was solid enough not to be killed without reason. But gradually, Lihua could no longer hold on. Ordinary physical ninjutsu simply couldn't withstand Orochimaru's presence. Orochimaru saw Lihua's pupils begin to scatter, exactly as he had hoped.
He combined genjutsu and his aura to continuously erode Lihua's spirit. I ask you, do you want to destroy Konoha? Orochimaru's voice was sometimes loud and thunderous, sometimes low and ghostly, piercing into the deepest truths of Lihua's heart. No. Konoha is my friend and my bond. One will never harm them.
Lihua shouted loudly. The atmosphere suddenly eased, and Orochimaru's aura also retracted. Lihua collapsed to the ground, drenched in cold sweat. He knew that if he had answered wrongly, he would have long since met his death. Orochimaru revealed a meaningful smile, fully aware that this interrogation technique was almost impossible to resist. Since you have no intention of harming Konoha, the mission the third Hokage entrusted to me can be considered complete. Orochimaru stood up, his tone relaxed.
There's another mission. Do you want to join Root? Lihua's heart tightened as expected. It was Danzo's recruitment attempt, and he must not show any weakness. What is Root? He asked deliberately. After hearing Orochimaru's introduction, Lihua firmly refused. No one wanted to join that dark organization. Consider it done with Danzo's mission, Orochimaru said boredly, seeming already impatient. Just as Lihua thought he was about to leave, Orochimaru crouched down again, his eyes flashing with a dangerous light. Next, it's time to solve my problem. Uchiha Lihua, I need your help to study natural energy.
Your state after absorbing natural energy is very similar to the Toad chakra summoned by Jiraiya. I must obtain this power.
After speaking, Orochimaru showed a fanatical expression. Uchiha Lihua refused without hesitation. No. This is my secret. Oh? Uchiha Lihua, do you want everyone to know your secret?
Then can your trump card still be called a trump card?
Lihua cursed silently in his heart. What kind of strange line is this?
He thought to himself, but his mind kept spinning.
Okay, but this is my secret. Oh? You mean? You have to pay more.
Ha, it's been a long time since I've met such a little brat who knows how to bargain. Really interesting.
Orochimaru smiled and said, Ninjutsu, money, I can give you both. Lihua gritted his teeth and said, I want to be your apprentice.
Silence fell, and the two sank into quiet.
Orochimaru stood up and examined him carefully, as if seeing Lihua for the first time. Why? I have no chance to grow in the ninja academy. With you, I can become stronger. Orochimaru smiled strangely. Stronger? Following me, you might die.
As he spoke, a rare sadness flashed in his eyes, recalling the boy who wanted to become Hokage and the scene where he was blown up beyond saving. Lihua said firmly, I am willing to bear the cost of becoming stronger.
Orochimaru stared coldly at him. So young, yet your aura is not small. What makes you want to become stronger so badly? To protect the people I cherish, Lihua answered calmly. Another moment of silence.
Alright, for the sake of studying natural energy, and also to keep a close eye on you, this suspicious Uchiha.
I am willing to apprentice under you. But don't die, okay? Apprenticing under Iro. The next morning, in the Hokage's office.
The third Hokage looked at Orochimaru and Iro, his face full of doubt.
Are you serious, Orochimaru? You want to take Iro as your apprentice? Hiruzen Sarutobi could hardly believe it. Orochimaru replied, yes, he is a genius.
The third Hokage turned to Lihua. Are you willing?
I am willing to become Orochimaru's disciple.
Good, it's settled. The third Hokage waved his hand, confirming the master-disciple relationship.
But Lihua is still in the Ninja Academy.
I will apply for early graduation.
Third Lord, are you ready? I will talk to Awashima. If early graduation is approved, you will go with Orochimaru. Thank you, Third Lord. Soon, Orochimaru and Lihua walked out of the Hokage building.
The two, who had just been serious, suddenly became distant. Just as Lihua was about to speak, Orochimaru opened his mouth and made a strange noise, his throat writhing as he spat out a scroll covered in mucus, holding it in his hand.
Teacher Orochimaru, it seems you really have mastered the ability to recover quickly, otherwise how could yesterday's injuries have healed so fast?
This is not something ordinary medical ninjutsu can compare to, Orochimaru said enthusiastically. Lihua curled his lips, displeased with his prying. Teacher Orochimaru, this is not something you should know about. Orochimaru smiled and handed over a scroll, speaking seriously, don't be so distant. I guess you didn't hold back at all yesterday, so based on your true strength, I made a strict training plan for you. Although I might be a bit overconfident, if you follow it, you will definitely make great progress. Lihua suppressed his discomfort, took the scroll, and looked at it carefully. The more he read, the more he admired Orochimaru's insight and unique training method. He was certain that as long as he trained according to this plan, his strength would improve rapidly. To be honest, although Orochimaru was ruthless, his master's intentions were as thoughtful as Jiraiya's. In 3 years, he had trained Eretsuzi to be very strong, also teaching him how to analyze enemies and devise strategies, laying a solid foundation.
This was also why Lihua chose Orochimaru as his master.
At the Ninja Academy, he couldn't learn much after graduating early and joining a regular squad, his improvement was limited.
Only with Orochimaru's personal teaching could he grow rapidly.
More importantly, as Orochimaru said, last night was the only time Lihua had gone all out without holding back. The only one who could make a perfect plan for him was Orochimaru.
Great Lihua, graduating early smoothly was the first test I gave you, don't disappoint me, Orochimaru said with a smile. Quickly sign the contract with Ryakudo, so I can contact you anytime. When I have time, we'll study natural energy together. After speaking, Orochimaru vanished instantly, leaving only the contract scroll of Ryakudo behind. Lihua snorted coldly in his heart, who looks down on whom? Graduating early is nothing difficult. At this stage, if I show a bit of my natural energy skills, it would take you years to study. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but laugh proudly. What are you laughing at?
A familiar voice came from behind. It was Kakashi.
Yo, Kakashi, what are you doing here? My father received a mission from the Hokage and is about to depart. I'm here to see him off.
If Senior Shuomo is involved, the mission must not be simple.
Ah, I don't know. Then why are you here?
Lihua told him the whole story but didn't mention the 300-round battle with Orochimaru, only that he wanted to become Orochimaru's disciple.
Oh? Orochimaru, one of the 3 legendary Sannin, huh? That's really strong. Yeah, do you want to do it together? No need, after graduation I plan to continue practicing the Hatake family sword techniques.
Kakashi couldn't answer Lihua's question. After all, his main focus was swordsmanship, and Orochimaru's moves weren't suitable for him.
Then do you want to graduate early with me? There's nothing much left to learn at the Ninja Academy. Kakashi thought for a moment and nodded. It's settled then. What about Kai? Lihua asked.
Kai is strong in taijutsu, but lacking in other areas. Kakashi nodded in agreement. His strength is good, but he hasn't met the graduation standards yet. Then let him work harder. The two laughed as they headed to the training ground, ready to tell Kai the news. It wasn't that they didn't care about leaving Kai behind, but the three understood in their hearts that everyone has their own path. It doesn't have to be the same or always together, as long as they know their friends are working hard. They believed Kai would be able to stand on his own in the future, and they themselves needed to keep getting stronger. Upon hearing the news, Kai trained even harder. The next day, Kakashi and Lihua did not use shadow clones to go to school. Instead, after class, they personally found Teacher Oshima. Seeing them, Teacher Ashi Ma was deeply moved. Having transitioned from the Umbu to a teacher, he understood the terror of geniuses. While others were still studying hard, they were already capable of handling things independently. I know about your early graduation, Teacher Oshima said seriously. The exam standards are tougher than for ordinary graduates. I don't want to be negligent and put your lives at risk. After hearing this, the two truly took it seriously. Teacher Oshima explained the exam rules in detail. Unlike Naruto's generation, the current graduation exam was stricter. First was the basic knowledge section, fully assessed according to graduation standards, with more proctors than candidates, making cheating impossible. Next was the practical combat section, which teacher Oshima emphasized, "You are strong, I can see that." Except for Kai, other students can't even touch your shadow clones. The practical combat is a fight against the examiners, who will score you. Whether in exams or missions, never underestimate your opponents.
The two agreed.
Teacher Oshima reminded them of the details and finally said, "The exam is set for half a month from now, coinciding with the final exams. I hope you prepare well, and I wish you success."
After thanking the teacher, they left the school. After hearing the teacher, "I feel this exam won't be easy," Kakashi said. "Yeah, especially the basic knowledge, we're way behind. It's you, not us." Lihua frowned helplessly, but Kakashi said, "Isn't this all stuff you should have mastered before enrolling?" Only then did Lihua realize how amazing Kakashi was, having become a chunin at 6. "Then I'll take this half month to properly catch up on the basics," Lihua said casually. "I'm confident about the practical exercises they won't send Jonin to fight us, right?"
After saying that, he used the excuse of going home to study and said goodbye to Kakashi. At home, Lihua took out the summoning scroll for the dragon cave that Orochimaru had given
him. Why wasn't he worried about the basics?
Because the basic knowledge mastery that Mudu Ebisu gave him could already handle most of the exam questions. For the remaining difficult problems, he just needed to find a few top senior students to pat their heads tomorrow.
Lihua thought, studying is impossible, absolutely impossible in this lifetime. Opening the scroll, Orochimaru's name was prominently listed.
Facing the summoning scrolls of the 3 great sanctuaries, Lihua signed his name without hesitation, bit his thumb, and pressed his handprint under his name, feeling a connection to somewhere. Too bad he didn't know summoning jutsu, or he would have summoned a Jonin snake to play with. Then, he opened Orochimaru's set training plan and followed it strictly.
Time flew by quickly.
The next day, Lihua returned to school, immediately activating a simple sage mode, shedding his burdens, and pushing his speed to the limit. In a flash, he patted the heads of all the teachers and students in the school. While patting, he shouted, "Don't scold me, I'm Hatake Kakashi. Dare to scold me, Uchiha Outyen won't forgive you. Let you taste the power of Uchiha Obito." Except for a few strong teachers who dodged, everyone else got patted. Since he wouldn't be here anymore, he hurried to harvest the chives. After the hard harvest, Lihua experienced the joy of a farmer. Most head patting rewards ranged from 10,000 to 50,000 yen, with some teachers and classmates dropping enhancement rewards like Ninja Knowledge Encyclopedia, Advanced Knowledge Mastery, and Slight Physical Fitness Boost. Little by little, this head patting trip was very fruitful. Accompanied by the pain felt when receiving rewards, Lihua painfully but happily improved his strength.
"Uchiha Lihua! What have you done?" Teacher Oshima's angry roar came. Feeling guilty, Lihua quickly ran away, shouting as he ran, "I'm not Uchiha Lihua, I'm Might Guy."
In the following days, Teacher Oshima was busy handling complaint letters, while Lihua trained hard preparing for the graduation exam.
Meanwhile, the Hokage's office held a meeting to discuss this graduation exam.
Only the 3rd Hokage, Teacher Oshima, and Orochimaru attended, as they knew Lihua and Kakashi best. "I'm calling you here not for anything else, just to discuss the choice of examiners for the practical exercises."
Orochimaru smiled and said, "With their strength, choosing examiners is really not easy." Teacher Oshima looked serious. "3rd Hokage, how about I be their opponent?"
The 3rd Hokage smiled, "Ryanosuke, you're injured.
I won't use you at a time like this. Konoha has plenty of talent, no need to send you, a retired umbu, into battle."
He raised his hand to signal Oshima not to worry.
The office fell silent as everyone searched for a suitable candidate.
Suddenly, the 3rd Hokage said, "I have an idea.
Isn't there a rising star who just returned the day before yesterday?" Teacher Oshima looked puzzled, unfamiliar with village affairs, but Orochimaru seemed thoughtful. "If he comes, this fight will definitely be exciting."
The 3rd Hokage nodded with satisfaction. "Good, Saka Shigeru has taken over patrolling the Cloud Village border from him and now has some rare free time. Perfect to invite him as a mysterious guest." After saying this, his gaze swept to the corner of the office. "Go invite the Jonin." At this moment, Lihua was still immersed in the generous rewards brought by the collective head pat. He sighed inwardly, "If only there were more than 100 shadow-level experts, how powerful I would be." The system rewards were so generous that just the money alone could allow him to live a stable life. There were also 3 slight physical quality enhancement amplification rewards, which were very significant for Lihua. In the past few days, he had also obtained test papers from graduates. Although he had never studied them, the questions were incredibly easy for him.
Advanced knowledge mastery truly lived up to its name. He strictly followed Orochimaru's training plan every day and was pleasantly surprised to find his progress faster and more comprehensive, strengthening his determination to become Orochimaru's disciple. Although he knew it was a double-edged sword, he was confident in mastering it. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, neither Lihua nor Kakashi even sent shadow clones to school.
Some students from influential families, upon learning that they were going to graduate early, like Lu Miao and Outyan, scions of prominent families, did not go to disturb them. Even Obito, who kept insisting on helping Hikarubi restore his reputation, behaved himself and didn't come looking for him. Finally, the final exams arrived, and Hikarubi and Kakashi faced the graduation exam meant for geniuses. Usually, for final exams, teacher Owashima would personally proctor, but this time he didn't appear in the classroom because he had to go somewhere more important. The teacher's office was empty, all the teachers had gone to proctor in their respective classes. At that moment, the third Hokage, accompanied by Orochimaru and teacher Owashima, pushed open the office door, bringing Hikarubi and Kakashi with them. The third Hokage said, "This is your theory exam location.
You have 120 minutes, no cheating allowed. Start answering when you're ready."
The two exchanged a glance, both eyes filled with confidence. "Let us begin, Lord Hokage," they said in unison, starting to write furiously. People of Orochimaru and the third Hokage's level usually don't need to proctor personally, but this time they watched the entire process. This put immense pressure on teacher Owashima because he was the one who created this theory test. On the surface, he was calm, but inside he was panicking. The test was way too difficult. At that time, he was dealing with complaints from the entire school caused by Uchiha Lihua. Some complained about Outyan, some about Dato, and even some about Might Guy. He saw with his own eyes Lihua rushing in, touching the heads of all the teachers. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he would have been in trouble. Teacher Oshima gritted his teeth angrily. "Alright, Uchiha Lihua, is this your graduation gift? Then I'll make sure you don't graduate." As a result, this test became the hardest exam paper in history. Now his anger had subsided, but the test couldn't be withdrawn. He thought to himself, "It's over. If because of my little mood, these two kids can't graduate, I really have sinned. Besides, I've also offended the two great clans, the Hatake and the Uchiha. How am I supposed to survive in Konoha from now on?" Suddenly, Lihua raised his hand, clearly about to report him. Teacher Oshima was filled with regret. "Third Hokage, I've finished." "This question was too easy," Lihua said calmly. Teacher Oshima's expression changed. "You say it's easy? Listen to what you're saying. This is a test I poured my heart and soul into. Theoretically, this is the hardest one ever." He couldn't believe it and hurriedly took Lihua's test paper. The third Hokage and Orochimaru also gathered to look at the paper. The third Hokage was momentarily stunned. Orochimaru sighed, "My future apprentice really surprises me." Only teacher Oshima couldn't help but complain, "Lihua, your handwriting is really indescribable. Your handwriting is as bad as a ninja dog's." Lihua felt a bit shy. After all, since crossing over, he had been busy training and hadn't practiced writing at all. However, despite the messy handwriting, the three were surprised to find that Lihua had answered everything correctly. "Teacher Owashima, this is what a true genius looks like." Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and praised, "Little Lihua, you really opened the eyes of us 3 generations of grandfathers." Even Orochimaru patted Lihua on the shoulder and said, "Not bad." Lihua passed the knowledge test perfectly, unanimously recognized by the 3 examiners. Soon, Kakashi also submitted his paper and passed the exam smoothly. The two answered faster than Outyan and the others who started at the same time. "Teacher Owashima, we are in great condition and don't need a break. The sooner we finish, the sooner it's over." The 3 examiners exchanged smiles. "Our exam was underestimated. Heroes truly emerge from the young." After confirmation, teacher Oshima announced the start of the practical exercise. At the Konoha training ground, teacher Oshima said that to avoid disturbing others, the practical exam will be held here. The rules are simple: grab the bell. The examiners will carry bells, and if you grab one, you pass. Lihua thought to himself, how many generations has this bell-grabbing exam been passed down? It was used by Sarutobi Hiruzen to teach his students, Kakashi used it for his students, even the graduation exam uses this trick. No innovation at all? The examiners didn't notice Lihua's thoughts and continued. Today's examiners are. Lihua looked around, wanting to know who the examiners were. He stood on tiptoe but still couldn't see any ninja. Just as he was about to use perception, the third Hokage slowly crouched down and inserted a specially made trident kunai. A flash of golden light. "Am I late?" Seeing Minato Namikaze, Lihua finally felt the power of the Flying Thunder God. One moment he was anywhere, the next moment he could jump to wherever he wanted, as long as there was his Flying Thunder God seal. Minato wore a dark blue inner lining with a ninja vest over it, his blonde hair fluttering in the wind. Lihua thought to himself, much younger than when he was Hokage, still youthful on his face, truly a young man.
Wait, young Minato. Sorry, sir, I didn't recognize you just now. Unfortunately, no one could hear Lihua talking to himself.
The third Hokage patted Minato on the shoulder and said to Hai and the others.
This time, the opponent for the bell snatching is Konoha's outstanding Jonin Minato Namikaze.
Minato smiled slightly, looking a bit shyly at Hai and Kakashi.
Kakashi, Hai, Shomo-senpai has mentioned you both before.
Especially you, Hai, after the sparring, let us exchange ninjutsu together.
Hai nodded in agreement. Teacher Oshima spoke up at the right moment, you have half an hour to discuss tactics.
The practical exercise will start in half an hour. Hai and Kakashi both understood that this was not a theoretical test facing Minato, they had to give their all. As they walked away, Hai looked at Kakashi and noticed the seriousness in his eyes.
Kakashi, what's wrong? Aren't you proud of being a genius?
Kakashi frowned and said, don't joke around. You saw it too, his spacetime ninjutsu is really hard to deal with.
Lihua nodded,
I heard my dad say he is a once-in-a-century genius.
If he uses spacetime ninjutsu, how should we respond?
Kakashi frowned, and Lihua patted his shoulder. Don't be discouraged, the key is how we respond. I have a move, not sure if it will work, Lihua whispered as he leaned in.
Your insight is still sharp, let's go with your plan, Kakashi nodded.
Don't worry, guaranteed success, Lihua said confidently.
The two quickly worked out the detailed plan, and half an hour flew by.
The third Hokage and others looked at them, full of fighting spirit. Truly impressive, Ryunosuke announced the start of the test. After confirming with each other, Teacher Oshima and Minato loudly declared, combat drill, begin. As soon as the words fell, Kakashi dashed out like a leopard, his steps agile and unpredictable.
Tobirama responded calmly, not rushing to use the Flying Thunder God kunai.
He suddenly exerted force and charged toward Kakashi.
Hibana's gaze sharpened, both hands already on his ninja tool pouch, ready to strike.
He quickly raised his hand, and kunai shot out like bullets, colliding in the air and blocking all of Tobirama's routes. Minato's expression was serious, knowing he could not underestimate them. These two youths were extraordinarily skilled, nearly at the level of a chunin.
He swept his hand over his ninja tool pouch, producing a kunai. Ding! Ding! Ding!
The sound of metal clashing rang out, sparks flying.
Minato quickly deflected the kunai, carving out a path. At that moment, Kakashi appeared before Minato. The two engaged in a fierce taijutsu duel, exchanging dozens of moves in an instant.
Such an intense clash was difficult for ordinary chunin to follow in detail. On the field, besides the two Kage-level experts, there was a retired Umbu and the Uchiha prodigy with enhancements. These three fully felt the intensity of the battle.
Obviously, Minato was holding back after all. This was the Ninja Academy graduation exam, not the chunin exam.
If Minato went all out, Kakashi and Rikeo would have no chance to resist. Even so, Minato still held a slight advantage, forcing Kakashi to fight while retreating.
Rikeo sensed Kakashi's disadvantage but remained firmly in place, seemingly brewing something.
Gradually, Rikeo's attacks slowed, increasing the pressure on Kakashi. Suddenly, Minato seized the gap and struck Kakashi with a palm, sending him flying. No one noticed the faint line of fine text appearing on Kakashi's chest, sword of ninja love. It was Minato's Flying Thunder God technique. At the moment Kakashi was knocked away, Rikeo acted swiftly.
After all, it's Iyamizu. Although it's not a Rasengan, the recovery time is still easy to catch.
Rikeo's leg muscles tensed, stomping the ground as chakra burst forth, propelling him like a cannonball toward the bell at Minato's waist. Their true goal was not to defeat Minato but to seize the bell. Minato, of course, noticed this. Although staggered by Rikeo's attack, he remained calm. Facing the rapidly approaching Rikeo, he coolly sidestepped, skillfully dodging the attempt to grab the bell.
This narrow escape showcased Minato's superb combat awareness.
Just as everyone was astonished, the bell suddenly flew out on its own. Rikeo had long anticipated Minato's evasion and thus used the simple frog hand formation. Experts could immediately see the cleverness behind it. Unfortunately, the entire scene was filled with experts. Using a big move in a small way, an ingenious use of chakra, Orochimaru remarked. The third Hokage also nodded, though a small trick, its utility is extraordinary. When Minato noticed the bell was missing and was about to retrieve it, Kakashi blocked his way. Sorry, I can't let you pass. Raikiri then burst forth with astonishing speed, aiming to quickly seize the bell.
Minato was completely unfazed and swiftly threw a kunai, accurately pinning it next to the bell. Raikiri's pupils contracted as he was about to retreat.
A flash of golden light appeared. Minato Namake's had already appeared beside the bell.
You guys are really impressive.
Without Flying Thunder God technique, you're quite hard to deal with.
Raikiri knew Minato was actually being modest. As a Jonin, he could easily defeat the two of them.
But Minato deliberately suppressed his strength, becoming an opponent with normal stats but an extremely tricky mechanism.
Minato pulled out more Flying Thunder God kunai. Raikiri instantly retreated, shooting kunai while retreating to disrupt Minato's formation.
But no matter how hard Kakashi and Raikiri tried, the ground was still filled with Flying Thunder God kunai.
Minato said seriously, "You two, you're going to lose." Raikiri just smiled, "Who said we're going to lose?" "Since you asked," Mizuki said helplessly.
"Then I'll be merciful and tell you.
Didn't you notice this is flat ground? That's right, we deliberately made you leave the forest." Mizuki listened, full of confusion. "I didn't ask, why are you talking so much?"
Rika continued, "We had long suspected you'd use Flying Thunder God, so we used kunai earlier to interfere with your route.
Now tell me, did the landing points of the Flying Thunder God kunai match your expectations?" Mizuki's expression grew serious. The originally scattered kunai were meant for flexibility and mobility. But after interference, the distribution of the kunai was clearly limited. "Looks like you've noticed," Rika said.
"Also, have you noticed?
I haven't used any ninjutsu since earlier."
Saying this, Liyue quickly formed hand seals, and chakra surged out.
Water release, great waterfall technique.
Liyue's speed in forming hand seals was astonishing, shocking everyone, especially Minato Namake's. Everyone knew Liyue's hand seal speed was comparable to an Umbu-level ninja, only Minato did not expect it. Before the words had fallen, Liyue's hands had already completed the final seal. The dry soil on the ground suddenly gushed with spring water, quickly gathering into a pool.
"Take this!"
Liyue roared, the pool water rising to form a water ring behind him. A thunderous roar filled the sky as the water poured out from the water ring like a waterfall.
Minato's pupils contracted slightly, watching the scene in surprise.
The third Hokage commented, "When it comes to water release, no one surpasses the second Hokage. He can perform powerful water release techniques even in places without water. Uchiha Rikeo has reached this level at such a young age. Genius is no longer an adequate description." Oshima beside him sighed, saying that if someone's water release could rival the second Hokage, their strength was definitely extraordinary.
Facing this move, Minato Namake's did not look nervous.
Rikeo understood that the purpose of the Rikeo technique was not to attack, but to concentrate on dealing with the Flying Thunder God kunai on the ground. Using his combat intelligence, Minato instantly thought of a countermeasure, but he did not act immediately. He knew this was just the Ninja Academy graduation exam, not a real battle, and being too intense would damage the confidence of the two children. With this in mind, Minato decisively formed hand seals. Facing the rushing water, he suddenly clapped his hands, earth release, earth flow wall. A thick earthen wall quickly rose from the ground, perfectly protecting him. Surprisingly, the wall was not flat but formed a right angle, with the corner pointed directly at the water flow.
Everyone knew Minato had released water, but they did not know what countermeasure he was thinking of.
They only trusted Minato Namake's, the miracle creator who would never be helpless. With a boom, the water flow hit the earth wall but was easily split into two streams and neutralized.
Rikeo sneered, "Only defending without attacking? You underestimate me."
Watching the Flying Thunder God kunai being shattered by the water flow, Rikeo knew his goal was achieved. He exchanged glances with Kakashi, "Attack while he has no sight."
The two swiftly pounced on Minato like phantoms. Minato sensed the movement and reacted quickly, flipping backward to try to leave the earth wall. But Rikeo and Kakashi were already closing in. Kakashi immediately engaged Minato in close combat. Rikeo quickly formed hand seals and shouted, "Nirvana Hermitage technique." Since receiving this genjutsu from the Shikamo family, Rikeo had learned it in half a month. With the amplification of his genjutsu talent, he easily mastered this rank genjutsu.
The third Hokage looked at Orochimaru and Oshima, smiling proudly, "This is the ninjutsu I gave him." Surrounded, Minato had no time to pay attention. He saw a feather drift onto Kakashi and immediately felt a strong drowsiness coming over him.
"Break!" Minato whispered, and the drowsiness instantly vanished.
This was exactly what Rikeo expected because the Nirvana Hermitage technique had a wide range but limited control strength. It was predictable that a master like Minato would easily dispel the genjutsu, but it still caused a slight pause. At that moment, Liyue seized the opportunity and stretched out his hand with all his might to grab the bell. Just as he was about to touch it, a flash of golden light appeared, and the bell vanished.
Liwa's mind raced as he prepared to adjust his strategy. Kakashi asked in confusion, Liwa, why didn't you engage directly with Senior Minato in the plan?
The user of the Flying Thunder God technique can silently mark others, so there must be someone to support. Liwa's mind stirred. The other Flying Thunder God kunai were all thrown far away. The only place he can teleport to instantly is that living Flying Thunder God.
At this moment, Liwa reacted swiftly, spreading his hand, and a pale blue Rasengan quickly formed.
Without hesitation, he turned around, aimed at Kakashi, and executed a smooth series of movements rapidly. The bell rang crisply, and Minato Namake's voice sounded beside Kakashi. I admit defeat, you guys are truly amazing. The three examiners applauded enthusiastically at the same time. The third Hokage was the first to exclaim, what a brilliant match.
Orochimaru looked at Lihua with great interest and said, indeed, it's truly eye-opening. Teacher Oshima's face was full of proud smiles. Uchiha Lihua muttered softly, it's not like you taught me, so what is there to be proud of? Teacher Oshima said seriously, congratulations to Uchiha Lihua and Hatake Kakashi for passing the early graduation exam and officially becoming Konoha ninjas. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, kindly stepped forward and personally placed the forehead protectors symbolizing Konoha ninjas on them. The cool touch of the forehead protector came through, and Lihua's heart trembled. Am I really a ninja now? Orochimaru said meaningfully, Lihua, you haven't disappointed me. From now on, you are my apprentice and must strictly follow my training plan. If anything happens to me, I will notify you through the ninja snake. After saying this, he instantly left due to his busy affairs. The third Hokage spoke about the will of fire and then left as well, leaving only Teacher Oshima behind. Lihua looked at Teacher Oshima, who seemed hesitant to speak, and couldn't help but say, Teacher, just say what you want to say. We're not in a hurry. Unexpectedly, Teacher Oshima walked over and tightly embraced Riwo and Kakashi. I am proud of you. After becoming ninjas, be sure to take care of yourselves. After saying this, he instantly disappeared. At this moment, Riwo understood Teacher Oshima's feelings even more. Then, Riwo and Kakashi went back together to share the good news with their brothers and friends. Obito exclaimed with surprise, you really became a ninja? I told you that you could do it. That Kakashi became one too, I'll surpass him sooner or later. Kai excitedly said, awesome. Youth is all about struggle. I'll start by doing 10,000 push-ups, and I won't stop until I finish. Lumi aside, I didn't expect Uchiha Riwo to be so powerful. Just as Riwo was sharing his joy, the third Hokage returned to the office and ordered, issue the command immediately. The abilities and growth records of Uchiha Riwo and Hatake Kakashi are to be classified as top secret files. Without my permission, no one is allowed to access these materials. Also, release the news and widely publicize the two of them, saying they are. 1 week later, Sunagakure, the elder's residence. The youngest genin in Konoha? The genius boy of the Uchiha, descendant of Konoha's White Fan? This is infuriating. White Fan killed my son and daughter-in-law, yet he lives freely. Relay my orders. Chiyo shouted angrily. Sister, calm down, now is not the time for a big fight. Ebizo, then what do you suggest? Uchiha Rika and Hatake Kakashi must not be allowed to remain. Ebizo was silent for a moment, then grabbed his sister's hand. Sister, we can do this. What they didn't know was that Rika was only 2 years older than Sunagakure's genius puppeteer Akasuna no Sasori, who was eavesdropping on their conversation. What Scorpion didn't know was that from that day on, the Sand Hidden Village's intelligence department established a special unit specifically targeting Konoha. Somewhere in Konoha, root headquarters. Danzo was carefully reading the intelligence. Uchiha Rika is not only the youngest genin, but also apprenticed under Orochimaru. He spoke slowly, a scheme hidden in his heart. He raised his hand, and a root ninja immediately appeared. Bring all the information on Uchiha Rika. Reporting, sir, the third Hokage has classified the files on Uchiha Rika and Hatake Kakashi as top secret. We do not have permission to access them. Ashura Sarutobi Danzo's voice was filled with anger, clearly displeased with his old friend's decision. Then go to Orochimaru and tell him to make sure to bring Uchiha Rika to root. The ninja showed a troubled expression, and Danzo noticed it as well. Say what you have to say directly. Yes, sir. Orochimaru clearly refused Root's request to recruit Uchiha Rifuka. What else did he say? He said that he only has a cooperative relationship with you and asked you not to overstep. Bang! Danzo angrily slammed the table. This is simply outrageous. The table trembled slightly. No way, what is that supposed to be?
When the Raikage slams the table in anger, he can break the furniture. You're just throwing a little tantrum.
You just lost your temper a bit. But Danzo's anger was hard to dispel, so he went to confront Sarutobi Hiruzen, but ultimately to no avail. In addition, the news that Rika had become the youngest genin caused a huge stir in the Uchiha clan. The Hawks all believed the investment was correct and eagerly funded him. Not only the Uchiha court, but many hawkish elders also contributed money and effort, vowing to win over Rika. Even Uchiha Setsuna, imprisoned, sent people to express support. Because of his keen eye for talent, Rika's status greatly rose among the Hawks and within the clan. The Doves also sent generous commendations overnight. This time, Rika truly felt like he was making money hand over fist. Is this the thrill of a good student getting a scholarship? Rika thought to himself. While tallying his gains, Rika received an invitation from Minato. Minato had seen the Rasengan Rika used and wanted to discuss the development of unmarked ninjutsu with him. Rika naturally agreed gladly. He hadn't given Minato a surprise in their previous battle, so this time he had to seize the opportunity. After all, he had been looking forward to the Flying Thunder God technique for a long time. Rikabi, can you show me your Muji ninjutsu again? At the Konoha training ground, Minato looked at Rikabi with a face full of curiosity. Of course, but Rikabi hesitated a little. What's wrong? If it's inconvenient, just say so. Minato said sincerely. This is after all a ninjutsu I've poured my heart into. Rikabi showed a troubled expression, but inside he was delighted. Teaching his technique to Minato was too interesting. Seeing this, Minato felt a bit ashamed. Sorry, Rikabi, I was being presumptuous. He said this and wanted to turn and leave. Rikabi quickly waved his hand. No, I mean to add some conditions, raise the price. Minato was stunned for a moment. You should have said so earlier, tell me what you want. Rikabi rolled his eyes and thought carefully. If he asked for a head pat directly now, Minato might suspect something. There were many clever ninjas in this world, and Minato was one of the smartest. Showing a flaw would be seen through. Thinking this, Rikabi made up his mind. I want your teleportation ninjutsu. Oh? Flying Thunder God technique? Minato's eyes lit up. I'm afraid it's difficult. First, you need to have the space-time talent, and secondly, Minato shook his head. Flying Thunder God is a forbidden technique of the second Hokage, and I don't have the authority to decide who to teach. Lihua had anticipated this and calmly replied, it's okay. Later, please test my talent, Senior Minato. If it's suitable, then could you help me ask the Hokage? Seeing Lihua's sincere desire to learn, Minato no longer refused and agreed. As for testing the talent? After a head pat, anything is possible. There's one more condition, can you let me pat your head? Unfolding a super long map of the Yin Kingdom, Lihua finally revealed his true intention. Pat my head? Of course, but why? Before Minato could react, Lihua quickly reached out and patted his head. It was like putting a hat on him. Ding! Head pat a rank ninja, Minato Namake's, youth. Lihua ignored the reward for now and continued fulfilling his promise. Senior Minato, watch closely. He opened his hand, and a pale blue chakra ball rapidly spun, emitting a faint hum and demonstrating powerful destructive force. Minato immediately recognized this as the jutsu most suitable for himself. Do you want me to explain the principle? Lihua, full of a service spirit, detailed the training method and its pros and cons. While explaining, Lihua marveled at Minato Namake's strong talent. With just a slight hint from Lihua, Minato could instantly grasp the concept and even apply it by analogy. But Lihua himself, even after reading the original work, couldn't answer Minato's questions. Xiao Lihua, this technique takes chakra shape transformation to the extreme, Minato said. Then can it incorporate chakra nature transformation? Minato asked. This deeply moved Lihua. Every Naruto fan knows that in the original story, Minato Namikaze conceived the Rasengan and also considered this idea, but due to his early death, it was left to Naruto to perfect it, becoming a regret. Of course it can, but it can't be demonstrated here, Lihua added quietly. You can ask Orochimaru, he has experienced it and understands this technique. Then, Lihua told Minato about the concepts of the giant Rasengan and the Rasen Shuriken, and also explained how Naruto uses shadow clones to concentrate the Rasengan. Note, the Rasen Shuriken has tremendous destructive power, but it also damages your own chakra pathways, Lihua warns seriously. If you haven't found a proper way to avoid this, don't use it under any circumstances. He didn't want to cause the genius Minato's downfall due to his own negligence. Minato nodded, indicating he understood. The two talked from morning until evening, getting along very well. At parting, Liyue added, "This ninjutsu is called Rasengan, don't give it a random name." Minato smiled, finally clearing the doubts in his heart, and gratefully said, "Thank you, Xiao Lihua." Lihua also smiled, "Actually, I should be the one thanking you." Minato didn't forget his promise and offered to test Lihua's spacetime talent. At this moment, Lihua opened the system rewards. Ding! Head Pata rank Ninja Minato Namikaze, Youth, Reward, choose 3 items. God level naming talent. Greatly enhanced spacetime talent. Flying Thunder God technique. Greatly enhanced affinity. Greatly enhanced reaction speed. All good stuff. Lihua thought to himself, except for the first one. Without hesitation, Lihua chose Greatly Enhanced Spacetime Talent, Flying Thunder God Technique, and Greatly Enhanced Reaction Speed. Reward distribution. A sharp, piercing pain struck, and Lihua, accustomed to the pain of strengthening, let out a muffled groan. The pain gradually faded, and the strengthening was complete. Lihua had fully mastered the Flying Thunder God Technique, with proficiency comparable to Minato and the second Hokage. His reaction speed improvement was not obvious, but he knew that both the Flying Thunder God Technique and the Rasengan required quick reflexes, which were crucial in critical moments. His spacetime talent was enhanced more comprehensively, and all ninjutsu related to spacetime were strengthened. The range of the Flying Thunder God Technique also expanded. Furthermore, Lihua's spacetime talent was greatly enhanced, and he even sensed the 5-fold Rashomon. This was a ninjutsu used by the first Hokage against Uchiha Madara. However, even after exhausting his chakra, Lihua could not summon it. In short, all spacetime-related ninjutsu were significantly improved. At this moment, Minato prepared to test Lihua's spacetime talent. Lihua looked at him curiously, wanting to know the testing method. Minato noticed his question and explained softly, "This is the method recorded by the second Hokage in the Flying Thunder God Technique scroll. As long as the user injects chakra into the opponent's body, they can sense the opponent's sensitivity to spacetime. If someone from the Hyuga clan were to glare at Minato, they would find his chakra circulation method extremely unique." Minato quickly stepped forward and gently held Lihua's hand. A gentle chakra surged into Lihua's meridians, flowing along a specific route. Lihua understood that it was Minato's chakra. Minato slowly guided the chakra to probe his meridians while gently comforting him, "Little Lihua, I have studied this spacetime ninjutsu for many years and only recently mastered it. I may be boasting, but only I and the second Hokage can use it, so if the results aren't ideal, it's quite normal." Listening to Minato's words, Lihua felt his care for his comrades and thought to himself, "Minato Namikaze, it's really hard to dislike him." But he said aloud, "It's okay, Senior Minato. But if I really have talent, you must help me ask the third Hokage to allow me to train." Minato shook his head slightly, thinking, young and naive, everyone excels in different abilities, and very few can master spacetime ninjutsu. After probing a key point, he frowned and continued to carefully examine Lihua's meridians, finally concluding, "Little Lihua, your spacetime talent is extremely strong, the best I've ever seen. If you can't master Flying Thunder God, then no one can." Minato said happily, and hearing the sincere praise, Lihua's heart was also joyful. "Senior Minato, you must help me ask the third Hokage." "Of course," Minato said with a smile, leaving behind a Flying Thunder God kunai. In an instant, a flash of golden light appeared, and Minato disappeared. Uchiha Rika thought, "Are you being polite? Mastering Flying Thunder God technique is impressive." Uchiha Rika was full of admiration. Not keeping Rika waiting long, Minato appeared again at the kunai spot, awkwardly scratching his nose. "Sorry, I got too excited and didn't give a heads up." Rika asked curiously, "Senior Minato, have you also left a mark in the Hokage's office?" This question startled Minato. He was still just a jonin now, far from casually entering the Hokage's office like the fourth Hokage. Minato smiled and said, "Rika, how could I dare leave a jutsu mark in the Hokage's office? I placed it in front of the Hokage building." After some playful banter, Minato got to the point, "Little Rika, the third Hokage was shocked after learning about your situation and called you an all-around genius." Though Rika had been through hardships, being praised by the Hokage still made him quietly happy. Minato continued, "The Hokage has decided that when you successfully promote to Jonin, you will be allowed to train the Flying Thunder God technique. At that time, I will be your teacher and guide you in your training." Rika felt Hiruzen Sarutobi's conditions were reasonable and gladly accepted. After all, he had already mastered Flying Thunder God, he just wanted to use it openly and legitimately. When it really mattered, he would never hold back. As night fell, the two chatted briefly before heading home separately. Back home, Lihua had no intention of resting and whispered, "Simple Sage Mode, activate. Then, Perception, activate."
A fine chakra network quickly spread out, capturing every movement within a 1 kilometer radius. To guard against the third Hokage's telescope technique, Liu specially designed an anti-telescope jutsu to completely block any covert spying. He then picked up a finely crafted kunai, feeling its cool touch, and thought, Minato's Flying Thunder God technique is the sort of ninja love, so what would my Flying Thunder God be? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck, and a mischievous idea surged in his mind. He activated his chakra release, and the fluctuations were exactly the same as Minato's. On the kunai's handle, 3 small characters appeared boldly, deng deng dong. Looking at the Flying Thunder God kunai in his hand, Liu felt proud, put the kunai back in his bedroom, then went to the living room and whispered, deng deng dong. The kunai in the bedroom glowed faintly, and in an instant, Liu teleported to where the kunai was. It really worked, he was overjoyed. That night, relying on his outstanding reflexes, Liu perfected the combination of the Flying Thunder God technique and the Rasengan to a masterful level. If he participated in the Third Great Ninja War, he would be the new Yellow Flash. But during practice, he discovered his only weakness: insufficient chakra, often needing to stop and recover, which affected his sustained combat ability. The next day, Orochimaru sent a ninja snake with a message, inviting Liu to come train. Liu secretly felt relieved this teacher really hadn't made a wrong choice. Although he and Orochimaru each had their own goals, Orochimaru's teaching level was indeed top-notch. On the way, Liu ran into Kakashi. Kakashi told him that he had been assigned to Minato's squad and was currently receiving Minato's guidance. Liu, I think I've overestimated the genin, Kakashi said seriously. Liu couldn't help but tease, big brother, look at our abilities, how are we like ordinary genin? Kakashi nodded and replied, exactly because of that, I plan to take the Chunin exam today. Liu gave a bitter smile, then go ahead, I'll follow Orochimaru's arrangements here. Soon, Liu arrived at the Konoha training ground designated by Orochimaru. Hee, Xiao Liu, it's been a few days, and you've gotten a lot stronger. Orochimaru keenly noticed Liu's changes the moment they met, his gaze sharp as ever. Orochimaru continued, the reason I called you here this time is to make a plan for your upcoming training. He smiled, your skills are sufficient now, the key is how to integrate them. Next, I will teach you how to flexibly use your abilities in battle. Not only that, I will also pass on all the Orochimaru-style ninjutsu I created. Liu nodded in agreement. Orochimaru added, also, you need to cooperate with me in researching natural energy every week. Liu responded brightly, rest assured, Teacher Orochimaru, I will definitely cooperate with you in researching natural energy. Afterwards, under Orochimaru's guidance, Liu began rigorous training. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. At the Konoha training ground, Liu shouted loudly, Shadow Snake Hands. 5 white giant pythons burst out from his sleeves, fiercely striking the wooden stakes. With a rumble, the wooden stakes were smashed to pieces, dust flying everywhere. Orochimaru walked over and clapped his hands, truly embarrassing, little Liu, I don't have much left to teach you. Next, you must undergo real combat training. Liu looked at him in confusion. Orochimaru said, I will personally take you on missions, not D rank or C rank, but missions above B rank. Liu knew that B rank missions meant great risk and very likely encountering ninja battles. Orochimaru seemed to see through his thoughts and smiled, you must hone yourself in real combat, prepare well, and I will notify you when it's time to depart. After saying this, Orochimaru instantly disappeared. Liu tidied up his training tools while reflecting on the progress made over the past 3 months. In terms of strength, although there was no leap like the one from head padding, the training during this period made his abilities more refined. In battle, he was also more skillful and confident that he could easily defeat the version of himself from 3 months ago. He had completely mastered the Orochi-style ninjutsu, and his strength was impressive. The shattered wooden stake in front of him was the best proof of this. During these 3 months, Liu had almost run through every corner of Konoha village and had left his Flying Thunder God marks at important locations for emergencies. He was also generous with natural energy. Besides giving blood samples to Orochimaru for testing, he often shared unique insights, which made Orochimaru like him even more. Once, Orochimaru even sighed, little Liu, if the tests didn't show you were really a child, I suspect you were the reincarnation of the Six-Path Sage. Their relationship had evolved from experimenter and subject to collaborative researchers. As he finished packing and was about to leave, Kakashi's voice came from afar, Yo, Liu, you're here. Upon seeing Kakashi, Hikaribi immediately felt that he had become stronger. I'm packing up my training gear, how about you? Preparing for the Chunin exam in a month. Hearing this, Hikaribi couldn't help but sigh, becoming a Chunin at 6 and a Jonin at 13, truly a genius.
Kakashi didn't notice Hikaribi's admiration and continued, Hikaribi, inspired by your Rasengan, I want to develop an A-rank ninjutsu. Hikaribi's mind stirred, isn't this about developing Chidori? I've actually become a witness to it. Kakashi went on, you've taken chakra shape transformation to the extreme. The destructive power of the Rasengan S rotation is amazing. I want my ninjutsu to combine chakra nature and shape transformation. Hikaribi, wanting to help, guided, have you tested your chakra nature? I tested it a while ago. The test paper showed I have 5 natures, with lightning being the strongest. Hikaribi suggested accordingly, then develop lightning release ninjutsu, it suits you better. Lightning release has strong attack power and speed, perfect for your style. Kakashi nodded in approval after thinking for a moment, then said, I don't intend to use basic ninjutsu, I want to push the changes in nature and form to the extreme. Lihua nodded, and the two began to delve deeper into ninjutsu development. With the knowledge of a time traveler, Lihua gave Kakashi many suggestions, and Kakashi gained a lot. In the following days, Lihua trained while helping Kakashi develop ninjutsu. Kakashi's talent was astonishing. In less than half a month, Chidori had already taken shape. One day after training, Kakashi said to Lihua, Lihua, I won't train with you tomorrow. Father's mission is over, and he is expected to return tomorrow. Lihua immediately stood up upon hearing this, Uncle Shuomo is back. I miss him so much. Tomorrow, let's go welcome him together. The next day, at the Konoha gate, Kakashi and Lihua had just arrived at the village entrance when they saw that they were not the only ones waiting. Many enthusiastic villagers had already gathered, waiting for Shuomo's return. Lihua curiously asked a nearby villager, Uncle, why are you all so eagerly waiting for Uncle Shuomo? The uncle was about to answer but then saw the Uchiha clan emblem on Lihua's chest and immediately hesitated. Lihua shrugged helplessly, guessing that the uncle was reluctant to talk much with someone from the Uchiha clan and was afraid of causing trouble. Kakashi noticed Lihua's awkwardness and stepped forward to ask, Uncle, can you tell me? Only then did the uncle put aside his concerns and say, it's nothing serious. Lord Shuomo caught the Yunin Umbu who came to spy for intelligence while patrolling the Yunin border. When the news reached Konoha, we were all ready to line the streets to welcome this hero. Lihua and Kakashi hadn't heard this news before, they had been busy training. Suddenly, the street was filled with noise as villagers surged forward, shouting, Lord Shuomo, thank you for protecting the village. Lord Shuomo is so handsome. Even the Hokage had never enjoyed such praise, which now rose one after another. Lihua sighed, Uncle Shuomo is really popular. Kakashi also blushed slightly upon hearing this, he really is an amazing ninja. It seems we won't see father today. Let's go home and wait, they said. In the evening, Shuomo, who had just reported his mission to the Hokage, wearily returned home. As soon as he entered, he smelled the aroma of food. It was a welcome meal specially prepared by Lihua and Kakashi. During the meal, Shuomo chatted a lot with the two. Due to confidentiality, he didn't say much about the mission details but shared the customs and folkways of the Yunin border, which fascinated them since they had never left the village. Kakashi spoke bluntly, Father, I want to be promoted to Chunin. Shikumo smiled and said, the third Hokage has already told me. A father knows his child best. Kakashi, your strength is more than enough. The Chunin exam will be no problem for you. However, the Chunin exam is not just about promotion, it's also an opportunity to broaden your horizons and solidify your skills. You need to prepare well. Kakashi nodded in understanding. Shikumo turned to Rika, little Rika, I heard you became Orochimaru's apprentice? After Rika recounted the details, Shikumo pondered for a moment and reminded him, Orochimaru is powerful and a serious teacher, a good mentor. But he often acts out of self-interest, so be careful in dealing with him. Rika knew that Shikumo sincerely regarded him as a junior and dared to take the risk of warning him. Rika thanked Shikumo and reassured him. The three then discussed the A-rank ninjutsu Kakashi had developed. Shikumo's swordsmanship was superb, and he had unique insights into ninjutsu. Shikumo's guidance greatly benefited both Rika and Kakashi. Thus, a warm family dinner left everyone feeling cozy and content. Meanwhile, inside the root base, Danzo was in a terrible mood. Kakashi, Shikumo, how dare you capture a member of the Yuki Umbu alive? Aren't you afraid of sparking a war? He angrily paced back and forth in the hall. In fact, his anger stemmed not from this, but because there was yet another contender for the Hokage position. Seeing Shikumo's impressive battle achievements and the villagers lining the streets to welcome him, Danzo's jealousy exploded completely. Why? I've secretly contributed so much to Konoha, yet he gets this kind of treatment. Danzo shouted furiously. He waved his hand, and a root member appeared like a shadow in the darkness.
The dim light reflected off his mask, making him look cold and merciless.
Have you caught any members of the San-Hidden Umbu these past few days? Danzo asked coldly.
Yes, my lord, the subordinate replied. Danzo took out a scroll and hesitated for a long time before using a sealing technique. He knew the San-Hidden sealing jutsu was no ordinary matter, too strong and the seal couldn't be broken, too weak and it would be ineffective. He handed the scroll to his subordinate. Find an excuse to let him go and have him deliver this to Hiruzen and that old lady.
Yes. The subordinate responded without question, already trained to be a killing machine that obeyed only Danzo. Kazekage Sakumo, don't blame me. For the future of Konoha, I have no choice but to eliminate you. Danzo's face was hidden in the darkness, leaving only this cold statement. Unaware, Hika and the others did not notice that a huge conspiracy was quietly unfolding. Days passed by, and Orochimaru had Hika stay in the laboratory to assist with research. After 3 months of interaction, Orochimaru recognized Hika's scientific abilities. In his words, although his practical skills are lacking, his ingenious ideas always inspire me. Thus, Hika officially joined Orochimaru's research team. Today, Orochimaru showed Hika the most secret research. Little Hika, you know?
Seeing this research might cost you your head, Orochimaru warned with his eyes, seemingly trying to dissuade Hika.
But the time traveler Hika was well prepared.
Since he chose to become Orochimaru's student, he had already planned his future path.
He looked up at Orochimaru.
I'm ready, Orochimaru-sensei. Orochimaru smiled, his eyes full of approval.
Your research attitude is exactly what I want, Xiao Lihua.
Speak, Orochimaru said without turning his head, leading Lihua toward the laboratory door.
Lihua was a bit puzzled. Could Orochimaru already have a secret base? But just as they reached the door, Orochimaru stopped beside a wall. Open! Orochimaru commanded softly.
The solid wall slowly turned into a phantom, revealing a secret chamber. Lihua was extremely surprised. He had passed by here many times but never noticed the secret.
Orochimaru looked at him proudly and said, "This isn't an illusion technique, it's a sealing technique that completely blocks out chakra. As your master, I do have this little skill."
After speaking, he walked straight into the secret chamber, and Lihua hurried to follow. As soon as he entered, Lihua felt a strong life energy that activated every cell in his body. Since gaining yang-natured chakra, his perception of life energy had improved, but he had never seen such an abundant amount.
Orochimaru said calmly, "You should have noticed, this place is different from outside.
It's filled with powerful life energy, and its source is over there." He pointed to a corner of the chamber.
Lihua followed the finger and saw a piece of body tissue soaking in a petri dish. Could this be?
That's right, it's the cells of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, Orochimaru said. He had expected Lihua to be scared or even run away to inform Sarutobi Hiruzen, but instead, Lihua was only curious, which made Orochimaru look at him with new respect. Orochimaru said leisurely, "You might want to know how I obtained Hashirama's cells."
Lihua responded coldly, "I'm not interested."
"Then you must want to know why I built this secret chamber."
"I'm not interested."
"Then you must want to know what I plan to do with these cells."
"I'm not interested."
Orochimaru frowned and suddenly raised his voice, "You have to be curious." A trace of killing intent filled the air. Lihua finally sensed that his master was acting strangely and quickly explained, "I won't ask about the origin of Hashirama's cells."
"If you don't tell me, there must be a reason."
"The life energy here is too strong. If not sealed, it will be discovered soon. As for the purpose, the first Hokage was famous for wood release, so it's only natural that Orochimaru-sensei is researching this." Orochimaru was convinced by Lihua's reasoning, his attitude shifting from anger to admiration. "Little Lihua, you're really impressive. This research has finally made progress recently." He led Lihua to another petri dish, inside which lay a 4 or 5-year-old boy. Orochimaru gently stroked the petri dish with his pale fingers. "He is the only experimental subject who survived after receiving a transplant of Hashirama's cells."
Lihua spoke first, "This means that he will be able to use wood release in the future." Orochimaru nodded and said, "That's right, but currently the risk of transplanting Hashirama's cells is still very high.
Apart from the test subject in front of you, none have successfully fused." His tone carried a hint of disappointment.
Lihua then suggested, "Why not try a localized transplant of Hashirama's cells?" Orochimaru shook his head in response, "That risk is even greater. Hashirama's cells would lose control and consume chakra, eventually growing into a giant tree. Then can we weaken the activity of Hashirama's cells to make them more controllable?" Lihua asked. Orochimaru still denied it. Weakening their activity would only make them lose their function.
Afterwards, combining the ideas of Obito and Danzo, Liuwa proposed a suggestion to Orochimaru. This made Orochimaru's eyes light up, and he said excitedly, "This proposal is very interesting, it sounds feasible." The two then explored the mysteries of natural energy. As a devoted fan of the pain invasion, Liuwa could clearly explain the concept of natural energy. But he did not reveal everything, because he understood the meaning of when the birds are gone, the good bow is hidden when the cunning rabbit dies, the running dog is cooked. As Shikumo said, Orochimaru is someone who would never act without benefit. Revealing his hand too early without overwhelming strength is very dangerous. So, Liuwa chose to gradually deliver knowledge, exchanging it for more benefits from Orochimaru. Both clearly understood that in this teacher-student relationship, sentiment was secondary, profit was the priority. In discussing science with Orochimaru, Liuwa gained a lot. These cutting-edge knowledge points were never taught at the Ninja Academy. No wonder Kabuto became so strong relying on Orochimaru's legacy, Liuwa sighed. They were having a great conversation when the sky began to darken. Orochimaru reminded him, "Remember the practical exercise I mentioned?" Rika nodded. Orochimaru continued, "There's an A-rank mission to escort a sand-hidden ninja back to the village. I've accepted it will depart in 3 days. Rika was puzzled, why do we need to escort a sand-hidden ninja back to the village? Orochimaru smiled, this is a test to assess your analytical skills. Blindly accepting missions can lead to disaster. He explained, this ninja is actually a rogue ninja who stole San's secret techniques and was captured by Konoha. The so-called escort is actually a handover. Rika suddenly understood, so we need to guard against those coveting the secret techniques, right? Exactly. These secret techniques are very powerful, and many want them, Orochimaru said casually. Rika's expression grew serious, but Orochimaru smiled reassuringly, don't be too nervous, I'll be going with you. Rika nodded. Although a bit anxious since this was his first A-rank mission, having Orochimaru by his side made him feel somewhat at ease. Alright, that's it for today. Spend these 3 days saying goodbye to your friends, we'll be gone for at least half a month. Orochimaru saw Rika off. In the following days, Liuwa was busy preparing for the mission, organizing his equipment, and notifying friends and elders. Tendo, Liumiao, Kai, and others were still in school, repeatedly reminding him to be careful on the way. Kakashi was preparing for the Chunin exams, and it was estimated that by the time Liuwa returned, he would be promoted to Chunin. Shuomo's advice was especially precious. When he learned that Liuwa was going to the hidden sand village, he thought for a moment, then took off his sword and handed it to Liuwa. This is White Fang, I'm lending it to you. Uncle Shuomo, this. Liuwa felt the blade's cold sharpness and was a bit puzzled. Uncle, you know I don't know how to use a sword. Shuomo smiled, this sword isn't for you to use, it's for the enemy to see. It's both a talisman and a death warrant. Liuwa took over the words, it's also to let the enemy know that if they want to kill me, they must be prepared to face the consequences of being hunted by Konoha's White Fang. Shuomo nodded, exactly, this sword can attract hatred, and it's also a means for you to gain experience. With me and Orochimaru backing you up, the worst that can happen is just a thrilling ordeal. This sword is another layer of protection I'm giving you. Hearing Shuomo's intentions, Liuwa was deeply moved. 3 days passed quickly, and Liuwa was ready. Unexpectedly, what awaited him was a huge conspiracy. Early morning, at the gates of Konoha village. Liuwa waited early, excited for his first time leaving the village. He wore the Uchiha black training uniform, carried White Fang on his back, looking heroic and spirited. His daily necessities were packed into a sealing scroll and placed in his ninja tool pouch. Although not very convenient, it lightened the load. Kunai, explosive tags, and ration pills were also neatly prepared. He felt a bit nervous after all, it was his first time undertaking an A-rank mission, and the difficulties and unknowns made him uneasy. Soon, Orochimaru walked over slowly, followed by a man. Iro greeted the two and carefully examined the man. The man was well equipped, with a serious expression, wearing a Sunagakure forehead protector, and exuded a strong aura, clearly a Jonin. He should be the target of this mission, Liuwa thought to himself. But I still feel something's off. Before Liuwa could think further, Orochimaru had already completed the procedures to leave the village and called Liuwa and the man to set off together. After bidding farewell to the village guards, Liuwa finally stepped onto the land outside the village. The scenery ahead was much like that inside Konoha, but Liuwa was as excited as Naruto, unable to help shouting, wow! This grass is real grass, these trees are real trees. He quickly walked to a towering ancient tree, its thick trunk requiring 10 people to encircle. With his back to the two, Liuwa's excited expression instantly vanished, replaced by calm professionalism. He slowly placed his hand on the trunk like a child seeing the world for the first time, then turned back to Orochimaru and continued forward as if nothing had happened. If someone had been nearby, they would have seen three characters appear on the ancient tree. These were the flying thunder god marks left by Li Hua. Because the mission was dangerous, he decided to leave a mark every so often as a final safeguard. After walking for a while, Orochimaru suddenly stopped, looking around and muttering to himself, no one around here. No sooner had he spoken than he suddenly sprang up, his neck stretching out sharply as he lunged at a sand-hidden ninja. His speed was like a bullet, leaving others unable to react. He opened his bloodthirsty mouth, revealing sharp fangs. The sand ninja screamed in pain, and Orochimaru retracted his neck, licking his lips indifferently. "You. What exactly did you do?" Orochimaru said casually, "Your name is Sha, right?" The mission briefing said I just injected a toxin into your body. Li Hua breathed a sigh of relief. I thought it was something else, turns out it was just a toxin. Orochimaru continued, this toxin can suppress chakra. Don't worry, once you return to the hidden sand village, the toxin and wounds will fully heal without leaving any trace. Now, obediently come with us, or there will be big trouble. After speaking, he no longer paid attention to Gaara's expression and signaled to the departing fire to continue forward. Gaara secretly gathered chakra, and after confirming Orochimaru's words were true, he no longer resisted. After all, the other party openly injected you with poison you can't fight back, let alone when they want to kill you. At this moment, the departing fire group was on the move, and outside the hidden leaf village, three figures appeared. Their bodies were agile, chakra fluctuations obvious, clearly ninja. But they did not wear hidden leaf vests. Instead, they wore black inner linings with silver vests outside, mysterious and dangerous. Their thick arms were full of strength, each tattooed with a uniform mark, and all wore animal masks. They were the hidden leaf Umbu. Unlike the coldness of Root, this group exuded a killing intent, clearly the Umbu directly under the Hokage. At this moment, under the third Hokage, there were three famous Umbu members, Elephant, Clear, and Horn. These three were dispatched by the Hokage to carry out a secret mission. They hid outside the hidden leaf gate, discussing the operation plan. Didn't expect this mission to be assigned to Lord Orochimaru. Elephant spoke first. He was the strongest and most senior. This is difficult. If it were an ordinary jonin, we could act directly, Xing said. The first step is to notify Orochimaru as soon as possible, Lin Jiao added. But the Hokage said this is a top secret mission, Xing frowned. Then can you complete the mission without Orochimaru knowing? Xiang asked. None of the three were confident. In the end, Xiang ordered. Execute the mission. The three shot off like arrows from a bow, heading straight toward Orochimaru. Meanwhile, far away in the desert of the Land of Wind, a squad of sand-hidden Umbu was resting. Their clothing was almost identical to the captured sand. Boss, we've been searching for a week and still haven't found sand. Should we continue? A ninja asked while drinking water. The captain's eyes were bloodshot as he said coldly. Sha disappeared at the border of Konoha. It's very likely he was captured by Konoha ninja. He has important intelligence hidden in his mind. Whether alive or dead, we must see him. Can't we request support from the village? Searching like this is too slow, the ninja said anxiously. Are you out of your mind? If this gets to the higher-ups, we'll all lose our heads, the captain scolded angrily. After speaking, he led the team to continue advancing toward the Konoha border, determined to find the missing Sha. Unbeknownst to them, Sha was being escorted back to Sunagakure by Hai and Orochimaru. However, the two had not yet realized that Sha was actually an Umbu member, not a rogue ninja carrying secret techniques. A few days later, the three arrived at the border of the Land of Fire. I can't walk anymore, I can't walk anymore. Sha staggered, about to collapse, and finally sat down under a large tree. Orochimaru slowly approached. Mr. Sha, haven't you figured out your own identity yet? Liyue felt the oppressive pressure brought by Orochimaru's approach. Sha's face turned pale, but he remained motionless. Oh my, I've encountered a troublesome fellow. A ruthless glint flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. At that moment, a bird flew across the sky. To others, the bird was insignificant, but when Orochimaru saw it, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, his gaze deepened. Interesting. He turned to Sha leaning against the tree trunk. Since you want to rest, then take a nap. Bang! A punch knocked Sha unconscious. Orochimaru looked at Lihua and said, he has no chakra, he won't wake up. You guard here, I have something to do. Lihua nodded, knowing Orochimaru wouldn't say more, and it was useless to ask further. Orochimaru left instantly, and Rikeo began to carefully examine this sand ninja. At the same time, Orochimaru appeared before the three Konoha Umbu members. Speak, the third Hokage summoned me the old way.
What is the matter? Only then did the three truly feel Orochimaru's pressure.
They used to intimidate others, but now they were completely suppressed by him. The leader, Zo, half kneeling, calmly reporting to Lord Orochimaru, the third Hokage sent us on a secret mission. Orochimaru, the target is not a rogue ninja, but the Sand Anbu.
Orochimaru showed a meaningful smile and licked his lips. No wonder his uniform looks so familiar.
Zo continued, a few days ago, he was captured by Root, but now he has secretly returned to Sunagakure. The Hokage suspects a conspiracy and sent us to investigate.
Zo lowered his head, awaiting Orochimaru's orders. Orochimaru calmly analyzed Danzo's doing.
I didn't expect little Rikeo's first mission to be like this.
Follow from a distance and listen to my orders.
I'll go take a look. I can't let my disciple mess up right from the start. After saying that, Orochimaru teleported away, and the three Anbu felt a great relief. Saimai gasped heavily, overwhelmed by Orochimaru's intense pressure.
Rinjaku looked at Zo. Captain, what should we do? Zo answered decisively, follow Lord Orochimaru's orders. Do not act without his instructions. At this moment, Lihua was closely watching Sha.
From the first time he saw him, something felt off, and now he found the key, his attire didn't match. Which recently defected ninja would dress so finely, with his forehead protector worn so neatly? His identity might be far more complicated than we imagined. Lihua was alert and quickly dragged Sha aside. Sure enough, on the tree trunk that Sha was leaning against, there was a mark that Lihua couldn't understand, clearly a secret sign left by Sha. Without hesitation, Lihua split off two shadow clones to keep an eye on Sha, while his original body stepped forward and forcefully pressed a pale blue Rasengan onto the mark. Crack! The powerful force not only destroyed the mark but also cut down the entire tree from its roots. After confirming there were no other traces left by Sha nearby, Lihua tied Sha up with a rope and left the Flying Thunder God mark on him. Following the principle that the first time executing an A-rank mission requires caution, Lihua created another shadow clone to carefully check the return path, trying not to leave any traces. At this moment, Orochimaru also happened to return to their side. Looking at the fallen tree, the tightly bound Sha, and the sweat-drenched Lihua, Orochimaru fell into deep thought. Then, he quickly reported the recent situation to Lihua. After confirming his guess was correct, Lihua was relieved that he had acted decisively at the time. The master and disciple were discussing how to deal with Sha. Let's not mention that for now. Meanwhile, in the distant wind country Sunagakure, Granny Chiyo was secretly talking with a Jonin. The Fire Serpent squad hasn't reported back for over a week. The situation might be bad. On the surface, Onayakira, you are taking Akasuna no Sasori out for training, but in reality, you are secretly investigating the whereabouts of the Fire Serpent squad. The Jonin nodded and left immediately. Not long after, the genius puppeteer of the Sand Ninja village, Akasuna no Sasori, received a summons from his teacher, Onayakira. After arranging for his parents, Sasori set out with the newly made puppet crow alongside Onayakira, heading toward the Wind Country border. The Fire Serpent squad had been missing for a whole week, and the situation was extremely tense. Boss, let's return to the village. We've reached the border. If we delay any longer and the village discovers us, we're finished. Hearing this, the usually resolute Fire Serpent began to hesitate. After a moment of thought, he stood up and said dejectedly, "Pack up, use my spirit beast to scout one last time, and if there's no result, we'll return to the village." After speaking, Huasha summoned more than a dozen lizards, spreading out to conduct the final reconnaissance. At this moment, Sha slowly woke up, only to find himself tightly bound and completely naked. What made him even angrier was that all his belongings were placed right under Huasha's feet.
"What are you doing? Treating a client like this?" Sha glared furiously at Orochimaru and Huasha, who were idly playing with his belongings.
Hearing the accusation, Orochimaru smiled playfully, walked over to Sha, pointed at the felled tree, and whispered,
"You think I don't know what you did?
A traitorous ninja secretly passing information." Although his sneaky move was exposed, Sha's heart finally eased when he realized they didn't know his true identity. Suddenly, Orochimaru snapped his head around as if sensing something. He opened his mouth wide, his tongue shooting out rapidly like a frog catching prey. Bang! A nearby tree branch snapped, dust flying, and a dying lizard lay on the ground. After the white smoke dispersed, the lizard vanished without a trace. "It's a spirit beast!" Lihua exclaimed in surprise. "Looks like the people looking for you have arrived," Orochimaru said calmly. "Captain Fire Snake." Sha thought to himself, "You've finally come." Sensing the disturbance, Fire Snake immediately gathered his team. This group, which had been trekking through the desert for a week, suddenly unleashed tremendous combat power and rushed swiftly toward Li Hua and his group. Li Hua held up a torch and roared as he charged at Sha. "How dare you play tricks?" With that, he fiercely threw the torch at Sha's clothes. Flames erupted, crackling non-stop. Sha stared fixedly at Li Hua, wishing he could tear him apart alive. At this moment, Orochimaru sneered. "Shao Li Hua, you are wrong. When there is a fire, people don't first look for the most important thing, unless that thing is you." He couldn't help but laugh out loud. But Li Hua suddenly calmed down, clearly just acting before. He glanced at Orochimaru indifferently and said, "Teacher Orochimaru, there is another possibility. That is, the fire didn't actually harm his most important thing." Before he finished speaking, Li Hua instantly moved forward, reaching toward Sha's head, a powerful perception force penetrating Sha's entire body. Ding! Head pat B rank ninja, Sha, please choose 2 rewards. Ignoring the system prompt sound, Li Hua's hand continued deeper into Sha's body. Put! Blood splattered, and a blood-soaked scroll appeared in Li Hua's hand. Looking at the scroll stained with fresh blood, Li Hua's heart was as calm as still water. Perhaps having spent too long in the ninja world, he had grown accustomed to its cruelty. The ninja world is forever stained with blood. Li Hua held the scroll and quickly walked toward Orochimaru, ignoring the bleeding from Gaara. Gaara had already hidden the scroll in a non-lethal place, knowing that one day it would be taken out. Orochimaru took the scroll, not rushing to open it, but held it in his mouth while quickly forming hand seals. A fire-release ninjutsu soared into the sky. Though it had no offensive power, it was enough to attract the attention of the Anbu. Elephant immediately said, "Lord Orochimaru has sent a signal, charge." The Fire Serpent squad, seeing the fire release rise, quickened their pace, brimming with murderous intent. The great battle was about to erupt. But Li Hua and his master, at the center of the vortex, showed no sign of panic. On the contrary, the unsealed scroll before them captured their full attention. "Little Li Hua, don't you want to know what's written inside?" Orochimaru licked his lips and asked playfully. After becoming familiar with Orochimaru, Li Hua replied bluntly, "Come on, teacher, this is a hot potato. If the mastermind behind this finds out we looked at the scroll, you might be fine, but I'd be in trouble." Orochimaru smiled but didn't open the scroll after all. The research wasn't complete, and it was best to avoid trouble. While they were chatting, Orochimaru suddenly became alert and quietly put the scroll away. Li Hua immediately switched to combat mode. Suddenly, several kunai flew out from the shadows. Orochimaru remained completely still, as if scared stiff, but Li Hua knew he was just too lazy to move. With a flick of his hand, Li Hua drew a finely crafted kunai. Ping! Pong! Sparks flew as Li Hua blocked all the kunai. He sneered, "You really underestimate me." From the shadows, 5 Sunigakure ninjas appeared, their faces haggard but full of murderous intent. It was the Fire Snake Squad. Among them, 3 were Jonin, 2 were Chunin, and with the tied-up Jonin Sha, the Fire Snake Squad was a formidable force. Based on experience, Orochimaru judged this to be an elite Sunigakure border covert unit. The amusement in his eyes vanished, replaced by seriousness. Li Hua also felt the pressure, his expression grave. Led by Huoshi, upon seeing Sha tied up, he was burning with rage. "Kill!" Before the words had fallen, 3 Jonin charged at Orochimaru like cannonballs. Huoshi knew they had to deal with Orochimaru first, or the mission would fail. Orochimaru calmly said, "Defeat these 2 Chunin to test your 3 months of training." After speaking, he engaged in fierce battle with the 3 Jonin. The 3 attacked fiercely, but Orochimaru was effortlessly in control. This was not the enemy holding back, but his strength overwhelming his opponents. He deliberately delayed to create a fighting opportunity for Li Hua. Li Hua understood the intention and rushed without hesitation toward the 2 Chunin. 2 Chunin were not idle either. One rescued Sha, while the other blocked Li Hua. The ropes were tied tightly, and the kunai was difficult to cut through quickly. After 3 months of training, Li Hua's strength had reached the level of a special Jonin. He suddenly leapt up and appeared instantly in front of a Chunin. The sudden flames of Li Hua before his eyes made the Chunin's face change drastically. He couldn't detect the trace of the fire at all, filled with terror. "You little Uchiha brat!" The Chunin hurriedly formed hand seals, trying to use ninjutsu to attack Li Hua. But Li Hua showed no mercy and grabbed his arm. Crack! A bone-breaking sound rang out, and the Chunin knelt down in pain, temporarily losing the ability to move. Li Hua did not relax. He raised his leg and stomped hard, breaking the Chunin's leg, rendering him completely immobile. This was not because Li Hua was ruthless, but because he knew that once the battle started, there was no turning back. Being soft-hearted would only harm himself. The other Chunin saw this scene, his pupils shrinking sharply, not expecting the boy's strength to be so formidable and his methods so ruthless. But he did not stop. He understood that rescuing the Jonin was more important than fighting Li Hua one-on-one. Li Hua gave him no chance and instantly charged at the Chunin. Sha hadn't reacted yet. Surprised by the boy's terrifying strength, he hurriedly shouted to the Chunin who was cutting the rope with kunai, "Use ninjutsu." The Chunin hesitated for a moment, then quickly formed hand seals. As Li Hua closed in, the Chunin finally completed the last seal, wind release, wind blade. A sharp wind blade shot out from behind. Li Hua, however, remained calm thanks to 3 months of training under Orochimaru. He had compensated for his lack of agility. He had also developed a new taijutsu technique called paper drawing, which combines soft body modification and perception to quickly dodge danger. Facing the incoming wind blade, Li Hua lightly sidestepped and easily avoided it. How is this possible? The Chunin shouted in shock. Li Hua had already appeared in front of the last Chunin, ready to do the same again, when Sha slowly stood up. He shook his body, and the tough rope fell to the ground. The rope was cut by the wind blade, and Sha's body was covered in wounds. "So the real target of the wind blade was you," Li Hua said calmly. The Chunin behind tried to light the explosive tag while Li Hua was distracted, but was knocked unconscious by a punch from Li Hua. Sha rubbed his fists together. Although toxins in his body suppressed his chakra, he was an experienced Umbu warrior with strong skills and physical techniques. However, Li Hua's attention was not on Sha at this moment. Sha sneered, "Kid, losing focus during a fight is a big taboo." Li Hua pointed at Sha's burned clothes and said, "Not wearing clothes during a fight is not a wise choice." Sha's eyes widened, and he said angrily, "You damn kid." Li Hua remained unmoved, instead feeling admiration for Sha's boldness. After all, who could do such a thing in broad daylight? Sensing Li Hua's gaze, Sha flew into a rage and pounced on Li Hua like a leopard. Li Hua calmly recited in his mind, "System, extract rewards." The system prompted, head patting a rank ninja Sha, choose any 3 of the following rewards: wind release vacuum orb, moderate physical enhancement, 100,000 yen, wind release vacuum blade, assassination skill mastery. Seeing the rewards, Li Hua's eyes lit up. The Umbu are indeed formidable, they even have assassination skill mastery. He chose without hesitation assassination skill mastery, vacuum orb, and moderate physical enhancement. A mechanical voice sounded, "Rewards have been granted." A familiar pain surged through him. Li Hua furrowed his brows, then felt an unprecedented power rising within his body. Not only that, he also learned how to use the vacuum orb and numerous assassination techniques. Previously unfamiliar with assassination, he was now a master assassin. Sha roared and quickly appeared in front of Li Hua, delivering a fierce kick. Li Hua blocked it with his arm. His strength noticeably increased, shocking Sha and also calming him down. The two engaged in intense combat again. Although Sha was an elite jonin, he couldn't use chakra and had been stabbed by Li Hua, greatly reducing his strength. The two were evenly matched. Although Li Hua had powerful ninjutsu and physical strength, he found it difficult to deal with Sha, who was as slippery as an eel, and couldn't find a quick way to win. At that moment, a strong chakra fluctuation erupted from the battle between Orochimaru and 3 jonin in the distance. Li Hua felt a surge of joy in his heart. The 3rd Hokage's Umbu have arrived, the outcome is decided. Sha also looked that way and then turned to sprint toward the Wind Country border. Li Hua would not allow him to escape easily. Sha carried important intelligence and must not be allowed to succeed. But instead of chasing hastily, he calmed himself and whispered, "Simple Sage Mode, activate." Immediately, a powerful natural energy spread from within Li Hua's body, completely ignoring the awareness of Orochimaru and the others. Li Hua quickly deployed an intensive sensory network, using the Sage Mode and the secret techniques of the Mountain Clan to clearly detect the movements of Orochimaru and the others. The jonin caught in the chaotic battle also felt Li Hua's blatant spying. Although the sensing was crude, Orochimaru still recognized the chakra of his own student. After hearing Orochimaru's explanation, the people of Konoha gradually relaxed their guard. The sand-hidden jonin, however, wore heavy expressions. They knew the battle on that side was nearing its end, and the 2 chunin were likely doomed. After confirming that Orochimaru and his group had no time to attend to them, Li Hua held his breath, focused his spiritual energy, and softly shouted, "Flying Thunder God technique." He had previously left a Flying Thunder God mark on Gaara. No sooner had the words fallen than Li Hua vanished, leaving only a scarlet afterimage on the Uchiha clan emblem. Gaara, running, saw the border of the Land of Wind in the distance stretched an endless desert in Gobi. After so much, Gaara found himself nostalgic for the once familiar, unshocking desert. Suddenly, a flash of red light passed by, and Li Hua's figure appeared above Gaara's head. "Sorry, please stay here."
How did you? Gaara was too surprised to say more before Liyua's hand formed a pale blue Rasengan in an instant. Boom!
A loud explosion rose with thick smoke. But here, the rule of smoke without harm failed. As the thick smoke cleared, a large crater appeared on the ground, and Gaara's corpse lay inside it, with Liyua standing beside.
It's finally over. Liyua wiped sweat and slightly relaxed his vigilance. Suddenly, footsteps approached. Looks like you killed Sand-Hidden Anbu at the Land of Wind border, Konoha brat. Onayakaira and Akasuna no Sasori appeared.
Sensing the enemy, Liyua immediately entered combat mode and said calmly, just when one wave subsides, another rises.
Onayakaira sneered, who are you? Why do you carry the short blade of the white fang of Konoha on your back?
Sasori slowly lifted his head from the shadows, carefully scrutinizing Liyua.
Liyua recognized Sasori and thought to himself, Akasuna no Sasori, though less imposing, is extremely dangerous to face. Though knowing that Sakuya had killed Sasori's parents, Liyua still respected his seniors and spoke frankly, the white fang of Konoha is my elder. Want to see him?
Despite the blunt words, Onayakaira showed no anger. The white fang of Konoha is renowned, I have little chance against him.
But you killed Anbu on Sand-Hidden territory, what punishment do you deserve? Liyua understood that these were no ordinary foes.
Facing two strong enemies, his eyes shifted as a plan formed. He lowered his arms, raised his head, and looked Onayakaira straight in the eye without further guard. You Sand-Hidden dare steal Konoha's secrets and now face justice without pardon.
You still dare to attack me? Do you Sand-Hidden want to start a war?
Kotaro was so shocked that he was speechless.
Is this really what the script says?
He had just arrived at the border and Han-T had time to investigate, but was immediately accused of being a spy and hurriedly tried to explain. Liyua sneered coldly, having already seen through his thoughts. Kotaro was an elite jonin, and Sasori was no ordinary person. If a war broke out, he would be the one to suffer losses.
If Orochimaru found out he was missing, the situation would definitely change. Delaying time would give hope for victory.
If he used Flying Thunder God to escape now, his trump card would be exposed, which would be extremely disadvantageous to the Sand-Hidden. Suddenly, a mechanical sound rang out, and a puppet named Crow charged toward Liyua. Liyua was prepared early, battle-hardened. This speed was nothing at all. He activated paper drawing, flexibly dodging Scorpion's attacks while pressuring Onayakaira.
As a jonin, don't you manage your subordinates? Are you declaring war on Konoha? Onayakaira was strong in power but clueless in politics, falling into a dilemma. Scorpion said coldly, no matter what, he killed a sand ninja, and that's enough. Onayakaira's eyes turned cold, filled with murderous intent. I don't care about declaring war or not, you killed my comrade.
Liyua snorted coldly, the strongest sand puppeteer, Akasuna no Sasori, lives up to his reputation. Scorpion ignored Liyua and asked coldly, tell me your relationship with Konoha's white fang, or you will die without a whole corpse. Liyua glared fiercely, ready to fight with all his might. This was a brutal battle. Liyua had never found it so difficult to single-handedly face an elite jonin and a genius puppeteer. He knew his strength was still insufficient for a direct confrontation. Delaying was the only strategy, waiting for Orochimaru to come to his aid. But executing this was far more difficult than he had imagined. Onayakaira's taijutsu was highly skilled. Although Liyua had enhanced his body, he could only barely hold his ground.
Bang! A whip kick sent him flying.
Sasori controlled the crow puppet, with traps and poisons attacking continuously, extremely dangerous. The situation grew worse and worse. Liyua knew in his heart that if he delayed any longer, it would only get more disastrous. He had to reveal his trump card. Liyua quickly formed hand seals with both hands, white smoke rose, and 3 shadow clones immediately appeared beside him. No matter what you want to do, don't even think about succeeding, Scorpion said coldly, controlling the crow and swinging the poison-coated mechanical spinning blades as he lunged forward. Goeilang also burst out with ghostly speed, appearing like a phantom in front of Liyua and the shadow clone. At this moment, Liyua was no longer in a sorry state. His eyes were calm and steady. Facing the pincer attack from the two, he responded with composure. The 2 shadow clones charged at the howling puppet, shouting loudly, "Shadow multi-serpent hands!" Thick white pythons shot out from their sleeves, instantly wrapping around the crow, almost tearing the puppet apart. Scorpion's pupils contracted slightly, not expecting Liyua to have been enduring all along. But as he hesitated, the puppet began to collapse. Scorpion hurriedly snapped his fingers, as if playing a trembling symphony. Countless spinning blades suddenly burst out from the crow, quickly cutting through the entangling pythons. At this moment, Liyua's other shadow clone made a move, Spiral Sphere. He leapt up and forcefully pressed the spiral sphere against the puppet's chest. Bang! The high-speed spinning chakra shattered the puppet's chest, scattering wood chips everywhere. The crow fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string. At the same time, Orochimaru's battle was nearing its end. After 3 Umbu members joined, the Fire Snake Squad was clearly at a disadvantage and was quickly defeated. Mission accomplished, task complete. Orochimaru looked relaxed, showing no signs of a fierce battle. Alright, prepare to take Rika back to the village. He released his sensory perception, searching for Rika's trace. His brows suddenly tightened. Rika was gone. In an instant, the momentum of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood surged like a flood, crashing into the 3 Umbu members. All 3 knelt together, and the squad leader asked tremblingly, "Lord Orochimaru, what are your orders?" Orochimaru ignored it, his sensory range continuously expanding. Reaching the border of the Land of Wind, his pupils suddenly contracted. He sensed that Rika was fiercely battling an elite Jonin and a Chunin. Where did that brat run off to? He had no time to ponder, pulled out the secret scroll that Sha had carried, and threw it to Zo. "Go back and report." Zo took the blood-stained scroll, hesitated to speak, but seeing Orochimaru's cold expression, swallowed his words. "Yes." Following Zo's gesture, 3 Umbu members dashed like phantoms toward Konoha village, striving to deliver the scroll to the Hokage as quickly as possible. After the Umbu left, Orochimaru's face darkened, growing increasingly grim. If Jiraiya and Tsunade were present, they would surely recognize this as the expression Orochimaru wore when preparing to kill. The next moment, Orochimaru shot toward the place where Rika was fighting like a cannonball. A voice urged in his mind, "Faster." He recalled the boy who had died in the rain night from an exploding tag. Since then, he deeply understood human fragility. Thinking of this, he quickened his pace, whispering, "Don't die, little Rika." At this moment, Rika and 2 shadow clones had severely damaged Sasori's puppets, while his main body and another shadow clone faced off against Kiro. Rika was decisive, choosing to engage Kiro in close combat. Despite the interference from the shadow clones, Kiro's taijutsu was formidable, and Rika's attacks failed to land effectively. But Li Hua showed no trace of anger. His eyes were exceptionally clear. Suddenly, Aniakairo seized the opportunity and delivered a heavy punch to Li Hua's stomach. Li Hua didn't dodge but met the attack head-on, leaving Aniakairo stunned. In Li Hua's eyes, he saw madness. Put! A mouthful of fresh blood sprayed out as Li Hua placed both hands on Aniakairo's head. Ding! Head pat for a rank ninja. Aniakairo, reward, choose any 3. Instantly, Li Hua was knocked back, leaving the flying thunder god mark on his body. Li Hua coldly spat blood, staring at Aniakairo, silently chanting, "Extract rewards. Significant enhancement of physical fitness. Mastery of Sand Hidden Martial Arts. 100,000 yen. Significant enhancement of reaction speed. Significant enhancement of coordination." Without hesitation, he chose 3 major enhancements. Intense pain instantly surged through his limbs and bones, his body seeming to melt. Aniakairo followed closely, delivering a heavy punch to Li Hua's chest. Bang! Li Hua nimbly dodged, not getting hit, dusted off the dirt on his body, and secretly rejoiced. His physical fitness had already reached the level of a Jonin. Damn brat! Aniakairo gritted his teeth and lunged at Li Hua again. During the fight, he realized the boy before him had suddenly grown stronger. His original overwhelming advantage vanished, and the 2 were evenly matched. Aniakairo's face grew heavy, while Li Hua's gaze became even more resolute. Just as the 2 clashed fiercely, Scorpion, who had been struggling to control the broken crow puppet, suddenly moved. His eyes were as calm as an ancient well, his fingers lightly dancing in the air, finally manipulating chakra threads that controlled the puppet's sole operation. Bang! 2 dominant shadow clones exploded instantly, sending sharp pain into Li Hua's mind, causing his movements to falter. In that moment, Goei Long seized the opportunity, his iron fist mercilessly striking Li Hua. Put! The crow's arm shot out a kunai like lightning, its blade reflecting a ghostly green light, laced with deadly poison. Li Hua was blasted away like a sandbag, the kunai piercing precisely into his shoulder. The situation took a sudden turn for the worse. Li Hua felt his body gradually numb and weak, the poisoning symptoms becoming increasingly severe. He gritted his teeth and stood up, forcing himself to suppress the toxins within with all his might. Summoning all his strength, he charged toward Scorpion at a speed even Goei-Long couldn't react to. Although Scorpion was a puppeteer with physical abilities at the Chunin level, he still couldn't evade Li Hua's attack and didn't even have time to retract the crow defense. Li Hua's palm touched Scorpion's head, the deadly poison erupting instantly, and Scorpion collapsed before him. Tap! With a soft sound, Orochimaru appeared before the 3. Behind him was a forest destroyed by his rapid sprint.
Kiro, seeing the newcomer, hurriedly shouted to Sasori, "Run!" Orochimaru stared at the fallen Lihua, slowly raising his head. "None of you can escape." Lihua had never seen Orochimaru angry. This man always kept his emotions deeply hidden. Now, Orochimaru no longer had the strength to hide his feelings, his eyes looking at Lihua with a complex expression. Humans are truly fragile. Don't worry, I won't let the tragedy happen again. He turned to Kiro and Sasori, his eyes full of anger and madness. Kiro urged anxiously, "What are you waiting for? Run!" The next second, Orochimaru's tongue pierced through Kiro's right palm. If it weren't for the protection, the tongue would have already pierced through his heart. Seeing the teacher lose the use of one hand, Sasori finally realized the strength of the attacker. Without hesitation, Sasori turned and quickly fled. Kiro watched Sasori's decisive retreating figure without surprise. He knew Sasori was a rational person who would make the most appropriate choice. Although Sasori lacked a sense of security, he still retained a bit of kindness. Kiro believed that Sasori's escape this time was not avoidance, but to seek reinforcements. With this thought, he ignored the injury to his right hand, took out a purple pill from his ninja tool pouch, and swallowed it without hesitation. Orochimaru stared at Kiro's action, his eyes narrowing slightly. He recognized it as the pill once used by Chio of the Sand Hidden Village, capable of maximizing a ninja's potential, but extremely toxic. If a jonin took it and was not treated within 10 minutes, death was inevitable. He glanced at the fallen Lihua, knowing he had no time to get entangled with Kitaro. "We must fight swiftly and decisively, sir." Orochimaru uses Shadow Snake Hands. Though the move shares the same name, Orochimaru's power far surpasses Lihua's. 7 deep brown giant pythons shot out from his sleeves, lunging straight at Kitaro. The pythons were fierce and imposing, almost like a small-scale illusion, causing a brief daze. Kitaro was hit. The 7 giant pythons tightly coiled and squeezed him, venom spraying and corroding his skin. Being caught in this move was almost a death sentence. But Kitaro had already taken poison pills, and his strength was close to that of a peak jonin. Bang! He suddenly thrust forward, releasing an invisible shockwave and even producing a sonic boom. The pythons fell to the ground one after another, but Kitaro's momentum grew even stronger. Orochimaru looked again at the fallen Lihua, knowing he couldn't delay any longer. He quickly formed hand seals, and chakra poured out at an extremely fast speed. Earth Dragon Flame Style. Orochimaru displayed the combined ninjutsu of the third Hokage, quickly forming a massive earth dragon in front of him, which opened its mouth to spew a torrent of mud, followed immediately by a burst of scorching flames. The elements of earth and fire intertwined, a destructive aura surging toward Onayakira. Onayakira tried to dodge but was locked onto by Orochimaru's energy, and with the injuries left by the Shadow Multi-Snake Hand, he could only endure the attack head-on. Boom! A powerful shockwave and a tremendous explosion erupted. In the distance, Sasori heard the sound, his heart chilled, but he forced himself to quicken his pace. The noise also awakened Lihua from his unconscious state. He mustered all his strength, performing life return to examine his body. The poison was spreading. If not treated promptly, his life would be at risk. Lihua silently thought. Extract reward. At the moment Sasori grabbed him, Lihua had already devised a countermeasure, ready to use the reward obtained from petting Sasori's head to turn the situation around. Ding! Head patting. B rank Ninja Scorpion, choose any 2 of the following rewards. Advanced Puppet Making. Advanced Puppet Manipulation. Advanced Mechanism Techniques. When he saw the last reward, Lihua finally breathed a sigh of relief. He silently thought to himself, top-level pharmacology knowledge, advanced mechanism techniques. After the rewards were granted, the expected intense pain did not appear. Lihua carefully sensed and discovered that the poison was slowly eroding his sensory system. The meaning of the reward was obvious. He had become a top pharmacology master on par with Scorpion. He looked at the kunai on the ground, weapons tempered by the venom. After the kunai struck him, it lay quietly there. Sensing the changes in the poison within his body, he observed the color of the venom, quickly deduced its components, and understood the method to prepare the antidote. However, he was already powerless to move, his whole body cold. With his pharmacology knowledge, he knew he was probably gravely ill. At this moment, a person suddenly appeared in his sight. Orochimaru. Kitaro's head was violently thrown to the ground by Orochimaru, his face grimacing as if he had seen the most terrifying thing. Orochimaru quickly checked Lihua and found he still had a glimmer of life, unusually showing a relieved expression. Seeing Orochimaru arrive, a heavy stone fell from Lihua's heart. Using his last strength, he whispered the method of rescue, then fell into unconsciousness.
Orochimaru dared not delay and could only trust this disciple, only 6 or 7 years old, who had repeatedly created miracles. After taking the antidote, Lihua's breathing gradually stabilized, and his body temperature slowly rose.
This is no small matter. Little Lihua truly is a miracle boy. Orochimaru carried him on his back and set off on the road back to Konoha.
Along the way, he did not forget to clean up the traces of battle to avoid leaving trouble behind. Lihua escaped death, but Sasori's fate was far from optimistic.
Please, Lord Kazekage, send reinforcements. Sasori's expression was calm but contained urgency. The third Kazekage responded calmly, Kiro has already taken poison, the odds are grim.
Besides, the opponent is Orochimaru, one of the 3 legendary Sannin.
Sasori pleaded again, please, Kazekage-sama, don't give up on Kiro. Enough!
The third Kazekage shouted angrily, a powerful pressure instantly enveloping the entire room, making the exhausted Sasori's face turn even paler.
Do you want the ninja squad to go to their deaths?
At this moment, Shio, who was listening in, interjected, Kazekage, Sasori is still young and immature. After speaking, the scroll of the Chikamatsu Ten Ninshu quietly slid into her hand.
Sasori, step back.
Sasori wanted to argue, but after hearing his grandmother's words, he became disheartened, his eyes dimming. He slowly walked out the door, recalling his parents, recalling Kiro who resolutely stood in front, his gaze as cold as a desert.
In the outskirts of Konoha, inside an unknown mountain cave. This natural cave had been transformed by Orochimaru into a temporary resting place. The firewood crackled, warming the cold cave. Rika finally woke up, the orange-red flames reflected before his eyes. Finally saved, he thought gratefully, vowing never to take such risks again. Yo, isn't this Konoha's genius Jinin? Why do you look so miserable? Orochimaru's teasing voice sounded, surprisingly with a hint of delight. Rika propped himself up and looked toward Orochimaru hidden in the shadows. Teacher Orochimaru, have all the enemies been dealt with?
Orochimaru nodded, his voice hoarse, the red-haired one escaped, but I took care of that Jonin.
Rika nodded. Although the intelligence was leaked, at least a major threat was eliminated. However, what surprised me most is that you can detoxify. Orochimaru said, both puzzled and teasing.
That red-haired brat is skilled in poison, making even I was at a loss for a moment.
He will definitely be formidable in the future. Teacher Orochimaru, I thought you had to sneak off to find Tsunade without me. Rika, you really surprise me.
Orochimaru praised sincerely, and Rika felt happy inside.
To be safe, Rika asked, Teacher, what about the traces of our battle? Orochimaru smiled, do you look down on me that much?
Don't worry, all battle traces have been cleaned up, no information will be left behind.
Except for that red-haired brat, all the other enemies are dead.
His tone was cold, reminding Rika that her teacher was a veteran of the Ninja World War.
Rika nodded, understanding. Orochimaru continued, you gained quite a lot from this battle, didn't you?
Rika knew he was referring to battle experience, not just superficial praise. Orochimaru extended his index finger, concentrating sharp chakra at the fingertip, and drew a little figure on the stone wall.
Assuming this is you, your taijutsu, ninjutsu, genjutsu.
He spoke while marking patterns beside the small figure. Your physical fitness has greatly improved, basically reaching the level of a jonin.
Your ninjutsu reserves are also comparable to an ordinary jonin.
Orochimaru sighed, you really are a perverted level genius.
When I was 6 or 7, I was still in the ninja academy.
Your only bottleneck is your chakra amount.
He tapped the small figure's dantian. Lihua understood that this was his greatest weakness.
The Uchiha clan generally has a high chakra amount. Genius clan members usually have jonin level chakra. But you, Lihua, due to age restrictions, your chakra amount is still at the chunin level.
Orochimaru looked at Lihua and said, but don't worry, as you grow older, this chakra shortcoming will naturally disappear. The two then discussed the mission in detail.
As an experienced jonin, Orochimaru's advice greatly benefited Lihua. A few days later, the master and disciple rested and then set off to return to the village. In the Hokage's office in Konoha, the third Hokage was approving documents while listening to Zo's mission report. Hearing the key parts, Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded repeatedly. After Zo finished reporting, he half-kneeling waited for the Hokage's questions. Is that scroll really from Danzo? Hiruzen Sarutobi asked. Elephant nodded, based on the situation on site, indeed. Orochimaru and Uchiha Rifire discovered the scroll, especially Rifire cleverly found the hiding place.
That's right, I'll ask for the detailed situation when they return.
Hiruzen Sarutobi waved his hand, and Elephant disappeared into the shadows like a ghost.
The secret scroll lay quietly on the Hokage's desk. Hiruzen Sarutobi picked up the scroll and examined it carefully, anger igniting. "Bold Danzo! How dare you lay a hand on Shikamaru?" He ordered sternly, "Summon Danzo to see me." At this moment, Danzo learned from Root that the mission had failed and the scroll was taken, his anger uncontrollable. "A bunch of useless fools." He slammed his fist on the desk, sending a shockwave through the air. After calming down and thinking it through, he gave orders: "Withdraw the personnel remotely monitoring Hatake Shikamaru. Dispatch 4 ANBU squads to the fire and wind border to search for traces of the deceased sand ninja." While arranging the aftermath, the Hokage's direct ANBU suddenly burst in. "Lord Danzo, the Hokage requests your immediate presence." After saying this, they disappeared. Damn Hiruzen Sarutobi! Damn Orochimaru and Uchiha Rifire! Danzo roared in anger. Inside the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi and his old friend faced off, arguing fiercely. Danzo was furious and frustrated. "Hatake Shikamaru is too strong, an unstable factor for Konoha. What I'm doing is for Konoha." Nonsense! Hiruzen Sarutobi burned with rage. "From now on, reduce Root's budget by 20% and cut personnel by 30%. "What? Sarutobi, you'll regret this." Danzo shouted. "Tenzo, I am the Hokage." This sentence struck Tenzo's heart hard. He slammed the door in anger and left, secretly cursing in his heart. "Kazuki Tsukumo, Uchiha Rika, Orochimaru, I will remember you all. This isn't over." Although there were undercurrents of tension, Konoha appeared prosperous on the surface, livelier than ever. Because at this moment, the Chunin exams were in full swing, attracting everyone's attention. In the final match, Kakashi won with an outstanding performance. The examiner excitedly announced, "Congratulations to Kakashi for becoming Konoha's youngest Chunin." The atmosphere on site was enthusiastic, but Kakashi remained calm and composed. He looked around and shouted to the audience, "Uchiha Rika, I've become a Chunin, come and surpass me quickly." The whole crowd immediately erupted in noise. Kakashi actually openly challenged Rika. Two geniuses are indeed competing against each other. Kakashi is so cool. Kakashi can't compare to my handsomeness and strength, sneered an anonymous Uchiha youth. Meanwhile, the much discussed Rika was hurrying back to Konoha together with Orochimaru. A few days later, in the Tsuchikage Tower far away in the land of Earth, the third Tsuchikage, Anoki, sat upright in the main seat, carefully listening to the intelligence report from the Iwagakure Umbu. "Has Tsunagakure made an enemy of Konoha this time?" Anoki frowned. "That's right. The order is to sow discord between Tsunagakure and Konoha, making the situation increasingly chaotic." Just as the Iwagakure Umbu was about to leave, Anoki asked again, "You mentioned a young man with exceptional strength just now. What was his name? Akasuna no Sasori?" "No, another one, Uchiha Rika." Hearing this name, Anoki's eyes sharpened, as if recalling something. "Uchiha," he commanded, "no matter what, find out everything about Uchiha Rika." At the same time, the much discussed Uchiha Rika had just returned to Konoha with Orochimaru. After Orochimaru handed over the village entry credentials, 2 guard ninjas allowed them through, and Rika finally returned to his long-absent hometown. "How does it feel to be back here?" Orochimaru asked calmly. "I feel very at ease, just like coming home," Lihua replied. Orochimaru smiled slightly, saying nothing more. Before Lihua could finish packing, Sarutobi Hiruzen learned of their return and immediately sent a direct ANBU team to summon the two of them. Inside the Hokage's office, Orochimaru reported on the mission status, which matched the intelligence provided by Zou, only adding information known solely to the two of them. "Not bad, you've worked hard," the third Hokage said with a smile. "Although the mission wasn't fully completed, due to special circumstances, it is still considered accomplished. Lihua, you completed an A-rank mission on your first try." Lihua rubbed his head and smiled at Orochimaru. "I was just doing odd jobs." The main force was teacher Orochimaru. The three of them all laughed. Orochimaru patted Lihua on the shoulder. "All right, Lihua, you go back first. The teacher and I still have matters to discuss." Lihua took the hint and said his goodbyes. He knew there were still many things waiting for him. Orochimaru stayed in the Hokage's office, and Hiruzen Sarutobi knew his apprentice's personality very well. If Orochimaru took the initiative to bring something up, it must be important. "I've probably discovered the secret ninjutsu of Rika," Orochimaru said bluntly, directly exposing Rika's trump card. Rika never expected that no matter how careful he was, Orochimaru and the others would be so sharp. Orochimaru observed Gaara's escape route and only saw his footprints. Rika's footprints seemed to appear out of thin air. The third Hokage stroked his chin and frowned, asking, "Has Rika ever demonstrated this ability during training?" "No," Orochimaru shook his head. "Then that kid deliberately hid his true strength." Sarutobi nodded. It seems Rika's real power is much stronger than what he shows. But since his heart is with Konoha, this little trick is harmless. Orochimaru nodded with satisfaction. That's precisely why I felt it necessary to report to you early, to prevent anyone from exploiting this loophole. He sincerely regarded Rika as his disciple and did his best to help him eliminate potential risks. After chatting a few sentences about the root matters, Orochimaru left the office. After completing the mission, Hawari took the bonus and went home to tidy up first. The long journey left him exhausted. Resting until evening, the ninja school was probably already out, so he called Kai, Obito, Aoten, and Kakashi to go to a barbecue restaurant together. The barbecue sizzled, and the friends chatted enthusiastically. Kai, Kakashi, what exactly happened in the Chunin exam? Tell us. Aoten, boss, can you reveal some thrilling parts of the A-rank mission? You can skip the confidential details. Everyone chimed in, pushing the atmosphere to a climax. Hawari embellished the parts he could share and told everyone, who listened with great interest. Kai, so exciting. I want to go on a mission too. Kakashi smiled and said, become a ninja first, don't be too naive. Then Kakashi briefly explained the Chunin exam, and everyone was filled with excitement. Kai, I really want to become a Chunin quickly. Lihua helplessly complained, you have so many thoughts. Amid the laughter, Lihua felt the long-lost friendship and showed a sincere smile on his face. Stop talking and eat the meat. When Lihua looked at the grill, he rubbed his eyes and said in disbelief, did I just fall for an illusion? The grill, which was originally full, now only had blazing charcoal left. Kai said in surprise, how did it run out so quickly? Outyan asked anxiously, who exactly ate it? Toby wiped his mouth and burped, it was whoever was so rude to steal the food, burp. Everyone shouted in unison, Uchiha Obito. Helpless, Lihua had to order multiple servings of barbecue again and have dinner with his friends. The next day, the Hokage approved Lihua's 1-week leave. He did not continue training but chose to rest properly. After all, blindly training hard can easily harm oneself. But Orochimaru didn't even let the vacation time go to waste. Starting from the 4th day, he called Lihua to the laboratory every day. He wanted to train him as an assistant and also hoped to use his intelligence to find a direction for experiments. After a week, Lihua began to train diligently with Orochimaru again. Time flew by, and a year quickly passed. During this year, Lihua completed 1 A-rank mission, 5 B-rank missions, and 10 C-rank solo missions with Orochimaru, gaining very rich combat experience. As he grew older, Lihua's chakra steadily improved, already subtly reaching the level of a Chunin. Overall strength has even reached the level of a special Jonin. Additionally, Kakashi shouted across the distance during the Chunin exams, inspiring many people. Many encouraged Lihua to participate in the Chunin exams. Lihua finally responded to Kakashi, successfully advancing to Chunin with the top score, shocking the entire Konoha village. 2 genius ninjas appearing in succession greatly excited the villagers. But this also made other hidden villages very envious. Shio of the Sand Village looked at the intelligence, burning with anger, damn Konoha. Kakashi and Uchiha Lihua, one day you will pay the price. Anoki of the Stone Village floated in the air, seriously reading the intelligence about Lihua collected by the Anbu. Did Hiruzen Sarutobi block the key intelligence? An Anbu member half-kneeling nodded. Uchiha Lihua's strength is astonishing, he absolutely cannot be kept alive. However, as the protagonist, Lihua was not arrogant. He felt that becoming a Chunin with his strength was not difficult at all. During that year, Lihua also took the opportunity to pat Shuomao's head. Shuomo was busy with official duties, leaving early and returning late, rarely having the chance to meet. Every time he saw him, he always sat far away, and Lihua could never find the right moment. This time, he finally seized the opportunity. Ding! Patting the head of a rank ninja Hataki Shuomo, reward, choose any 3 options. The options are Hataki Swordsmanship, Konoha Secret Transmission Technique Ultimate Art 1000 Years of Death, Significant Enhancement of Physical Fitness, 1A Rank Ninja Sword, Top Level Cooking Skills. Without hesitation, Lihua chose Kabako Sword Technique, Significant Enhancement of Physical Fitness, and a rank ninja sword. After a year of actual combat, he deeply understood the importance of strength and trump cards. Although he couldn't use it openly, Lihua decided to learn the Kabako Sword Technique. Once the reward was granted, Lihua's Kabako Sword Technique immediately reached a masterful level. A blood-red famous sword appeared newly in the system space. Lihua took out the famous sword, felt the cold blade, lightly swung it, and immediately realized this sword was as excellent as Byakuga's peerless blade. System, what is the name of this sword? A cold voice echoed in his mind, Yen. Yen?
It actually suits this fiery red blade quite well. With the final reward significant physical enhancement obtained, Li Hua's physical abilities instantly soared to the level of an upper ninja. His entire body surged with strength, and Li Hua felt incredibly grounded. 1 year later, Li Hua faced the third rank mission of his life.
What? To Kirigakure village? Li Hua stared at his teacher in shock, unable to believe it. Orochimaru said calmly, "Yes, the Mizukage succession ceremony is about to begin. Kirigakure village invited the 4 great ninja villages to attend. There's nothing wrong with that, right?"
Only then did Li Hua remember that Kirigakure had not yet fallen into the village of Bloody Mist. Mizukage Goju Yagura was about to ascend to power. Orochimaru added, Kirigakure village is hidden deep in the mountains, shrouded in thick fog year-round, isolated from the outside world. Surrounded by sea on all sides, far from the mainland, information is cut off.
Such a great opportunity to broaden your horizons, why are you shrinking back instead?
Li Hua knew that with his own strength, he was not qualified to go in person. The Hokage's envoy, Orochimaru, was the main figure. The teacher took the opportunity to let him gain experience and broaden his knowledge. Understanding the careful intention, Li Hua quickly agreed. Orochimaru smiled knowingly and began to arrange the itinerary.
Departure in 5 days.
After speaking, he took out a thick file and slammed it heavily on the ground. This is all the intelligence Konoha has collected on Kirigakure over the years.
I've removed everything you shouldn't see. You must finish watching the rest within 5 days.
Before the words had even fallen, Orochimaru vanished in an instant, leaving his stunned Heian behind.
Heian sighed in his heart, what a curse. Late at night, in the quiet, Heian studied diligently under the lamp. At the same time, in the root secret base, Danzo was burning with rage. Why? Why should Orochimaru become the Mizukage? He roared, losing control of his emotions. After calming down, Danzo sat down, his face buried in shadows, his eyes murky as he stared into the distance. Could it be that Hiruzen Sarutobi really wants Orochimaru to become the Hokage?
His anger could no longer be contained.
I have devoted myself wholeheartedly to Konoha, yet I am treated like this, absolutely unacceptable.
He slowly closed his eyes, secretly plotting his scheme.
Orochimaru, you are not allowed to move yet. If he can't figure out what release in a day, he won't move for a day. But, if I can ruin Orochimaru's reputation, make him disgraced and only listen to me, wouldn't that be the best of both worlds? Danzo sneered slyly. Orochimaru's arrogance and his talent led to the accidental death of the genius youth Uchiha Iraka during the mission. Ha, that's a good headline. After saying this, Danzo's eyes lit up, and the root members all half kneeling, waiting for orders. But just as he was about to give the order, he hesitated again. Sarutobi Hizashi has already noticed my little moves.
If I fail this time, I'm completely done with the Hokage.
No, Root cannot intervene. Danzo pondered for a moment, a more sinister plan flashing through his mind. How about a drive the tiger to swallow the wolf strategy? He suddenly said. Order the Root Intelligence Division to quickly spread the news that Orochimaru and Uchiha Rihu will attend the Mizukage succession ceremony. A captain asked, Sir, should we also leak their itinerary? Danzo shook his head. No, no one would believe that. People only trust information they find out themselves. Thus, using the Mizukage succession ceremony as cover, the conspiracy against Orochimaru and Rihu quietly began.
5 days later, early morning, at the Konoha main gate.
Li Hua had dark circles under his eyes, waiting for Orochimaru. If any time travelers saw him, they would definitely think he looked like a haggard panda. Li Hua wore a blue Uchiha training uniform and white shorts, with bandages wrapped around his wrists, and also wore knee pads and leg bindings.
His ninja tool pouch was filled with ration pills, explosive tags, and fire starters, but there were no kunai or shuriken in sight. It turned out that during this year, Li Hua and Orochimaru had jointly developed the summoning technique, Thunder Light Sword Transformation, which allowed kunai and shuriken to be summoned just by clapping the wrist, extremely convenient. Li Hua's SA rank ninja sword flame was also stored in the system space as a backup. You came so early in the morning, truly surprising for your master. Orochimaru strolled over slowly, patted Li Hua on the shoulder, and teasingly asked, How have you rested these past few days? Hearing this, Li Hua almost threw a spiral shuriken with one hand.
Teacher, how can you say that?
The book you gave me was so thick and huge, I haven't slept a wink these past few days.
Orochimaru smiled satisfactorily. It seems you know this book is important, and you actually finished reading it. Rikeo nodded discontentedly, without arguing.
Soon, Orochimaru completed the procedures to leave the village, and the two set off on the road to the land of water.
Just outside the village, Orochimaru asked Rikeo, "How do we get to the land of water?" Rikeo knew his teacher was testing him, and after thinking, he answered, "The land of water is surrounded by sea on all sides, so we have to take a ferry to get there. The safest route recently is to go straight east, reach the border of the land of fire, and then take a boat from there." Orochimaru nodded with satisfaction.
Your homework is well done, but this is only the theoretical plan.
Rikeo looked at Orochimaru in confusion, not understanding why he said that.
You read the book, and your teacher is pleased, but you don't know that in these 5 days, the news of our journey to Kirigakure village has already spread throughout the ninja world.
Li Hua's eyes tightened. How is that possible? The messenger from each ninja village should be top secret. Orochimaru nodded, took out a ninja world map from his ninja tool bag, and spread it out in front of Li Hua. No matter what, to avoid accidents on the way, we can't take the normal route. I've decided to go through the land of iron.
Orochimaru pointed to the land of iron on the map that borders the land of fire and also has a port leading to the land of water.
Li Hua nodded in agreement.
Also, to be safe, we need to disguise ourselves.
Li Hua suggested, and after thinking for a moment, Orochimaru nodded and said, "Then let's disguise ourselves as samurai."
After all, the samurai status is respected in the land of iron. The two performed a transformation technique, turning into a large and a small samurai. This time the transformation technique was extremely clever, difficult to detect unless one was a jonin or above. And so, Iro and Orochimaru set out on the road to the land of iron.
Iwagakure, Tsuchikige's office. A member of the Anbu was half kneeling, waiting for the Tsuchikige's orders.
And the Tsuchikige was, surprisingly, a small old man floating in the air.
Anoki carefully examined the intelligence in his hand, his gaze serious. Interesting, every hidden village's envoy is top secret, yet Konoha openly reveals their information. The Anbu said. Perhaps it's a trap set by Konoha? Anoki shook his head. If so, what are they trying to achieve? I think there is a traitor inside Konoha who wants to use us to eliminate these two.
The Anbu were surprised.
Who? Orochimaru?
He is one of the 3 legendary Sannins sealed by Hanzo, the demigod.
Anoki did not answer, only staring at the strange peaks and rocks of Iwagakure.
He doesn't want to get his hands wet, but I'll make sure his hands are covered in mud.
Let's see if he still won't fight back.
And also, have the yellow earth prepare. This time, at the Mizukage succession ceremony, he will represent Iwagakure to attend.
The Anbu nodded. The secret order was sent out from the Tsuchikige's office, and Iwagakure began to operate like a clockwork machine. The same situation was unfolding in Sunagakure. Sunagakure, the Kazekage's office.
The 3rd Kazekage sat in the main seat, stroking his chin, deep in thought and silent. Grandma Chio and Ebizo sat on either side, also staring blankly at the intelligence reports. The most powerful people in Sunagakure were gathered together today.
Little brother, is this intelligence reliable? Chio asked first.
Sister, Lord Kazekage didn't suspect it at all, but you are the one who doubts it first. Chio knew that Ebizo controlled the largest intelligence system in Sunagakure.
For this intelligence to be presented, it must have passed multiple layers of review. The 3rd Kazekage looked up at the siblings and asked, "What do you two think about this matter?"
Just as Chio was about to speak, Ebizo quickly gave her a look, and she swallowed her words.
Ebizo stared at the 3rd Kazekage and said, "Lord Kazekage, what do you plan to do?" "The 2 of us will give our all."
Seeing that he couldn't get more out of them, the 3rd Kazekage spoke bluntly. Orochimaru slaughtered countless of our ninja during the Second Ninja World War, a heinous crime.
Uchiha Rika killed multiple ninja consecutively during the Aniakairo incident, an unforgivable sin. Now that the opportunity is rare, I believe we should gather the Anbu and wait for the chance to assassinate. His imposing aura made it hard to refuse. Ebizo stood up and bowed slightly. "We are willing to serve Lord Kazekage."
After saying this, he ignored Chio's angry glare and forcibly pulled her away from the Kazekage building.
Once outside, Chio could no longer hold back and broke free from her brother. "Little brother, didn't you realize? This is a..."
Ebizo immediately shushed her, signaling her to be quiet. Looking up, sure enough, the Kazekage was watching them through the large window.
"Let's talk at home," Ebizo said. Chio followed him back half in doubt. After closing the door, Ebizo confirmed no one was around, then stared into Chio's eyes. "You mean this is an obvious trap?" Chio responded loudly, "What else?" Konoha deliberately leaked intelligence about Orochimaru and Uchiha Rika, very likely a scheme to kill with a borrowed knife. Ebizo's expression grew serious. "Not only you, but the Kazekage and I also see this as a trap." Chio questioned, "Then you still Ebizo continued, but didn't you notice, Lord Kazekage set an invisible trap for us.
News of the Oniakairo incident has spread, and the villagers have begun to accuse us of being weak and incompetent.
Chio retorted, that was the Kazekage's decision, it was simply not suitable to dispatch troops at that time. Ebizo sneered, what the Kazekage wants is unanimous praise from the villagers. Chio suddenly understood, so. Ebizo nodded, the Kazekage repeatedly tested us, leading us to refuse to send troops.
He can both preserve Sunagekyu's strength and shift all the blame onto us.
Chio sat back in her chair, sighing, how did I not think of that? Her expression was desolate. But, little brother, once troops are deployed, opposing Sunagekure will probably do more harm than good.
Ebizo narrowed his eyes, pondered for a moment, and slowly said, not necessarily.
As long as the timing is right, a single strike can also achieve success. Land of Lightning, Kumogakure, Yunrai Gorge. Rumble rumble. A tremendous roar shook the gorge. A black-skinned, muscular man radiating lightning was fiercely battling a gigantic eight tails. This eight tails was tens of thousands of times larger than the man, yet he tightly suppressed it, even showing signs of victory. This man was the third Reikage. The eight tails roared, a pitch-black-tailed beast orb forming in its mouth. The cloud ninja outside Yunrai Gorge, seeing the deathly aura of the tailed beast orb, grew extremely tense. But I, overloaded from the fierce battle, was stiff and unable to move. The tailed beast orb shot out like lightning, striking A fiercely. Boom! The sky and earth seemed to lose their color as the tailed beast orb rapidly expanded into a giant sphere. Wherever it touched, not a blade of grass grew, and the ground cracked open. Seconds later, as the dust settled, people looked into the pit in astonishment. A tower-like figure stood tall, the third Reikage, A. His entire body was charred black, yet his aura grew even stronger. A stood firmly, legs apart, lightning flashing with his right hand, he gathered lightning chakra. He shouted, Hell stab, one punch pierce. As his words fell, a charge toward the eight tails like a flash of lightning. Boom! The eight tails was defeated once again. The sealing team quickly arrived and used iron armor seals to seal the eight tails back into Barubi's body. The battle ended, and the cloud ninjas hurried to Yunlei Gorge to provide support. Reikage was currently receiving treatment from the medical team while handling official duties. Reikage-sama, the Mizukage succession ceremony requires someone to attend. What do you think? The secretary reported urgently. Reikage pondered for a moment. Let AI lead the team to attend the ceremony in Kirigakure village. Understood. Also, Orochimaru and Konoha's rising star Uchiha Rika will be going. Should we take action? The secretary said while making a throat-slitting gesture. Reikage considered briefly. Hold position for now and observe their movements. The secretary nodded and left, while the medical team continued treating Reikage. Land of Water, Kirigakure village. At this moment, Kirigakure village was no longer closed off, new faces could be seen everywhere. Their sole purpose was to witness the inauguration of the fourth Mizukage, Goju Shikura. Although not officially in office yet, Shikura was already handling official business in the Mizukage's office. Mizukage-sama, please review this intelligence. Elder Genshur of the village handed a document to Shikura. Shikura quickly skimmed through the intelligence, then turned to Genshur. So, it means the Konoha envoy is very likely to become a target? Genshur nodded and said, exactly. A year ago, Orochimaru and Uchiha Rika had a falling out with Sunagekure, and Suna might take this opportunity to strike. And that old fox Inoki definitely won't miss the chance to get a piece of the pie. Shikura put down the intelligence and stood up, pacing in the office. He understood that this incident was a crucial test of his ability as the new Mizukage, and mishandling it would have serious consequences. He also knew he couldn't rely entirely on Genshur, he had to take charge himself. After a moment of thought, he spoke, Orochimaru and Uchiha Rika must not have any accidents. Especially not causing trouble on the Land of Water's territory. Otherwise, Kirigakure's reputation will suffer greatly. Genshur nodded in satisfaction and asked, what do you plan to do then? Shikura responded decisively, seal off some ports under the guise of security and dispatch the 7 ninja swordsmen to provide support. Genshur hesitated a bit, isn't the too conspicuous? The 7 ninja swordsmen usually handle assassinations and other critical missions. Shikura's gaze was firm. I said, the Konoha envoy must not be harmed. Who knows what tricks the other hidden villages might pull? Seeing Shikura's resolute attitude, Genshur said no more. Before leaving, he added, should we eliminate them once they leave Kirigakure? This is a good opportunity to weaken Konoha. Shikura shook his head, I just took office, my foundation isn't stable yet. It's not suitable to make big moves.
Besides, if others can't kill them, having one more 1T help.
It's settled then.
Genshur nodded and took his leave. Thus, all the hidden villages acted simultaneously. Within the Land of Iron, fierce winds howled and heavy snow fell. The Land of Fire was already warm and blossoming, but the Land of Iron remained bitterly cold.
In the silver-white world, Rika and Orochimaru were heading toward the capital.
Taking a detour, a journey that originally took 10 days had already stretched to half a month. "Sensei, it's too cold here," Rika asked, braving the chill wind. Orochimaru replied, "The Land of Iron has a unique climate, with snow all year round.
I've only passed through once during a mission. How much longer until we reach the capital?" Rika asked. Orochimaru looked into the distance, about half a day. Half a day later, the two finally saw the capital of the Land of Iron, but at the city gate stood two squads of samurai, strictly inspecting those entering the city. The lead samurai shouted loudly, "Due to special circumstances, please show your identification for inspection. Ninjas must declare in advance, or they will be treated as enemies." The reason he dared to say such things was not only because of the powerful strength of the Iron Country's samurai lineage but also because of the Iron Country's special neutral status. Standing among the crowd, Rika whispered, "Teacher, what should we do?" Orochimaru looked toward the checkpoint ahead and saw the samurai scanning the crowd one by one with a special chakra detector. If the device detected ninja chakra fluctuations, it would sound an alarm. Probably, this procedure didn't exist before, Orochimaru murmured in a hoarse voice. "I can't guarantee we can evade this device's detection. Revealing our identities would only make us targets. So, we have to sneak into the city." Rika immediately understood, and the two silently joined the queue. Orochimaru raised his hand and silently infused chakra into the shadow of a person being inspected. The device immediately emitted a sharp alarm. The samurai drew their swords, chakra gathering on the blades, producing a humming sound. "Don't move, stop resisting immediately." The lead samurai quickly subdued the panicked man. After a search, they found he was just an ordinary person. "Could the device be malfunctioning?" the samurai asked in confusion. After the samurai restored order, the city gate entrance returned to calm. No one noticed that the two had swaggered into the city. Walking down the bustling street, Orochimaru chuckled softly. Rika asked, "Teacher, what are you laughing at?" Orochimaru looked toward the city gate direction. "The samurai are too arrogant, and the lord is not smart. They rely too much on the device, cling to outdated traditions, but don't realize the ninja have diverse methods." Rika nodded in agreement. The ninja's tricks could indeed confuse the powerful samurai. At that moment, a well-equipped samurai patrol passed by, led by a man wearing refined iron armor and bandages wrapped around his head, none other than Mifune, the future host of the 5 Kage Summit. Rika felt suspicious. Orochimaru had already entered a tea house and was chatting with an old man. During the conversation, Orochimaru asked, "Old sir, why is the security here so strict?" The old man replied, "You must be an outsider, right? 5 days ago, an outsider died in an inn. Since that day, outsiders have been dying one after another, causing much gossip in the city. Lord Mifune is personally overseeing the matter." At that moment, Rika also came over, poured tea for the two, and asked, "What's so strange about this case? It's been investigated for so long, but there's still no clue?" The old man took a sip of tea, glanced at Rika, and said, "Young man, you don't know, this case is really bizarre. At the time of the incident, the shop owner was guarding the door, but no one saw anyone come in or out. All the victims were killed with a single stab, and there was no sign of a struggle in the house. Don't you find that strange?" Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking to himself, "It's strange to ordinary people and samurai, but to a ninja, this is quite normal." He asked calmly, "Old man, how do you know so much?" The elder was unconcerned. "This matter has long been spread throughout the city, everyone knows about it." After gathering the information, Orochimaru paid for the tea and left the tea house with Lihua. Lihua looked at Orochimaru excitedly, his inner detective enthusiasm already ignited. Orochimaru noticed his disciple's excitement and said coldly, "Stop thinking about that. We're here on a mission, not as detectives." Lihua pouted but reluctantly agreed. Without delay, Orochimaru took Lihua straight to the ferry port of the Land of Iron. Although the Land of Iron is covered in snow and ice year-round, its harbor remains ice-free due to warm currents, making it a non-freezing port. The two arrived at the ferry terminal, only to receive unexpected news. "Sorry, due to a once-in-a-century blizzard, the ferry to the Land of Water is suspended for 3 days." Orochimaru was helpless and had no choice but to take Lihua back to the capital.
This actually suits you, Orochimaru patted Lihua on the shoulder and said seriously, but don't let your guard down. Even though we're not afraid, we don't want to cause trouble.
Lihua nodded in agreement.
The two returned to the city center, preparing to find an inn to stay at. Unbeknownst to them, two pairs of eyes were already fixed intently on them.
For safety reasons, Orochimaru only booked a double room at the inn.
As soon as Lihua entered, exhausted, he lay straight on the bed, enjoying the long-awaited peace. After tidying up, late at night when everything was quiet, Lihua's eyelids began to droop.
Orochimaru noticed the fatigue. You rest first. I'll keep watch tonight.
Lihua was so trapped he couldn't resist anymore and fell into a deep sleep. Orochimaru closed his eyes to rest and recover his strength. Due to the serial killings, the capital city enforced a curfew, and the night was silent.
Suddenly, a bright red line of blood appeared on Orochimaru's neck, blood flowing uncontrollably. Thud! Orochimaru fell to the ground. The legendary ninja quietly fell. Got one down. In the darkness, an invisible ninja slowly approached the sleeping Lihua, raising a kunai. Suddenly, a sharp blade flashed. Splat! The ninja's hand holding the kunai was instantly severed.
The invisible ninja cried out in pain, and the invisibility technique was forcibly dispelled.
The sound woke up Lihua, who was still sound asleep.
Lihua quickly sprang up from the bed, lightly tapping his left wrist with his right hand. A sharp kunai appeared in his hand, and he immediately took a fighting stance.
Clack!
The room's light suddenly brightened, revealing four figures: Lihua on the bed, Mikazuki holding a knife, the attacker with a severed wrist, and Orochimaru watching with arms crossed.
Orochimaru applauded and said, "The #1 warrior of the Iron Country truly lives up to his reputation."
Mikazuki slowly sheathed his knife, his sharp gaze sweeping over Lihua and Orochimaru.
"Are you Orochimaru and Uchiha Lihua? Why do you hide your true identities?"
Mikazuki easily saw through their identities, causing Lihua's heart to tighten. Three people smuggled into the city in disguise, heading straight for the ferry, destination the Land of Water.
Only the exposed Konoha envoys fit these characteristics: Orochimaru and Uchiha Lihua.
Orochimaru smiled without speaking. Mifune continued, "You caused chaos at the city gate, which was wrong, but I would like to ask Lord Orochimaru for a favor."
"Let's consider this matter settled, how about that?"
Lihua rolled his eyes, seeing for the first time someone asking for help with such confidence.
Orochimaru pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement. "Speak, what is it?"
Mifune's gaze sharpened, exuding a fierce aura. "I want to find the hideout of these ninjas and make them pay."
Orochimaru smiled. "I was thinking the same." He raised his hand and sharply commanded the fallen attacker, Shadow Snake Hands. 7 brown giant pythons shot out from his sleeves, quickly wrapping around the attacker. Orochimaru looked at Lihua. "Little Lihua, stay here and watch him carefully. I will make those who attacked us pay." After speaking, he and San Chuan instantly left to search for the enemy's lair. Lihua remained vigilant, the room filled with traps, and he left flying thunder god marks in the room and on the attacker to ensure everything was foolproof. The attacker fainted from excessive blood loss. After using medicine to sustain his breath, Lihua patted his head. Ding! Head patting a rank ninja, Nakajima, please choose 3 rewards. Earth Release, Earth Split Palm. Earth Release, Camouflage Concealment Technique. Significant Physical Enhancement. Earth Release, Earth Spike Spear. Earth Release, Underground Submersion. Seeing Camouflage Concealment Technique, Lihua was greatly surprised. This ninjutsu is extremely rare, only appearing in the original work during the Kamui Bridge mission. IWA hidden Jonin Oishi used this technique to abduct Rin and even injured Kakashi, who had just been promoted to Jonin. An invisibility technique that even Jonin find difficult to detect is truly invaluable. This also explains why that ninja was able to silently infiltrate the hotel multiple times to carry out attacks. Judging by his rank, it makes sense that he could use such a ninjutsu. An A-rank ninja's strength is roughly equivalent to that of a Jonin to Kage level. If it weren't for Sanbune and Orochimaru guarding me, capturing a Jonin alive wouldn't be so easy. In any case, the 3 of us are too strong. Lihua put away his thoughts, focused on analyzing the reward list, and came to 2 key points. First, this ninja is definitely not acting alone. To find the place where Orochimaru and I live without being discovered, a powerful intelligence network is necessary. Secondly, this organization is very likely to come again. After all, no one would easily give up on a Jonin. A seemingly easy guarding mission is actually fraught with danger. Lihua stroked his chin and muttered to himself. Judging by the rewards, this organization is very likely a Wagakure, since quite a few Earth-release ninjutsu have appeared. With this in mind, Liuwa didn't rush to claim the reward. Instead, he strengthened the defensive traps. After setting up the room S traps, he sat cross-legged on the bed, eyes half closed. Simple Sage Mode, activate. With a soft shout, Liuwa quickly absorbed the dense natural energy. He slowly exhaled a breath of foul air and opened his eyes. Using the powerful perception of Immortal Mode, he carefully sensed his surroundings. After confirming safety, he began to choose his rewards. I want Earth-Shattering Palm, Camouflage Concealment, and Moderate Physical Enhancement. The rewards have been granted. The system's voice sounded, and the familiar pain spread throughout his body. Li Huan knew this was the necessary process to strengthen his body. The pain gradually lessened, and he clearly felt his physical fitness improve by 20%. At the same time, he also mastered the usage of Camouflage Concealment Technique and Earth-Shattering Palm. He quickly formed hand seals, and complex seals flickered. Earth Release, Camouflage Concealment Technique. With a whisper, he felt his body being enveloped by a cold liquid, slowly blending into the environment. If he hadn't been able to sense his own body, Liuwa wouldn't have believed he was still in the room. This invisibility ninjutsu is really powerful. After the exclamation, Liuwa dispelled the ninjutsu and began using medicine to stop Nakajima's bleeding. It was not out of kindness, but rather an opportunity to sever Nakajima's Achilles tendon. Stopping the bleeding was only to prevent him from dying of blood loss. After all, he was the only survivor among the attackers, holding immense intelligence value. With that in mind, Liuwa also dislocated Nakajima's jaw to prevent him from hiding poison in his mouth. Then he stuffed his own sock into Nakajima's mouth. Liuwa had no intention of interrogating personally, waiting for someone more professional to handle it. By the time everything ended, it was already late at night. Liuwa cautiously kept an eye on the unconscious Nakajima, the makeshift Sage Mode constantly alert to the surroundings. He vaguely heard sounds of fighting nearby. Orochimaru and Misafune were leading people to surround and eliminate the attackers. Suddenly, 5 figures broke into his perception range. Enemy attack. Liuwa quickly took a defensive stance but did not move toward Nakajima. The intruders knew they had been discovered but did not rush to act. 4 of them quickly took positions at the 4 corners of the inn, shouting in unison, "Earth Release, Earthquake Core." Chakra poured down like a waterfall, and the inn along with the ground suddenly sank. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Liuwa steadied himself and looked out the window. The entire inn was surrounded by earth, sinking to a great depth. 4 ninja guards stood above. They could not leave without defeating them. The 5th ninja appeared inside the inn, searching for Liuwa, and quickly pinpointed his location. Bang! The door was violently kicked open. This Orochimaru is really blind. The explosion of firelight roared. Liuwa looked at the 50 ignition talismans stuck on the door hinge. "You're dead, kid." The Jonin, covered in soot, stepped out from behind the earthen wall, furious. If it weren't for the earth flow wall blocking the explosion at a critical moment, he would have been blown to ashes. The explosion woke the unconscious Nakajima. He slowly opened his eyes, feeling the sock in his mouth, holding back tears. "Damn kid." The Jonin rushed swiftly toward Nakajima, trying to save him, but was met with the heavy defensive traps set by Liuwa. Kunai, shuriken, meteor hammers, sickles, pickaxe handles, and other hidden weapons flashed coldly as they flew out from the shadows. Damn! The hidden weapons couldn't be fatal, but they disrupted the Jonin's movements, keeping him on the defensive. Finally, he knocked away all the hidden weapons and breathed a sigh of relief. "Admit it, you little brat." A faint sound came from beneath his feet, and he looked down with a smile. A little trick? So it was a detonating tag. Boom! The last detonating tag exploded, and all of Liuwa's defensive traps were used up. The result was the Jonin's legs were blown off, his body burned, and he lay on the ground, barely alive. He left no survivors guarding. A single Jonin was already Liuwa's limit. Liuwa quickly patted his head and without hesitation ended his life with a kunai. To prepare for the upcoming battle, Liuwa decided to fight to sustain his fight. After quickly claiming the head patting reward, Liuwa chose slight physical enhancement and 2 ninjutsu techniques. The rewards took effect instantly, and Liuwa felt a significant boost in strength. But he knew the real fierce battle was just beginning. Earth Mound. The 4 Jonin guarding above sensed their comrade's death, their expressions tense and no longer calm. They exchanged a glance and, in tacit agreement, jumped down below. Liuwa decisively left the inn room and moved Nakajima to an open area. The 4 Jonin quickly landed in front of him, adopting battle stances. Liuwa was tense and alert, seeing they wore Iwagakure uniforms, their faces cold and showing no sign of retreat. He protected Nakajima, knowing this was a life or death battle.
The four said nothing and charged directly at Li Hua, the atmosphere extremely tense. Li Hua remained calm, lightly tapping his left wrist with his right hand, and a sharp kunai appeared in his palm.
He swung his right arm forcefully, sending the kunai flying like lightning toward the four.
But that was not enough. He quickly formed hand seals and unleashed a ninjutsu he had never dared to use before, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. The single kunai instantly multiplied into hundreds, pouring down like a steel waterfall. The IWA ninja were shocked this youth's strength was so formidable. Li Hua, however, was not at ease either, having instantly used a large amount of chakra and temporarily unable to perform other ninjutsu. But this barrage of kunai was already enough to threaten the four jonin. The overwhelming number created a pressure that escalated the tension of the battle. The four jonin, experienced and quick, exchanged glances and swiftly formed hand seals, earth release, earth flow wall. A massive earthen wall rapidly rose, blocking the sky filled with kunai. The kunai deeply embedded into the earthen wall, sending a chill through the four. We must finish this quickly, they silently thought. What they didn't know was that these kunai all bore the flying thunder god mark of Li Hua, hiding a deadly trap. At this moment, the sounds of battle gradually ceased. Li Hua understood that Orochimaru and Misafune's mission was about to end. The four jonin's expressions grew even more serious. Taking the opportunity, Li Hua restored chakra, and the four quickly exchanged tactics, preparing to face the next wave of attacks. The four jonin swiftly formed hand seals and struck the ground in unison.
Bang! Dust flew up as chakra poured into the earth. Earth release, cracking earth palm.
The ground beneath their feet trembled violently, as if alive.
The chakra hidden underground stirred like a fierce beast. Li Hua immediately mobilized chakra.
Thump thump thud. The flying thunder god technique flashed a scarlet light. The earth suddenly compressed, like a meat grinder cutting through everything in its range. The four IWA shinobi nervously exhaled dirty air, unwilling to believe that Uchiha Rika could escape such a powerful attack. However, the unexpected happened. Buzz! The sound of a blade being drawn rang out, and a deep slash appeared on the massive earth wall. Boom! The earth wall was forcibly cut in half. A figure slowly approached. It was Uchiha Rika. In his left hand, he held the flying thunder god kunai. In his right, the shinobi sword flame, shining with a crimson glow, his face full of cold ruthlessness. The lead IWA shinobi's face turned pale, unable to believe that this brat was unharmed and could even cleave the earth wall. Experience told him not to overthink the reason, but to decisively take action. Seeing that Orochimaru and Mifune were about to return, and the force chakra was about to be exhausted, hesitation could only lead to failure. His eyes sharpened, and he whispered, "Execute Plan C." The other three silently nodded, resolutely carrying out the order. The three jonin drew their kunai, ready to fight to the death with taijutsu. The three quickly advanced, fiercely clashing with Li Hua. Li Hua knew that even with his body enhanced, dealing with three jonin at once was still difficult. But with the support of the Hataki sword technique, the situation would be different. Gripping the ninja blade flame tightly, the key points of the sword technique surfaced in his mind. Li Hua weaved through the enemy ranks, leaving wounds on each opponent with every step. The clash of metal rang out, blood splattered. He severed the neck of the last enemy, blood splashing across his youthful face, giving him an unusually bewitching appearance. Suddenly, Li Hua abruptly turned around.
Not right, only three jonin? Just then, the IWA ninja captain took advantage of the chaos and arrived, standing before Nakajima. He coldly thrust a kunai at his former teammate, his voice icy, "Don't even think about succeeding." Li Hua fully activated his chakra, and the flying thunder god mark took effect again. Thump thump thud. The rock ninja captain's head was cut off with a single stroke. In the air, Li Hua faintly saw the flying thunder god mark and the crimson flash on Nakajima's body, and he smiled with relief in his heart. "If it's space-time ninjutsu, I accept it." The rock ninja captain fell to the ground like a rag, expressionless on Li Hua's face. He saw Nakajima slowly fall as well. In the final moment, although Li Hua had cut off the rock ninja captain's head, the kunai also pierced Nakajima. Nakajima showed a relieved smile and slowly closed his eyes. On the empty ground of the inn, only Li Hua remained. Despite having experienced countless killings facing this scene, Li Hua still sighed at the cruelty of the ninja world. The battle was truly fierce. Orochimaru's mocking voice came from above the deep pit. Beside him was a serious-looking Miss Yun. Although the two were in good condition, their bodies were covered in dust and bloodstains. Leaving the samurai to handle the scene, Orochimaru first pulled Li Hua up. The three remained silent. Miss Yun spoke first. "Where do you think the attackers came from?" Li Hua answered decisively, "It must be the IWA ninja." Both their attire and ninjutsu are extremely similar.
Orochimaru nodded. Miss Yun and I thought the same at first, but when we reached their stronghold.
Miss Yun continued, the setup was too much like the IWA Ninja decorations, utensils, food were all identical. But if they really were IWA Ninja, why wouldn't they disguise themselves?
These words left Lihua confused, as if guessing the other was guessing himself. The key was which layer these attackers were hiding in. Orochimaru said calmly, intelligence shows they only operate within the known areas of the major ninja villages, more like a disguised IWA ninja base. The three pondered for a long time, lacking new intelligence. It became an unsolvable mystery. Mifune said, in any case, it is my responsibility that you two were attacked in the Land of Iron.
I will personally write a report and submit it to Konoha. Orochimaru nodded, approving this way of handling it.
The matter was temporarily settled.
In the following days, Orochimaru and Lihua recuperated in the Land of Iron.
3 days later, the ferry service, which had been suspended due to weather, resumed. The two prepared to leave, declined Mifune's escort, and quietly boarded the ship. The ferry was bustling with voices. Just as the two were about to board the ship, Orochimaru quietly tapped Lihua on the shoulder and said in a hoarse, low voice, 3 o'clock and 7 o'clock.
Lihua calmly looked in the two directions and indeed spotted two groups of people.
One group consisted of burly men with dark skin, proudly wearing the Kumo ninja forehead protectors on their foreheads. Leading them was a strong blonde, dark-skinned man who looked remarkably like a certain basketball player. Lihua's heart stirred. This was definitely a messenger sent by the Kumo ninja. And this man was none other than the future 4th Raikage. The other group wore black cloaks and black masks on their faces, mysterious and intimidating. As soon as Lihua cast his gaze toward them, both sides noticed each other simultaneously. Clearly their identities had been exposed.
Lihua whispered, they come with ill intent.
Orochimaru responded calmly, when soldiers come, generals block. When water comes, earth covers. A ferry loaded with powerful warriors slowly set sail from the harbor. Gazing at the turbulent sea, Lihua still did not understand what awaited them next. Meanwhile, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, received urgent reports from 3 ships. Orochimaru and the other were attacked by unknown assailants. Hiruzen Sarutobi pondered the intelligence, and a question suddenly flashed through his mind. Everyone in the ninja world knows Orochimaru and the others are Konoha envoys, so how was this leaked? He then waved his hand decisively. Go, summon Danzo. Inside the Hokage's office, the two erupted into a fierce argument.
Sarutobi Hiruzen angrily said, I think you're getting senile. My men are right under your nose, and you say I'm the one hurting people? Danzo defended himself. How could that confidential information have spread throughout the ninja world? That's not my fault.
Sarutobi Hiruzen coldly replied, I think you just want to give up. Starting today, Rude's budget is cut by 10% and staff reduced by 10%. The two were burning with anger and eventually parted on bad terms. At this moment, in Iwagakure, Anoki was listening to his subordinate's report on the operation. I didn't expect that sending out an entire Umbu squad would result in total annihilation. He sighed and mourned the fallen IWA ninja. After Orochimaru was attacked, the third Hokage flew into a rage and immediately summoned Danzo. This news lifted Anoki's spirits. He thought, Sarutobi Hiruzen is really capable. The mastermind has been found, and the Konoha traitor was uncovered by Konoha itself. This was exactly Anoki's scheme. After learning that Rika and the others had rerouted to the Land of Iron, he had preemptively sent an Umbu squad to create chaos in the capital, forcing Mifune to personally intervene, thereby openly launching a surprise attack on Orochimaru.
Anoki understood that the attacker's lack of disguise was the most covert approach.
Mifune would report to the third Hokage, planting seeds of doubt.
As long as suspicion existed, Konoha would fall into distrust.
A mysterious violent organization daring to assassinate Konoha's prodigy would coil like a venomous snake in the villagers' hearts. At that time, with the intelligence department of Iwagakure stirring things up, it would inevitably influence Konoha's public opinion. The facts unfolded just as Anoki had predicted. In the following days, news of the attacks on Orochimaru and Rika spread wildly throughout Konoha, with some even directly accusing Danzo of orchestrating the ambush. The villagers were unaware of Rude's existence, but many noble families knew well. They understood Danzo had the capability and ambition to do such a thing. Led by the Uchiha clan, many families jointly requested the Hokage to thoroughly investigate the matter. Even the normally supportive Hatake clan and the Ino Shikacho trio did not come forward to support this time. The entire Konoha was engulfed in a shadow of suspicion and distrust. In the end, the third Hokage personally stepped forward to clarify and announced a thorough investigation of the traitors, weakening Rude's power, which gradually calmed the storm. Obviously, Anoki's plan worked, but he had no intention of continuing. Because he knew he had thoroughly angered the Konoha tiger. If he acted again, it would likely bring great trouble to Iwagakure.
Anoki smiled as he handled the documents, saying, "It's better to quit while you're ahead."
Don't forget, the methods of the other hidden villages haven't even been used yet. The sea was turbulent and a ferry was cutting through the waves, heading toward the land of water. Suddenly, a retching sound caught everyone's attention. Rikeo looked pale and staggered. If not for Orochimaru supporting him, he would have likely fallen on the deck. In the Kumogakure camp, a tall, burly man snorted coldly, "With this little ability, you still want to go to Kirigakure?
Go home and find your mom."
Orochimaru looked up at him, a chill flashing in his eyes, then turned his gaze back to Rikeo.
At this moment, Rikeo was holding the railing, staring at the rolling waves with a calm expression, as if he hadn't heard the mockery. "Listen, Thunder, apologize to the two of them." A rough voice sounded.
The young man AI, wearing the Kumogakure uniform, spoke. "Listen, Thunder," without hesitation, bowed deeply to Orochimaru and Rikeo. "I apologize for my earlier behavior."
Rikeo and Orochimaru ignored them and quietly sat on the deck to rest.
Listen and AI exchanged a glance, and a sly light flashed in their previously serious eyes. They had obtained important information from the earlier scene. First, the master-disciple relationship was close. Second, Uchiha Rikeo's temperament far exceeded that of his peers. This was crucial for their subsequent plan formulation. The people of Kumogakure may seem rough, but if you really think they have no brains, you'll definitely suffer a big loss. The ferry continued forward, and an island appeared faintly in the distance.
Rikeo asked, "Is this the land of water? We arrived after just a few days of sailing?"
Orochimaru was about to answer when the captain came forward and addressed everyone.
"Ladies and gentlemen, we will stay in the land of hot springs for 3 days. You are free to arrange your time as you wish.
We will depart promptly after 3 days." So they had arrived at the land of hot springs. Orochimaru continued, "The land of hot springs, as the name suggests, is a place of hot springs. There is the famous Tangin village here, which practices pacifism and is known as the village that forgets war. In simple terms, this is a great place for leisure and vacation."
A few words sparked Liyua's curiosity.
The ferry slowly docked, and Liyua and the others stepped onto the land of the Tang Kingdom. Just entering the capital city, Liyua felt a wave of intense heat. This climate was completely different from that of the Iron Kingdom. He followed Orochimaru on a tour, and the customs and local culture of the capital felt fresh to him. As night fell, the two didn't look for an inn but chose to soak in the hot springs first. The steam from the hot springs instantly washed away Liyua's fatigue. Orochimaru picked a private hot spring to enhance the experience. Listening to the bustling night market outside, Orochimaru suddenly spoke, "Little Liyua, do you know what secret the Tang Kingdom is hiding?" A glint of sharp light flashed in his eyes. Meanwhile, in the izakaya, the group of men in black were scheming something with Amy. In the hot springs, amid the noisy crowd outside, only Liyua heard Orochimaru whisper. Looking at the light in Orochimaru's eyes, he knew his teacher was about to stir up something big again. Orochimaru said, "During the Second Ninja World War, I received information that there was a small group in the land of hot water committing killings in the name of religion." He appeared calm, as if bloody slaughter was an everyday occurrence. "At the time, I was busy with the war and had no time to pay attention. It was only later that I learned they were researching immortality." At this point, Orochimaru looked excited, licking his lips. "The human body is the most fragile. I have devoted my entire life to ninjutsu in order to find the secret to immortality." Rika nodded, understanding his teacher's grand ambition. "So, teacher means?" Orochimaru continued, "At first, I didn't believe it, but more and more evidence shows that this force is close to achieving immortality. Since we have come to the land of hot water, why not?" Liyua Xan knew very well, and was also clear about the secret of the immortal body, yet pretended not to understand and asked, "Teacher, what is the name of that organization?" "Evil God Cult." The izakaya on the bustling street corner was noisy with voices. But in this ordinary scene, there was a surprising sight. A group of burly, dark-faced men squeezed around a table with a group of people wearing black cloaks and masks, looking out of place and suspicious. "You called us here, but now you're being secretive. What exactly do you want?" Ting Lei, sitting at the table, finally couldn't hold back and shouted angrily. His rough voice thundered, shaking everyone's hearts. Facing the accusation, the mysterious person nodded slightly and without hesitation removed the black mask and cloak. Revealed was a figure wearing the ninja uniform of Sunagakure, with a forehead protector. Without a doubt, they were ninjas from Sunagakure. Seeing this, AI's face suddenly changed, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. You all went to such lengths to find me, what exactly are you after? Unexpectedly, the Sand Ninja captain took off his mask and, without a word, silently took a sip from his wine cup. Crack! AI's palm suddenly burst forth with dazzling lightning, arcs leaping like agile snakes, scorching everything in their path. The Sand Ninja silently put down his wine cup upon seeing this. Although the scene was tense, both sides were still in control. The Cloud Ninja understood that the Sand Ninja had called them here to discuss cooperation. The roar of thunder and AI's lightning release were both tests of each other's limits, vying for the initiative. The Sand Ninja removing his mask was a gesture of goodwill. We want to talk about cooperation, the Sand Ninja captain said in a deep voice. The goal of this cooperation is to completely eliminate Orochimaru and Uchiha Rika. AI was slightly stunned upon hearing this, not expecting the Sand Ninja to be so straightforward. Since the other party was so direct, AI didn't beat around the bush and asked, "What can the Hidden Cloud village gain from cooperating with you?" The Sand Ninja captain replied without hesitation, "Significantly weaken the strength of the Hidden Leaf village." Isn't that enough? AI shook his head, not enough. The Hidden Leaf village has deep roots and formidable power. Recklessly provoking a strong enemy is not beneficial for the Hidden Cloud village. After speaking, he quietly looked at the Sand Ninja captain, waiting for a response. Farewell. The Sand Ninja captain's face darkened as he stood up, preparing to leave. Unexpectedly, AI did not stop him but instead sat confidently, his expression calm. Just as the Sand Ninja was about to leave and the situation reached a stalemate, he suddenly stopped, hesitated for a moment, then turned back to sit down, gritting his teeth and saying, "Fine, we can consider accepting your conditions." Hearing this, a sharp gleam flashed in AI's eyes. Obviously, he was clear in his mind that this time the Sand Ninja had invested heavily for the cooperation. AI spoke up, "You go find a professional to discuss the terms." After saying this, a young man with white skin and blonde hair stepped out from behind AI, standing out among the burly black men. It was obvious he was a sensory ninja. AI continued, "I have only one condition, only kill Uchiha Lihua." The reason was simple: Orochimaru was powerful and held a high status, and acting rashly would have unbearable consequences. The Sand Ninja captain clearly understood and decisively responded, "Deal." Afterwards, the Cloud Ninja and Sand Ninja formed a brief alliance, targeting the most talented ninja in Konoha. Late at night, outside the capital of the Land of Hot Water, darkness shrouded the dense forest, making it airy and mysterious. Two black shadows moved through the woods like phantoms, stirring the wind. It was Lihua and his teacher Orochimaru, who had just finished their hot spring trip. Lihua followed closely behind Orochimaru, full of doubt. "Teacher, are you sure you know the location of the evil god cult space?" Orochimaru did not turn his head, replying calmly, "I don't know." After hearing this, Lihua staggered and was tripped by a branch by the roadside. He scrambled up in embarrassment and angrily said, "You don't even know, yet you're wandering around in the middle of the night." Orochimaru stopped and shrugged, saying, "If we stay in the capital all the time, we'll never find a base." Although Lihua was dissatisfied, he understood the reasoning, brushed off the dust, and continued to follow. After a long trek, as the sky began to lighten, they arrived at a village far from the capital. Looking at the smoke rising from the village, Orochimaru's lips curled slightly, and he whispered, "Let us go, enter the village and inquire, maybe there's news." He stepped forward, with Lihua close behind. However, in the capital, the Cloud and Sand Ninjas were frantically searching for the two. AI asked, "What's your plan?" Orochimaru won't easily let his rogue disciple go. The Sand Ninja captain snorted coldly, "He won't let go easily. The Cloud Ninjas just need to lure Orochimaru to the designated location." Just as they approached the village, Lihua and Orochimaru keenly sensed something was off. At the village entrance stood two fully armed villagers, clad in simple armor and holding sharp large blades, ready to fight at any moment. The neatly arranged weapons at the village entrance gleamed coldly, sending chills down the spine. The smoke inside the village didn't just come from ordinary homes. The blacksmith's shop was shrouded in smoke, adding an eerie atmosphere. How could an ordinary village have so many weapons? The blacksmith's shop was unusually busy, which was truly abnormal. Lihua, who was usually unfazed by kunai and shuriken, was inevitably shocked to find such a small village hiding a large number of weapons. Lihua sneered coldly, "This village truly has strong martial virtue. I wonder what secrets it hides." Orochimaru's expression was calm, his deep gaze fixed on the village as if he had seen through its mysteries. He said lightly, "We only have 2 days, we can't waste time.
Without understanding the situation, we must investigate personally. Liuwa quickly exchanged a glance with him, and in an instant, their tacit understanding was reached. He took a deep breath, his body tense like a drawn bowstring, ready to strike at any moment. A strange light flickered in Orochimaru's eyes as he formed hand seals, chakra flowing rapidly. A powerful chakra wave rippled out, and the villagers simultaneously saw white feathers before instantly falling into a deep sleep, collapsing unconscious to the ground. Orochimaru's hoarse voice broke the silence, the Nirvana Hermitage technique. Liuwa's eyes narrowed, sensing the terrifyingly strong aura from Orochimaru. He himself knew this technique but was even more aware of how terrifying the power just displayed was. This technique requires massive chakra and exquisite control, and Orochimaru wielded it with ease, truly deserving the title of Sannin. Liuwa no longer hesitated, his figure moved like a phantom through the village, his sharp gaze sweeping every corner. Finally, he stopped in front of an ancient ancestral hall at the village's edge. The hall was old but dust-free, clearly visited often, yet no one was in sight. He cautiously pushed the door open and entered. The interior seemed ordinary. Upon closer inspection, he found a hidden door beneath an inconspicuous floor tile. Following the stairs, he descended into the basement. The basement was filled with a stench of decay and evil energy. The walls were hung with grotesque masks and eerie totems, hiding dark secrets unknown to others. In the center of the basement stood a huge stone altar covered with strange runes, clearly the site of secret rituals for an evil god cult. Thick volumes of sinister scriptures were piled around, exuding an unsettling aura of darkness. Liuwa opened the documents and read them carefully. He was surprised to find that although the evil god cult had not yet fully mastered the true art of immortality, they had made breakthroughs on this path, with clear clues. Even more terrifying was that the evil god cult's influence was like an invisible web, quietly infiltrating villages far from the capital. Those once peaceful villages were now shrouded in shadows, with villagers corrupted by the cult's ideology, gradually losing themselves. Brutal massacres occurred one after another, even sparking small-scale wars between villages. The heavily guarded and fully armed village before him was precisely the result of this undercurrent. After obtaining the crucial intelligence, Liuwa quickly took out a sealing scroll from his ninja tool pouch, infused it with chakra, sealed the documents, and prepared to hand them over to Orochimaru at the village entrance. Suddenly, noisy sounds came from the village entrance. Liuwa's heart tightened as he swiftly leapt onto the roof to look. A group of grim-faced, arrogant people wielding sickles approached, their blades gleaming coldly, exuding a menacing aura. They shouted loudly, showing no fear of death. Seeing this, Liuwa hurried toward the village entrance. At that moment, Orochimaru stood at the village entrance, calmly watching the newcomers. A subtle, inscrutable smile appeared on his face. "What are you smiling at? If you dare harm the followers of the evil god, you will surely die." The leader roared angrily. Orochimaru's eyes brightened at the words evil god. After years of pursuit, he finally had a breakthrough. These people were exactly the targets he had been desperately searching for. Liuwa arrived breathlessly and told Orochimaru all the important information in detail. Orochimaru nodded lightly, signaling understanding. Then his gaze returned to the arrogant captain, his tone calm but carrying an undeniable threat as he said, "Actually, we have long admired the great evil god. This time we came to join the evil god cult." Liuwa was stunned, and the members of the evil god cult all showed expressions of doubt. Seeing his disciples' reactions, Orochimaru said calmly, "There are no clues to be found in the village. It's better to check out their lair." His tone was peaceful, as if this were just an ordinary expedition. Liuwa secretly admired his teacher's courage, a feeling of reverence welling up inside him, leaving him momentarily speechless. However, the captain of the evil god cult was not ignorant. He stared sharply at Liuwa and Orochimaru and asked coldly, "You say you want to join, so why did you knock out our believers?" Liuwa hurriedly explained, "We didn't know they were your believers at the time." A nearby believer whispered to the captain, "Boss, these two are not trustworthy." The captain nodded firmly, his attitude resolute. Hibana and Orochimaru heard everything clearly. The atmosphere was tense, and the battle was about to erupt. Unexpectedly, the captain suddenly said, "I agree." Everyone was stunned, then he sneered, "However, you must leave some blood behind." Liuwa immediately blocked Orochimaru, who was ready to act, his expression grave, as if sensing that the situation was not simple. Orochimaru also noticed the anomaly, puzzled in his heart. What secret does this drop of blood hide? Although he was experienced and knowledgeable, he was somewhat confused at this moment. Liuwa whispered to Orochimaru, "This is the Deathmaster blood technique. It requires taking a drop of the opponent's fresh blood." He continued to explain, after the caster licks the blood, they can establish a connection with the opponent. As long as they enter the formation, all damage they receive will be reflected back to the opponent.
Pausing here, Liyue added, but the spell's effect is limited to damage received after the caster enters the formation.
If the body is already injured before entering the formation, entering it won't harm the opponent.
Orochimaru stared deeply at the gloomy captain of the evil god cult, understanding that once the blood drop was handed over, the enemy could control their lives at any time. The captain's face flickered with a cold light as he slowly pulled out 2 iron rods from his sleeve and said coldly, "Be honest. I brought you back to headquarters because I saw potential in you. Put the blood drop on the iron rod, or don't think about leaving." Orochimaru was silent for a moment, weighing the pros and cons, then raised his hand and let a drop of fresh blood fall. After returning, he said lightly to Liyue, "This technique seems powerful, but as long as you are well prepared, it poses no threat." Liyue pondered carefully and realized that the evil god cult followers were not immortal when casting Death Master blood. They must avoid vital points, or they would harm themselves.
With Orochimaru's intelligence, successfully casting the spell would be even harder.
With this in mind, Liyue also bravely let blood. Unexpectedly, the captain was extremely cautious, leaving 3 followers as backup and using Death Master blood to build a life transmission system. 2 followers drew formations at the village entrance, entering the formation with their blood, their bodies instantly marked with black and white stripes, as if branded by a mysterious power.
Liyue wanted to stop them but was restrained by the captain's gaze.
The captain took blood from the 3rd follower and placed it on the iron rod. At that moment, Liyue and Orochimaru understood if the captain met with misfortune, the followers at the village entrance would die due to the blood connection after drawing the formation, and the other 2 followers would commit suicide upon seeing this, killing them in the process.
The 2 exchanged looks, knowing the journey with the evil god cult was more dangerous than expected.
But the captain's plan had a fatal flaw. It exposed the general location of the evil god cult's lair, because Death Master blood would fail if the distance was too great. From the moment they planned it, the most critical information was exposed, becoming the biggest flaw in the plan. The captain also overlooked one fact: their opponents were 2 experienced ninjas. Liyue silently dropped the wallet to the ground, using the Flying Thunder God mark as a signal. When the captain announced the return to headquarters, a cunning light flashed in the eyes of Liyue and Orochimaru. Soon, they quietly infiltrated the jungle using the shadow clone technique, returning to the previous village. Those shadow clones acted as eyes and ears, constantly monitoring the surroundings and immediately protecting the original at any sign of movement. Meanwhile, the crisis quietly approached. The Cloud and Sand ninjas in the capital discovered their trail.
When Liyue and Orochimaru hurriedly left, although they tried to erase their tracks with shadow clones, time was tight and the traces were not completely eliminated. A broken footprint became the key clue, guiding the Cloud and Sand ninjas in tracking them. AI stared at the half-blurred footprint and ordered, "Pursue." The cultists of the evil god were not worried at all that Liyue and the others would escape. They swaggered toward headquarters, not even wearing blindfolds. Liyue thought to himself, as expected, the headquarters was not far from the village. Before long, they passed through the dense jungle and saw a towering, immensely thick ancient tree.
The captain drew a gleaming dagger from his waist and without hesitation cut his wrist. Blood gushed out like a flood, dripping at the base of the ancient tree. Shockingly, as the blood dripped down, the center of the tree began to shimmer, gradually revealing a narrow stone staircase. The stone steps extended underground, so narrow that only one person could pass at a time, exuding a chilling coldness and a strong stench of blood spreading around. Faced with this eerie and terrifying scene, the cultists of the evil god remained unusually calm, as if accustomed to it, all expressionless. The captain coldly looked back, signaling everyone to follow, leading them onto the dark stone steps.
Liyue and the others did not hesitate and descended one by one.
Before going down, Liyue once again touched the trunk of the ancient tree, gently imprinting the Flying Thunder God mark on it. The cultists of the evil god were not careless. When entering the stone steps, the team arranged themselves in the order of follower, Liyue, follower, Orochimaru, captain, ensuring that Liyue and Orochimaru were always surrounded. As they carefully descended, the surrounding light gradually disappeared, and the stone steps beneath their feet were uneven in height and varying in width, posing a great challenge for newcomers.
A slight misstep could cause a fall. Liyue knew this was the defensive line set by the evil god cult to prevent outsiders from easily breaking in. The deeper they went, the more biting the cold became, as if it could penetrate the bone marrow, causing involuntary shivers. Time quietly passed, and finally, a faint torchlight appeared ahead.
Liyue and Orochimaru crossed the rugged stone steps and entered a spacious stone chamber. The stone chamber was simply furnished, with a huge stone throne placed in the center. However, it was not an ordinary seat but a massive pile of weapons stacked together, clearly not designed for humans. On both sides, 2 rows of ordinary stone benches were neatly arranged. These were where the cultists usually sat. Other items were piled messily in a corner: rusty swords, broken weapons, scattered scrolls left unrolled, and damaged books leaning against the wall, as if hastily abandoned. Apart from these things, there was nothing else of note here.
Orochimaru and Liyue exchanged a glance, both revealing an unmistakable helplessness in their eyes.
They had come with high hopes, enduring great hardships to find this place, only to discover a modest-sized stronghold. The captain walked over, pointing at the unique throne in the center of the chamber, proudly saying, "This is our headquarters."
The central killing throne was specially made for the great evil god.
Orochimaru inquired about the stronghold's details and learned that only a few cats were here, and the documents were far fewer than those left in the village during the cult's expansion. The captain continued speaking, the surrounding air gradually turning cold, though he remained completely unaware.
"You've probably asked enough, right?"
He stopped, his gaze sinister, and his right hand behind him moved slightly, silently sending a signal. Cultists hidden in the shadows gathered like ghosts. Suddenly, the captain's recently healed wrist was cut open again, but his face showed no reaction, not even a frown. He quickly crouched down and skillfully drew a strange and complex blood pattern on the ground with his fresh blood. The Deathmaster by blood ritual array. Powerful evil chakras surged from the array, enveloping his entire body, and his skin rapidly turned black and white. The captain looked up, eyes wild. "Now, you too shall worship the great evil god and officially become his followers."
Elsewhere, the Cloud Ninja and Sand Ninja, after a long journey, finally arrived at the village.
As they approached, they keenly sensed something amiss. At the village entrance stood 3 cultists exuding a strange aura. Even more surprising, they vaguely spotted shadow clones of Orochimaru and Liyue deep in the jungle. AI quickly deduced that these 3 must be enemies of Orochimaru and Liyue, impossible allies, otherwise they would not be so guarded. These 3 cultists had forced Liyue to expend chakra to create shadow clones for covert surveillance, indicating they harbored secrets highly valued by both Liyue and Orochimaru. However, with this limited information, it was obviously far from enough to unravel the complex situation before them. As everyone fell into deep thought, AI decisively spoke, "If that's the case, then let us directly destroy those shadow clones. They will definitely come to handle things here." The Sand Ninja were momentarily stunned, but quickly agreed with AI's suggestion, nodding one after another. The Sand Ninja leader seemed to sense something, whispered a few words to AI, then teleported away with his men. On the other side, as Liyue was about to attack, he suddenly felt his shadow clone fall. He reached out to stop Orochimaru, who was about to make a move, his expression tightening. Orochimaru was puzzled but didn't stop. He walked straight to Liyue and asked, "What happened?" Liyue's face was grave as he relayed the information the shadow clone had sent back. Most likely the Cloud Ninja or Sand Ninja came knocking. The shadow clone was killed instantly before it could identify the attacker.
Orochimaru remained calm and asked steadily, "Then what is my shadow clone doing now?" Liyue thought for a moment and replied, "It's holding off part of the enemy." Orochimaru nodded, "Things haven't gotten completely out of control yet."
Before he finished speaking, a loud bang was heard as a huge hole was blasted open in the ceiling of the stone chamber above them. This underground stone chamber originally had only one ancient tree passage for entry and exit, making such a sudden outbreak shocking.
Dust flew and obscured vision.
In this critical moment, Liyue's sharp eyes caught the tense muscles of Orochimaru, who vanished in an instant. Liyue knew he could not wait for a dead end. Now he had to act immediately. Their year of training had forged excellent tacit understanding. Simple Sage Mode, activate. Liyue shouted lowly, and powerful natural energy instantly filled his body. Liyue did not hesitate to abandon direct confrontation with the life-threatening captain of the evil god cult. His figure flashed like a ghost, rushing toward those cult members. The cold gleam of his blade flickered. Each swing cut through the air with a sharp whistle. Tui. The sound of the blade piercing flesh was chilling. Liyue reaped one fierce cultist after another at lightning speed. Blood splattered everywhere, and screams rose one after another. On the other side, Orochimaru remained motionless. Liyue, however, remained vigilant, fully focused on sensing hidden enemies in the thick smoke. He knew that only by completing the current task first could he have a chance to win. Just as he cleanly finished off the last enemy, a powerful force suddenly tore through his abdomen. Blood gushed out like a breached dam, splattering everywhere. Ugh! Liyue groaned in pain, his body trembling as he hurriedly reached for the wound, trying to stop the bleeding. He quickly realized that the attack did not come from Orochimaru, but from a gap above the stone chamber, where a team of sand-hidden ninjas silently appeared. There were 7 of them, all powerful jonin. Their chakras rapidly condensed around them, powerful energy fluctuations stirring the air. Their hands quickly formed seals with fluid, flawless movements. Then, countless sharp wind blades suddenly appeared before them, like lightning in a storm, shooting toward the stone chamber. The wind blades were incredibly dense, almost impossible to dodge, as if they intended to tear the stone chamber apart completely. The wound on Li Hua's abdomen was cut open by one of these high-speed wind blades. Now Li Hua had no time to care for his injury. Seeing the enemy severely wounded but not dead, crawling toward his bleeding spot with all their strength. With the crisis approaching, he did not hesitate to unleash his full power, charging at the enemy like a fierce beast.
Bang! With a muffled sound, Li Hua struck the enemy with thunderous force, knocking them down completely. Who would have thought that this decisive move would expose Li Hua's position? Relying on his keen perception and unique paper drawing skill, Li Hua cleverly dodged most of the wind blades, but ultimately he was careless. Suddenly, a poochie sound, and blood gushed out from his neck. It turned out that a wind blade took advantage of an opening and stabbed into his neck. Fortunately, only the skin was cut, and no vital organs were harmed otherwise. The consequences would have been unimaginable. The massive blood loss left Li Hua's hands and feet cold, and his consciousness gradually blurred. He gritted his teeth and leapt into the dust, pulling out a ration pill from his ninja tool pouch and swallowing it. For ordinary ninjas, eating a ration pill when injured is useless, but Li Hua possessed life return. He quickly digested the nutrients from the ration pill and mobilized his internal power to repair the wound. White steam rose from the wounds on his neck and abdomen as they rapidly healed and formed scabs. After the wind blades fired in unison, the wounds were nearly healed. As the dust gradually cleared, the solemn-faced Orochimaru and the barely breathing captain of the evil god cult appeared. Amidst the swirling dust, Orochimaru's figure flickered like a ghost and vanished from the spot in an instant. He moved extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he was rushing toward the captain. Despite his speed, Orochimaru still spent quite some time searching for the captain. Finally spotting the captain's whereabouts, he did not hesitate to use the body flicker technique and dashed forward. The captain sensed Orochimaru approaching, his sharp eyes piercing through to understand his opponent's intent. With years of combat experience and knowledge of the body flicker speed, the captain realized he was no match. Resolute, a flash of determination crossed his eyes as he glared fiercely at the Orochimaru who was just within reach. A grim smile appeared on his face as he suddenly exerted full strength, slanting the iron spike in his hand toward his own thigh. With a poochie sound, the iron spike deeply pierced the thigh muscle, penetrating and pinning into the ground of the formation. Blood splattered, staining the surrounding earth red. Immediately after, the captain and Orochimaru engaged in a thrilling life and death struggle. Orochimaru saw the captain severely injured and immediately launched a full-force attack, each move deadly, his strikes incredibly fierce. As the dust settled, the captain was gravely wounded, barely clinging to life. The third cultist at the village entrance was surely injured as well, and the other two were preparing to act. On Orochimaru's dark face, a rare heavy expression appeared, as if it weighed down his breath. Li Hua keenly caught a trace of helplessness and regret in Orochimaru's expression. It was the first time he had seen Orochimaru show such emotions. Unlike his initial cold and ruthless demeanor, the current Orochimaru hid his true feelings deep within. Especially during the Second Ninja World War, the death of Shigeru had deeply pierced his heart, making him unwilling to recall it. Despite this, the two remained calm. Orochimaru suddenly turned his head toward Li Hua, saying little but quickly, "It won't take more than half a minute. With your abilities, you should still make it, right?" A rare glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes. As early as the first mission, Orochimaru had reported to the Hokage, suspecting that Li Hua might possess some kind of rapid movement technique. While asking, he frantically refined chakra, preparing to unleash the legendary forbidden technique Yamada no Jutsu. This technique was not yet fully mastered, and reckless use could cause great harm, but if Li Hua failed, there was no way out of the current situation. Though these thoughts seemed lengthy, they were completed in an instant. Meanwhile, the seven sand ninja atop the breach acted swiftly, simultaneously releasing sharp wind blades aimed at Orochimaru and Li Hua. Facing the crisis, Li Hua's mind raced. Though anxious, he strove to remain calm and sought a way to break through. In the end, he realized that only he, who had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, could stop the two cultists at the village entrance. With a single thought, Li Hua hesitated no longer and prepared to fight. Just as he decided to act, the deadly wind blades howled down from the breach above, overwhelming and all-encompassing. At the critical moment, a crimson light flashed, and Li Hua vanished from his spot. The wind blades sliced through the ground where he had stood, turning it to dust.
Orochimaru exhaled in relief, his eyes playful as he stared at the Sand Ninja team overhead, clearly confident in Liyua's ability to defeat the two cultists. He smiled, letting the wind blades cut through him, appearing fragile yet utterly fearless. The Sand Ninjas were stunned, never expecting that Orochimaru, who should have been restrained by the Cloud Ninjas, would become their enemy, causing their formation to fall into chaos. Orochimaru's body turned to dust and merged with the ground. The real him had quietly slipped behind the Sand Ninjas, his figure cold and mysterious.
He whispered, "Now is the time."
At the same time, Liyua's figure appeared again before two cultists of the evil god sect. The cultists, who were supposed to commit suicide to activate the death command by blood, hesitated for a moment in the face of death.
Liyua's eyes were sharp like an eagle's, fixed on the enemies, ready to strike.
At the moment the iron spike pierced the chest, Liyua appeared like lightning, moving so fast that the enemies only had time to show shock and despair. He acted without hesitation, his legs whipping like a storm, fiercely kicking the two men away, instantly rendering them powerless.
Meanwhile, on the other side, Orochimaru was fighting 7 sand-hidden jonin when suddenly he was struck by an invisible force, instantly flying back dozens of meters.
His body tumbled through the air, dust flying, clearly having taken a heavy blow. Liyua felt a violent shock surge from within his body, and a mouthful of fresh blood spurted out. A piercing pain came from his abdomen, as if thousands of steel needles were stabbing in simultaneously. He gritted his teeth against the pain, trembling as he took out a soldier's ration pill, hurriedly stuffing it into his mouth, and struggled to stand. His gaze swept over the death-seeping blood formation on the ground. He endured the intense pain and destroyed the formation with his bare hands. Just as he thought he could breathe a sigh of relief, an even greater crisis suddenly descended. A dazzling bolt of lightning erupted behind him, like an angry giant dragon dancing wildly in the night sky. The lightning carried destructive power, instantly enveloping Liyua. His figure flickered in the light, at any moment could be swallowed whole. The one releasing the lightning was the leader of the Cloud Ninja squad, the young AI. AI appeared behind Liyua as swiftly and silently as lightning. He raised his right foot high, his soul wrapped in endless heavenly thunder. The thunder roared and rolled, as if to destroy everything.
Righteous thunder, furious thunder axe. AI's voice roared like thunder, intimidating and awe-inspiring.
Liyua, having just survived a life-and-death battle, was slightly relaxed and preparing to catch his breath. Suddenly, he felt a violent chakra surge behind him like a tidal wave. This terrifying aura made his hair stand on end, and his sense of danger sharply increased. He knew that with ordinary means, it would be impossible to evade this deadly strike. Fortunately, Liyua mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. AI stomped heavily, countless bolts of lightning striking Liyua's original position like divine thunder from the sky, illuminating the night as bright as day. Under the cover of the lightning, a red ghost-like figure flashed by. That was Liyua's afterimage left by using the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport. Almost simultaneously, he appeared at the new location teleported to by the Flying Thunder God technique. Due to Suna Ninja's violent attack, the Flying Thunder God mark on the ancient tree was destroyed, severely limiting the locations where Chidori could teleport. His remaining chakra was only enough to teleport back to the position he was just at. AI noticed he missed the target and reacted quickly. With a wave of his hand, 3 Cloud Ninja Jonin instantly appeared behind him. For tower-like strong men stood firm, like towering mountains, exuding a suffocating aura of terror, as if ready to devour the entire world. The sudden turn of events tightened Chidori's heart. He knew a fiercer battle was about to begin. Facing the powerful Cloud Ninja delegation, especially the Raikage son, young AI, a head-on clash would only lead to losses. The Cloud Ninja were strong and had the full support of the Land of Lightning.
Strategically and in terms of strength, the best approach was to buy time.
As long as Orochimaru dealt with the Suna Ninja threat and came to assist, the Cloud Ninja would naturally choose a safe retreat. But the fire of anger in Chidori's heart burned hotter and hotter. Along the way, the cunning IWA Ninja, the swift Suna Ninja, and now the relentlessly pressing Cloud Ninja all treated him like a soft target, setting ambushes everywhere and pressing him step by step. These provocations ignited the fury deep within him like a blazing fire. Young AI's attack became the fuse that set it off. Chidori suddenly straightened up, chakra surging violently like waves whipped by a fierce wind. He said coldly, "Are you guys ever going to stop?" But young AI was not intimidated. Instead, it stirred an even stronger killing intent. He stomped the ground forcefully, his muscles exploding with spring-like power, his whole body like a runaway wild horse, soaring into the air amid the sound of the earth cracking. He condensed his lightning chakra to the limit, forming a strong electric current wrapping around his right hand, turning it into a sharp blade. Lightning flickered, dazzlingly bright. AI roared, "Reigyaku Suehei Chidori." Like the thunder god descending, he dove toward Chidori, his hand blade carrying destructive power, determined to cleave him in two. This move was once AI's glorious achievement in his youth, severing the left horn of the eight tails with one hand. At the critical moment, an unexpected change occurred. A pair of fair, strong hands suddenly appeared, firmly catching the deadly strike.
Underworld Escape Absorb Acupoint, Li Hua said calmly.
This move not only blocked the attack but also began to devour the chakra inside AI's body. AI's face turned pale, suddenly realizing that his chakra was rapidly draining, and the source was Li Hua's seemingly ordinary right hand.
In the blink of an eye, slap.
Li Hua's left hand suddenly accelerated and unexpectedly gave AI a loud slap, then patted his head. The air instantly froze, and the surroundings were so quiet that only the sound of heartbeats could be heard.
AI was stunned, looking at Li Hua in disbelief. Li Hua looked back at him mockingly. The system prompt sounded. Ding! Head patting a rank ninja youth AI, reward, choose any 3 items. Significant enhancement of physical fitness. Lightning release chakra mode. Righteous thunder furious thunder axe. Lightning release thunder plow hot blade. Lightning torture level. Faced with the abundant rewards before him, Li Hua showed no joy at all, because he knew that AI would launch a frenzied attack next. He had to immediately improve his strength. System, I choose significant physical enhancement, lightning release chakra mode, and righteous thunder fury axe. Rewards have been issued. In the past, when rewards were issued, Li Hua always felt piercing pain, but this time was completely different. Because he had fully absorbed the power of Aina's mighty lightning torture level Chiyo Mai, his meridians were filled with a raging torrent of chakra. This power surged within his body, bringing an unprecedented sense of strength while making the pain blur and fade into the distance. Damn it! AI roared, struggling with all his might to break free from Li Hua's seemingly iron grip.
As a ninja with strong physical qualities, AI had always been confident, but now he was shocked to find that Li Hua's strength had leapt forward, his power unimaginably immense. Seeing AI in trouble, 3 cloud ninjas quickly unleashed lightning release ninjutsu, attempting to join forces to rescue him. But their powerful electric attacks were like water poured into sand before Li Hua. His left hand easily absorbed them, devouring all lightning release power like a bottomless pit. Ninjutsu is meaningless before me, Li Hua said coldly.
If you want to kill me, then try your real skills.
After speaking, he closed his eyes and focused, pouring the chakra absorbed from the dark release into his right hand like a tidal wave. At that moment, his right hand became a source of power, erupting with earth-shaking chakra like a volcanic explosion, unstoppable.
Boom!
The ground shook violently, a deep trench was instantly plowed out, dust flying, and distant trees snapped like leaves swept by an autumn wind. The power of this attack was even comparable to a small-tailed beast bomb. After the attack ended, Li Hua stood firm, his right arm rapidly recovering under life return. AI, at the center, his right hand trembling slightly, his dark arm beginning to carbonize. The other cloud ninjas lost their fighting ability under the chakra shock, only able to watch in stunned helplessness. At this moment, inside the evil god cult branch, Orochimaru stood motionless like a cold statue, holding 6 sand ninja heads in his hand, his eyes radiating a chilling coldness.
The bloodstains on the heads had not yet dried, silently telling the story of the brutal battle just now.
Opposite him, the last sand ninja stared blankly at this ruthless enemy before him, his heart filled with fear and despair. He had watched 6 comrades fall one by one, completely losing the courage to resist.
At that moment, Orochimaru sensed an unusually powerful chakra fluctuation, a force unfamiliar yet faintly familiar.
His eyes turned cold, the surrounding air seemed to freeze, and an oppressive aura emanated from his entire body.
Orochimaru quickly realized that the chakra belonged to Li Hua. But what worried him was that Li Hua's chakra volume far exceeded expectations, this abnormal phenomenon putting him on high alert. Without hesitation, Orochimaru struck like a phantom, instantly beheading the last enemy with a clean and swift motion. Then, his figure flashed as he sped toward Li Hua's location, carrying 7 heads. Huff AI struggled to stand, gasping heavily, the pride from before gone, replaced only by exhaustion and disarray. Behind him, 3 Yunin Jonin were also battered and barely able to fight. Li Hua, however, still stood, outwardly calm but inwardly aware that his condition was dire. The previous strike had drained most of his chakra, and his meridians throbbed with pain. In the tense atmosphere, Orochimaru appeared on the battlefield like a black lightning bolt, instantly breaking the balance. With a dull thud, he threw the 7 heads onto the ground, filling the 4 cloud ninja with despair. Orochimaru walked to Li Hua's side, placing a hand on his shoulder, carefully examining his injuries. A complex emotion flashed in his eyes, both worry and anger. His expression grew darker as he asked in a hoarse, cold voice, "Tell me, how do you want to die?"
Before the words had even fallen, a chilling murderous aura radiated from him, as if freezing all life. Two cloud ninjas fainted on the spot, their bodies trembling, unable to withstand this terrifying presence. At this moment, AI's already dark face was washed pale as paper by the oppressive aura emanating from Orochimaru. Despite this, he still stood tall as steel, showing no sign of retreat. AI exerted all his strength, condensing his lightning armor, his eyes burning with fury as he stared at Orochimaru and shouted angrily, "Cut the crap, if you've got the guts, come at me." Orochimaru sneered coldly, disdainfully patting Lihua on the shoulder, then suddenly vanished like a ghost. AI's pupils contracted sharply, his heart tightening, and he hurriedly turned around. But he saw Orochimaru already behind him, holding two bleeding cloud ninja heads. Blood splattered, covering his pale face, making him look sinister and terrifying. The two cloud ninjas wore expressions of horror, having no chance to react before their lives ended. AI burned with rage, raising his head and roaring, "Lightning release, thunderplow heat blade." His entire body surged with lightning release chakra, lightning wrapping around him as he charged at Orochimaru like a cannonball, ready to deliver a fatal blow. Orochimaru's lips curled slightly, sneering as he welcomed the raging thunderstorm, letting the lightning lash his body. In the next moment, AI was stunned to see the thunder did not tear Orochimaru apart but instead turned him into a puddle of mud. The real Orochimaru silently appeared behind AI, his voice cold as hell. "Next time, remember to be a little wiser." These words were like a death sentence, sending a bone-chilling cold through AI. Before the words had fallen, Orochimaru quickly formed a complex hand seal with both hands. As the final seal was completed, he suddenly struck the ground. Instantly, a massive summoning formation spread out. The formation of 10,000 snakes. With a low, guttural roar, countless giant snakes surged forth from the formation. They opened their blood-red maws, their fangs gleaming coldly, and frenziedly lunged at AI, as if intent on devouring him alive. At the critical moment, a peculiar large blade swept across the air, blocking the snake swarm. The hilt was long, and the blade wide and thick like a door panel. One side was a sharp edge, while the other was densely covered with explosive talismans, harboring destructive power. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out, "Exploding blade technique, Fa pull a heavy death." The explosive talismans detonated simultaneously, flames soaring skyward, the blast deafening. A powerful shockwave swept the surroundings, the ground trembled, sand and stones flew, trees were uprooted, distant mountains shook, as if heaven and earth were fracturing. Orochimaru's sharp gaze instantly locked onto the blade, exploding blade, flying droplets. His expression turned grave, his figure flickered, and he swiftly returned to Lihua's side, rapidly forming hand seals with both hands. Summoning Rashomon, he growled lowly, and a heavy Rashomon gate rose from the ground, like a solid wall. The gate was carved with a fierce Yama King, mocking the enemy's futility. This was the first time he used this powerful defensive ninjutsu before Lihua, proving to be extremely wise. AI and the last of the Cloud Ninja at the explosion's center were severely injured by the shockwave, their bodies flying out like kites with broken strings, crashing heavily to the ground and kicking up dust. The detonated explosive blade was blasted away by a tremendous force, flying high into the air, and landed steadily into the hands of Wooly Shenba. Behind him, 4 people were hidden, each holding various ninja blades, exuding a formidable aura. Orochimaru's narrow eyes squinted slightly. Things are getting more and more interesting. This farce should come to an end. Wooly Shenba shouted loudly, his voice echoing across the open field, "Who hasn't had enough fun yet? We'll keep you company." From the shadows, 4 figures slowly emerged, gradually standing shoulder to shoulder with Wooly Shenba. One of them had a face full of scars, a burly figure like a mountain, holding a giant sharkskin blade, radiating a fierce aura. He was Suka Mountain Blowfish Demon. Another had chestnut long hair draped over his shoulders, a slender and agile figure, wielding a sharp long knife called Sewing Needle. He was Kurosame Kurumaru. The third had thick, muscular arms bulging with strength, carrying a heavy blunt blade called Dukatsu. He was Sugusa no Arajin. The last one held a beheading greatsword called Biwa Juzu, its blade gleaming coldly and exuding intense killing intent. Everyone was stunned, unable to believe that the 7 shinobi of the 7 blades suddenly appeared as 4. Kurosarama opened his mouth. "The envoys from the Sand Village and the Rock Village have arrived. Now, we ask the representatives from the Cloud Village and the Leaf Village to accompany us to the Land of Water." Orochimaru and Hika suddenly realized that those raiders were all from the Umbu of various villages, and the real delegation had already arrived at the Mist Village ahead of time. The situation before them was tense, like swords drawn and bows bent. A cold light flashed in Orochimaru's eyes as he stared fiercely at AI. But after a moment, he lowered his raised hand. It wasn't that he feared the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, but he understood that killing AI in public would only enrage the hidden cloud village and provoke endless retaliation. At the same time, it would also stir strong dissatisfaction in the hidden mist village, disrupting the fragile balance among the 5 great ninja villages.
The matter isn't over yet, Orochimaru whispered coldly, his voice chilling to the bone.
After speaking, he turned away without even looking back, following the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist without hesitation, gradually moving farther toward the capital. The 7 ninja swordsmen paid no attention to the severely injured AI and another cloud ninja lying on the ground, showing no intention of helping. In fact, they had already made up their minds before understanding the truth. Staying neutral was the wisest choice. Although they hadn't directly helped AI during the fierce clash just now, they had indirectly saved his life. If they rashly intervened now, they might anger the unpredictable Orochimaru beside them and bring trouble upon themselves. So AI could only grit his teeth against the pain, dragging the other seriously wounded cloud ninja, struggling to follow behind Orochimaru and the others. Every step felt like his body was about to give out, ready to collapse at any moment. Anger burned fiercely in AI's heart, his eyes almost shooting flames. He wished he could rush forward immediately and fight Orochimaru to the death to avenge his humiliation. However, his already battered body was incapable of summoning chakra to fight again. The injured cloud ninja beside AI was full of rage. If Lord Burubi had joined the battle, it wouldn't have been so humiliating today. AI interrupted harshly. The 8 tails inside Burubi was just suppressed by his father. How could he possibly come to save us? It's because we are too weak. He clenched his fists, knuckles white, eyes burning like flames, yearning for great power. At this moment, they did not notice a small white snake almost blending into the grass nearby, quietly hiding with only its lively, cunning eyes exposed, silently listening to their conversation. In the distance, Orochimaru's pale and eerie face showed a playful smile, his narrow eyes slightly squinting, revealing a cold gleam. He thought to himself, the unstable 8 tails, an excellent experimental subject, cannot be easily let go. A terrifying plan targeting the 8 tails Jinchuriki was quietly brewing in his mind. After 2 days of arduous travel and countless fierce battles, only 4 of the original 13 remained. They dragged their exhausted bodies back to the capital city, deciding to rest here for a while. In this precious day, everyone seized the time to rest and treat their wounds, recovering their strength as quickly as possible. Orochimaru followed Lihua, having almost tasted all kinds of delicacies in the land of hot water. After eating his fill, Lihua's injuries miraculously improved by more than half. Orochimaru looked at Lihua with curious eyes but did not ask about the origin of the Flying Thunder God technique. The two seemed to have an unspoken understanding, deciding to bury this secret deep in their hearts, neither mentioning nor asking about it. The day passed quickly. They did not return to the ferry as planned but boarded the ship with the 7 ninja swordsmen. Night fell, moonlight spilled over the sea, and the salty sea breeze blew across Lihua's pale face. Soon, he began to feel seasick again. Inside the cabin, Orochimaru was engrossed in studying the books of the evil god cult. The Cloud Ninja and the 7 ninja swordsmen had long since disappeared. On the deck, only Lihua leaned against the railing, gazing at the churning waves.
Hey! Konoha guy, standing like that is dangerous.
If you fall into the sea, I won't be responsible. A clear voice suddenly came.
Lihua turned his head and saw a little girl about his age standing there.
She was cute, with sparkling emerald green eyes, reddish-brown curly hair fluttering in the wind, pink lips like ripe cherries, and fair, delicate skin. Before Lihua could react, the little girl grabbed him, her movements brisk yet gentle.
My name is Terumi Mei, and you? She tilted her head, smiling curiously at Lihua.
Lihua thought to himself, this young girl somewhat resembled the mature and charming woman from the original story.
Terumi Mei blushed. What are you looking at?
She said, handing him a stack of documents.
This is the schedule for the Mizukage transition. Give it to your teacher, you little follower.
After saying this, she quickly left, leaving Lihua alone on the deck, flustered. Suddenly, his face turned pale, and he hurried back to the railing, beginning to vomit again. Not long after, Lihua adjusted himself, mustered his strength, and staggered toward the cabin. His steps were unsteady, as if he might fall at any moment. At the door, he gently knocked and heard Orochimaru's voice, "Come in." He carefully pushed the door open and entered. Orochimaru sat at a desk piled with books and scrolls, intently reading a tome on the cult of the evil god. His brows furrowed and then relaxed intermittently, showing confusion and dissatisfaction. Seeing his teacher deeply engrossed, Lihua tiptoed to his side, afraid to disturb him. Despite his caution, Orochimaru still looked up, his sharp gaze fixed on Lihua, eyes filled with focus and fanaticism.
Li Hua knew this was his teacher's way of being fully absorbed. Teacher, this is the schedule for the Mizukage transition. Li Hua handed over the documents. After quickly scanning them, Orochimaru nodded to acknowledge, casually setting the papers aside. His voice was excited as he said, I never expected the evil god cult to have such in-depth research on immortality. Then he handed Li Hua a heavy, cold book. Li Hua took the book, feeling a chill and even seeming to smell the scent of blood. Reading the material carefully, a wave of cold dread rose in his heart. He could hardly imagine that the cult was cruel enough to massacre innocent civilians just to worship the evil god and pray for cursed power. Thinking of those bloody scenes, Li Hua felt nauseated and angry. At this moment, Orochimaru was silent for a long time, then suddenly spoke, their research has a major flaw. His tone was firm. Although the modified body has immortality, it can only prevent death caused by external forces. It cannot resist death brought by natural aging. His gaze was like a blade, seeing through the secrets of the evil god cult. Without strong regenerative power, even if immortal, extreme injuries like dismemberment will ultimately lead to destruction, helplessly. Li Hua listened with a surge of emotion, amazed. He did not expect Orochimaru to pinpoint the cause of Haiden's future death so accurately based on just a few pages of information. His insight was admirable. At this moment, Li Hua once again marveled at Orochimaru's extraordinary combat intelligence. Orochimaru seemed to notice the shock on his disciple's face, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting to reveal a trace of pride. After a brief pause, he continued, a truly perfect immortal body should involve the transfer of the soul. Even if sealed by the strongest power, it can still be resurrected through other means. Li Hua was shocked by Orochimaru's forward-thinking concept and understood this was exactly why he developed Undead Rebirth and the Cursed Seal. The master and disciple then delved deeply into discussing this technique. Orochimaru occasionally revealed cryptic words, confident he could solve Li Hua's chakra deficiency problem. Teacher, but the chakra deficiency is ultimately caused by my young age. How can it be resolved in a short time? Li Hua asked with doubt. Orochimaru only smiled without answering, his thoughts already flying far away to Yunlei Gorge. The ship continued sailing, and after several days, Li Hua finally understood why Mei Terumi appeared on the ship. She was a trusted confidant of the Third Mizukage and thus bore the heavy responsibility of liaising with envoys from various countries. Upon learning this, Li Hua lowered his voice and said to Orochimaru, it seems the Third Mizukage's power is no longer what it used to be. His subordinates not only have to bear heavy tasks but also become scapegoats for any mistakes. Orochimaru nodded in agreement. Negotiating with envoys from various countries is full of unpredictable variables and indeed extremely difficult. But if handled cleverly, it also contains great opportunities. During their conversation, on the distant sea horizon, a village shrouded in thick fog gradually appeared that was the legendary Kirigakure village. As the ship approached the shore, it was surrounded by dense white mist, with very low visibility and an unusually oppressive atmosphere. Li Hua thought to himself, living long-term in such a gloomy environment, anyone would probably become sullen and dull. As soon as Li Hua and his group set foot on land, they saw two teams of dark-clad, masked Umbu members already waiting quietly at the port. Under the guidance of Terumi Mei and the teacher, they entered Kirigakure village and arrived at the residence personally arranged by the Mizukage. Along the way, Li Hua appeared calm on the surface, but inwardly he was calculating, carefully observing the village's environment and terrain with eyes sharp as an eagle, missing no detail. Approaching the village entrance, he took advantage of the moment when no one was paying attention, flashed into a hidden corner, quickly formed hand seals, and quietly left a flying thunder god mark. This mark was secret and hard to detect, and its effectiveness had been proven many times before. The main Umbu forces were concentrated on powerful figures like Orochimaru and AI, and combined with the stealth of the Flying Thunder God technique, the escorting Umbu personnel did not notice Li Hua's actions. Along the way, Li Hua and Orochimaru carefully observed this mist-shrouded hidden village. Although the air was humid and oppressive, the villagers were full of vitality, perhaps due to changes brought by the newly appointed Mizukage, filling the village with a lively atmosphere. Before long, they arrived at the residence prepared for the envoy, very close to the Mizukage's office building. This arrangement not only showed respect for the visitors but also facilitated monitoring. Rikahi and Orochimaru were assigned to adjacent rooms. After organizing his luggage, Rikahi walked straight to Orochimaru's door. As soon as he reached the entrance, he sensed a subtle chakra fluctuation scanning him. He immediately recognized it as Orochimaru's unique sensory technique, delicate and omnipresent. Soon, the door slowly opened, and Orochimaru's cold and mysterious face appeared through the gap. His narrow eyes appraised Rikahi from top to bottom, then he nodded slightly, signaling him to enter.
As soon as Rikahi stepped inside, Orochimaru quickly closed the door and windows, drew the curtains, and the room plunged into dimness. Orochimaru once again activated the chakra within his body, spreading it like a spider web around the room, carefully sensing for any watchers. Rikahi watched his teacher's cautious behavior with great curiosity. He thought to himself, Orochimaru is so careful, what exactly is he planning? This question lingered in his mind, making him eager to find out the answer. Before long, the mystery was revealed. Orochimaru briskly walked to the table, unfolded a small scroll, and handed it to Rikahi. Rikahi looked closely and found the scroll densely covered with writing. It turned out Orochimaru had been recording important intelligence all along. The content detailed their entire experience in Kirigakure, the situations they encountered, and the countermeasures taken. What shocked Rikahi even more was that Orochimaru had written down without reservation the assassination plans against Kumogakure and Sunagakure, with clear details. However, he deliberately concealed information about the Flying Thunder God technique. Even the terrain and building distribution of Kirigakure, which he had just observed, were all recorded one by one. After finishing, Orochimaru quickly formed hand seals, and an inconspicuous small snake crawled out from the shadows. He tied the scroll to the snake's body and used reverse summoning to send it to Konoha, delivering this valuable intelligence. Only after confirming that no one had noticed did Orochimaru finally relax. Standing silently beside him, Rikahi watched everything and finally understood that the Hokage had sent him not only because of his strength and status but more importantly because of his reconnaissance ability, capable of handling the critical task of intelligence gathering. "Teacher, what should we do next?" Li Hua couldn't help but ask. Orochimaru frowned and pondered for a moment, then looked up with a determined gaze into the distance, his voice steady. "Go shopping." Li Hua looked puzzled. Not long after, on the bustling streets of Kirigakure, people saw two figures, one large and one small. They strolled at times, stopped at others, drawn by the aroma of delicious food or intrigued by curious little items. Yes, it was Orochimaru and Li Hua. But their outing was clearly more than just a simple shopping trip. In fact, through these seemingly ordinary actions, they were secretly gathering intelligence about Kirigakure. This village, surrounded by the ocean, had long been isolated from the outside world, and its internal situation was little known, making it extremely difficult to obtain valuable information. Taking advantage of the opportunity of the Mizukage transition, neither Orochimaru nor the Konoha leadership wanted to miss this important moment to gain a deeper understanding of Kirigakure. However, unexpectedly, Orochimaru and Li Hua did not venture into the village center but lingered at roadside stalls. With their advanced sensory techniques, the two had already detected a whole squad of Umbu members lurking not far behind them. Nevertheless, being able to grasp this key information was enough to satisfy them. Time flew by, less than a day. Inside the Hokage's office in Konoha village, Hiruzen Sarutobi finished a busy day and habitually used the telescope technique to observe the public sentiment. Suddenly, he keenly sensed important intelligence transmitted from Orochimaru. After reading it, he was struck as if by a heavy blow, falling into deep silence. After a moment, he suddenly waved his hands, and countless well-trained Umbu appeared like ghosts. This slightly aged third Hokage once again displayed the dignity and momentum of his former days. He ordered in a deep voice, immediately summoned the advisors, clan leaders, and all jonin. With the order given, Konoha village began to operate efficiently. "Sarutobi, I strongly oppose this." Danzo shouted angrily, slamming the table, which trembled slightly. He glared angrily, his face full of rage. "This move is extremely risky. If other hidden villages find out, we will become the target of all, and the consequences would be unimaginable." The sound was deafening, as if it would tear off the roof. Turning to the dormitory, Koharu also cast a serious look and said solemnly, "Hizashi, I understand how you feel, but this matter is no small thing. Mishandling it could trigger severe consequences. As the village shadow, you must be cautious." Despite the strong opposition from the two, Sarutobi Hizashi only slowly raised his head, his gaze calm as still water, and looked indifferently at these two former close friends. Then, he scanned the clan leaders and jonin present, showing no trace of emotion on his face. At this moment, a voice full of contempt sounded, "Two cowards. You can't even protect the juniors of your own village, yet you dare to call yourselves the #1 hidden village? And you talk about the will of fire? What a joke!" Everyone turned their heads and saw that the speaker was the hawkish elder of the Uchiha clan Uchiha T. As soon as the words fell, 5 or 6 Uchiha elite jonin behind T immediately activated their Sharingan, several pairs of shimmering 3-tomo Sharingan slowly rotating. A wave of oppression surged like a tide, tightening everyone's nerves.
Next to them, the Uchiha clan leader Uchiha Fugaku did not activate his Sharingan but quietly watched T, trying to see through his heart. Alright, Mr. Uchiha, the Hokage has understood your meaning. At this moment, a strong hand landed on Uchiha's shoulder. The visitor was none other than Konoha's elite jonin and head of the Hatake clan Hatake Tsukumo. Feeling Tsukumo's steady strength, Uchiha's tense expression eased slightly, and he nodded in acknowledgement. Several jonin also withdrew their Sharingan, and the atmosphere on site immediately softened. Tsukumo turned to look at the third Hokage sitting at the head and said in a calm voice, "Hokage-sama, in my opinion, Mr. Uchiha's words are not without reason. If we cannot even protect our own younger generation, wouldn't the will of fire be empty talk?" The third Hokage nodded thoughtfully, clearly in agreement. Then, he turned to the head of the Nara clan, Nara Shikaku, and asked, "Shikaku, what do you think?" Shikaku stroked his beard, pondered, and replied, "Konoha needs an opportunity to show the other hidden villages our strength." Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly stood up, threw open his sacred robe, revealing his black battle attire. At this moment, Konoha's most elite jonin all felt the overwhelming dignity of the ninja hero. He waved his hand and shouted orders, "Make them remember the might of Konoha." That night, the entire Konoha village was shrouded in darkness. The usually bright lights were all extinguished, and the village fell into dead silence. No one noticed the deadly threat hidden behind this darkness. Members of the Yambu, dressed in black and wearing masks, moved through the village like ghosts. Their footsteps were light, silently infiltrating the target residences. These targets included both ninjas and villagers, all spies sent by other hidden villages. The Yambu acted swiftly and decisively, killing with a single strike. No interrogation was needed. The Yamano clan ninjas were already on standby, ready to use ninjutsu to search the enemy's minds for hidden information. That night, the Chunin and Jonin received an emergency summons and rushed to the border of the Land of Fire. The Uchiha clan was responsible for village security, while the Aburame, Inazuka, Hyuga, and other clans led elite squads to secretly infiltrate enemy territory, launching assassination reprisals, determined to deliver a heavy blow to the invaders. The Sealing Squad and Intelligence Department also mobilized fully, heading to the attack site based on clues provided by Orochimaru, carefully searching for leads and remaining evidence. The once peaceful Konoha village suddenly underwent a dramatic change. A few days later, at a border outpost of Iwagakure, a yellow light streaked across the night sky, followed by a loud explosion. When the light faded, the last Jonin lay on the ground, his body twisted, clearly defeated by a fatal attack. That strike was none other than Minato Namake's Rasengan. Minato did not stay. His sharp eyes scanned the surroundings before he vanished in an instant. His squad had discovered another outpost deep in the mountains, and Minato prepared to fight again using Flying Thunder God technique. In the forest on the border of the Land of Lightning, a heavy scent of blood filled the air. Tsukumo Hatake showed no expression as he wielded his sharp white-fanged dagger. Each step he took stirred a bloody storm. Countless cloud ninjas screamed in agony and fell, many dying before even catching a glimpse of their opponent. On a desolate desert plain in the Land of Wind, flames soared into the sky and thick smoke billowed. The ground was littered with the bodies of fallen sand ninja, the stench of burning flesh overwhelming. Uchiha T coldly surveyed the ruins with a wave of his hand. Several elite jonin instantly vanished with him, leaving only the grim aftermath behind. In a bustling izakaya corner in the Land of Lightning, a middle-aged man with spiky white hair drank heavily and soon passed out on the table. No one knew that he had already secretly infiltrated the Cloud Village's intelligence department, launched a swift assault, and seized critical information. He muttered to himself, "The old man is up to something big, how can I stand by and do nothing?" He then hid the intelligence and quietly left. Beneath a gambling den in the Land of Earth, a secret gold exchange flowed with undercurrents. A blonde woman was being pressured for debt repayment, blindfolded. Standing nearby, Shizun was surprised. "Lady Tsunade, what is this about?" Tsunade replied coldly, "You're disguising yourselves as Iwagakure's finance, aren't you?" The lead debt collector sneered, "So what if we are?" Tsunade noted the location, blocked her senses, and whispered to Shizun, "Carry me out, take me to bathe." Then she shouted, "Painful heavenly kick." Shizun was shocked. Inside the Raikage building in Kumogakure, a loud crash shattered glass as a smashed table flew from the second-floor Raikage office. Everyone was curious what had enraged the strongest man in the Cloud Village. The Raikage's eyes blazed with fury, lightning crackling around him as he roared, "Call Barubi and Yuzuki. I'm declaring war." The lightning serpent violently struck the surroundings, as if trying to tear the heavens apart. Standing beside him, the Raikage's secretary, though angry, kept calm and advised, "Raikage-sama, please think carefully.
The secretary took a deep breath and said, "Our village recently suffered a massive eight-tails riot, severely draining our strength. The border outposts of the Land of Lightning were nearly destroyed, and the intelligence department is overwhelmed."
Listening, the Raikage's anger gradually cooled. Though quick-tempered, he was no fool.
After deep thought, he knew that rashly sending troops now would be unwise. He turned and looked through the broken window toward Kumogakure, his eyes still burning with rage. "We must find Jiraiya and skin him alive.
Sarutobi Hiruzen, wait, within 5 years, I will make you pay your blood debt."
At that moment, in the Tsuchikage's office in Iwagakure, a member of the Umbu knelt and reported to the third Tsuchikage, "Anoki, Tsuchikage-sama, all border outposts in the Land of Earth have been wiped out, not a single guarding ninja survived."
Anoki opened his eyes in shock. How is this possible? Who did it? Judging by the signs, it might be Konoha's doing.
The Umbu member did not hesitate and added, "The Ministry of Finance reports that Tsunade, one of the 3 legendary Sannin, raided an underground bank and stole a large amount of cash."
For the first time, a look of shock and anger appeared on Anoki's face.
He clenched his fists and slammed the table hard. Then a white transparent cube appeared in his hand, emanating a terrifying aura, the Earth Shadow's bloodstained elimination dust release.
He gritted his teeth and said, "Tsunade. Sarutobi Hiruzen."
His eyes blazed with fury directed at Konoha village.
Calming down slightly, he asked, "What about the other hidden villages?"
The Umbu member replied, "Yuki and Suna have also been attacked by Konoha, but both are currently holding their positions." Anoki felt helpless, slowly unclenching his fists, and the dust release cube dissipated accordingly.
Looking out at the endless mountain peaks, Anoki sighed, "I wonder when Iwagakure will produce outstanding talents like Konoha."
Gathering his thoughts, he ordered, "Freeze all assets of the Land of Fire in Iwagakure and confiscate everything."
He added, "Notify the ninja. Anyone who can kill Konoha ninja during missions is to be executed on sight."
Finally, he said, "Help me find Tsunade, I want to send her to meet her grandfather."
The Umbu nodded but asked hesitantly, "Freezing assets, what about the daimyo?" Anoki waved his hand. "In front of the ninja, the daimyo is just a figurehead, just do as ordered." The Umbu nodded and instantly vanished.
The same situation unfolded in Sunagakure.
The ninja world's attitude toward Konoha was subtle and suppressed, angry but silent.
On the surface, all was calm, but beneath lay turbulent waves.
Although the major ninja villages were dissatisfied with Konoha's dominance, Konoha pressed down on their anger like a massive stone, preventing it from erupting.
However, this taut string could snap at any moment, unleashing a storm across the ninja world. But now was not the time. All sides were secretly gathering strength, waiting for the right opportunity. During this period, apart from being busy with the Mizukage succession meetings, Amato and Orochimaru devoted almost all their efforts to exploring and gathering intelligence on Kirigakure.
Meanwhile, a seemingly insignificant incident occurred. That day, Yiro and Orochimaru went out together for the first time to gather intelligence.
In a remote hut in Kirigakure, several Umbu ninjas coldly issued orders to the disheveled Jonin Kaido. "Kaido, the elders command you to depart immediately and head to the Demon Wind Islands for stationing."
Kaido was shocked and unwilling. "What?
I still have to attend the Mizukage succession ceremony." The lead ninja responded coldly, "You don't need to participate in the Mizukage succession, depart at once." With that, they vanished instantly, leaving a stunned Kaido behind.
Kaido's face turned ashen, his eyes flickering with gloom and anger as he murmured, "Why? I was also a trusted aide of the third Mizukage, yet I'm being exiled to a desolate place, stationed far from home, while Haruka is proudly receiving envoys with his female apprentice." Anger spread within him, and he began to doubt his own loyalty. The third Mizukage is now nothing but a fallen phoenix. How can he compare to the peak fourth Mizukage? If I had known, I should have sided with the fourth Mizukage from the start. Reality dealt him a heavy blow. The situation was settled. How could he now prove his allegiance to the new Mizukage? Kaito's eyes flickered as a sinister plan gradually took shape in his mind. He knew time was tight and he had to act before the new Mizukage took office. A cruel and resolute expression appeared on his face. He had made up his mind a storm was brewing. The next morning at dawn, Kaito began his actions. He donned a black cloak, wrapping himself tightly from head to toe. Wearing a mask and hat, only two cold, gleaming eyes were visible, like sharp nails piercing the morning mist, surveying the surroundings. He did not use transformation jutsu, relying on this disguise to conceal his identity. After confirming everything was foolproof, Kaito quietly headed to the Kirian village black market. He moved through the black market and finally stopped in front of an inconspicuous, rundown shop. The goods were piled up messily, but he knew his target was hidden here. Entering the store, his eyes scanned the dazzling array and locked onto a unique Tachi sword.
The blade was sharp, gleaming coldly, with a serrated edge on the other side fierce and practical. This tachi would be the key weapon in his plan. The shop owner was a shrewd and capable middle-aged man, accustomed to black market appearances and unsurprised. But he sensed a faint chakra fluctuation within Kaito, as if maintaining some kind of transformation, though he said nothing. Kaito spoke hoarsely, 10,000 yen, no bargaining. The shop owner was secretly pleased this price was double the original, but he recognized Kaito was no ordinary person. He showed a flattering smile, deal, I'll wrap it up. He took out a dust-covered rag and carefully wrapped the katana. Using a fancy sheath might attract attention, please don't mind. Heido nodded slightly, approving the method. The shop owner then handed over a scroll from under the counter. This is a newly arrived custom sheath and sword oil, not sold elsewhere. Keep it. Heido took it and put it into his ninja tool bag. Just as he was about to pay, a pendant accidentally fell. The pendant was engraved with hot spring steam, uniquely exquisite. He quickly stepped on it, afraid someone would notice. But the shop owner just happened to see it. What did you see? Kaito glared at him coldly, his voice icy as he questioned. The boss felt a sudden tension in his chest but forced a calm smile. Huh? I just saw the money, that's all. Kaito shot him a fierce glare, then turned and hurriedly left the shop. After returning home, he shed his disguise and hid the katana in a secret place. He silently plotted his next move, a cunning light flickering in his eyes. In the following days, Kaito left early and returned late. No one knew where he went or what he was doing. Several nights later, Kaito carried a bottle of fine wine to Pinghai's private residence. At this time, Riwo and Orochimaru were freely moving about in Kirigakure. Pinghai knew they couldn't enter the core area, so he didn't follow and even gave Temari a day off. Two old friends, once trusted aides of the third Mizukage, reunited once again. Because he had a good relationship with Heido, Pinghai let him into the house without worry. Heido's visit was only to catch up and to inform Pinghai that he was about to be stationed at the Ghost Wind Archipelago. Upon hearing this, Pinghai showed regret. The environment of the Ghost Wind Archipelago is harsh, it's really tough there. He did not notice the jealousy and cruelty hidden in Heido's eyes. The two drank the wine Heido brought, and soon Pinghai felt his chakra circulation become abnormal, as if bound by invisible chains. With less and less power he could mobilize. Feeling uneasy, he tried to use more chakra to resist, but only felt his strength draining away. His body grew weaker and weaker, making it difficult even to stand. He looked at Heido in terror. That familiar face was now cold and unfamiliar. Heido, what have you done? Pinghai shouted tremblingly, full of fear and anger. Heido gave a cold smile, his face twisted and grimacing. He stood up, walked to Pinghai's side, and whispered, "Goodbye, Pinghai." Then he struck Pinghai's neck fiercely, the force causing Pinghai to faint instantly. Heido quickly wrapped him in a blanket and tightly bound his hands and feet with rope, preventing escape without leaving marks. After finishing, he carefully cleaned the scene, ensuring no clues were left behind. Finally, he deftly took a button from Pinghai's ninja tool pouch, which would later serve as evidence to frame him. With everything done, Heido looked at the result with satisfaction and quietly left. He passed through the dark alley and returned to his own home. He did not rest, for the plan had only just begun. The next afternoon, Pinghai gradually woke up. His chakra and physical strength slowly recovered, though still weak. He was already able to break free from his restraints. He struggled desperately and finally escaped from the quilt, the ropes on his hands and feet also untied. Pinghai was full of confusion and anger, unable to understand why Heido would do such a thing. He suspected that Heido had some hidden motives and decided to find him to get a clear explanation. However, when he arrived at Heido's house, he found the door tightly shut, and no matter how he knocked, there was no response. Pinghai grew increasingly anxious and angry, just about to force his way in, when suddenly Li Hua appeared with a team of Umbu ninjas, surrounding him completely. Behind Li Hua, He Chuleya said coldly, "Pinghai, you are suspected of massacring civilians of the Shui clan. You are under arrest." These words struck Pinghai's heart. He felt he had fallen into a trap set by Heido. After returning home, Heido waited patiently until late at night when no one was watching. Clutching his fierce-looking katana tightly, he quietly headed to the Shui clan's territory. The Shui clan possessed a rare and powerful ice-release Kekkei Genkai. In the original story, Kirigakure village once rejected Kekkei Genkai, forcing Bai, the only one to awaken ice release, into exile. But at this time, the village had not yet rejected Kekkei Genkai. More importantly, the Shui clan had a tense relationship with the third Mizukage. The Shui clan had exposed scandals about the third Mizukage, helping the fourth Mizukage rise to power. Heido exploited this, orchestrating the conspiracy that Pinghai, a trusted aide of the third Mizukage, massacred the Shui clan. Over several days, he scouted the area multiple times, familiarizing himself with the terrain.
Finally infiltrating the Shui clan's territory, Haido ruthlessly slaughtered with precise and brutal swordsmanship. Every strike was deadly and silent. He also planted Ping Hai's ninja tool buttons and especially made pendant in the hands of the dead to create a false impression. After finishing, he quietly left, using Earth Release to bury all the tools used in the crime, then headed to the Ghost Wind Archipelago. At dawn, when Shui clan ninjas patrolling discovered their clan members slaughtered, the 4th Mizukage Yagura was unusually furious. The Shui clan was his strong support, and this tragedy struck just as he took office. He immediately dispatched 5 elite Umbu squads to investigate swiftly, vowing to find the real culprit. This large-scale emergency mobilization quickly caught the attention of Orochimaru and Li Hua. Li Hua watched the rushing ninja squads, his expression growing increasingly grave. Based on the intelligence gathered in Kirigakure village over the past few days, he whispered to Orochimaru beside him, they seem to be heading toward the Shui clan's territory. Orochimaru's lips curled into a meaningful smile as he nodded, looks like Kirigakure village is about to stir up trouble again. Li Hua shook his head, saying, we are Konoha's envoys, it's better not to get involved in these troubles. Orochimaru replied lightly, I'm very interested in Kekkei Genkai, and the Shui clan just happens to have ice release. I have to study them. After saying this, Orochimaru strode off, running toward the Shui clan's direction. Li Hua could only purse his lips helplessly and follow. Watching Orochimaru's departing figure, Li Hua muttered to himself, you didn't say that last time in the Land of Iron. When the two arrived at the Shui clan's territory, the scene before them was shocking. More than a dozen bodies lay quietly at the entrance, telling of a fierce battle. Countless Umbu ninjas were busy searching for clues, the atmosphere tense and oppressive. Li Hua noticed an Umbu reporting to a man carrying twin swords on his back. This was Hei Chuleya, the wielder of the Thunderblade. At this time, he had not yet developed the cold reputation of holding funerals that he would later be known for. He was the commander of this operation, bearing the heavy responsibility of the Mizukage. Recalling his master's request, Li Hua had an idea and sighed silently, standing at a distance to carefully examine the dead. With keen insight, he slowly said, the killer managed to evade the patrolling ninjas, and all the victims were killed with a single strike. The culprit must be a powerful ninja, at least of Jonin level. During the Mizukage transition, external security was tight. Those who could get in were either envoys from other countries or elite Jonin within Kirigakure. He continued, the wounds show the weapon was a specially made katana, uncommon. Once we trace the origin of the sword, we can find the killer. The nearby Umbu originally intended to drive them away, but upon seeing the two wearing Konoha forehead protectors, they put away their impatience and calmly said, a murder investigation is underway here. Please leave. At that moment, Kuratsuchi Raiga approached, his sharp gaze scrutinizing Ero, and asked calmly, Konoha ninja, your opinion aligns with ours. Ero responded firmly, let me personally inspect the scene, I can provide more clues. Orochimaru glanced at his disciple and immediately understood the intention. If Kuratsuchi Raiga agreed, he could take the opportunity to collect blood. If not, there would be no loss. After a moment of contemplation, Black Hole Raiga seemed to make up his mind, nodded, and turned to order the Umbu, let the Konoha envoy enter for inspection. Hibana heard this and was secretly pleased, knowing he had guessed correctly. With the Mizukage transition approaching, Kirigakure would surely do everything possible to solve the case, possibly even enlisting the help of other hidden villages. The Umbu, however, appeared anxious. This will become Kirigakure's scandal. Black Hole Raiga interrupted coldly, not catching the culprit is the real scandal. As long as we catch him, I will personally end him. His eyes were icy cold, and behind him, the lightning of Yagakure flickered, as if ready to tear the culprit to pieces thousands of miles away. Accompanied by the Umbu, Hibana and Orochimaru stepped into the Yuki clan territory, inspecting the scene one by one. While everyone was busy searching for clues, Orochimaru secretly collected fresh blood from the Yuki clan at a very fast speed. Suddenly, an Umbu appeared in an instant, bringing a hot spring pendant and a button deliberately left behind by Kaido. Black Hole Raiga examined the pendant carefully and said, this kind of pendant is rare in Kirigakure, only the land of hot springs has many. Hibana suddenly had a flash of insight, the pendant looks new, the culprit must have recently been to the land of hot springs and is an elite Jonin. Black Hole Raiga nodded. After his subordinates checked, they found only one person matching the criteria, Hirami. The Umbu had already locked down his location. Hibana was about to leave, but Raiga said calmly, let's go, see if your guess is right. His tone carried an order, insisting that all suspects be kept close. Hibana had no choice but to give up leaving and went with the Umbu to capture Hirami.
After the arrest, Raiga thanked Hibana and Orochimaru, sent people to escort them back to their residence, and personally took Hirami for interrogation. In the interrogation room, Hirami refused to confess until late at night. The testimony of the black market boss and the murder weapon found in Kaito's backyard underground increased his suspicion.
Why not suspect Kaito? The body matches him, and the weapon was at his house.
I never even went to the land of hot springs.
Hirami shouted in despair.
Raiga laid out the evidence on the table one by one. The boss said the culprit might have used transformation jutsu. There was a button from your ninja tool pouch at the scene. You appeared at Kaito's house to hide the weapon. The key point is, at the time of the crime, Kaito had already gone to the Ghost Wind archipelago. An Ambu member said coldly, "You have no strangulation marks, and there are no other traces of people in your home. You did this because you disagreed with the Yuki clan and the third Mizukage, sided with the fourth Mizukage, and were dissatisfied, right?" Hearing this evidence, Hirami fell silent and lowered his head, snorting coldly, his face pale. Black Hole Raiga looked at the embarrassed Hirami, feeling a vague unease, as if invisible hands were manipulating their investigation. He silently walked out of the interrogation room and instructed an Umbu, "Send 2 teams to search along the route to the Ghost Wind archipelago for Jonin Kaito. Confirm the distance if you find him. If it's more than 2 days' travel, capture him immediately."
She asked another ANBU, "Where is the watermelon mountain pufferfish Kage Jonin?"
The ANBU replied, "The other 7 ninja swordsmen have all been dispatched by the Mizukage to guard the border of the Land of Water." Kirichi Raiga sighed. If he couldn't ask in person, he wouldn't know if Pinghai had ever been to the capital of the Land of Hot Water. Immediately apply to the Mizukage for urgent contact. No matter what, I want to get in touch with the 7 ninja swordsmen who participated in that operation right away. Meanwhile, late at night, a girl quietly sneaked into Lihua's room. The kunai in her hand gleamed coldly under the moonlight.
The girl moved like a ghost, silently approaching the sleeping Lihua. The entire process was soundless. She seemed to merge with the darkness itself.
Standing beside Lihua, she gazed at his peaceful face. Tears gradually welled up in her eyes, but inside, an uncontrollable fire of hatred burned. The next moment, she raised the kunai without hesitation and fiercely stabbed towards Lihua.
Just as the kunai was about to make contact. "Don't do this."
A cold, piercing voice suddenly broke the silence. The girl's movement immediately stopped. It wasn't that her heart softened, but her body involuntarily trembled violently. The feeling was like being targeted by a fierce predator, chilling her to the bone.
"If you make a move again, you will regret it." As the words fell, a figure slowly emerged from the dark corner.
Under the moonlight, it was Lihua's neighbor, Orochimaru. The assassination plan was exposed, and Terumi Maimi felt as if her heart had turned to ashes. But she quickly formed hand seals, and chakras surged through her body like a flood.
Melting release.
Suddenly, a sharp snap sounded, and a pair of pale hands clamped tightly onto her hands just as she was about to form a seal. A powerful chakra burst forth from Lihua's hands, rushing into Terumi Maimi's body like a torrent, instantly disrupting the flow of chakra within her. Lihua was the source of this power. Suddenly, accompanied by a loud bang, Lihua, lying on the bed, transformed into a wisp of white smoke and slowly dissipated into the air.
Terumi Maimi's heart sank, fully aware that she had no chance of winning now. Worse still, once the assassination plan was exposed, she would face endless pursuit by the Umbu.
Thinking of this, she couldn't help but recall her wronged master, and a surge of unspeakable grievance and anger welled up in her heart. Her gaze was sharp, staring at Lihua like lightning, as if she wanted to kill him on the spot. Suddenly, with a sharp cry, she spun her body and delivered a flying kick to Lihua's chest. However, Lihua remained calm and said lightly, "Shadow Snake Hands." As his words fell, 5 snow-white giant pythons shot out from his sleeves like white lightning, quickly wrapping around the struggling Terumi Maimi, rendering her immobile. Lihua and Orochimaru behind him stepped forward slowly. Lihua slightly lowered his head, his tone gentle yet unyielding. "Speak, what exactly is going on?" It turned out that when Terumi first sneaked into the room, Lihua and Orochimaru had already sensed something was wrong but didn't know the motive. Lihua's questioning finally made Terumi unable to suppress her emotions any longer, and tears poured out like a dam breaking. Lihua's heart jolted. He immediately untied her restraints, gesturing for her to sit down, willing to listen. Although Terumi was full of suspicion, after hesitation, she slowly took a seat. She looked directly at Lihua, trying to find trust and understanding in his eyes, her voice trembling as she asked, "Why do you suspect my master?" Lihua took a deep breath and began to tell his reasoning without reservation. As the story unfolded, Terumi's expression grew increasingly serious. Just as Lihua mentioned, the hot spring pendant proves the culprit recently visited the land of hot water. Terumi suddenly jumped up from her seat like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Her cheeks flushed red as she shouted excitedly, "When we went to the land of hot water, my master and I never even got off the ship." This statement struck Lihua like a bolt from the blue, shattering his thoughts. Orochimaru, usually calm, also showed a subtle change in expression. Lihua stared at Terumi in shock and urgently asked, "Are you sure you didn't get off the ship?" After receiving a firm confirmation, Lihua realized Pinghai had been wrongfully accused. He hurriedly confirmed Pinghai's whereabouts before and after the incident, becoming more convinced that the one framing Pinghai was Hato, who had long been treated as a scapegoat. At this moment, Hato was surrounded by elite Umbu dispatched by the Black Ho Thunderfawn. Under the moonlight, their figures were hidden among the trees, their eyes cold and vigilant. Hato had just entered this area and hadn't reacted yet when he was surrounded. His speed was far slower than the 2-day journey expected of an elite Jonin, making him appear unusually slow. The Umbu members quickly formed a tight encirclement, their movements professional and alert. Hato showed a faint look of surprise, then calmly asked, "Umbu, why are you surrounding me?" The Umbu captain in charge coldly pointed out Hato's abnormal itinerary and signaled to take him back for investigation. To everyone's surprise, Hato showed no shock or displeasure but calmly accepted it, a faint smile appearing on his face. This was exactly his plan. He wanted to use this to gain trust and drop his pledge of allegiance. Hato had already laid out the big picture in his mind. He was the key piece. Suddenly, a deafening thunderclap tore through the interrogation room, striking Hato's eardrums. After a night of relentless pursuit, Hato returned to Kirigakure village and was now undergoing interrogation by Koratsuchi Raiga. Leah slowly raised the thunderblade Fong, lightning flashing like an unbridled thunder dragon, wildly unleashing a fierce storm. Blue-purple electric arcs danced across Hato's skin, burning painfully. Hato furrowed his brows tightly and said in a low voice, "You are not qualified. Let the 4th Mizukage come and talk to me personally." He had said this countless times, each word cutting through the air like a blade. "How dare you!" Leah shouted angrily, thrusting the thunder blade fiercely into Hato's shoulder. Thunder instantly sealed the wound, not even a drop of blood flowing. Hato's face twisted in pain, but he gritted his teeth and didn't utter a word. He knew that once he spoke, he would lose all leverage. Leah also understood that the more silent Hato was, the more critical the information he held. Absolutely no talking. We must pry his mouth open. Determination rose simultaneously in both their hearts, the atmosphere tense to the point of suffocation. At that moment, a member of the Umbu appeared, breaking the deadlock, reporting to Lord Rhea, "Mizukage refuses the urgent request, demanding the case be closed within 1 day." The voice was calm, yet it struck the two like a heavy bomb exploding in their hearts. The electric arc on the thunder blade suddenly erupted, blue-purple lightning raging like an angry serpent, scorching a large patch of skin on Kaito's shoulder. Kaito, however, smiled silently, a victorious smile appearing, because he knew he had the upper hand. The atmosphere in the Mizukage's office was heavy. Rhea stood with the disheveled Kaito before Mizukage Yagura, the air tense and solidified. Yagura's face was dark, his brows full of anxiety and anger. "Rhea, 2 days have passed, and the transition ceremony is only 3 days away." His tone was low and powerful, each word striking like a hammer to the heart. Rhea felt the anger, his heart tight, but he still adjusted his mindset and looked at Kaito. "Mizukage-sama, Jonin Kaito says he has a way to help you solve the case quickly." Upon hearing this, a flash of surprise and doubt crossed Yagura's eyes as he scrutinized Kaito, trying to catch more from his gaze. "Kaito, what method do you have?" Yagura's tone was steady. Kaito slightly turned his face and glanced at Rhea. Yagura understood and signaled Rhea to leave first. Though anxious, Rhea obediently stepped away. "Speak, what is your method?" Yagura asked again, his tone laced with skepticism. Kaito took a deep breath, as if making a final decision. "Jonin Harami massacred innocents, disturbed Kirigakure, a heinous crime. I will report him." He knelt on one knee, his tone resolute. Curiosity shone deeply in Yagura's eyes as he scrutinized Kaito, as if trying to see through his thoughts. "So this is your so-called solution?" he sneered. Hato did not flinch at all and nodded in response. "Lord Mizukage needs a scapegoat, and Pinghai is just right. What you lack is this key piece of evidence. I am it." Yagura frowned deeply, suspicious. "There are many doubts about the case, and you yourself are also a suspect." Hato looked up, his gaze cold. "All clues point to Pinghai. The real culprit has probably already escaped without hope." Yagura's face suddenly changed, and a wave of pressure was suddenly released. "How do you know the details of the scene?" Hato responded calmly, "Koratsuchi." Before he could finish, Yagura interrupted angrily. Think carefully.
I can call Kuratsuchi here for confrontation immediately.
Hato clenched his fists tightly, pondered for a moment, and said in a low voice, Fine, I killed them.
Yagura was about to take action but was stunned by Hato's words. But does it really matter who killed them?
Compared to me, who bears the burden without evidence, isn't Pinghai, who was just wrongfully accused and is still a trusted aide of the Mizukage for 3 generations, a more suitable scapegoat? Yagura pondered for a long time. Power and prestige were what he cared about most. Finally, he calmly decided, from now on, Hato will take full responsibility for this case. The Ambu were shocked but quickly carried out the orders. Kaido let out a breath, knowing he had bet on the right horse, despite being drenched in sweat on his back. Yagura stared at him intently, silently understanding that in this power game, chips were the true king.
Close the case within 1 day. Yagura gave the order in a low voice, as if it were a final ultimatum. Kaido smiled slyly and nodded, Yes, sir.
After speaking, he left immediately with the Ambu and began his plan.
Yagura waved his hand, signaling Kuratsuchi Raiga to come in. Kaito is the murderer. Immediately gather all evidence of the crime.
Once collected, submit it to me at once.
Handle it with utmost secrecy. Although Raiga was surprised by Mizukage's arrangement, he quickly accepted the order.
After returning to the Ambu, the first thing Kaido did was announce that Hirakai was the real killer. Detain Hirakai immediately and await Mizukage's handling. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Also, Hirakai's disciple Terumi Mimi is very likely an accomplice. Arrest and hold her for questioning immediately.
Upon hearing the order, the Ambu members vanished instantly. At this moment, Terumi Mimi deduced that Kaido was the true culprit and quickly left the envoy's residence to search for evidence.
Rika followed closely behind, wanting to correct her previous mistaken judgment.
Orochimaru had not left Hieste. Il had important research to complete.
The two eventually arrived at a black market shop, where the owner was covered in wounds, clearly having been tortured by the Ambu.
Rika asked about the events of that day, and the owner trembled as he said, I only sold a knife and a scroll. Don't ask any more. This made Rika alert. A scroll? What kind of scroll?
Because no scroll had been found at the crime scene or related locations. The owner took out a scroll and explained, This is custom made by our shop. It contains a sheath and knife oil.
Seeing he was generous, I gave it to him as a gift. Rika looked at the scroll and confirmed he had never seen such an item before.
He pondered as he stepped outside, with Terumi Mimi following closely behind.
If the scroll is still on Kaido, then he is the killer, Terumi Mimi said doubtfully. Why can't it have been secretly placed by Master? Rika rubbed her head and quickly moved away. Hey! What are you doing? Terumi Mimi was a bit shy and angry. Rika continued, Kaido had already been to the Ghost Wind Archipelago before the incident. How could Hirakai have put the scroll on him? Besides, he would never admit to having seen Hirakai. Terumi Mimi listened and began to think seriously. Rika then checked his head touch rewards, water release, hidden mist technique, water release, water formation pillar, water release, water dragon bullet, melt release, monster dissolution technique, boil release, clever mist technique. Rika touched his head, showing a confused expression. Which one should I choose?
After joking around, he firmly chose melt release, monster dissolution technique and boil release, clever mist technique. These two techniques were extremely powerful in the later stages. Terumi Mimi could even use them to break through the incomplete Susanoo. With a familiar sting, suddenly the methods and insights of the techniques appeared in Rika's mind.
System, I chose these two techniques. Does that mean I now possess boil release and melt release? Rika asked the system expectantly. Of course not.
The cold system voice shattered his illusion. Claiming these two techniques only means the host can use them, but it does not mean they possess a special bloodline limit.
For example, if the host learns Wood Release, Tree World Birth, it only means they can use this technique, not that they can freely use Wood Release. After hearing this, Liyue disappointedly curled his lips. But the next moment, before he could feel sad, an alarm rang sharply in his heart, and his body instinctively took a defensive stance. Because countless Ambu members appeared silently like ghosts, instantly surrounding him and Terumi Mei. Terumi Mei showed no fear, straightened her body, and shouted loudly, What do you want? An Ambu member responded coldly, Terumi Mei, you are suspected of murdering the Yuki clan. By order of Lord Kaido, you are under arrest.
The two were shocked upon hearing this, finding it hard to believe that the suspect Kaido was actually in charge of the case. But the situation was severe, and there was no time to think too much.
Members of the Ambu held their weapons, ready to strike at any moment. Rikaho and Terumi Nini understood that resistance was tantamount to walking into a trap.
They could only watch helplessly as the umbu closed in step by step, eventually capturing Terumi Nini and taking her away. Before leaving, the captain coldly stared at Rikaho and warned, "Messenger of Konoha, the Kirigakure umbu warns you, do not interfere in the internal affairs of Kirigakure village."
With that, they escorted Terumi Nini away.
Watching the departing figures, Rikaho was anxious and desperate but powerless to change the situation.
Terumi Nini looked back, her gaze meeting his.
Her face was pale, her eyes red-rimmed, lifeless. Her lips trembled as she struggled to speak, "Rikaho, if possible, please help me." She understood that at this moment, it was almost impossible for Rikaho to come to her rescue. A bitter smile carried self-mockery and helplessness.
After turning around, she followed the umbu heavily and left.
Liwa stood still, his gaze hollow, as if his soul had been lost. At this moment, regret surged like a tide in his heart, and anger burned within him until it consumed him.
An umbu member half kneeling before Yagura respectfully reported every move of Kaito.
Since Yagura appointed Kaito, his surroundings were filled with informants, constantly monitoring Kaito's every action.
Regarding the orders to detain Hirami and arrest Terumi, Yagura knew clearly that this was just Kaito using his power to eliminate dissenters.
Opening the files documenting the innocent suffering of the Yukino clan, Yagura's cold heart wavered slightly. He recalled the words of Elder Master Gen, "Yagura, you must think carefully, don't get stuck riding the tiger." But he also understood that his decisions were the best choices for the Mizukage, even if countless people were wronged. He said coldly to the umbu, "Step back for now," urged Karatsuchi to quickly gather evidence of Kaito's murder. Lihua somehow returned to the envoy's residence, his mind in turmoil. Orochimaru sensed something was wrong, and after a long moment of thought, he spoke, "Lihua, this kind of thing is very common in the ninja world." Lihua replied first, "I know it's normal, but I can't accept it.
Because of my negligence, something like this happened."
Orochimaru put his hand on his shoulder, "Then go change it, do what you want to do." He recalled that hot-blooded white-haired kid, still kind-hearted in a chaotic world.
"Here, you have me and Konoha." Orochimaru looked into the distance.
Lihua looked up, nodded firmly, his eyes full of gratitude. After confirming his resolve, Lihua acted quickly, searching for evidence of Kaito's murder and sorting through all the doubts.
With only one day left until the inauguration ceremony, Lihua and Orochimaru attended the rehearsal as envoys. Along the way, Lihua saw the Water Shadow's custom-made divine robe. Because the fourth Water Shadow has an outstanding figure, this divine robe was specially tailored, the craftsman said proudly. "Can I touch it? I've never touched a divine robe before."
Lihua asked eagerly like a child, but no one noticed the cunning and anger in his eyes.
The craftsman nodded readily, "Of course, but don't get it dirty."
Lihua touched the smooth divine robe and quietly left his own flying thunder godmark while admiring it. "This Water Shadow's hat." Lihua was about to touch it but was stopped by the craftsman.
"Don't touch it carelessly. The hat is very sacred."
The craftsman snatched it away and put it back in place, then continued the tour with the group. No one noticed that inside the hat, a faint flying thunder godmark was revealed. As Lihua passed more and more places, the flying thunder godmarks in the venue also increased accordingly. As soon as the rehearsal ended, all the key locations had been quietly marked by Lihua.
At night, Lihua tossed and turned, unable to sleep, his heart uneasy.
He did not know the consequences of his actions, but he understood that if he did not stop it, Pinghai and Hajime Meiming would likely not escape death.
Those killed by Heidu would never receive justice.
He was not a saint, but he was not someone who pursued profit at all costs either. The next day, the Shueing succession ceremony officially began. Lihua and Orochimaru, as Konoha envoys, only entered after arrangements were made.
Seeing Lihua's nervous expression, Orochimaru laughed and said, "What is there to be afraid of? Back then, I faced off against Kage-level opponents head-on.
Your little moves are nothing to worry about."
He had already guessed his disciple's plan and thought, "What was I doing when I was 7?
Envoys from various hidden villages gradually arrived, and the ceremony commenced.
Lihua's expression was serious as he looked around, alert like a tightly drawn bowstring.
He noticed that members of the umbu, dressed in black with masks, were stationed at the entrances and key locations of the venue.
They made no effort to hide, standing ready in full formation. Lihua knew this was only the surface force. The true elite umbu were deployed in secret locations.
If anything happened, these hidden forces would become the decisive weapon to suppress everything. Time passed, and the fourth Mizukage, Yagura, stood tall on the rooftop platform of the building.
Kaito followed closely behind. Yagura's gaze swept over the crowd below the stage.
Starting today, he would become the new leader of the Hidden Mist Village. But Hiyori couldn't care about Yagura's boldness. He looked up to the heights, his mind filled with images of the brutally killed civilians and the distraught Terumi Mei. Heart twisted like a knife, fists clenched tightly, nails digging deep into the palms. As Yukura finished speaking, thunderous applause erupted throughout the hall. The straw hat symbolizing the Mizukige's authority was respectfully handed over. Once worn, Yukura would officially become the fourth Mizukige. At that moment, Lihua's entire body tensed, like a leopard ready to pounce. After entering the venue, he quietly absorbed the surrounding natural energy, cautiously integrating it into his chakra. After a long period of accumulation, the natural energy finally fused perfectly with his chakra. Simple Sage Mode, activate. At this moment, the focus of the hall was on 2 points. One was Yukura, about to wear the Mizukige's straw hat, and the other was Lihua, whose aura suddenly exploded within the envoy group. In an instant, the Ambu ninjas appeared silently like phantoms, dressed in black with faces covered, only their sharp eyes visible, surrounding Lihua. The steel blades gleamed coldly, forming a deadly net. Faced with the sudden siege, Lihua smiled lightly, fearless in his eyes, instead exuding full confidence. "You've come to the wrong place," he said calmly. A flash of crimson light passed by, and Lihua's figure vanished like a phantom. As the light faded, he appeared beside Shikura, moving swiftly. Without hesitation, like a ghost, he reached out and snatched Shikura's water shadow straw hat full of dominance. All of this happened so fast it was hard to keep up, leaving everyone stunned. At that moment, a black hooked rod pierced Lihua's abdomen like lightning, blood spraying and staining his clothes red, shocking the entire scene. Lihua showed a pained expression, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. It was the fourth Mizukige Shikura who struck. At this moment, a cold mechanical voice echoed in Lihua's mind. Ding! Head patting S-rank ninja, 4th Mizukige Kojutsu Yukura, reward, choose any 5 items. Water release, water mirror technique. Water release, rain cutter. Wind release, after the typhoon. Shadow level physical constitution. Shadow level perception ability. Water release, exploding water surge. Hook staff usage skills. Bang! With a loud crash, the hook staff unleashed immense power, as if trying to tear apart the will of fire. The will of fire was flung away like a kite with a broken string, tracing a long arc before heavily striking the solid wall of the Mizukige building, producing a dull thud. The wall cracked, stones flying everywhere. Lihua coughed up blood in pain, his face pale. At the critical moment, Haitu appeared like a ghost, his steel blade fiercely stabbing into Lihua's chest. The steel blade pierced flesh with a sharp, piercing sound. Lihua's body trembled violently, blood gushing like a fountain. On the sidelines, Orochimaru was surrounded by the Umbu, the steel blade in his hand gleaming coldly, forming a deadly circle that trapped him, unable to escape. Lihua gritted his teeth, silently reciting, System, I choose water release, water mirror technique, water release, cutting rain, shadow level physical constitution, shadow level perception ability, water release, explosive water surge, activate immediately. As the words fell, intense pain swept through his body, as if countless blades were slicing his flesh, wounds bleeding uncontrollably, blood soaking the ground. But there was no retreat in Lihua's eyes, only determination and resolve. The next second, everyone was shocked. Lihua struck Haitu with a heavy punch, sending him flying, crashing hard against the distant wall, falling to the ground, unable to get up. Lihua trembled as he stood up, pulling out the steel blade from his chest, blood dripping from his fingertips. A victorious smile appeared on his face. At this moment, he had been strengthened by the system, his power soaring, nearly reaching shadow level. He knew every second was crucial, hastily taking out a ration pill and swallowing it in big gulps. The pill quickly dissolved, transforming into powerful energy flowing through his body. Under the recovery of life return, his wounds rapidly healed, and his stamina recovered. As Yagura's hooked staff struck like lightning, approaching with murderous intent, Lihua shouted loudly, Koju Yagura, you are unworthy to be the Mizukige. Amid the howling wind, the hooked staff slammed down on his head with immense force. Just as the fatal blow was about to land, the staff suddenly stopped 1 centimeter away. The fierce wind stirred by the staff was like a sharp steel blade, cutting across Lihua's face, blood slowly flowing. Yagura widened his eyes, staring at the youth in disbelief, angrily shouting, What did you say? Lihua's gaze was firm, You are unworthy to be the Mizukige. Without any fear, Lihua shouted righteously and loudly. His clear and resonant voice echoed across the empty arena, lingering for a long time. Before his words faded, the hooked staff in the air suddenly erupted with earth-shattering power, fiercely smashing toward Lihua's head. The shock shook the entire world. As the village shadow of Kirigakure, Yagura would never allow anyone to question his status and authority. Facing Lihua's provocation, he mercilessly unleashed the strike.
However, to everyone's surprise, the next moment, Yagura's face first showed astonishment, then turned grave.
He realized that the fatal blow had completely missed. Even more bizarrely, there was no disturbance in the surrounding spacetime.
What did this mean?
The youth before him had somehow, relying on his strong body, narrowly dodged the killing move. Almost simultaneously, Huiying's figure flashed like a ghost, appearing beside the fallen Hato. He lightly brushed the dust off his body, straightened his chest, and said coldly, "Jonin Hato, you killed dozens of civilians from the Shui clan.
As the Mizukage, you not only failed to investigate but also aided the oppressors. Are you worthy of being the Mizukage?"
As the words fell, the venue plunged into dead silence. The Snow Clan ninjas in the audience exchanged glances, shocked and puzzled. "On what grounds do you slander Lord Mizukage?" an elder of the Snow Clan retorted angrily. Immediately, curses and ridicule surged like a tide, overwhelming Lihua. But Lihua remained calm, gripping Hato's collar tightly and lifting him up. His gaze was like a blazing torch, fixed intently on Yagura on the stage, as if trying to pierce through him. The button cut on the Pinghai Ninja tool pouch is smooth. The deceased did not grip the button tightly, which proves the button was placed after death, Lihua said calmly, each word striking everyone's hearts like a heavy hammer.
Hato went to the Ghost Wind Archipelago 2 days before the incident.
It only took 1 day from finding him to bringing him back, proving he did not set out 2 days ago. Most importantly, the special scroll the black market boss gave the killer contained a scabbard in sword oil. Lihua said as he took the scroll from Hato's ninja tool pouch and displayed it before everyone. "What other excuses do you have?" Lihua's voice exploded like thunder. He gripped Hato's collar tightly, radiating an oppressive aura. Yagura quietly signaled the Yambu, a resolute look flashing in his eyes, as if he had made up his mind.
"Have Black Horaiga bring the evidence to see me."
Hato gradually woke up, hearing Lihua's words and sensing the tense atmosphere around him. He barely opened his eyes, only to see Yagura staring coldly at him, his gaze full of suspicion.
Hato's heart tightened. He knew that if he didn't act now, it would be over.
So, he secretly bit down on the poison pill hidden behind his molars, planning to trade death for life, making everyone mistakenly believe that the Konoha messenger took the opportunity to kill, thereby covering up suspicion and buying time to destroy the evidence.
Ah! Suddenly, a scream rang out. Rikeo had already seen through his scheme and quickly removed his lower jawbone, preventing him from swallowing the poison pill.
Then, with a casual toss, Hato was thrown to the foot of Shikora like a rag doll.
"Water Shadow, keep a close watch on him. Don't let him die. If he dies, even if you cover for him, it won't matter." Rikeo's voice was like a warning, full of threat.
Shikora gripped his hooked staff tightly, anger boiling inside him, itching to smash the brat in front of him to vent his frustration. But reason told him not to act rashly. If someone died, it would severely damage his own authority. Rikeo spoke righteously. Hato abused his power to eliminate dissenters. What punishment should he face? Before the words fell, the scene instantly erupted. Everyone was shocked, whispering among themselves, their eyes shifting from firm belief to suspicion, turning toward Shikora. Shikora's heart tightened, realizing the situation was severe and he had to act quickly, or the situation would spiral out of control. Although Rikeo noticed the change in the crowd's attitude, he did not relax in the slightest. He grabbed a ration pill and popped it into his mouth like a bean. Using life return, he quickly absorbed the nutrients and healed his wounds. Shikora silently watched Rikeo, remaining quiet amid the chaos. Just as the tension peaked, a figure flashed like lightning. Kuratsuchi Raiga. Standing beside Rikeo, using his shadow-level perception ability to cover the surroundings, he suddenly detected a familiar chakra fluctuation. Without looking, Rikeo immediately knew that Kuratsuchi Raiga was rapidly approaching here. Surprisingly, when Black Holia arrived at the scene, he showed no trace of astonishment despite the chaotic situation and tense atmosphere. On the contrary, he quickened his pace and headed straight for Yagura. Seeing this, Lihua did not intervene. He knew clearly that Yagura's summoning of Black Holia was not to help Haitu out of trouble, but to deliver a fatal blow to Haitu, the last straw to break him. Boom! Black Holia landed heavily, his breath slightly disordered, and the thunder blade on his back faintly flickered with lightning. His arrival stirred up a flurry of discussions among the mist-hidden ninjas. "Did you bring the stuff?" Yagura helped Leah up and asked calmly. "All of it." Leah replied immediately. Hearing this, Yagura's momentum suddenly changed. He took the scroll from Leah's hand and suddenly changed his tone, speaking loudly. "Messenger of Konoha, do you think I don't know what Hato has done?" Hato, lying beside Yagura, widened his eyes, his face pale. He knew the Mizukage had completely abandoned him. At this moment, Orochimaru, watching the battle, was secretly gathering chakra. He understood that this was the most dangerous moment for the master and apprentice duo. What he didn't know was that after the recent turmoil, his apprentice's strength had nearly reached the level of an Umbu captain. Rika, hearing Yagura's words, vaguely guessed his intention but still continued along. What do you mean by this? Yagura stepped onto the stage and, without hesitation, unfurled the scroll. This scroll contains the evidence of Heitu's crimes that I had my men investigate over these days. His voice was steady and powerful. The entire hall erupted in noise, with continuous murmurs. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the scroll in Yagura's hand. Could it be that everything Lord Mizukage did before was intentional? A ninja couldn't help but ask loudly. Exactly. Yagura nodded, grateful for the ninja's assistance. His eyes were sharp, staring directly at the stage below. I have long suspected Heita's sinister intentions promoting him was only to make him reveal his flaws. After speaking, he raised the scroll high, his gaze reproaching Lihua. We could have originally gathered more evidence about Heidu, but you deliberately severed this crucial lead. Facing the accusations, Lihua only gave a faint smile. He understood Shikura's strategy, sacrificing the rook to save the king. Shikura's momentum poured down like a waterfall, pressing toward Lihua. At that moment, an unexpected change occurred. Orochimaru appeared before Lihua like a phantom, unleashing a powerful pressure. Just now, Orochimaru had instantly knocked out all the Kirigakure Umbu surrounding him. They were now lying peacefully on the ground. Orochimaru stepped toward Shikura, and with each step, his aura grew even stronger. Lia gripped the thunder blade tightly, frantically activating the chakra within him. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, and lightning flashed. The ninjas in the stands all stood up, adopting battle stances. As Orochimaru approached, the atmosphere suddenly grew tense. Orochimaru, we mean well, let's just let this matter go. Orochimaru responded coldly, leaving no room for negotiation. Yagura clenched his hooked staff, burning with anger, but reason prevailed. He slightly raised his hand, Raiga stopped his action, and the gloomy sky gradually cleared. The angry Kirigakure ninjas still obeyed orders and silently retreated to their posts. Yagura exhaled lightly, please have the Konoha envoy leave, Kirigakure does not welcome you. Orochimaru's lips curled slightly. He didn't need Kirigakure's welcome, nor did Konoha. Without hesitation, Orochimaru left the scene with the will of fire. The two were escorted by the Umbu and safely left Kirigakure. The succession ceremony continued, and Yagura successfully succeeded as the fourth Mizukage. Kaito was imprisoned in the Umbu, realizing that all his efforts would turn to ashes, and his life might even be at risk. Terumi Mei was released, but her master, Ping Hai, committed suicide in prison. Upon learning this, she became disheartened and wanted to escape this damned village. But thinking of Liua's actions, she recalled that handsome Uchiha boy and secretly resolved to change the village's atmosphere. Leaving Kirigakure, Orochimaru quickly erased all traces of the two. Lihua led him through countless flying thunder god marks to reach a safe place. After confirming their safety, Lihua asked in confusion, why did Yukura let us go so easily? I thought there would be a big fight. Orochimaru patted his shoulder, about to explain, but a look of surprise appeared on his face. Lihua, you've become so strong. That pat just now made him feel Lihua's formidable physical strength. Upon closer inspection, it was found that Lihua's physical condition had already reached the shadow level. Lihua smiled and said, teacher, who doesn't have secrets? Orochimaru was curious but smiled and did not ask further. He had already come to see Lihua as a trustworthy person and no longer doubted him. Then he explained, Yagura doesn't dare to make a move, and Kirigakure doesn't either. Forcing accountability will only make things worse for them. Moreover, it's very likely that the old man has already started to act. Orochimaru looked into the distance, his gaze deep. Those who ambushed us will never let them get away easily. Lihua nodded, understanding his meaning. Teacher, shall we return now? Having been away from Konoha for a long time, Lihua began to miss the village. Orochimaru shook his head, no, we still have personal matters to attend to. Lihua looked at him with confusion, not knowing what he intended to do. Orochimaru placed his hand on Lihua's shoulder and said slowly, whether it's your physical fitness, ninjutsu, or chakra, you are now already at the Kage level. He sighed, amazed at how terrifying Lihua's talent was. Then he said, the only bottleneck is the amount of chakra. Hibana nodded. This had always been his weakness. Orochimaru gazed into the distance and said calmly, to increase chakra, the tailed beasts are the most suitable. Lihua widened his eyes, teacher. You want me to become a Jinchuriki? Orochimaru shook his head, saying with a mischievous tone, sorry, teacher doesn't yet have the ability to capture a tailed beast alone. But he continued, however, we can take a part of the tailed beast's body, like the 8 tails horn or tentacles.
Lihua looked at him nervously but excitedly. Orochimaru means. Now, go to the land of lightning. What about the mission? The mission is already completed, the rest is up to the old man. Achoo!
At this moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi sneezed violently in his office, rubbed his nose, looked at the achievements of the Lightning Three countries, and proudly thought, it must be Orochimaru praising me.
A few days later, the Hokage's office. Bang!
Hiruzen Sarutobi angrily threw the scroll onto the desk, startling the white little snake into instantly turning into smoke.
Orochimaru is still as malicious as ever.
After receiving the secret report, the third Hokage finally learned of the master and disciple's actions in Kirigakure. He rubbed his forehead in thought, then a member of the Umbu appeared from the shadows. From now on, closely monitor Kirigakure and report immediately if anything unusual is found. The Umbu nodded and was about to leave when the Hokage called him back. Also, Orochimaru and Uchiha Ibiki failed to complete their mission according to regulations, so their pay will be deducted. The Hokage said sternly, this is by no means a personal grudge or private revenge. At this moment, Orochimaru and Ibiki had already entered the land of lightning. Because they were sneaking in secretly, they had to hide their tracks and avoid alerting the sentries of Kumogakure. Orochimaru slightly supported his chin, puzzled, why has the border defense of Kumogakure suddenly tightened? Achoo! In the office, the third Hokage sneezed again. The land of lightning was completely different from the land of fire, nestled among towering peaks shrouded in mist, with thunder roaring. After the two settled in a small town not far from Kumogakure, Orochimaru began explaining the plan to Hiruzen. When the land of hot water was attacked, I noticed the 8 tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, was extremely unstable emotionally, Orochimaru said. His 8 tails just erupted, this is his weakest moment. Hiruzen immediately understood. It turned out Orochimaru had once infiltrated Kumogakure alone, triggering the tailed beast's rampage, which led to Killer Bee becoming the Jinchuriki. Orochimaru continued, so, we just need to take advantage of this opportunity. Hiruzen responded, by somehow provoking the 8 tails inside Killer Bee, then seizing his body while he's vulnerable, we can obtain part of the tailed beast's chakra.
Orochimaru nodded with satisfaction. The plan was initially formed, the rest was to refine the details and execute it.
In the following days, Orochimaru and Hiruzen covertly observed the defenses around Kumogakure. The two held their breath, avoiding detection by sensory ninjas. After understanding the defenses, Hiruzen had a sudden idea on how to sneak in unnoticed. After confirming it was feasible, Orochimaru decided to concoct a special poison. This poison has a strong hallucinogenic effect, will trigger hidden emotions, and causes brief amnesia after the effect wears off, he said with a sinister smile.
Rika silently sighed, feeling reassured following Orochimaru, but if he became an opponent, he would have to be careful.
While brewing the poison, the two also gathered internal intelligence about the hidden cloud village.
They mingled in various places and finally discovered Burubi's healing location and learned about his background.
One day, while Rika and Orochimaru were investigating at an izakaya, a man's voice came from the entrance. Hello, beautiful proprietress.
Yes, I am a travel writer, collecting material. I travel alone, lonely yet romantic.
Orochimaru immediately turned his head to look, then suddenly turned back.
Rika looked curiously toward the door, her mouth agape in surprise. This is Lord Jiraiya? The white-haired man also noticed their gazes, turned back, and smiled. Ah. Stinky Snake, what are you doing here?
The previously gentle and refined Jiraiya suddenly shouted heartily, and the proprietress turned around and asked, who was that just now? Jiraiya returned to his humble demeanor, pointed at Orochimaru, and said, book me a private room first, then call a few beautiful ladies. I really need this for my research.
The boss's wife left with a smile, while Jiraiya secretly showed a lecherous grin. Jiraiya walked straight over to Orochimaru and Uchiha Rika without hesitation and wrapped his arm around Orochimaru. You stinky snake, what are you doing here? Orochimaru gently moved his hand away and said coldly, what I'm doing is none of your business.
Jiraiya sat down without courtesy and started asking questions left and right. Don't say it, a while ago the old man sent people to destroy the cloud-hidden village's border outpost. I thought I had to help out the place. So I simply destroyed the cloud-hidden village's intelligence department as well. Hearing him say this so casually, Rika was somewhat impressed inside. But then Jiraiya suddenly punched Orochimaru hard. How about that? Impressive, right?
Ha ha ha.
Rika was speechless, almost spitting out the tea he had just drunk. This guy was way too rough. Suddenly, Jiraiya turned serious and said, recently, the cloud-hidden village has strengthened its defenses.
If you have a mission, he pointed at Rika, who is this brat? Rika was dumbfounded, almost choking on his tea. Orochimaru's eyes lit up. This is my apprentice, Uchiha Rika. Jiraiya was shocked beyond words. You actually have an apprentice. So young and already close to the level of an Anbu captain, impressive.
If it weren't for the great Toad Sage's prophecy, I would have thought he was the child of prophecy.
Listening to this, Rika secretly admired Jiraiya's sharp insight, seeing through his strength at a glance. Orochimaru was a bit surprised. Didn't Minato tell you?
Minato, we haven't been in touch for a long time.
He must be even stronger now.
At that moment, the flamboyantly dressed boss's wife came over carrying the guest room keys. Jiraiya's face flushed and his nose bled, but he had to keep up appearances, so after bidding farewell to the two, he dashed off to the private room. Rika sighed, so Lord Jiraiya also has Flying Thunder God.
Orochimaru smiled rarely.
After saying goodbye, the two returned to their residence. After confirming no one was around, Orochimaru's expression turned serious. Little Rika, to ensure the mission goes smoothly, I'm entrusting you with the iron armor seal now.
Rika's expression tightened. Sealing techniques had always been his weak point, but he hadn't had time to practice.
With the third great ninja war approaching, ninjutsu and taijutsu were more important.
Moreover, Konoha's surveillance over Kushina was extremely strict, and as a member of the Uchiha clan, he couldn't easily access powerful sealing techniques.
Orochimaru continued, the iron armor seal is a special technique used by the cloud-hidden village to seal tailed beasts. Although it's not as powerful as the four symbols or 8 trigram seals, you must learn it now.
Rika nodded solemnly and began to study hard with Orochimaru. After half a month of intense training, Liyue finally mastered the iron armor seal.
Next, it was time to infiltrate the hidden cloud village. After packing up his equipment, Liyue quickly erased all traces, doing his best to avoid being detected by the cloud ninja. At night, he and Orochimaru quietly lurked near the hidden cloud village.
Orochimaru, do you have a way to infiltrate? Liyue asked. Orochimaru formed hand seals while mobilizing chakra. Liyue activated shadow-level perception, confirmed the surrounding environment, and nodded.
Orochimaru quickly completed the hand seals, his body began to liquefy, and the chakra fluctuations disappeared. Eventually, he transformed into a small brown snake, his eyes radiating a cold killing intent, and swiftly slithered into the village. Liyue admired Orochimaru's superb ninjutsu and dared not slack off himself. He formed hand seals to cast the camouflage concealment technique, his body gradually becoming invisible and blending with the environment. At the same time, he activated a simplified Sage mode to enhance his perception and set up Flying Thunder God technique tags outside the village. After spotting a blind spot in the Cloud Ninja Patrol, Liyue held his breath and focused, charging into the village like a leopard. Soon, he found Orochimaru, who had transformed into a small snake, hiding in the shadows. Orochimaru sensed Liyue's presence, flicked out his tongue, slowly returned to human form, and put on a Cloud Ninja uniform. Don't dispel the technique yet, there is still some way to go, Orochimaru said. Liyue nodded and began to observe the village terrain. Orochimaru whispered, found it. Avoiding a patrolling Jonin, the two moved swiftly like ghosts, heading straight for the hospital. With the intelligence they had, they quickly located Burubi's attending physician. At this moment, the doctor was flipping through medical records late at night, murmuring to himself, the body has healed, but the psychological trauma remains. Today's interview must focus on this point. He was focused on making corrections when suddenly a sinister shadow appeared behind him, snake eyes cold and merciless. Thud! The doctor suddenly collapsed. After handling the body, Orochimaru sat back in the doctor's chair. Then, his body began to gradually liquefy, each cell seeming to have its own consciousness, writhing endlessly. Moments later, a figure identical to the doctor appeared in the chair. Ahem! He cleared his throat, his voice indistinguishable from the doctor's, but his eyes still revealed coldness and darkness. He looked toward Liyue, who was hiding nearby, and whispered, Burubi carries the 8 tails, with extremely strong perception. We must be careful. Upon hearing this, Liyue immediately retracted his presence and blended into the environment. Orochimaru placed the refined poison pill into an exquisite glass bottle. Everything was ready. Soon, Burubi knocked on the office door. When Liyue looked up, he immediately realized he had overestimated Burubi's condition. Before, his face was dark, his brows tightly furrowed, and he had no interest in observing his surroundings. Doctor, I'm here for a follow-up. Burubi's voice was tinged with bitterness. Orochimaru immediately got into character, clearing his throat before beginning a thorough examination. With his scientific background, the entire process was rigorous and meticulous, and Burubi had no doubts. This is your poison. Starting tonight, you must take it every day.
Orochimaru handed over a bottle. Changed the medicine? Burubi was surprised. Probably a special remedy. Taking it will make your troubles disappear quickly.
Orochimaru's words carried a hidden meaning.
Burubi didn't think much of it, nodded in thanks, and left. Watching Burubi leave, Orochimaru revealed a sinister smile. Follow him.
After confirming there were no traces, the two quickly tailed him to near Burubi's residence. Orochimaru suddenly grabbed the hiding Lihua, signaling him to be alert. They saw that Burubi's doorstep was covered with defensive and sensory barriers, and there were quite a few Anbu members. "If I slept like this, I'd have gone crazy long ago," Lihua complained, but the seriousness in his eyes did not lessen. Orochimaru, however, was undeterred and began carefully observing the barriers. Time passed, and the Anbu changed shift after shift. Just before dawn, Orochimaru finally found a safe way to enter the barrier. Taking advantage of the dim light, the two slipped into the Burubi household like ghosts. At this time, Burubi had already taken the poison pill and was in a deep sleep. Orochimaru set up a barrier inside the house to prevent the tailed beast chakra from leaking out. The sky began to lighten, and time was running out. When the eight tails erupts, focus your attack on one tentacle. If we fail or are discovered by the cloud-hidden Anbu, retreat immediately. Orochimaru turned his head and said sternly to Lihua. Lihua nodded, and the two silently adjusted their states, preparing for battle. In an instant, Orochimaru pressed down on Burubi, who suddenly woke up. Realizing he was poisoned, he struggled and shouted, but Orochimaru quickly covered his mouth. Orochimaru raised his right hand, a faint chakra glowing in his palm, his eyes flashing with madness. "Don't be afraid, it'll hurt a bit, that's normal." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly pressed his hand on Burubi's chest, and numerous complex jutsu quickly unfolded, emitting a faint glow. Immediately after, Orochimaru shouted, "Iron Armor Seal, activate!" A fierce and violent chakra suddenly surged from Burubi's chest, burning like raging fire. Orochimaru quickly jumped back, watching as Burubi was enveloped in scarlet chakra, his skin torn and shattered by the wild power. One tail, two tails. Burubi let out a painful roar, the tails on his back rapidly increasing, his body gradually transforming into the form of the eight tails. The barrier was filled with an aura of destruction, countless tailed beast chakras slashing the protective barrier like blades. Suddenly, with a terrible crack, the barrier shattered, and the Anbu members outside immediately felt the wild power of the tailed beast. Not good. The eight tails has gone berserk, quickly notify Lord Raikage. At this moment, facing the massive eight tails Gyuki before him, Lihua knew this might be his only chance. In his previous life, he had underestimated the power of the tailed beasts, always thinking the nine tails was just a legend. He never expected the enormous form of the eight tails now, each movement like an earthquake, radiating an incredibly terrifying aura. Lihua finally understood the true power of the tailed beasts. Orochimaru remained calm, his eyes fixed on the rampaging eight tails, searching for a weakness. Suddenly, his gaze locked onto the thick tentacles of the eight tails. Battling the strong wind pressure, he shouted to Lihua, "Now's the time." Lihua immediately understood, his eyes fixed on the hard, rough, reddish-brown skin of the Gyuki's tentacles, his expression turning serious. "I must unleash my strongest strike." He quickly formed hand seals, and three shadow clones instantly appeared beside him. Simple Sage Mode, activate. A massive influx of natural energy surged into his body, his aura soaring dramatically. Without hesitation, Lihua spread his hands, forming a huge Rasengan spiraling into shape in his palm. In the original story, Naruto used two shadow clones to maintain the Rasengan's shape and infuse nature transformation, but Lihua's three shadow clones were all used to stabilize the form, pouring all chakra into it. After several seconds, the Rasengan grew enormous, emitting a destructive aura. The wind nature chakra even plowed the surrounding land flat. Lihua's hands were twisted and bloodied, trembling slightly, but he knew this was his strongest ninjutsu so far. He didn't choose the safer option of throwing it from a distance but charged directly into the rampaging eight tails against the slicing wind pressure. No fear, only determination. His eyes gleamed with fanatic light, a bold thought igniting in his heart. At this moment, countless Kumo Anbu simultaneously threw specially made ropes, trying to tightly bind the eight tails. However, relying on its immense strength, the eight tails violently shook off the ropes. One Anbu managed to precisely loop around the eight tails' horn but was flung into the air by a flick of the horn, ultimately pierced through the abdomen by the sharp horn, blood spurting out. At this moment, both the Anbu and the raging eight tails felt a powerful aura rising from the ground that was the will-o'-the-wisp charging toward the eight tails. "Who is this boy? He is very likely an intruder," a member of the Anbu warned loudly.
No sooner had the words fallen than Orochimaru had already formed hand seals and struck without hesitation. Earth release, mud flow great river. A torrent of mud and boulders surged forth, carving out a river that instantly swept through the Umbu. After dealing with the Umbu, Orochimaru turned toward the Eight Tails. His neck suddenly elongated, and he spat out the sharp Kusanagi sword, fiercely stabbing at the Eight Tails' tentacle. Put! Blood splattered as a deep cut was slashed into the hard tentacle of the Eight Tails. The Eight Tails roared in anger, shattering glass for dozens of miles around, causing many ninjas to fall to the ground in pain. Liyue finally rushed to the Eight Tails' tentacle, feeling intense pain in his right hand. He knew success or failure depended on this moment. He exerted all his strength, pressing the spiral shuriken against the tentacle. The moment the shuriken left his hand, his right hand was cut by the wind blade, spraying a mist of blood. The shuriken struck the tentacle. Liyue's expression grew serious. He understood that the next moment was a desperate one, touching the Eight Tails' head. Without hesitation, Liyue tensed his muscles, pushing his physical limits, and charged like a cannonball toward the ox demon's head. He condensed chakra under his feet, sprinting across the Eight Tails' rough skin. Orochimaru watched Liyue intently. Though he did not understand his disciple's intention, he chose to trust him. Boom! The shuriken unleashed terrifying destructive power. The wind blade sliced through the Eight Tails' tentacle like a surgical knife, severing the thick tentacle. The shockwave blew Liyue higher, instantly bringing him above the Eight Tails' head. Facing the massive head like a mountain, Liyue knew this was his only chance. His left hand quickly reached out, ready to touch the top of the Eight Tails' head. The Eight Tails let out a furious roar. A terrifying sound wave struck, causing blood mist to erupt all over Liyue's body, and he instantly lost consciousness. Just as he was falling, a flicker of clarity suddenly returned to his eyes. Using his last bit of strength, Liyue placed his scarred right hand on the head of the Eight Tails Gyuki. A cold mechanical voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Ding! Head touch SS rank entity, Eight Tails Gyuki. Obtained 8 Tails Origin 1, 8 Tails Chakra 0.2. But Liyue was already too weak to accept the reward. His consciousness completely faded as he heavily slid off the Eight Tails' head. Bang! A thick tentacle instantly wrapped tightly around Liyue. Anger blazed in Gyuki's eyes. It pushed Liyue toward the abyss like huge mouth, as yin-yang chakra converged at a ratio of 2:8. Orochimaru witnessed this scene, furious beyond control. This was the tailed beast's strongest move, the tailed beast ball. The tailed beast ball kept expanding, gradually touching Liyue's body. That overwhelming force was difficult even for shadow-level experts to withstand. Orochimaru hurriedly took action, his Kusanagi sword slashing fiercely like a bullet at Gyuki's tentacle. The Eight Tails cried out in pain, releasing the wounded Liyue and roaring thunderously once again. Meanwhile, far away in the Raikage's office, the third Raikage sensed the out-of-control chakra of the Eight Tails. The young man AI, who was reporting beside him, narrowed his eyes sharply. Damn Eight Tails! The third Raikage's entire body erupted with lightning, instantly shattering everything around him. The young AI immediately activated his lightning release chakra mode. In the blink of an eye, the third Raikage appeared before the Eight Tails. The next second, the houses from the Raikage's office to this place collapsed with a thunderous crash, unable to withstand the Raikage's lightning assault. This was the power of the strongest lightning armor. A black-skinned youth shimmered with lightning all over his body, descending from the sky. That's right, it was time for AI to take the stage. Young AI shouted loudly, lightning torture level, Chidori dance. The hand chop wrapped in violent thunder had incredible cutting power, severing the bull demon's horn in one strike. Orochimaru saw the Raikage approaching and knew he couldn't stay long. He quickly caught the falling wall of fire, concealed himself, sealed off a section of the Eight Tails' tentacle with a sealing scroll, and took some powder from the broken bull demon horn. The third Raikage keenly sensed the intruder's attack, but the Eight Tails' offensive was fierce. The two main forces of Kyumogakure were both restrained, forced to watch helplessly as Orochimaru fled hastily with the will of fire. Damn it! The third Raikage roared, lightning exploding around him. At this moment, the third squad of the Umbu and the first squad of the sealing team arrived, shouting loudly, Lord AI! The amber purification jar has arrived. The third Raikage forced the Eight Tails back with a hell stab for penetration palm strike, instantly teleporting to the side of the amber purification jar. Legend has it that this amber purification jar is a relic of the Sage of Six Paths, shaped like a jar and possessing powerful sealing abilities. It was originally held by Kyumogakure's golden horn but was later taken by the third Raikage. Without hesitation, the third Raikage raised the jar, and the strongest lightning armor instantly erupted, charging irresistibly toward the Eight Tails. The nearby young AI tensed his whole body, his lightning-released chakra spinning wildly, leaping with his right leg raised high, lightning flashing. Righteous lightning, furious thunder axe. Amid the roar, the two Kumobikir warriors unleashed astonishing power. The eight tails, which had just seemed like a demon god, was now fiercely struck. Amber purification bottle, seal. The third Reikage shouted, and the bottle's mouth instantly opened. The eight tails roared wildly, struggling in defiance, but was quickly sucked into the bottle by an invisible force. In an instant, the earth-shattering bull demon was sealed. The Reikage firmly closed the bottle cap, while the eight tails inside roared in anger. The Reikage raised his fist, which burst forth with thunder like a cannonball. "We have won," he announced loudly. The cloud ninjas who participated in the battle showed smiles of relief after surviving the ordeal. However, the Reikage's expression was grave. With a wave of his hand, countless Umbu appeared like ghosts. "The hidden cloud village has been invaded." The eight tails outburst was caused by the enemy, he said, his face darkened, surrounded by an aura of angry lightning. "At all costs, even if we have to dig 3 feet underground, we must find the invaders." He ordered everyone to carefully conduct a joint search and to use signal flares to communicate in case of emergencies. The Umbu responded in unison, then vanished into the night. The Reikage then summoned his secretary, instructing him to tally casualties, seal off information, and quickly restore the village's vitality. The secretary acknowledged and left. The young AI approached, his face full of anger. "Father, Burubi, and he." The Reikage lowered his head, shadows covering his eyes, his voice heavy. "There's no hope." Young AI clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth to suppress his grief. "Don't worry, the real culprit will definitely be found." Reikage said firmly, "The eight tails Jinchuriki must be decided quickly to prevent others from taking advantage of the situation." The young AI nodded, "Yes, father." Laying patted his shoulder, transformed into a bolt of lightning, and placed the amber purification bottle in the most secure Laying building in the village. After completing everything, Laying set out personally to track down the intruder. At this moment, Orochimaru was carrying the unconscious Lihua, fleeing at high speed. He knew clearly that having caused such a big incident, the Cloud Ninja would never let it go easily, and it absolutely could not be exposed. Orochimaru quickly split off an earth clone to help clean up the traces, while dashing toward the border of the Land of Lightning, using simple medical ninjutsu to treat Lihua. He knew that as long as Lihua could wake up and use Flying Thunder God, the two of them could completely escape danger. But Lihua had just exhausted all his strength releasing the Raisin Shuriken and was facing the tailed beast orb at close range, leaving his physical condition extremely poor. After an unknown amount of time, under Orochimaru's treatment, Lihua finally regained consciousness. Seeing the rapidly changing scenes before his eyes, he knew they had successfully escaped. No time to say more, Orochimaru had already sensed the approaching pursuit of the Cloud Ninja. "Xiao Lihua, can you use Flying Thunder God now?" His tone was serious. Lihua knew the situation was critical, but her chakra was insufficient to support long-distance Flying Thunder God movement. He silently recited, "System, claim reward." The cold system voice sounded, "Eight Tails Chakra 0.2 has been granted, Eight Tails origin stored in system space." Although his body was covered in wounds, this reward brought a slight warmth, permeating his limbs and bones, gradually replenishing his dried-up meridians and restoring his strength. He opened the system panel and saw a significant increase in chakra, revealing a smile. This abnormal change shocked Orochimaru as he ran. "You didn't T-seal the eight tails tentacles, so how did your chakra surge so much?" Orochimaru questioned. Lihua teased, "Doesn't this just show how skilled you are?" Seeing the teacher speechless, he smiled and explained, "Because I ate the eight tails flesh and blood." Orochimaru's pupils contracted slightly as he looked at him in astonishment. Lihua continued, "I read in an ancient book that in Yunin village, 2 people named Golden Horn and Silver Horn were swallowed by the nine tails but survived by consuming its blood and flesh. The nine tails, in pain, spat them out, and they gained the nine tails chakra. I want to try eating the eight tails flesh." Orochimaru's eyes flashed with admiration, as if to say, "You are the true wolf exterminator." After the chakra surge, Lihua's perception greatly increased, clearly sensing the pursuing Yunin behind him and the Flying Thunder God mark reserved in the distance. Knowing it was unwise to stay, he unhesitatingly unleashed a frantic chakra mobilization. This time, the chakra changed from light blue to pale purple, a result of his own chakra merging with the scarlet chakra of the tailed beast. He whispered, "Flying Thunder God technique." A scarlet light flashed, and both Lihua and Orochimaru instantly vanished from the spot. The earth clone that followed confirmed their traces were erased, then turned into a handful of yellow soil and scattered with the wind.
With the surge of chakra, Lihua astonishingly performed the long-distance flying thunder god technique 10 times in a row, heading straight for the border of the land of lightning, something previously unthinkable. After shaking off the pursuers, night had fallen. The two set up a simple camp, preparing to rest. The campfire burned faintly, for safety reasons.
Lihua looked at the system space and asked, "What is the Eight Tails' origin?" The system replied, "It is the origin power of the tailed beast.
Collecting all 9 origins allows one to become the 10 Tails Jinchuriki, with strength comparable to the Sage of 6 Paths.
With the origin, the host can temporarily transform into the tailed beast and possess its abilities." Lihua asked in confusion, "I have 0.2 times the 8 Tails chakra. Doesn't that make me the 8 Tails Jinchuriki?" The system denied, "That is only an increase in chakra amount, not the true tailed beast chakra. The origin of the 8 tails allows you to temporarily possess the 8 tails abilities, such as tailed beast mode, tailed beast ball, severed tail survival, and so on." At this moment, Orochimaru hoarsely asked, "Do you still want me to seal the 8 tails tentacles on you?" Lihua agreed without hesitation, "Yes.
The tentacles contain a large amount of chakra, which can enhance my strength."
Seeing the teacher show a rare troubled expression, Lihua teased, "What's wrong, teacher? Afraid I'll steal your experimental materials?"
Orochimaru shook his head, his expression serious, took out a scroll of powder for sealing the 8 tails tentacles and horns from his ninja tool pouch, and handed it to Lihua.
When Lihua took it, he immediately felt the scroll emanating a violent tailed beast chakra.
Orochimaru said slowly, "A portion of the 8 tails consciousness is hidden within the tentacles, and there is actually a small 8 tails sealed inside.
My experiment only requires the tailed beast's chakra. The horn powder is enough."
He stared at Lihua, his tone filled with concern. "You have already absorbed the flesh and blood of the 8 tails. If you seal the tentacles containing the 8 tails' violent soul, you might find it difficult to control this power.
Moreover, if you become a miniature Jinchuriki and the small 8 tails is extracted, you could die."
After understanding the teacher's concern, Lihua looked at the system panel and smiled confidently. "Don't worry." Orochimaru said no more, quickly mobilized chakra, swiftly formed a complex hand seal, and shouted in a low voice, "For symbol seal."
As soon as the words fell, Orochimaru's hand erupted with powerful chakra, the pale blue energy surging like a blazing flame. Smack!
He suddenly struck Lihua's abdomen. The 8 tails tentacles were drawn by an invisible force, eventually transforming into scarlet chakra and injected into the body of the scorching flame.
Then, Orochimaru performed a complex jutsu, firmly sealing the 8 tails chakra within the body of the scorching flame.
This step, the most basic seal, was completed.
But Orochimaru was still uneasy, so he once again mobilized chakra and performed the 4 symbols seal.
After finishing, he exhaled heavily and explained to Lihua, "I combined 2 4 symbol seals to form the 8 trigram seal, which can convert the leaking 8 tails chakra into your chakra." Lihua immediately understood that this was exactly the method used by the Water Gate to seal the 9 tails. Just as he was feeling the power of the 8 tails within his body, the cold system voice sounded.
8 tails origin detected. 8 tails chakra, absorb? Lihua asked, "What happens if I absorb it?" The system replied, "Remove the tailed beast's soul and convert the tailed beast chakra into the host's chakra." Lihua's eyes lit up. "This can reduce risks. I must absorb it."
A sudden heat surged in his abdomen, and countless crimson chakras gushed out.
Though Orochimaru was puzzled, he still took a battle stance.
But he saw that the raging chakra gradually transformed into Lihua's own chakra. The double 4 symbol seal wrapping his abdomen also slowly faded away until it disappeared.
Orochimaru was utterly shocked.
As the mentor of Lihua, he had witnessed countless miracles, yet this scene was still astonishing. Lihua clenched his fists tightly, feeling the surge of power. Looking at the system panel displaying Chakra 1 Kisame including shark skin, he secretly rejoiced the chakra restriction had finally been broken. While the two were resting, the third Raikage of Kumobikir was burning with rage.
Bang!
He smashed the thick wooden table with a punch, sending wood chips flying. "How is it possible that no one can be found within a 100-mile radius?" he roared.
He then ordered, "Seal off the borders of the land of lightning. They must not be allowed to escape." The secretary hurriedly asked, "What about the daimyo?" The Raikage clenched his fist coldly and said, "What does he matter?"
Before finishing his words, he broke through the office glass and rushed to the front lines to search. The next day, Lihua and Orochimaru set out fully prepared, heading straight for the border of the land of lightning. Suddenly, both of them slammed on the brakes at the same time, raising their hands to signal each other. In their exchanged glances, a heavy tension spread. They sensed that the border of the land of lightning was heavily guarded by the Cloud Ninja, with multiple checkpoints, leaving no gaps.
Lihua looked up at Orochimaru and said, "Sensei, let's just fight our way out." Orochimaru thought for a moment, then shook his head, "That's too risky. If we're discovered as Konoha ninjas, a war between Konoha and the Cloud Ninja will be inevitable."
Lihua sensed the Cloud Ninja's tight blockade in the distance, continuously searching with ninjutsu, his brow furrowed. "Then we'll take refuge temporarily in the land of lightning and wait for the heat to die down." Orochimaru still shook his head. "The third Raikage is also involved in the pursuit. The Cloud Village is severely weakened. If we don't escape now, there might be unforeseen changes." Lihua felt somewhat confused. At this moment, Orochimaru slowly said, "No matter how tight the encirclement is, there will always be a flaw. What we can't find, others can." Lihua was puzzled. "The encirclement has just formed, how could there be a gap?" Orochimaru chuckled lightly. "You are still too young, come with me." After saying that, he headed towards the largest nearby town. Although Lihua was doubtful, he still followed. After a long trek, the two arrived at the town entrance, but Orochimaru did not enter the town. Instead, he went around to the outskirts. Finally, the two stopped in front of a public restroom. Lihua understood in his heart that this was the entrance to the underground gold exchange. In the original work, the underground gold exchange specialized in assassination bounties spread throughout the ninja world. With money, one could buy people, and it was also skilled in intelligence gathering. The major ninja villages failed in their sieges. Its strength was extraordinary. Ignoring the stench of the public restroom, Orochimaru carefully examined the wall and walked up to one side. He lightly touched the wall with his pale hand, letting chakra seep into the secret door. With a click, the secret door opened, revealing a bottomless stone staircase. He signaled Lihua to follow and led the way down. The stone steps led to a dim, murky underground stone chamber, lit only by a few flickering candles. The money exchange shop owner was an elderly man with a disfigured face and white hair, who hoarsely asked, "What is your business?" Orochimaru bluntly said, "I want the deployment map of the Cloud Ninja encirclement." The owner didn't ask the purpose and coldly quoted, 500,000 yen, pay up front, delivery in 2 days. Orochimaru nodded. The price was reasonable. "Make sure it's accurate." Rest assured. The transaction was completed, and the two left the money exchange shop. Sensing that the town entrance was guarded by Cloud Ninjas, they set up camp in the outskirts and waited for 2 days. Just as they stepped out of the public restroom, they encountered an unexpected visitor. The man had disheveled hair, was bare-chested, his wounds stitched with earth grudge fear, and his pair of dark green eyes stared at them, full of greed. "Orochimaru, bounty 140 million ryo." Lihua immediately recognized him as the top assassin of the Taiki ninja village, who single-handedly killed the god of ninjas with shuriken from 800 ri away, and the financial director of the Akatsuki organization Kakuzu. Kakuzu's dark green eyes fixed greedily on Orochimaru, his avarice fully displayed. "I just wanted to casually see if there was any prey, but I didn't expect you to come right to me." Orochimaru gave him a cold glance, full of disdain. Bang! Suddenly, the black lines of earth grudge fear on Kakuzu's arm burst, and his wrist and arm separated. Immediately after, the black lines shot out like bullets toward Orochimaru and Lihua. Put! The two bodies were instantly beaten until they were battered and bloody, fresh blood gushing out. However, Kakuzu showed no sign of pride and quickly aimed his arm towards the nearby forest. Countless black lines surged out from his arm, eventually converging into a Dunu wearing a red mask. "Don't underestimate me!" Kakuzu roared angrily. Fire style, head carving technique. A large amount of fire-natured chakra gathered inside Chikashoryu, flames roaring from the mouth as if to burn everything to ashes. The fire raged fiercely, two figures standing ghost-like in the sea of flames. In front of them was a roaring wall of water like a waterfall. The flowing water quickly blocked the scorching flames, steam rising in waves. Lihua clapped his hands, his expression relaxed. Thanks to the huge chakra of the eight-tailed Kurama, performing large-scale ninjutsu was now as easy as drinking water. He looked up at Orochimaru, a sly glint in his eyes. He had set his sights on Kakuzu's earth grudge fear. "Teacher, let me handle this." Orochimaru nodded, his expression slightly cold. "Good, let him know who the real prey is." As the words fell, Lihua charged toward Kakuzu like a cannonball, the ground beneath his feet cracking and stones flying. Orochimaru casually blocked a flying shard of stone and said lightly, "Young." Electric arcs flickered around Lihua's body, wrapped like thunder armor. This was the lightning release chakra mode bestowed upon him by the head-patting youth AI. The lightning nature chakra greatly increased his speed, and his damage resistance was terrifyingly strong. Kakuzu's expression grew serious as he saw the fire release easily blocked. Watching the lightning-clad, ghostly approaching youth, he dared not be careless. Countless black threads of Earth Grudge Fear coiled around his arms like long snakes. Beside the fire release Earth Grudge Fear, the wind release Earth Grudge Fear with a green mask suddenly appeared. Kakuzu shouted loudly.
Combined ninjutsu, strange mask explosive flame.
Fire release, head hardship and wind release, oppression burst simultaneously from the mouths of the two Earth Grudge demons. The fire blazed fiercely, the wind fueling its power, instantly turning the area before Kakuzu into a sea of flames. But in the next moment, he felt a bone-chilling coldness, an instinct honed by years of battle. If I don't dodge, death is certain.
In an instant, Lihua appeared like thunder, shouting, "You can't escape."
He raised his right leg high, thunder swirling, lightning flashing, as if ready to destroy everything.
Righteous thunder, furious thunder axe.
Lihua struck with great force, a weight of 1,000 pounds crashing down.
Kakuzu's pupils contracted tightly, the aura of death overwhelming him. He quickly countered, Earth Release, Earth Spear.
His skin instantly turned black and hardened.
Bang!
Lihua's right foot heavily stomped on Kakuzu's Earth Heart position, thunder crashing like divine punishment.
Kakuzu fell like a puppet with cut strings, life completely gone.
Orochimaru was about to step forward, but Lihua raised his hand to stop him. Seconds ticked by, and just as everyone grew anxious, a sudden change occurred. The ground beneath Lihua's feet cracked violently, countless black lines from the Earth Grudge demons pierced into his body like porcupine quills. Kakuzu slowly stood up, his eyes shifting from hollow to a fierce dark green, a sinister smile appearing. Heh, kid, in the end, you're still two. Before he could finish, Lihua's body condensed into flowing water and dissipated.
Water clone. When did?
Kakuzu frantically commanded the Earth Grudge demons behind him, countless black lines converging into two masked Earth Grudge demons, thunder release and water release. Both were on guard in all directions, preparing to deal with Rika. The next moment, a thunderous roar sounded as Rika appeared not far away, slapping the ground with both hands and injecting a massive amount of chakra.
Earth Release, cracking Earth Palm.
The earth beneath the water release Earth Grudge cracked and collapsed like a mountain pressing down on it.
With a crack, the water release Earth Grudge's mask shattered into dust.
Kakuzu did not hesitate and fled, relying on his sense of timing to survive in the ninja world. The lightning release Earth Grudge charged at Rika to delay him, but immediately a wind release spiral shuriken hurled through the air, countless wind blades slicing it into pieces, destroying all vegetation in the area.
At this moment, Kakuzu only had 2 hearts left, 1 fire attribute and 1 wind attribute.
Seeing this, Kakuzu hurriedly ran away. Rika did not pursue. Instead, he quickly formed hand seals with both hands and suddenly struck the ground. The parched earth instantly surged with countless streams of water, which spun and rose, eventually condensing into a gigantic water dragon. Rika did not stop, continuing to form seals and injecting a large amount of lightning attribute chakra into the water dragon, causing electric currents to surge within its body.
Lightning Water Dragon Bullet!
Rika shouted softly. Accompanied by a deafening dragon roar, the water dragon charged at Kakuzu with astonishing speed and overwhelming force, leaving him nowhere to hide.
The water dragon roared and fiercely swallowed Kakuzu.
With the shattering of the fire release Earth Grudge mask, Kakuzu's body trembled violently, and the remaining lightning attribute chakra sealed his movements. He could only watch helplessly as Rika and Orochimaru closed in step by step. Suddenly, a small, tender hand patted Kakuzu's head.
Ding! Head pat a rank ninja Kakuzu, reward, choose any 3 items.
The system prompt appeared. Secret technique, Earth Grudge Fear, assassination skills, 500 million yen, 5-element ninjutsu 2, human body stitching technique, assassination Senju Hashirama insights. Lihua looked at the pile of gold coins, overjoyed. After a moment of thought, he made up his mind, Earth Grudge Fear, 500 million yen, human body stitching technique. At this time, the 5-element ninjutsu offered limited improvement to him. Earth Grudge Fear combined with human body stitching technique could greatly enhance his self-preservation ability. A sharp pain surged, and a mysterious power appeared inside Lihua's body, attaching to his heart, driven by his will. That was Earth Grudge Fear.
Kakuzu was numb and powerless, his face pale, murmuring, "Just kill me."
Lihua's gaze was icy cold, lightning flickering all over his body, agile like a silver snake. In an instant, countless bolts of thunder struck the ground beneath him, and with a roar, the earth cracked open a deep chasm. The Earth Grudge Fear lurking underground was shattered by the thunder before it could launch an attack. Then, Lihua spread out his hand, and the ninja blade flame appeared. The blade was fiery red like flames, radiating terrifying pressure. Facing Kakuzu just a breath away, Lihua hesitated not at all. With a swing of his arm, the blade's light flashed, and Kakuzu's head fell to the ground with a thud. Strangely, at the moment the head was severed, countless black earth grudge fear threads stretched out like ghosts, quickly wrapping around the severed neck and stitching it at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, Kakuzu's head was perfectly restored in place. Seeing his last resort exposed, Kakuzu helplessly lowered his head and said coldly, "You know, that won't kill me." The next moment, the flames in Hiwatari's hands suddenly burned even brighter. You have 5 hearts, each corresponding to one of the 5 chakra natures. Wind beats lightning, lightning beats earth, earth beats water, water beats fire. Hiwatari said emotionlessly, and fire beats wind. Sorry, I have a basic understanding of all 5 natures. Hiwatari silently thanked the third Hokage for his teachings. Kakuzu snorted coldly, "Kill me then, I've lived enough." Before he finished speaking, a fair hand patted Kakuzu's shoulder, and the flying thunder god mark quietly appeared. Hiwatari said darkly, "You're not worth killing, foolish Kakuzu. Want to kill me? Then live on with hatred." Kakuzu and Orochimaru exchanged glances. Hiwatari looked at them, raised an eyebrow, and asked, "Don't you think my lines sound good?" Kakuzu impatiently asked, "Are you going to kill me or not? If not, I'll leave." He staggered to his feet. Li Hua said indifferently, "I won't kill you, go ahead." Kakuzu looked at Li Hua and Orochimaru turning to leave with half disbelief, completely unguarded. Watching their departing backs, Kakuzu sighed, gave up on the ambush, and fled awkwardly with a body flicker technique. "Orochimaru, why not eliminate him completely?" "That's not like you." Orochimaru asked curiously. "If I kill him, who will send me money?" Li Hua said proudly, "He's a walking ATM, why not keep him alive? Besides, I might need him someday." 2 days passed in a flash. Li Hua continuously became familiar with the use of envy, eliminated several rogue ninjas through the exchange of gold, and replenished 5 hearts. He mastered 5 types of ninjutsu. These hearts were mainly for survival rather than significantly boosting strength. Orochimaru also successfully obtained the deployment map of the Cloud Ninja Encirclement. With the help of Flying Thunder God, the two finally left the Land of Lightning. The third Raikage received news of the Umbu search failure, and thunder and lightning filled his office. Soon, it was confirmed that the 8 Tails Jinchuriki would be succeeded by the young Killer Bee, and the sealing ceremony was about to take place. A month later, beside the big tree at the entrance of Konoha village, a crimson light flashed, and Orochimaru and Amajiri appeared. Returning to his hometown, Amajiri's heart surged with emotion. After Orochimaru completed the village entry procedures, the two headed straight to the Hokage's office. When Sarutobi Hiruzen saw them, he widened his eyes, burning with anger. "You dare come back? Causing chaos at the inauguration ceremony wasn't enough, and now you act on your own." Orochimaru knew that the teacher was just tough in words but soft at heart. Then, he submitted the complete mission report. The third Hokage carefully read through it, asked some details, and then let Uchiha Lihua leave first. After Lihua walked away, the third Hokage lit his pipe, his expression grave. An Umbu-level strength, also mastering spacetime ninjutsu. "Orochimaru, the disciple you taught is truly extraordinary." Orochimaru smiled faintly, saying nothing more. The third Hokage didn't mind and said to himself, "Do you know how I found out? Young people hiding their strength are not yet mature enough. Looking at your mission report, whether it was the attack land of hot water or the retreat to Kirigakure, the time and distance just don't add up." Orochimaru nodded, acknowledging his teacher's sharp insight. The third Hokage took a puff from his pipe and asked, "So, what do you think the village should do about Uchiha Lihua?" Orochimaru looked at him seriously and said, "This kid has a good nature, I believe in him." The third Hokage frowned, but his strength is too great, leaving him unchecked could be harmful to the village. Orochimaru squinted. Kage-level warriors cannot be controlled by external forces, especially someone so young. After a moment of silence, Hiruzen Sarutobi agreed with his view and decided not to intervene for the time being. Meanwhile, Lihua returned to his long-missed home. After a brief tidying up, he invited his friends from the Ninja Academy to a barbecue gathering. Everyone familiar showed up, with the biggest changes seen in Kakashi, Guy, Luma, and Outyen. After Kakashi was promoted to Chunin, he underwent over a year of intense training and countless battles, greatly increasing his strength to nearly Jonin level. Guy's physical abilities improved significantly, breaking through the Chunin tier, but other areas still needed work. Luma and Outyen were even more impressive, both passing the graduation exam ahead of schedule. Because Yamanaka Ino and Akimichi Dai had not yet graduated, Luma could only take on simple D-rank missions alone, which were just suitable for her status as a genin. Outyen joined the elite squad of the Uchiha clan, rapidly improving his strength and nearing the threshold of a Chunin. Lihua believes that time will make him a true strong warrior. After a long separation, everyone was very happy to reunite, and Obito was also enjoying himself. After the chat ended, Liuwa went home and began planning the next step. He fully activated his perception, confirmed that no one was watching around, and summoned the system panel. Host Uchiha Liuwa. Ninjutsu Flying Thunder God Technique, Boil Release, Clever Mist Technique, Thunder Water Dragon Bullet. Taijutsu Life Return, Lightning Release Chakra Mode. Chakra 1 Kisame including Shark Skin. Bloodstain Limit, Dark Release. Power Shadow. Items 8 Tails Origin, Ninja Sword Flame. Liuwa clearly knew he had firmly entered the shadow level. If he wanted to become stronger, ordinary improvements were almost ineffective. He had to start from the bloodstain limit. A year ago, when Liuwa unlocked Bloodstain Net, he saw that unlocking the single Tomo Sharingan required Uchiha bloodline, head pats on 500 people. At that time, he had patted 162 people and first exchanged for the nether release. Now, he had patted 1,145 people and without hesitation thought in his mind, exchange for single Tomo Sharingan. The system coldly responded, reward has been granted. In an instant, cold and piercing pain flooded his eyes, his senses and emotions were infinitely amplified, and Liuwa writhed in agony. When he opened his eyes, he finally understood why the Uchiha Sharingan was famous in the ninja world. The world in his eyes was extraordinarily clear. Every blade of grass, every table and chair was distinct like a painting, as if a thin veil had been lifted. Dynamic vision improved threefold, and motion capture was greatly enhanced. The system prompts again, detected activation of the Sharingan, special mission Sage Eye has been issued. Conditions met to evolve into the Rinnegan. Seeing the condition progress. Double Tomo Sharingan 645-600. Triple Tomo Sharingan 645-800. Liuwa was joyful in his heart and immediately exchanged for the double Tomo Sharingan. Pain struck, the double Tomo in the mirror eye spun, and he smiled, certain of the path to becoming a future strong warrior. 1 year later, Konoha Training Ground. Kiba wore a black Uchiha training suit, muscles tense, the 3 Tomo Sharingan spinning. The opponent was their teacher Orochimaru, who now wore a serious expression, eyes slightly closed, knowing that any slight mistake would mean certain defeat. Suddenly, Liuwa made a move. So fast it was hard for the naked eye to catch, his wrists flicked continuously, activating the Thunderlight Sword, and kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God appeared in his hands. Without hesitation, Liuwa's hands moved like lightning, swiftly throwing all the kunai toward Orochimaru in the distance. Orochimaru didn't use the Earth-style wall defense. He knew Liuwa's skilled Sharingan left the kunai nowhere to hide. Orochimaru instantly burst forth with astonishing speed, moving sideways to escape the range of the kunai attack. Liuwa smiled faintly, quickly forming hand seals with both hands. As the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique was unleashed, the kunai in the air instantly multiplied into hundreds, dense as iron rain, sealing off Orochimaru's escape route. Without hesitation, Orochimaru formed hand seals with both hands, chakra gathering at his lips. Wind release, great breakthrough. A compressed wind sphere suddenly burst forth, the fierce wind scattering the flying kunai. But in the next second, a crimson light flashed as Liuwa soared into the air. His left hand formed a sword finger seal, his right hand opened wide, the ninja blade flame appeared, the blade igniting with scorching fire as it lunged toward Orochimaru. Solar Halo Dance. Liuwa swung his blade to strike, but Orochimaru was unafraid, letting the flames split his body in two. His body gradually turned into mud, but his true form appeared not far away. Unable to withstand Liuwa's fierce assault, Orochimaru had to open his eyes. What met his gaze was a pair of Sharingan with 3 Tomo, glowing red. Liuwa quickly condensed a spiral shuriken, the violet wind chakra ruthlessly cutting through everything. The spiral shuriken shot toward Orochimaru like a meteor. Orochimaru's eyes tightened, rapidly forming hand seals, then slammed the ground. Chakra surged in, revealing a huge and complex jutsu triple Rashomon. 3 heavy massive gates thunderously rose, carved with 9 nether Rakshases. The spiral shuriken easily pierced through the first 2 gates but was completely nullified by the 3rd gate. Just as Orochimaru prepared to counterattack, a sudden chill swept over him, sending a cold shiver down his spine. Not good. Orochimaru's entire body chakra surged as he shouted, Genjutsu, release. In an instant, the surrounding scene receded like a tide, and he still stood behind Rashomon, but Riwo had already pressed the kunai against his throat. Orochimaru smiled and applauded, truly terrifying, Riwo, in just 1 year you have completely surpassed me. Riwo smiled and nodded, thanks to the teacher's excellent guidance. During this year, Riwo continuously challenged himself on missions, accumulating the 800 head pats required to upgrade to the 3 Tomo Sharingan, and finally succeeded in exchanging it. Everyone marveled at Riwo's talent, going from awakening his Sharingan to the 3 Tomo in just 1 year.
The Uchiha clan spread tales of his deeds, the security squad gave him a desk job, and he earned a place in the clan council.
But what pleased Riwo the most was the leap in power brought by the 3 Tomo Sharingan.
Riwo possessed powerful dynamic vision, able to copy various ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu, with the genjutsu's power greatly enhanced.
After a year of training, he had mastered all these abilities. After bidding farewell to Orochimaru, Riwo headed home, for today was the day he would exchange for the Mangekyo Sharingan. After unlocking the 3 Tomo Sharingan, the system informed him that the condition to exchange for the Mangekyo Sharingan was to reach 1,000 head pats. Through effort, he finally achieved the goal. On the way home, Riwo heard many people talking about Hatake Tsukumo, even within the Uchiha clan. It turned out Tsukumo had repeatedly achieved great feats on the border of the Land of Wind, breaking into the Sand-Hidden Village's intelligence department, intercepting important information, and thwarting assassination attempts against Konoha. Tsukumo's reputation soared because of this, and many believed he would succeed as the 3rd Hokage. Hearing this, Riwo felt a tightening in his chest, knowing that conspiracies against Tsukumo were about to unfold. Uncle Tsukumo deserves respect, I must prepare early, he resolved silently. That night, after returning home, Riwo confirmed no one was around, activated his perception, remained fully alert, and silently recited, "Exchange for Mangekyo Sharingan." As the words fell, 2 lines of bloody tears immediately flowed from his eyes, intense pain struck as if countless steel needles pierced his eyeballs.
A mechanical voice sounded, "Reward has been granted." The pain was unbearable. Li Hua struggled to support his body. After a long time, the pain gradually subsided, replaced by a wave of coolness. As consciousness returned, he looked up and saw the Mangekyo Sharingan in his eyes, strikingly similar to Uchiha Madara's, exuding a cold aura with power far surpassing the 3 Tomo Sharingan. Just as Li Hua wanted to test the new dojutsu, the system voice sounded again, "Host must meet the conditions to exchange for the Mangekyo Dojutsu Amaterasu 900, Tsukuyami 900, Kamui 1000, Koto Amatsukami 1000, Susanoo 1000, system-produced Dojutsu 1100. Seeing the steep prices, Li Hua's head ached, feels like falling into a bottomless pit. But feeling the immense power in his eyes, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my god, this is really awesome." Li Hua decided not to tell anyone and kept the Mangekyo Sharingan as his trump card. He also planned to use it for a big feat petting the 9 tails. Just as he was getting familiar with his new abilities, in the root base, Danzo angrily slammed a stack of documents on the table and roared, "What a bunch of short-sighted fools! Just some Kazuki Tsukumo, why does he deserve such praise? Hokage? What a joke!" Danzo slammed the table in fury, immediately convened a meeting with all root captains. "For the sake of Konoha, I will never tolerate the existence of Kazuki Tsukumo." The next day, Orochimaru was busy researching the 2nd Hokage's Edo Tensei and did not arrange any training for Li Hua. Li Hua took the opportunity to visit Tsukumo's house. Tsukumo had just completed a mission in Sunagakure and was on leave. When they met, Li Hua was filled with emotion and handed over a gift he had prepared in advance. The two then went inside together. Kakashi was not at home due to a mission. Shuomo was surprised when he saw Li Hua. "Little Li Hua, you are already at the shadow level?" Li Hua smiled slightly and said nothing more. After some small talk, Li Hua released his senses, confirmed no one else was around, and spoke seriously, "Uncle Shuomo, please listen carefully this time." Shuomo sensed the gravity of the matter and listened attentively. "Between the mission and your comrades, which would you choose?" Li Hua asked. Shuomo did not understand at first. "If completing the mission means sacrificing your comrades, what would you choose?" Shuomo fell silent, his eyes complex as memories surged in his mind. After a long moment, he said firmly, "You can only choose one. I would choose my comrades." Li Hua nodded. "What if this choice causes great loss to the village, and the villagers blame you?" Shuomo was stunned for a moment, then said thoughtfully, "If the village suffers damage, I cannot shirk responsibility. The villagers' blame is justified." He paused briefly, then said solemnly, "If I cannot make amends, I will atone with my life." Li Hua looked at him, showing a look of approval. "Uncle Shuomo, saving your comrades is right, but your living is the greatest contribution to the village." He patted Shuomo on the shoulder, quietly leaving a Flying Thunder God mark. Then he handed him a Flying Thunder God kunai. "In an emergency, infuse chakra into it, and I will sense it." Shuomo was shocked. "Little Li Hua, you have actually learned the Flying Thunder God technique. Truly a hero emerges from the young." After thanking Li Hua for his kindness, Shuomo took the Flying Thunder God kunai, put it into his ninja tool pouch, and promised to contact Li Hua immediately if he encountered difficulties. After finishing these, he curiously asked, "Little Lihua, why are you asking these questions?"
Lihua did not tell the truth, only saying it was a spontaneous feeling.
After the matter was settled, he did not relax but went straight to the Uchiha family's residence.
The one who killed Shuomo was not only his own inner guilt but also the pressure of public opinion from the outside world.
Lihua's trip was precisely to seize the high ground of public opinion. Standing in front of Uchiha Ting's luxurious mansion, Lihua knocked on the door.
After the butler relayed the message, Uchiha Ting personally came out to greet him.
"Ah, our Uchiha clan's strongest genius has time to visit me."
He unceremoniously led Lihua inside, handed over a gift, and the two sat facing each other. After a few casual words, Lihua stated his purpose.
"What? You want to start a newspaper?"
Ting looked at him in surprise, finding it hard to keep up with the young man's idea.
Lihua nodded and said, "Public opinion can make a person or destroy them. Controlling the newspaper means controlling the high ground of Konoha's public opinion."
Ting pondered for a moment, then shook his head and said, "Ninjas face life and death every day. When do they have time to read the newspaper?" Lihua smiled. "Most people in the village are civilians, and they need to be informed about important matters.
The life of a ninja is stressful and lacks entertainment. A newspaper perfectly fills that gap." Ting thought for a moment and nodded. Lihua added, "Starting a newspaper isn't for making money, nor to report secrets. It only covers daily affairs to increase Uchiha's influence." "Why not?" Ting weighed the pros and cons, agreed with his idea, but asked, "Then who will run it?" Lihua did not hesitate. "Konoha Security Squad."
Ting was stunned for a moment, then thought it over and understood. The Konoha Security Squad was controlled by the Uchiha clan, and running the newspaper could maintain the clan's influence. Moreover, the security squad often interacted with villagers, had strong news-gathering capabilities, and could use force to maintain order in the newspaper office. Ting nodded and promised to bring up the matter at the next clan meeting. Lihua added, "When editing, don't make it too Uchiha-colored. The newspaper should be close to the people and relatable to daily life." Ting nodded repeatedly in agreement. Soon, the Konoha Daily, published by the Uchiha clan and issued by the Konoha Security Squad, appeared in the streets and alleys of the village. It was witty, humorous, friendly, and easy to read, deeply loved by the villagers.
However, this popular newspaper secretly brought disaster to Lihua. But at this moment, Lihua was completely unaware. As night fell, Lihua left Ting's residence.
After returning home, he ensured no one was watching and set up a secret sensory trap. As long as someone approached, he could immediately return using the Flying Thunder God technique. After finishing the setup, Lihua clapped his hands to activate a simple sage mode, blending his aura with the environment. Then, he mobilized his chakra and softly chanted, "Earth Release, Camouflage Concealment Technique." Instantly, his figure vanished without a trace.
Today, he was going to find the location of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Kushina.
Previously, after changing his Mangekyo Sharingan 3 times, he tentatively asked about Minato and Kushina's residence, but Minato kept silent. Later, he asked other ninjas, but no one revealed anything. Afraid of being discovered, he once gave up. Now, with the Mangekyo Sharingan, Lihua decided to act again. He moved through Konoha like a ghost, cautiously sensing every place. Kushina's residence must have a strong seal, and Umbu-level sensing would be ineffective. So, Lihua turned to investigate the surrounding Umbu. As the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Kushina was monitored by the Umbu around the clock. By finding Umbu gathering points and ruling out impossible locations, he could roughly pinpoint her hiding place. 5 months later, a bandit camp in the Land of Fire. The ninja sword flame mercilessly stabbed into the last bandit's body. Blood did not stain the clothes, and Lihua quickly checked all the bandits. Over the past 5 months, Orochimaru had been researching the reanimation jutsu, while Lihua desperately took on B rank and A rank missions to accumulate the 1,000 headcounts needed to exchange for ocular jutsu. Occasionally, he visited the Suwama family, repeatedly stating that he would ask for help if he encountered difficulties. Although Suwama was puzzled and asked many times, seeing that Lihua would not speak, he could only give up. What surprised Lihua even more was the great popularity of the Konoha Daily. Before Jiraiya created Ika Ika Paradise, the Konoha Daily had become the villagers' daily must-read entertainment publication, leading public opinion. Ting did not take credit at the clan meeting. Lihua was listed as the project initiator. Because of this, he rose to fame within the Uchiha clan, becoming a talented youth with both strength and talent, attracting much attention. At dusk, Konoha village. A crimson light flashed, and Lihua appeared at the village entrance. After completing the entry procedures, he went to the mission center to submit his report. Not finding any missions to quickly gain headcounts, he left the mission center and headed straight to the Suwama residence.
The knocking stopped just as Kakashi opened the door. Seeing it was Lihua, he couldn't help but rub his forehead and entered the room without looking back. "You come to my house more often than I go home. What exactly do you want?"
Kakashi complained helplessly.
Lihua didn't care at all and picked up a pear from the table to eat. "Where's Uncle Shuamao?" Kakashi handed a glass of water to Lihua and asked. "He's on a mission, an S-rank mission."
After Kakashi said this, Lihua's expression immediately turned serious, and he slowly put down the pear.
"When did Uncle Shuamo leave?" "Not long ago."
Seeing Lihua so serious, Kakashi thought he was worried about Shuamao's safety and comforted him. "He's taken on many S-rank missions.
Although dangerous, I believe he'll come back safely."
Lihua said nothing and fell into deep thought. After a moment, he stood up, patted Kakashi on the shoulder. "Leave it to me, I'm off now." Saying that, he turned and left.
Kakashi hurried after him to the door. "Kakashi, don't worry about me, you should go back."
"I'm not worried about you, I just happened to take the unfinished pear with me."
Lihua staggered, and Kakashi looked at him disdainfully as he quickly walked toward his own home.
At night, Lihua returned home and immediately activated all his senses, silently chanting in his heart, "Exchange Kamui."
After careful consideration, he decided to use hard-to-hide tears as his first dojutsu. It was both offensive and defensive, with 5 minutes of invincibility and a personal space, far more practical than Kagetsuchi.
A cold mechanical voice echoed in his mind, "No pain, only a special power infused into the Mangekyo Sharingan." Lihua seemed to be naturally born with this power. The Mangekyo Sharingan in the mirror emitted a powerful aura, and Lihua lightly shouted, "Kamui." In an instant, the power from his right eye spread, and his figure became blurred and indistinct. He casually threw a kunai, which fell straight down, seemingly about to pierce Lihua, but he remained motionless.
Bang! The kunai passed through his body and stuck into the floor.
Lihua sighed, perfect intangibility. His left eye suddenly released a powerful dojutsu force, sucking both the kunai and the floor into the Kamui space. Looking at the large hole in the floor, Lihua awkwardly scratched his head. The mechanical voice sounded coldly, "No reward for the host touching the head." Lihua sneered, "Who cares?" Suddenly feeling moisture on his face, he licked it. "Why does it smell like rust?" Looking into the mirror, 2 streams of bloody tears slowly flowed from his eyes. A sharp pain came from his eyes, and Lihua gritted his teeth and said, "I must exchange for the Eternal Kaleidoscope." Eternal Kaleidoscope, an additional pair of Kaleidoscope Sharingan, 1,200 head touches. Lihua stared at the exchange conditions, frowning deeply. "The number of head touches is not a problem, but where am I supposed to find another pair of Kaleidoscope? Those who currently have the Kaleidoscope." He thought of the people around him one by one. "I wonder if the prison mark is now a Mangekyo Sharingan or a Rinnegan." The Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan cannot be used as upgrade material. A cold mechanical prompt sounded, and Lihua immediately flew into a rage. "This won't do, that won't do either. Do I have to wait for Uchiha Shursui to grow up?" Ding! The replacement condition for the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan has been updated, 2,500 head pats. Though the condition was high, there was still hope, and Lihua nodded helplessly. He lightly tapped his left wrist, lightning flashed, and a scroll appeared in his palm. Unfolding it, it was the Konoha map. For the past 5 months, as long as he was in the village, he always used the late night to search for Kushina's traces. On the map, Lihua marked all the locations where the Umbu monitored at night. Intelligence Department, Sealing Squad. He used a red cross to eliminate suspicious locations one by one, leaving only 2 residential areas. Lihua knew clearly that Shuama would face a dilemma between rescuing teammates or completing the mission this time. At that time, Shuama would very likely need his help. If he couldn't scout out Kushina and the 9 Tails now, he feared he would have no time to spare later. Tonight was the best opportunity. After setting up a perception trap, Lihua adjusted his state and waited for the deep silence of night. Like a leopard, he moved swiftly, ghost-like, weaving through the houses of Konoha. Soon, he arrived near the first suspicious point. This place was close to the Hokage building, often guarded by the Umbu. Lihua used shadow-level chakra's subtle diffusion perception. Threads of chakra, the environment fully in view. He silently recited, "Earth Release, Camouflage Concealment Technique." His figure instantly blended into the surroundings. Carefully avoiding the Umbu's perception, Lihua reached the door. The doorknob was covered with a thin layer of dust, clearly the wrong place. If Kushina lived here, there would be no lack of signs of life. He covered his footprints with dust, confirmed no traces remained, then used Flying Thunder God technique to return home and wait quietly. At the start of the operation, he had already sent a shadow clone to another suspicious point. The shadow clone confirmed from subtle clues that this place was indeed Kushina's residence. After leaving the Flying Thunder God mark, he vanished into white smoke. At this moment, at home, Lihua received information from the shadow clone. Without hesitation, the Flying Thunder God technique was instantly activated. The next moment, Lihua quietly appeared near Kushina's residence. Using subtle perception and camouflage techniques, he silently approached Kushina's doorstep. With keen senses, Lihua detected that the area was filled with powerful sensory barriers. Moving forward would trigger an alarm. But he was fearless and strode into the house. However, his right eye continuously wept blood tears. The Divine Might's phasing ability allowed him to ignore most of the barriers. Reaching Kushina's bedside, looking at her peacefully sleeping, Lihua harbored no evil intent. His palm slowly reached toward Kushina's head, but suddenly, an anomaly occurred. Kushina's eyes snapped open instantly. Although Lihua tried hard to conceal his presence, Kushina, as a member of the Uzumaki clan, had extremely strong perception. The 9 tails within her also sensed the cold aura of the Uchiha clan and roared in anger. Multiple factors caused Kushina to awaken. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan eyes flashing red in the darkness, locking gaze with her, while Lihua was already touching her head. Ding! Head Pata rank ninja, Uzumaki Kushina, reward, choose any 3 items. Temporarily ignoring the system, Lihua activated the Mangekyo and quickly subdued Kushina. After confirming she could not break free from the genjutsu, he began to check the rewards. Sealing technique, Diamond Lock, for Symbol Seal, Superb Cooking Skills, Uzumaki Clan Bloodline, Kagura Mind Eye. Looking at the full list of rewards, Lihua showed a rare expression of difficulty choosing. Except for the cooking skills, every item was highly tempting. Time was pressing, so he quickly chose in his mind, System, I select Diamond Lock, Uzumaki Clan Bloodline, and Kagura Mind Eye. The cold system voice sounded, rewards have been granted. Suddenly, a faint sound of bones cracking came from inside the room. Lihua's bones were in intense pain as his bloodline strengthened, as if being slowly crushed by a hydraulic press, the pain making it almost impossible to breathe. He gritted his teeth, doing his best to hold back any sound to avoid alerting the Yambu. Just as he felt his bones were about to give out, another mutation occurred. The 9 tails chakra within Kushina began to leak, its violent power stirring restlessly. Lihua was shocked. If the 9 tails were to go berserk at this moment, the consequences would be unimaginable. Enduring the excruciating pain, Lihua limped toward Kushina, his eyes spinning like a kaleidoscope. The next moment, he found himself in a dark, damp sewer, the air thick with the stench of rotten mold. The walls were covered in moss, and opposite him stood the terrifying 9 tails. The 9 tails was massive like a mountain, its 9 thick tails wildly thrashing in the air. With each swing, it stirred up a storm of wind like a roaring tidal wave. Those fierce eyes quickly locked onto the intruder before them. Lihua. Those eyes. Damn Uchiha bastard. The 9 tails opened its mouth and roared angrily, the sound deafening, as a stench-filled foul wind swept over. Inside its body surged the intensely corrosive 9 tails chakra, the crimson chakra tightly wrapped around Lihua, frantically eroding him. Lihua endured the excruciating pain, slowly lifting his head to look directly at the massive 9 tails. Shut up, he said coldly, his voice carrying an irresistible oppressive force. As soon as the words fell, the 9 tails became unusually docile, its eyes reflecting Lihua's kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Lihua weakly knelt down, his spiritual illusion gradually fading. He thought to himself, how long this enhancement would last was uncertain. Any more hesitation would lead to serious trouble. Staggering, he walked toward the 9 tails, which obediently lowered its huge head. Enduring the pain, Lihua reached out and patted the 9 tails' head. Ding! Head patting SS level entity, 9 tails Karama. Obtain 9 tails origin 1, 9 tails chakra 0.2. The system prompt was cold, and Lihua said with difficulty, do not claim the reward for now. He ignored the blood tears flowing in his eyes and completely altered the 9 tails memory of tonight. After confirming everything was foolproof, Lihua exited Kushina's mental space. Carefully checking Kushina's room to leave no traces, he then altered Kushina's memory of tonight in the same way. The sky at the horizon began to brighten faintly with dawn, and the pain gradually faded. Suddenly, the perception trap set by Lihua was triggered. Without hesitation, he used Flying Thunder God technique and instantly returned home. Just as he entered, he heard a knock on the door. Is Lihua there? This is Kakashi. Confirming that Kakashi was alone, Lihua breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to open the door, he accidentally caught a glimpse of himself in the mirror. Although his looks were not even half as good as the audience lordess, that bright red hair was exceptionally eye-catching. This time it's truly the bloodline of the old Whirlpool nation.
He didn't think much more about it and quickly asked the system, "Can the red hair be hidden?"
The system responded coldly, yet as if a heavenly salvation, the Whirlpool clan traits have been hidden for the host.
Watching the hair in the mirror turn black, Liuwa finally felt at ease.
He changed into home clothes, pretending to have just woken up, and opened the door to greet Kakashi.
"Why come so early?"
Kakashi looked at him tiredly, his tone tinged with a bit of grievance. "You said some strange things yesterday evening, then walked off without looking back.
I'd rather ask you, what exactly do you want to do?"
Liuwa looked at Kakashi helplessly.
"Just because of this, you came to find me so early in the morning?"
"I kept thinking it over and couldn't figure it out, so I came to ask clearly." In the end, Liuwa found an excuse to brush off Kakashi. He finally had the chance to check this time's gains. First was the reward of stroking Kushina's head. Buzz buzz. After a crisp sound, countless golden, shining chakra chains extended from behind Liuwa, each carrying a powerful suppressive force.
"This is the Vajra seal."
Liuwa controlled the chains with his mind, feeling the power. He was certain that if he had mastered the Vajra seal back then, he wouldn't have needed the Mangekyo at all. He could have tamed the Nine Tails in no time.
Next is the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan. After enduring the intense pain, Liuwa looked forward to this power the most.
In the original work, Naruto, Nagato, and Karen of the Uzumaki bloodline all performed excellently. Hiss! A sharp kunai pierced Liuwa's palm, blood flowing down along the kunai. Pulling out the kunai, he did not use life force to heal the wound but waited quietly. Soon, the gruesome wound emitted white steam, quickly stopping the bleeding, regenerating flesh, and forming a scab at an astonishing speed.
This is the Uzumaki clan's incredible regenerative ability.
Not only that, the bloodline made him feel his body filled with vigorous vitality. The power of the Kagura Sharingan goes without saying. In the original work, Karen relied on it to become a top sensory ninja. Now, Liuwa's perception had greatly improved. Next came the reward for petting the Nine Tails.
Liuwa silently recited, "Extract reward."
Just like when petting the Eight Tails, he obtained the Nine Tails origin and 0.2 times the Nine Tails chakra.
The Nine Tails chakra is the largest among all the tailed beasts.
At this moment, Liuwa had truly become a tailless tailed beast.
He silently recited, "Open system panel. Chakra amount, Ichigo 2.5 Kisame including shark skin." Feeling the abundant chakra within his body, Liuwa's heart was filled with joy.
In the following days, he continuously familiarized himself with the new power, striving to master it thoroughly. A few days later in the evening, Liuwa suddenly sensed chakra input in the Flying Thunder God kunai given to Shuomo.
His heart tightened. Not good. Shuomo is in danger. Without hesitation, he immediately armed himself fully.
The next second, a scarlet light flashed, and Liuwa appeared in front of Shuomo. He remained vigilant, quickly taking a defensive stance. Looking around, he found himself in a hidden cave. The cave was dark and damp, with a strong smell of blood permeating the air.
By the faint light, Liuwa saw Shuomo.
At this moment, he was covered in wounds, his expression grave, and fresh blood dripped from the white-toothed sword in his hand. Beside him, there was also a barely breathing upper ninja.
Seeing Liuwa appear, Shuomo's face flashed with a trace of gratitude. "Sorry, Liuwa, time is tight. Can you help me take my teammate back to Konoha?" Shuomo's tone was urgent, clearly indicating there were still important tasks unfinished. Liuwa patted his shoulder, signaling him to stay calm, then looked at the barely breathing teammate.
Arterial rupture, severely poisoned. Without timely treatment, even the Six Paths Sage might not be able to save him. Shuomo's pupils contracted, but he forced himself to remain calm and briefly explained the situation. "We were originally ambushing a sand-hidden puppet master to intercept important intelligence. The mission was going smoothly, but somehow, the puppet master knew our exact location and surrounded us." His face darkened as he recalled, blood dripping from his blade, telling of the difficulty of breaking through. "My teammate was injured like this during the breakout, and the remaining puppet masters escaped with the intelligence." Shuomo carefully lifted his teammate and looked up at Liuwa. "Little Liuwa, although I don't understand how you predicted I'd fall into this predicament, I still beg you to help us." Just as he was about to salute, Liuwa hurriedly stopped him, his tone firm. "Uncle Shuomo, don't rush." Liuwa's face grew serious as he sensed his teammate's energy weakening instantly. He stepped closer to check, saying, "Think about it, how could the Sand Ninja know your location so precisely?" This made Shuomo alert, his heart tightening. Could it be, someone betrayed us? Shuomo's voice was cold, his heart chilling like ice. Liuwa remained silent, letting him ponder. After a moment, Liuwa slowly spoke, "So, returning to Konoha might not be the best choice."
Shuomo looked up in despair, his voice hoarse. Then what should we do? The next second, he stared at Lihua in shock, disbelief evident in his eyes.
Lihua's arm twitched unnaturally, then with a poochie sound, countless black threads shot out from his wrist, writhing wildly in the air. This scene terrified Shuomo to the point of despair, yet Lihua remained calm and composed. Because this was the only way to save his teammate. Using the earth resentment U and human body suturing technique obtained from the head touch horn, Lihua skillfully sutured the major artery severed by the puppet's sharp blade. This operation was as difficult as a high-level surgery. Under Shuomo's astonished gaze, Lihua completed the suturing quickly and effortlessly. The teammate's bleeding finally stopped, but his complexion remained dark purple. Shuomo looked at Lihua in shock and anxiety. Little Lihua, he has been poisoned by Suna's deadly toxin. If we don't get him to a hospital quickly before he could finish, Lihua had already turned and left the cave. Soon, Lihua returned with several unfamiliar herbs, which he had temporarily gathered based on the pharmacological knowledge of the head-touch scorpion as an antidote. Slap! He handed the herbs to Shuomo confidently and said, chop them finely, take internally, apply externally, and hold in the mouth. It will detoxify quickly. Shuomo was half doubtful but dared not delay and followed the instructions. After a while, the teammate's complexion gradually changed from dark purple to pale. Though still barely breathing, he was clinging to life. Lihua supported the teammate to lie down, his gaze firm. I don't have advanced medical ninja skills, but I guarantee he will survive this mission. Shuomo excitedly grabbed Lihua's shoulder. Thank you, little Lihua. Lihua sighed and shifted the topic. Uncle, now is not the time to celebrate, the intelligence hasn't been found yet. Shuomo sat down with a bitter smile. The intelligence doesn't matter anymore, as long as we can return alive. Lihua firmly patted his shoulder, the force reminding Shuomo that Lihua was already a shadow-level expert. Uncle, are you going to give up? Think of Kakashi. Are you going to stop here? These words sharpened Shuomo's will like a whetstone. He stood up again, his aura like a sword drawn from its sheath. I will definitely retrieve the intelligence. Lihua brushed the dust off himself and shouted, Simple Sage Mode, activate. Natural energy surged into his body, greatly enhancing his perception. He closed his eyes and silently chanted, Kagura Mind Eye. His spirit seemed to soar into the sky, overlooking the entire area. No matter how well hidden, as long as there was chakra fluctuation, it could not escape his perception. 4 kilometers southeast, a group of ninja moving at high speed. Shuomo admired Lihua's strength and nodded seriously. You stay here, I'll go retrieve the intelligence. After saying this, anger erupted, and he instantly teleported away, determined to wipe out the sand ninja in one net. Lihua did not pursue because he had more important matters. He set up perception traps around the unconscious teammates, left flying thunder god marks, and arranged several attack traps, fully prepared. After finishing these, Lihua covered the cave entrance with flames, then mobilized chakra. A crimson light flashed, and the next second, Lihua appeared beside Shuomo. Shuomo immediately took an attack stance but relaxed when he saw it was Lihua. The two did not dare delay and quickly continued forward. Little Lihua, you've helped me a lot. You don't need to worry about what comes next, Shuomo said. With the blessing of Kagura Mind Eye, Lihua's eyes were exceptionally sharp. Shuomo felt as if he could see right through him. Not that simple, Lihua replied coldly. The two arrived at the location of the Sand Ninja unit, and the scene before Shomo stunned him, his hand tightly gripping Byakugo. Rika silently activated his 3-Tomo Sharingan, ready to fight. The Sand Hidden unit was deserted, bodies scattered everywhere, blood flowing like a river. The once proud Sand Ninja were filled with terror before death. Beside the corpses were shattered puppets. The ringleaders stood still, 3 people dressed in black, wearing animal masks, resembling Konoha Zumbu. One of them was accompanied by 2 giant ninja dogs several times his size, their crimson eyes frantically tearing at the corpses. The 3 ignored this and continued rummaging through something. Lihua patted Shuomo on the shoulder and said coldly, Now you know who's behind this. Shuomo nodded, his mood complicated. He knew that if it were truly the Hokage's direct Umbu, they would never fail to support him. As an elite jonin, he was also aware that Konoha had a secret organization, the Root. So, it's the Root that wants me dead? Shuomo's voice was calm, but Lihua detected a trace of chill in it. Lihua nodded, exactly. They want to intercept the intelligence first and cause your mission to fail. A murderous intent suddenly surged in Shuomo, almost revealing itself. His body tensed, but he forced himself to stay calm and turned to look at Lihua. We can't kill them directly, that would be walking into a trap. Lihua shook his head confidently, the kaleidoscopic Sharingan in his eyes shining, exuding a chilling aura. Facing Shuomo's surprised gaze, Li Hua said, "The Root S ninja died under the Sand Ninja S blade instead, we became the heroes who retrieved the intelligence." Shuomo looked at Li Hua's eerie eyes, his heart shaken. He had devoted himself to Konoha but never expected such an outcome. Though kind-hearted, the ruthlessness of a ninja also surged deep within him. He nodded in agreement with Li Hua's words. Just as he was about to rush at the three like an arrow, Li Hua stopped him with a firm grip. Shuo keenly sensed a strange spatio-temporal fluctuation emanating from Li Hua's right eye. Suddenly, a white mask appeared in Li Hua's hand, as if by magic. Excitement flickered in his eyes. "Let me try the divine might that hides tears." The mask pressed tightly against his face, covering his youthful features. In an instant, a powerful suction gushed from his right eye, swirling like a vortex and pulling his entire body in. Shuo witnessed Li Hua's disappearance and realized this was a spatio-temporal ninjutsu different from the Flying Thunder God. At the same time, the trio at the root, while searching for information amid the mountain of corpses and sea of blood, suddenly felt a bone-chilling cold and murderous aura. Before they could react, a blurry figure wearing a white mask appeared eerily, exuding a terrifying presence. Smack! Li Hua's hand pressed on the head of one from the root group, and a line of bloody tears flowed from his left eye. Put! The root member's head was torn apart by an invisible force and then sucked into the divine might space. The corpse collapsed softly to the ground, and Li Hua stepped closer to the remaining two. The two Genbu showed no fear and quickly launched an attack. "Secret technique, steel armor binding worms," one of them hoarsely shouted. A swarm of worms flew out from his sleeves and pant legs, quickly attaching to Li Hua's entire body. Steel armor binding worms feed on chakra and, once activated, bind the body like steel, Yuna Genbu said proudly. But Li Hua suddenly appeared before him like a ghost. "Who asked for your explanation?" Li Hua said coldly. The Genbu was terrified, almost breaking. "Impossible." Smack! Li Hua pressed his hand on the Genbu's head, and the corpse collapsed lifelessly. At this moment, the last Inazuka Genbu was already poised to strike. He took out two bright red pills and precisely fed them into the mouths of the two giant ninja dogs. The pills were quickly absorbed. One ninja dog's body violently swelled, becoming as huge as a small mountain. The other ninja dog gradually grew thin and emaciated, its bones showing, but its leg muscles were exceptionally developed, strong and powerful. At the base of the dog mound, Li Hua easily shook off the steel armor binding worms, remaining alert and cautious. He coated his entire body with anti-stomach acid medicine and crawled into the deep, abyssal mouth of the giant ninja dog. "Flashy tricks," Li Hua whispered in evaluation. Before his words finished, his right eye emitted a temporal spatial fluctuation. Boom! A black shadow pierced through Li Hua's body like a bullet. The ground beneath his feet instantly cracked and shattered. The ninja dog with the strong legs let out a ferocious roar. Li Hua only felt the sky plunge into darkness. The massive ninja dog, like a mountain crushing down, suddenly lunged at Li Hua. Without hesitation, Li Hua pierced through the giant dog and easily snapped its neck. He said calmly, "It's about time to end this." Blood splattered as the last ninja dog fell completely. Sensing its master's death, it roared in anger. Facing this speed-type ninja dog, Li Hua suddenly grew playful. An iron chain flew from his hands, covered with explosive tags. "Since I'm learning from Brother Tuzu, I might as well go all the way." The ninja dog's leg muscles tensed as it charged like a cannonball. But under Li Hua's Sharingan, its movements slowed. Li Hua dashed forward without hesitation. The ninja dog passed through his body but couldn't touch the iron chain. Boom! The explosive tags detonated, leaving the ninja dog charred and dead on the spot. Though the battle was fierce, it ended in less than 10 minutes. Li Hua took the opportunity to acquire two secret family techniques. Shuo walked out in shock, staring at Li Hua as if looking at a demon. Li Hua took off his mask, revealing a tender face streaked with bloody tears. Remembering Li Hua's help, Shuo resolutely stepped forward and said softly, "Little Li Hua, although your eye technique is strong, I've spotted its flaws. First, you can't attack while phasing. You can only use the eye technique or iron chains to kill enemies. Second, the strangling time is short, which might not be enough against faster opponents." Shuo's eyes were firm, grateful yet resolute. "You helped me, so I'll tell you the truth to help you play to your strengths and avoid weaknesses. As for what I do after discovering the secret, please take good care of Kakashi." After saying this, he drew out White Fang and resolutely stabbed it into his own body. Bang! A steel claw-like hand grabbed him tightly. Li Hua sighed at Shuo's sharp insight but was helpless at his stubbornness. Looking at him helplessly, he said, "Since I trust you, I revealed the eye technique." He pointed to the devastated scene. "The urgent task is to fake the scene and find the intelligence." Shuomao nodded, and the two quickly set to work, striving for no flaws. Soon, Lihua found confidential intelligence hidden within the layers of an elite sand ninja puppet. After setting up the scene, Lihua used fire release to burn the last piece of evidence. Just as the two were about to leave, the perception trap set by Lihua was triggered. He dared not delay. After transmitting the intelligence, he performed the Flying Thunder God technique and quickly returned to the cave with Shuomao. As soon as they returned to the cave, Lihua and his companion immediately went on alert. The cave had become pitch black, with only a single candle flickering weakly, casting their shadows long. Sitting beside the candle was a burly man. The light illuminated his outline but left his eyes hidden in shadow. The cave was silent except for the gentle burning of the candle. Using the light, Lihua noticed that all the traps he had set were dismantled. His keen mind quickly processed the situation, and Lihua said coldly, 3 enemies, one by the candle, one to the southeast, and one to the northwest. Before he finished speaking, a sudden change occurred. Lihua felt a powerful mental wave approaching. The blood-red Sharingan slowly rotated, and he shattered it with his spiritual power. A painful roar came from the southeast. Shuomo's sharp, fawn-like attack swiftly killed the enemy. As the body fell, a deep voice echoed in the cave, "I'll go first, the rest are up to you." Lihua's right eye emitted a powerful ocular power, and his body instantly became intangible. The shadow suddenly came alive, wildly rising like steel spikes aimed at Lihua. Secret technique, Shadow Thorns. Lihua dodged the attack with divine might, while Shuomao nimbly evaded within the cave. At that moment, the burly man beside the candle slowly stood up, stomping the ground with a quake. He bit down on a specially made pill. His body gradually thinned, but his chakras surged, and his aura rose. Strangely, his head was no longer on his body. Lihua blinked and smiled wryly. Transformation ISNT invincible, bad review. In the dim light, a flash of a blade appeared, and the last enemy was slain by Shuomao. After dealing with the bodies, Lihua checked his teammate's injuries, no serious wounds. Looks like the 3 enemies used him as bait to ambush you. Shuomao nodded, harboring his first doubts about the village. After confirming safety, Lihua used Flying Thunder God to bring Shuomao and his teammates back near Konoha, then returned home himself. Before long, news of the heroic return of Kazekage Shuomao spread throughout Konoha, and villagers flocked to the village entrance hoping to catch a glimpse of the hero. Lihua was not idle either. He quickly found the editor-in-chief of the Konoha Daily and asked him to write a report to build up Shuomao's reputation. Soon after, Shuomao reported the mission to the 3rd Hokage in the Hokage's office. He concealed the existence of Root and Lihua, only saying that the Sand Ninja had accidentally discovered the hideout. Although battle hardened, it was the first time he lied to the Hokage, and he couldn't help but feel uneasy. After hearing Shuomao's report, Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression grew heavy as he silently took a drag of his cigarette. "Thank you for your hard work, Shuomao. Konoha will not forget your contributions," he said, then weakly waved his hand, dismissing Shuomao. After Shuomao left, the 3rd Hokage furrowed his brows, his aura subtly fluctuating. A Root ninja appeared like a ghost, kneeling on one knee, awaiting orders. "Send 2 Root squads to secretly investigate along Shuomao's route. I want first-hand intelligence." The Root ninja nodded and instantly vanished into the darkness. Hiruzen Sarutobi rubbed his forehead, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. Why exactly did Shuomao have to force himself to lie? He was silent for a moment, then whispered, "Check the movements of all the village's ninja over the past month including Root." The curtains in the Hokage's office moved without a breeze. Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that the Umbu had already begun their operation. At the same time, roars echoed within the Root base. "A bunch of useless fools. They're supposed to be the clan's elite, yet they can't take down a single Hatake Tsukumo." Danzo's face was full of anger. "If it were me, Hatake Tsukumo would have been dead more than once by now." A Root ninja respectfully stepped forward and reported coldly, "Lord Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen wants to investigate the ninja movements within Root over the past month." Danzo's eyes flickered, and his heart tightened. So it has come. Fortunately, those they sent out all have legitimate reasons, or I'd be in serious trouble. Maintaining a calm exterior, he responded lightly, "Let them investigate." After the Umbu investigation ended without results and they left, Danzo regained his composure and paced thoughtfully. "The ambush was broken, the frame-up failed. How did someone get wind of my plan in advance?" he muttered to himself. Although the Root members had been marked with the Tongue Disaster Eradication Seal to prevent leaks, Danzo knew that the most important thing now was to find a way to completely crush Tsukumo. Once merely a stumbling block on the path to becoming Hokage, now they had become mortal enemies. Danzo's face darkened, the light casting his sinister smile. Find his teammates, threaten him into suicide using his wife and children. Then write a confession letter accusing Tsukumo of beating, scolding, and driving his comrades to death during missions. Create public opinion, force Tsukumo to die, he ordered coldly. Before his words had even fallen, Root members sprang into action, their conspiracy hidden in the darkness of night. Border of the land of wind, the death ground of the sand-hidden puppet masters. A red-haired boy stood still, handsome face, scrolls hanging from his waist. His whole body trembled slightly. This was the Scorpion 3 years later.
It's him! That Uchiha boy, I recognize his aura, no doubt about it.
Scorpion looked up, his eyes deep, staring into the distance, as if able to tear through the night sky, directly confronting the scorching flame. His eyes were filled with killing intent and madness.
The scorching flame completely erased all traces. Scorpion couldn't gather any information from it.
The only thing he was sure of, his opponent had become stronger again. Scorpion touched the puppet, smashed into pieces, his gaze hollow. These puppets are too weak. Only human puppets can unleash the strongest power. In the cold wind, his voice was faint and eerie, sending chills down the spine. After finishing the mission report, stepping on the land littered with corpses, Xia Lang coldly said, "Wait for me, Uchiha boy. Within 3 years, I will come to you with my strongest masterpiece. Just don't die." A piercing roar came from the prison cell. Shoumao's teammate stood in the center, grimacing but motionless.
Opposite them were 2 Root members wearing masks.
"Stop struggling, Zhuamu, you can't escape the steel armor binding worms." Zhuamu responded with a muffled grunt. Every time he struggled, a group of steel armor binding worms died. Thousands upon thousands of steel armor binding worms crawled continuously from Aburain Root towards Zhuamu. Nearby, a Root member spoke softly, with a bewitching charm. "Saki, you just need to write a confession, then leave on your own, and don't worry about the rest. We will take care of your wife and children for you." Saki shouted loudly, "There's no way I'll betray Senior Sakuo." "Ah!" Before he could finish speaking, a piercing pain struck him. The swarm of insects bound him, leaving him only able to tremble. "Don't think we'll let you go just because you have no external injuries. The nerve-damaging insects stimulate your nerves, making you feel extreme pain without any wounds." The words from the base of Aburain were chilling to the bone. But the voice from the base of Yamanaka beside him was gentle like spring water, beguiling the mind. Under the dual torment of mind and body, Saki's eyes dimmed, and his head drooped weakly. Sanchu sighed, rotating his chakra. If it weren't like this, there would be too many flaws. Sogi's eyes lit up again. He slowly looked up and said gently, "I've been doing this all along." The steel-armored binding insect automatically withdrew, and a pen and paper were handed to him. "Sogi," Aburain Kanbu muttered to himself, "no matter how similar the handwriting is, there are still flaws. It's not as convincing as someone who experienced it firsthand." He shrugged, "This person is stubborn." Soon, a written confession was completed and handed over. Sogi looked up and asked, "How should I be arranged to die?" The two exchanged a smile. "Konoha needs an explosion." Boom! In the dead of night, flames erupted everywhere. Shikamo's teammate, Sogi, along with his wife and child, committed suicide inside their home. Beside his body, a barely preserved confession was found. Sarutobi Hiruzen wore a black combat suit, his face expressionless, but both the Anbu and the medical team knew that the third Hokage was truly enraged at this moment. "Summon all Anbu captains without assignments, come before me immediately." At his command, within 2 minutes, the captains gathered, half-kneeling in unison, responding, "Please, Hokage-sama, give your orders." Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke little and quickly issued orders. "First squad, third squad, intelligence department, sealing team, thoroughly investigate this place, leave no clue unchecked. Until the incident is clarified, seal the scene with a barrier. Fourth squad, sixth squad, follow the confessions leads to investigate thoroughly, make sure to uncover the truth." From today, the entire village is under curfew. 7th squad and the security team are responsible for safety. After the orders were delivered, the captains nodded in acknowledgement. At the third Hokage's command of disperse, the Anbu immediately sprang into action. However, the third Hokage did not notice that not far away, in the shadows, Iroha's Sharingan coldly observed everything. Using the Kagura Mind Eye, he sensed the entire village in a short time. Upon detecting abnormalities, Iro quickly rushed to the scene, camouflaging himself to stealthily infiltrate. "This situation is getting worse. I must notify Shikamo as soon as possible." At Shikamo's home, Kakashi was already asleep, while Shikamo tossed and turned, unable to sleep, doubting his own beliefs. Suddenly, a crimson light flashed. He immediately drew White Fang and cautiously looked ahead. "Don't be tense, it's me." Iro appeared, and Shikamo lowered his blade, reading the crisis from his solemn expression. "Did something big happen?" Shuomo asked.
Li Hua told everything that happened tonight in detail. After listening, the strong Shuomao actually shed tears. It's my fault for harming Saki. He just had a happy family. Li Hua tightly grasped Shuomao's hand with such force that he had to look at Li Hua. I'm sorry about Saki too, but now is not the time to be sad. We must pull ourselves together and prepare to fight back. Shuomao, ashamed of being inferior to the younger generation, quickly adjusted his emotions and said firmly, I will clear the names of Saki and myself. Just as he finished speaking, Li Hua turned around to wake Kakashi and pulled him over. Facing Shuomao's surprise, Li Hua said calmly, Kakashi hasn't slept either. He's not young anymore and should know about these matters. After hearing the details, Kakashi admired Li Hua's strength and worried about his father's situation. Li Hua patted him, and a flying thunder god mark flashed on his shoulder. Kakashi, remember, I am making the following arrangements. Shuomao will report to the Hokage immediately tomorrow, cooperate with the investigation, actively provide clues, and prevent Root from framing him again. Kakashi, starting tomorrow, follow Minato's training closely without wasting a moment. Rest well and come straight to my house. I still have too many things to do. At dawn, the three of them acted according to plan. Li Hua was the first to arrive at the Konoha Daily, demanding the editors report the explosion case truthfully, while subtly implying that Shuomao was wrongfully accused. When the newspaper featuring Shuomao's achievements and the explosion news was widely read and discussed by the villagers, Li Hua climbed up to the Hokage rock. He kept rubbing the statue of the first Hokage, his hands almost calloused. Just say it, does it count as head patting or not? Petting the first Hokage rock statue does not equal petting the first Hokage. The system's cold voice interrupted his fantasy. Li Hua sneered, sat cross-legged, and closed his eyes. His entire body surged with chakra, pale purple chakras swirling around him, his aura intense. Suddenly, Li Hua opened his eyes, a sharp gleam flashing within them. Full output Kagura Mind-Eye. As soon as the words fell, the chakra within his body suddenly dropped by 30%. This amount of chakra is equivalent to the level of a tailed beast. He meticulously spread the chakra throughout the entire Konoha, instantly capturing all the movements in the village in his mind. Found it! Li Hua said excitedly. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen, dressed in black combat attire, keenly sensed Li Hua's probing. Just as he was about to use a secret technique for reverse location, he discovered his perception was blocked by the Scarlet Mangekyo Sharingan. Without hesitation, the third Hokage spread out his right hand, and a wisp of white smoke rose. Enma, he called out the name of his old friend. In his hand appeared a black, thick, and long Vajrarui staff. Sarutobi Hiruzen pushed hard, and the black staff instantly lengthened. Using it as a pole, he vaulted into the air. Smoke spread across the ground as he ascended to the high sky. Seeing this, Li Hua calmly used Kamui to teleport to the location he had just sensed. The next second. Bang! Sarutobi Hishigata landed heavily on his own rock sculpture, looking around but finding no one, his heart alarmed. At this moment, Li Hua appeared at the root base amid spatial fluctuations. He put on a white mask, held an iron chain, and walked slowly into the base, muttering to himself, strength is the best way to solve problems. Suddenly, countless root members emerged like ghosts from the shadows, surrounding Li Hua. Intruders of the root, die. Their eyes were fierce, filled with murderous intent. The attack came instantly. Shanwei! Li Hua shouted, his right eye unleashing powerful ocular energy, perfectly phasing to dodge all attacks. Seeing the shocked expressions of the root members, the corner of Li Hua's mouth beneath the mask slightly lifted. You can't hit me. Clatter! The sound of iron chains scraping was harsh as Li Hua darted through the root members like a cannonball. Heaven and earth burial explosion. He spoke coldly, and the ignition talisman on the iron chain instantly flashed with deadly light. With a rumble, thick smoke and fire shot into the sky, the violent explosion shaking the entire root base. Li Hua lifted a root member who was not yet dead, no interrogation needed, his kaleidoscopic pupil power erupting wildly. The next second, he entered the mental world of this root member. Darkness surrounded him, with only a locked box in the center emitting a faint glow. Li Hua understood that the lock was a physical manifestation of a mental seal, used to prevent leaks. Sensing more root members approaching, he said lightly, too lazy to pick the lock, just smash it. With a burst of spiritual power, the lock shattered on impact, but the box began to burn wildly. Li Hua knew that forcibly breaking the lock would only destroy the secrets inside the box. He gathered chakra to activate the Sharingan, quickly imprinting the information into his mind. This meant he absorbed all the unfiltered intelligence from this person. Humph. Even so, the overwhelming amount of information was hard for him to digest. He rapidly skimmed through it, memorizing the root base map. But who interrogated Zuamu remained unknown to him. Finally, after investigating countless routes, Liwa found the true culprit who killed Zwamu. Kagura's mind opened, and the next moment he appeared before the two.
Intrusion detected just as the two reported. Lihua used divine might to instantly shatter their legs. Like a ghost, he circled behind them and with a heavy hand strike knocked them unconscious. After ensuring they couldn't commit suicide, he absorbed them into the divine might space. Young people really have strong bodies. Falling asleep as soon as they hit the pillow, Lihua teased, his body gradually being absorbed into his right eye. Meanwhile, the dispatched ninja had not returned for a long time, and Danzo sensed the situation was serious. Though his legs trembled slightly, his hands clenched tightly, and he broke out in a cold sweat, he remained calm. Clapping his hands, he said, "Quick, go fetch Sarutobi Hiruzen." No sooner had he spoken than the air rippled slightly. Moonlight sure used the invisibility technique to rush through the base, about to transmit the intelligence. Suddenly, a white mask blocked her path. "You seriously underestimate my perception." A sharp blade pierced in, Moonlight sure spat blood and fell to the ground, powerless to struggle. Lihua shook the blood off his ninja blade and patted her head. Having obtained the invisibility technique, he blinked his dry eyes. "I'm really wanting the eternal kaleidoscope more and more." Before the words of the blaze had even fallen, his gaze suddenly sharpened. "Next, it's time to deal with the main culprit." At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen on the Hokage rock also sensed the disturbance coming from the root base. His heart tightened, and the muscles in his legs tensed. After all, Danzo is a comrade of many years. I absolutely cannot let anything happen to him. With this thought, Sarutobi Hiruzen leapt up, and with a single strike of his foot, he shattered his own rock statue. Meanwhile, Danzo, who was causing Sarutobi Hiruzen such anxiety, was hiding quietly in the root's secret chamber, patiently waiting for the storm to pass. He closed his eyes slightly, adjusted his chakra, and slowly spoke. "So they actually came looking for me?" Amid a violent spatiotemporal fluctuation, the figure of Blaze gradually appeared. Wind release, vacuum consecutive waves. Danzo spat out sharp wind blades, wrapped in wind-natured chakra, and attacked Blaze at an astonishing speed. Bang! The sealed room was torn apart by countless wind blades, yet not a single strand of Lihua's hair was touched. Shinwei is indeed powerful, Lihua thought to himself, but he felt the strength in his left eye gradually draining. He knew he couldn't use this terrifying long-range kill again in the short term. Had enough noise? Now it's my turn. Lihua stepped forward against the wind blades, inching closer to Tuanzang. Alarm bells rang loudly in Tuanzang's mind. He absolutely could not let him get close. He raised his left hand, bit his thumb without hesitation, chakra wildly converging, and shouted, "Spirit summoning technique." Bang! A massive magic array rapidly unfolded beneath their feet, white smoke rising as the secret chamber was crushed by immense force. A sharp roar sounded, and the Dream Taper's body, as large as a small mountain, appeared before Lihua. Following that came its powerful suction. Summoned beasts are impressive, but the next moment it will be mine. The Sharingan in Lihua's eyes spun slightly, and the crimson Sharingan appeared in the Dream Taper's eyes. The Dream Taper raised its pillar-like leg and smashed toward Danzo. Danzo quickly released the summoning technique, but Lihua had already stood before him. Smack! Lihua pressed one hand on Danzo's head. Morata! Just as he was about to use Kamui to strangle, his peripheral vision caught a huge black rod spinning and flying toward him. Boheo! Diamond prison wall! The heroic shout of the third Hokage rang out, and the cage instantly trapped Lihua. Fire release, fire dragon flame bomb. The third Hokage spewed blazing flames from his mouth, like a raging giant dragon, burning Lihua to ashes. With the cage in fire, this life is complete. Lihua looked at the body being engulfed by flames, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Fortunately, I didn't give up. The third Hokage fixed his gaze and found that the flying fire hand was still suspended in mid-air. But Danzo's head had already vanished without a trace. Danzo! Recalling every moment they had fought together, Hiruzen Sarutobi burned with rage, gritting his teeth as he shouted at the flying fire hand. But the flying fire hand showed no reaction. Hot tears of blood flowed from his left eye, and two unconscious root members fell out of the Kamui space. This is the only clue, investigate thoroughly. The flying fire hand left these vague words before painfully drawing his body into the Kamui space. Ganbat farewell. A deathly silence enveloped the root base. Apart from the sound of flames burning, everyone was eerily quiet. Hiruzen Sarutobi's furious pressure weighed indiscriminately on everyone's hearts. Somehow, he found himself before Danzo's corpse, looking at his old friend, his eyes unexpectedly moist. He gritted his teeth and forced out, "Bury Shimura Danzo as a Konoha hero, and engrave it on the memorial monument." Then, he walked toward the two root members with broken legs, recalling the masked man's words. Take the two back to the intelligence division and interrogate them jointly with the Umbu and the Yamanaka clan. He looked up, his eyes deep and filled with hidden anger. List the masked man as an S-rank Konoha wanted criminal, notify the ninja world, and pursue any leads to the end. At this moment, the wanted fugitive by the third Hokage, Rika, had returned home through Kamui. After cleaning up the traces, he sat down wearily. The truth will come to light, and Sakuo will be vindicated. Thinking of this, Rika snapped his fingers, a crimson light flickering, and he appeared in the editorial office of the Konoha Daily. He told the editor-in-chief the truth about Saki's murder and instructed him to prepare an article in advance to clear Sakuo's name. Once the third Hokage uncovers the truth, immediately publish it to restore Sakuo's reputation. At this moment, Shuomao stood upright in the Hokage's office, silently watching the third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen was smoking, looking out the window, silent for a long time. Suddenly, he looked up, paused for a moment, and said, "Oh? Shuomao, what brings you here?" Shuomao thought, "I've been standing here for half a day, old man." But he still answered respectfully, "I heard that Saki died at home, so I came to assist with the investigation." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, exhaling a puff of smoke. "Looks like your information is quite reliable." Shuomao replied, "According to the pre-arranged explanation, today's Konoha Daily reported it, so I rushed over." The third Hokage showed a puzzled expression. "The Konoha Daily again, it's been quite popular these past 6 months." He picked up the newspaper and read it carefully, his expression gradually darkening. The newspaper content was detailed, described with excessive specificity. Flipping through the previous issues, he noticed that since Suomao's return, the reports had clearly been biased in his favor. Thinking this, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't sit still, launch a thorough investigation into the Konoha Daily. No sooner had he spoken than the documents on the table moved as if blown by wind, and a member of the Umbu immediately set off to carry out the Hokage's orders. Suomao's expression changed drastically, but he forced himself to remain impassive. The third Hokage asks you, "Have you recently accepted help from outsiders?" His eyes stared at Suomao like a hawk. Suomao firmly denied it, expressionless. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, an Umbu member entered and broke the deadlock. "Hokage-sama, the interrogation results of the two remaining root members are in." He said this, casting a suggestive glance at Suomao. Suomao tried to leave, but Sarutobi Hiruzen signaled him to stay. "Speak." Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a deep voice. The two admitted to manipulating Saki into writing a confession and orchestrating the explosion. The Umbu's words struck everyone like a heavy hammer, and the scene fell into silence. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep drag of his pipe, feeling as if an invisible hand was tightly choking his heart. He knew this was no coincidence, Danzo must be behind it. Thinking of his deceased old friend, the third Hokage's eyes flashed with determination. "Danzo, your final dignity will be guarded by me." He spoke slowly. "After investigation, this matter was caused by these two individuals. Execute them immediately. Notify the entire village." After speaking, he weakly leaned back in his chair. Shuomao lowered his head, his eyes shadowed, making it hard to discern his emotions. After a long while, Shuomao exhaled heavily, his hands dropping weakly. "Lord Hokage, I will take my leave first." As soon as he finished speaking, he teleported away. Sarutobi Hiruzen understood that he had hurt this elite jonin's heart. But for the sake of his deceased friend, he had no other choice. The news quickly spread throughout Konoha. At this moment, Lihua, sitting in the editorial office, stood up in shock. "What? It's all the fault of those two?" Yet Danzo was buried as a hero by Konoha. A crimson light flashed, and Lihua instantly appeared at Shuomao's home. Shuomao was sitting gloomily, polishing white fang, his expression unreadable. Lihua angrily questioned, "The third Hokage's actions are utterly unfair. What about Danzo's multiple assassinations? What about his orders to harm the Samuki family?" Shuomao clenched Whitefang tightly, his fingertips turning pale from the grip, and Whitefang emitted a piercing sword cry. He looked up at Lihua, eyes full of confusion. "Lihua, tell me, have I really been wrong all these years?" Lihua patted his shoulder, unable to suppress his anger. "You are not wrong, the entire third Hokage is." After speaking, Lihua did not hesitate to use Flying Thunder God technique, instantly returning to the editorial office. Looking toward the distant Hokage building, he said coldly, "Publish according to the original article, while focusing on exposing Danzo's crimes." Soon, the latest issue of the Konoha Daily was delivered into the hands of the villagers. "Ha! Why is this report different from the official one?" "Yeah, the official version didn't mention Danzo at all." "Stop it, only the official one is trustworthy."
The Hokage won't lie. I don't think it's possible. How could two ninjas act without orders from their superiors? There was much debate on the streets of Konoha about the authenticity of the newspaper. The third Hokage, unusually angry, paced in his office. Standing before him were the heads of Konoha's major clans. I want you all to speak out together and denounce the rumors in the Konoha Daily. The scene was cold and quiet. Even the three great clans Ino, Shika, and Sho remained silent. Why remain silent? Shouldn't the truth be clarified? Sarutobi Hiruzen roared, his pressure overwhelming. But the crowd remained silent, the atmosphere heavy. Finally, the head of the Aburame clan spoke. Hokage-sama, Danzo forcibly conscripted outstanding juniors. We cannot approve of his actions. The head of the Inazuka clan also agreed. The third Hokage was furious. You all. Before he could finish, a ninja from the Umbu burst in. Hokage-sama, the Konoha Daily is founded by the Uchiha clan, and its chief editor is none other than Uchiha Shurho. These words struck the Hokage like thunder. He recalled the scene of Tsukikage Shiba's murder and the masked man's flashing Sharingan. He felt the truth was within reach. The third Hokage lifted the divine robe, revealing a black battlesuit, and shouted, "Arrest Uchiha Rika immediately." The atmosphere in the editorial department suddenly became tense. Rika looked around. The Umbu ninjas wearing animal masks surrounded him completely. Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out, and the third Hokage, clad in black, quickly appeared before Uchiha Lihua. Sensing the Hokage's approach, Lihua's expression grew serious, his eyes turning into crimson three-tomo Sharingan. The third Hokage stood with his hands behind his back, staring intently. Uchiha Lihua, you spread rumors and disturbed the people's hearts. What punishment do you deserve? Lihua sneered, the three-tomo in his eyes shifting slightly. Who spreads rumors? The Hokage knows better than I do. You. Hiruzen Sarutobi's gaze was like a hawk's, his hands loosening as powerful chakra pressed down. Evil Uchiha brat, I will. Before he could finish, Lihua slowly raised his right hand, pale purple chakra flickering like flames around his fist. The next moment, everyone except the third Hokage felt an overwhelming pressure like a mountain bearing down on them. Hokage-sama, let's be straightforward. Danzo has committed countless evils. This is known to all. Lihua stepped forward calmly. He has repeatedly sabotaged in secret, controlling the dark side of Konoha. His name must never be inscribed on the memorial stone. The third Hokage clenched his fists tightly, wanting to retort but left speechless. His gaze suddenly turned fierce, as if the person before him was not a Konoha descendant, but a cold-blooded rogue ninja. Looking at Lihua, the third Hokage said meaningfully, "Oh? Are you admitting that you are White Mask?" Lihua was slightly stunned, then quickly regained his composure. What White Mask? Lord Hokage, you must be confused. Though his eyes were full of doubt, his Sharingan revealed coldness. The third Hokage stared at him. White Mask killed Danzo, yet left two people to clear Shomu's name. White Mask possesses a powerful Sharingan and an unbeatable space-time ocular jutsu, and is also skilled in swordsmanship. Only you fit these conditions, Uchiha Lihua. Before he finished speaking, the Vajra-Rui staff was already pointed at him. But Lihua showed no flaws, remaining calm and composed. The third Hokage has dealt with the Uchiha for many years. My three-tomo Sharingan has no extra ocular jutsu. His actions made the Umbu tense and alert. The third Hokage said coldly, the suspicion of a Kage-level strongman does not require evidence. Hiruzen interrupted with a smile, the Hokage's suspicion must have a reason, otherwise, he cannot be the Hokage. If I can't be the Hokage, then I'll be. Suddenly, a low, hoarse voice sounded. It was Orochimaru, who had long since logged off. He slowly walked between the two, smiling, but unable to hide his fatigue. Of course, I was just joking. Orochimaru rubbed his aching arm. I didn't expect such a big commotion while I was deeply researching. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at him and slowly put down his weapon. Orochimaru, this has nothing to do with you. Orochimaru's expression turned slightly cold as he stood in front of Haruhi. Teacher, I heard from the Konoha Jonin that it's wrong to suspect someone without evidence. You. Hiruzen Sarutobi was shocked, never expecting his disciple to dare to rebel. Orochimaru seemed to have no intention of stopping. He leaned close to the third Hokage's ear and whispered so only the two could hear, especially when you can't even be sure you can defeat that opponent. Bang! The third Hokage instantly flew into a rage, his black combat uniform rustling fiercely amidst the surging chakra. What did you say? Lord Hokage, please calm your anger. A voice sounded at just the right moment. It was Hatake Tsukumo. This time, he was like a drawn blade, sharp and imposing. Rika is innocent, the first begged the Hokage to see clearly. Though his tone was respectful, his authority remained undiminished. The third Hokage looked at him, understanding in his heart that Tsukumo's spirit had been deeply wounded.
Before he could finish speaking, the flying thunder god kunai at Tsukumo's waist flickered with an unusual light. This kunai was different from the one Rika usually used. Engraved on it was the phrase, "Sword of Ninja Love." In an instant, a golden light flashed, and the tall figure of young Minato appeared before everyone. "I'm not late, am I?" he said with a smile. Minato's appearance shocked the third Hokage. "Minato, you're here too." Unlike Orochimaru and Tsukumo, Minato respectfully saluted the Hokage, then slowly spoke. "Kakashi has already told me what happened. I came hoping the Hokage would think twice." Seeing Orochimaru, Tsukumo, and Minato standing before him, Rika felt a warm current rise in his heart. The third Hokage looked at these three pillars of Konoha, feeling both lost and clear. This young man with Hokage-level strength was no longer someone he could easily erase. At this moment, Iro stepped forward, deactivated his Sharingan, and lowered his guard. "Please rest assured, Hokage. Konoha has my bonds. I will continue to do my best for the village." The third Hokage calmed himself and exhaled a breath of relief. "If you can do that, then I am at ease." After saying this, he gave no one a chance to react and immediately left with his direct umbu. Orochimaru and the other two exchanged glances, showing expressions of relief. Then they saw Ero look toward Minato, a trace of guilt in his eyes. "Senior Minato, you shouldn't have been dragged into this mess." He knew that Orochimaru and Tsukumo were his trusted confidants and were aware of his killing of Danzo. Yet Minato was completely unaware of this and dared to confront the Hokage based solely on trust. "This won't be good for your future," Hiru said worriedly. Minato smiled and patted his shoulder. "Don't worry, I don't judge people by evidence." He tapped his chest, "but by heart. I believe you will make the right choice." He looked toward the distant Hokage rock. "No matter the future path, I won't refuse to help you because of difficulties." Minato, warm like sunlight, once again gave Hiru strength. Hiru confessed that he had mastered the secret of the Flying Thunder God technique, and Minato tacitly did not ask about the origin of the technique. The two exchanged Flying Thunder God kunai, symbolizing their friendship. Soon, a yellow flash streaked by, and Minato vanished instantly. Only Hiru, Orochimaru, and Tsukumo remained. Orochimaru's narrow snake-like eyes couldn't help but curiously stare at Hiru. "Did you really kill Danzo?" Hiru nodded and admitted calmly. Orochimaru immediately pounded his chest and stomped his feet. Tsukumo thought he would blame Hiru, but unexpectedly Orochimaru wore a bitter smile and said, "What about my research funding?" Tsukumo was surprised. It turned out that was what he cared about. Hiru chuckled lightly, took out a check from the system space, and slapped it into Orochimaru's hand, thinking, just the right amount to spend. Orochimaru looked at the densely packed numbers on the check, rubbed his eyes, and couldn't believe it. The boss is really generous. After accepting the check, Orochimaru said seriously, "Although a great war was avoided, the teacher won't let this go easily." Tsukumo nodded gratefully. "Thank you both so much, I will never forget this kindness." Hiru waved his hand and looked toward the prosperous village. "I wonder how the third Hokage will respond." Half a month later, the official newspaper released by the Hokage's office spread throughout the streets and alleys, reporting the handling of the Danzo incident. After investigation, although Danzo was negligent, his achievements were outstanding and he is still commemorated on the memorial monument. The villagers were abuzz with discussion. "So Danzo really is a villain?" The Hokage said he contributed a lot. "My aunt's relative says he's very bad." "Is that reliable?" "Of course it's reliable, they're all relatives." The third Hokage had been busy these past 2 weeks. After confirming that White Mask had no clues, he gave up the investigation and turned his attention to village affairs. He approached the Uchiha clan, hoping to take control of the Konoha Daily News, but neither the Dove faction nor the Hawk faction was willing to let go. The third Hokage even considered enacting a policy to ban the newspaper, but after more than half a year, the Konoha Daily News had already become deeply ingrained in people's hearts, and the ban was ineffective. Out of helplessness, he issued an official newspaper in the name of the Hokage's office, intending to set the record straight. But the official paper was dull, with stiff wording, and the market response was lukewarm. It could not compete with the Konoha Daily News. After handling the Danzo incident, Sarutobi Hiruzen drafted punishments for Uchiha Shisui and others. Orochimaru, citing busy official duties and concern for his health, had his permission to research the Book of Seals revoked, some of his results confiscated, and was sent to the Land of Earth to serve for half a year. The punishment was not severe but enough to remind him. Kakino Tsukumo suffered many grievances during this incident but actively cooperated with the investigation and played a significant role. As a result, he was promoted to deputy head of the Umbu and concurrently appointed captain of the Umbu squad on the border of the Land of Lightning, stationed there long term. Tsukumo understood that the third Hokage had demoted him under the guise of promotion, moving him away from the core of power.
Although Uchiha Shisui was still a genin, his strength was extraordinary and his wit exceptional.
The third Hokage made an unprecedented move by incorporating him directly into the Umbu and assigning him to the border of the Land of Wind for long-term duty. Shisui understood that Sarutobi Hiruzen did not want someone with his shadow-level strength remaining in Konoha, fearing he might become a ticking time bomb, so he was sent far from the village and placed under Umbu surveillance.
This both reduced the threat and dispersed the power of the three, stabilizing the regime.
The appointment and dismissal orders were delivered to the three almost simultaneously, and they accepted without hesitation. Orochimaru valued the convenience of research away from Konoha. Tsukumo was disappointed with the Konoha leadership and wanted to stay away from disputes to protect civilians with his strength, and Shisui was attracted by the treasures of the hidden sand village.
All decisions were carried out simultaneously. Just as Shisui was packing at home, Tsukumo visited under the pretext of explaining Umbu knowledge. Tsukumo patiently and thoroughly explained Umbu information, and Shisui quickly understood the explanation ended swiftly.
After the official business was done, Tsukumo bowed deeply, expressing eternal gratitude to Shisui and promising to help him in the future.
Tsukumo also solemnly taught Shisui the Kakino sword techniques he had already secretly learned.
Shisui understood that he had earned the trust of this elite jonin, who would become a strong ally. At parting, Tsukumo, unusually tearful, said, "This farewell, I do not know when we will meet again." Shisui smiled slightly, raising his hand, "I have Flying Thunder God meeting again won't be difficult." Tsukumo was at a loss whether to laugh or cry but still patted Shisui's shoulder, saying, "The terrain of the Land of Wind is treacherous, and the hidden sand village is even more cunning. Be sure to be careful."
Lihua nodded, "Don't worry, Uncle Shuomo,
The ones who really need to be careful are them."
After seeing Shuomo off, Lihua sensed the chakra fluctuation from the Flying Thunder God kunai he had previously given to Orochimaru, and immediately used the Flying Thunder God technique to appear before Orochimaru. At this moment, Orochimaru had already changed into his battle outfit, ready to depart. He handed Lihua a scroll and clapped his hands lightly. "This contains all the ninjutsu I have researched over the years, with cultivation methods and annotations written inside." Holding the heavy scroll, Lihua looked gratefully at Orochimaru. Orochimaru pointed to the complex sealing jutsu on the scroll and slowly said, "Most of the techniques in this scroll are forbidden arts from the Book of Seals, and it even includes the second Hokage's reanimation jutsu. Be very careful when practicing." He stared seriously at Lihua. "The scroll can only be opened by absorbing your senjutsu chakra. If ordinary chakra is input, the scroll will automatically self-destruct."
Understanding the importance of the scroll, Lihua bowed deeply. "Thank you, teacher." Orochimaru smiled, "No need to thank me, patron, I'm still counting on you for my research funding."
A crimson glow flashed, and Lihua instantly disappeared.
Orochimaru looked toward the direction Lihua vanished and whispered, "Take care." Soon, Shuomo and Orochimaru left one after another, and Lihua embarked on his journey to the border of the Land of Wind. Before leaving, he thought of old friends. In the Konoha barbecue shop, the aroma filled the air as friends gathered joyfully. Time flew by. Kai, Obito, and others had reached graduation age. Kai's strength had greatly increased. Now a Chunin Obito was still accumulating strength quietly, low-key and patient.
After training with the Uchiha Elite Squad, Aokyan had reached the level of Special Jonin and had even awakened the Tomo Sharingan, much to Obito's envy. Aokyan and his subordinates continued to train diligently, solemnly looking at Lihua, the Sharingan shining alongside the Uchiha clan emblem. "My brothers and I will definitely become stronger and serve the boss." Shumiao, Jinwon, and Dai formed the Ino Shikacho trio, officially entering the genin ranks. The most surprising was Kakashi. After the Shuomo incident, he became steady and silent, but his fighting spirit remained undiminished. Instead, he set Lihua as his goal and trained even harder with Kai. Although Lihua once suggested he find another target, Shuomo encouraged him to persist before leaving. Now Kakashi's strength had reached Jonin level, and he said calmly, "When the time is right, I'll take the Jonin exam." Obito sneered, "So arrogant." After the joyful gathering, everyone went their separate ways.
The next morning, with friends seeing him off, Lihua, dressed in Umbu uniform and wearing an animal mask, carrying the ninja sword Yen, silently joined the Umbu squad escorting him. After completing the departure procedures, he stepped out of the village gate.
Obito shouted, "Take care." Everyone echoed the sentiment.
Lihua waved, a smile visible beneath the mask, "Of course." Then he set off toward the border of the Land of Wind. Near the Kamunabi Bridge in the Land of Grass, deep within the underground crevices, darkness enveloped like thick ink, chilling to the bone. The air was frozen, the pressure like a sudden mountain flood, surging with overwhelming force. It was as if invisible giant hands pressed everything firmly to the ground, making it hard to breathe.
The grotesque outer path demonic statue stood towering like a mountain reaching the clouds, solitary and imposing.
Its massive body exuded a terrifying aura, like a black torrent surging fiercely in all directions. The body of the heretical demon statue was covered with numerous quietly sleeping white zetsu. Suddenly, ripples spread across the earth. A white zetsu slowly revealed its form using the mayfly technique. Unlike the lively and unpredictable Afu, this white zetsu appeared dull and wooden. Expressionless, it coldly reported the ninja world intelligence. A masked man with a Mangekyo Sharingan has appeared in Konoha village. He can use space-time ocular jutsu and kill Danzo Shimura. Due to his strong perception, we cannot get close to track him. All we know is that he still belongs to Konoha. As the words fell, the secret chamber once again fell into dead silence. After an unknown amount of time, a crimson three-tomo Sharingan slowly opened in the pitch-black depths, flickering with a faint light. This Sharingan bore the signs of old age and twilight, yet remained fiercely intimidating. Its owner was none other than the Shura who struck fear into the ninja world Uchiha Madara. Madara slowly stroked the giant scythe beside him, its cold gleam piercing, his voice hoarse yet authoritative. "Do I still need to teach you what to do?" White Zetsu nodded dumbly. "Screen the Uchiha clan members and find the most likely candidate." Madara closed his eyes and said coldly, "There is no time to delay, I must find my representative as soon as possible." 2 years later, on the desert Gobi at the border of the Land of Wind. A squad of Konoha Umbu wearing animal masks hid behind giant rocks, standing ready. The captain patted Lihua on the shoulder and whispered, "Can you see clearly?" "Little Lihua, any sign of enemies?" Beneath the mask, the three-tomo Sharingan spun wildly. Lihua shook his head, "Can't see very clearly." A teammate nearby teased, "Little Lihua, your Sharingan is really bad. My old three-tomo could detect enemies from 800 li away." Lihua snorted coldly, making no reply. In the past 2 years, Hua Ying has been stationed at the border, never resting. Unlike ordinary ninjas, the Umbu unit he belongs to is stationed in a secret base, carrying out border defense and confidential missions. The Land of Wind has a dry and hot climate, with harsh desert terrain. After becoming familiar with the environment, fight alongside the Fire and the Dark Division. With his formidable strength, he always manages to complete assassination, infiltration, and sabotage missions without any casualties. Gradually, the Umbu acknowledged this Uchiha boy and often stood up for him against the third Hokage. When not engaged in battle, Lihua often used Kamui and Flying Thunder God to infiltrate the Land of Wind, investigating the whereabouts of the treasure he cared about most in the sand-hidden village Shikaku. At this time, Shikaku was sealed inside the high monk Fuku, who was imprisoned in a heavily guarded prison. After 2 years of exploration, Lihua had figured out the sand-hidden village's security patterns and even left his own Flying Thunder God mark within the village. However, overusing Kamui caused Lihua's eyesight to begin deteriorating. He lamented that although the Mangekyo Sharingan was powerful, it should not be abused. Over the past 2 years, he had been tapping heads, accumulating 2,500 times, finally able to exchange for the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. But just as he was about to make the exchange, the captain sent an urgent mission. During border ANBU patrols, elite ANBU Jonin from both the Sand and Leaf villages were frequently found poisoned to death, their internal organs hollowed out, yet their chakra pathways remained intact. The assassin was very likely infiltrating the Land of Fire from Lihua's squad's jurisdiction. Headquarters immediately ordered Lihua's squad to ambush along the inevitable routes. The fierce wind howled, sand and stones flying, as the Lihua squad hid behind the cliff, enduring the scorching heat in torment. As dusk approached, a black dot appeared in the distance. Lihua signaled, his Sharingan eye slightly turning, and whispered, "The target has appeared." The newcomer was a man with reddish-brown short hair, his left eye covered by his hand, dressed in black, the future 4th Kazekage, Raza. Lihua's heart tightened as he sensed behind everyone in the sky, an eyeball made of sand gold slowly forming. "This is bad, it seems we've made a mistake." Lihua touched his nose tip, feeling the situation slipping out of control. No sooner had he spoken than Raza quickly formed hand seals with both hands, a massive chakra flowing into the sandy ground beneath him. Sand gold great funeral. Instantly, countless sand gold surged toward the Lihua squad like a tsunami in the desert. Even the powerful Umbu members turned pale, but under the captain's command, they combined their efforts to summon a giant earth flow wall to block the incoming sand gold. However, the earth flow wall appeared fragile and powerless against the sand gold, offering almost no defense. Lihua patted the captain's shoulder, stepped out from behind the earth flow wall, and sneered, "Brother, you still need more practice." As his words fell, his eyes focused sharply, his 10 fingers weaving hand seals like phantoms. In an instant, a strong spatio-temporal fluctuation burst from within him. His palms struck the ground fiercely, and the complex jutsu rapidly spread, causing the earth to tremble slightly.
Five-fold Rashomon! Lihua shouted. With his shout, 5 heavy Rashomon gates suddenly rose from the ground, like towering pillars holding up the sky, forming an indestructible defense in front of Lihua.
Instantly, the overwhelming sand gold poured down like a torrential rain, violently crashing against the Rashomon gates, the roar shaking the heavens and earth, filling the battlefield with thunderous noise.
Yet, the 5 sturdy Rashomon gates remained unmoved, standing tall as if mocking the enemy's helplessness. The Konoha Umbu members stared at the scene before them, stunned, their eyes filled with disbelief. "I didn't see it wrong, did I?" one Umbu murmured shakily.
No mistake, this is exactly the first Hokage's ultimate technique, the fivefold Rashomon. The captain nodded, his face unable to hide his shock. Lihua was obviously unwilling to back down, his muscles tensed all over, lightning flickering around him, arcs of electricity leaping and entwining, enveloping him completely. The next moment, he transformed into a bolt of lightning, dashing toward Luosha, the air tearing apart with a piercing roar. This is the secret ninja body technique of the Land of Thunder lightning release chakra mode. The Umbu members gradually grew numb. Even if he were to descend like a meteor the next second, they would no longer be surprised. Lihua's fist suddenly appeared in front of Luosha, a large amount of sand gold surging from the desert, barely blocking the attack. Lihua moved like lightning, darting and weaving around Luosha, launching a deadly offensive. Luosha could only barely defend, unable to counterattack. Suddenly, Lihua appeared like a ghost above Luosha's head, his right leg raised high like a battle axe, lightning coiling like silver snakes, shining with dazzling light, roaring continuously. "Righteous thunder, furious thunder axe," he shouted angrily, his right leg striking down with the force to break mountains and split the earth. In an instant, a powerful blow slammed into Luosha, causing the space to tremble. Luosha was blasted away like a kite with a broken string, tracing an arc before crashing heavily far away, dust flying everywhere. Lihua, however, remained unharmed, his figure flashing as he instantly teleported in front of Luosha. The Sharingan with 3 tomo slightly rotated. Lihua reached out and touched Luosha's head, his voice cold as he asked, "Speak. What exactly did you come here for?" Ding! Head touch a rank ninja Luosha, reward, choose any 3. A mechanical voice sounded coldly as Lihua quietly imprinted the flying thunder god mark on Luosha. Luosha struggled to lift his head. Despite the protection of the sand gold, the power of the righteous thunder furious thunder axe had still left him severely injured. "Just kill me," he said slowly, his eyes full of determination. 2 years in the Umbu had made Lihua accustomed to ninjas like this. His body suddenly erupted with countless wild thunderbolts, like a giant dragon roaring in the sky. Each thunderbolt carried terrifying power, fiercely striking Luosha with deafening sounds. Luosha's body was instantly scorched black by the electricity, but he gritted his teeth tightly, not making a sound. Seeing his stubbornness, the 3 Magatama of Lihua's eyes spun faster and faster, eventually revealing a kaleidoscope pattern. "Look me in the eye," Lihua ordered coldly, his command domineering and irresistible. In an instant, Luosha's eyes dimmed, as if his soul had been drawn out, clearly already controlled by Lihua's powerful illusion. Lihua raised his hand to form a gathering gesture, and the Umbu squad appeared instantly. "What is your purpose at the border of the Wind Country?" Lihua asked briefly. He knew that even though the illusion was strong, it could be broken by an elite jonin, so he had to quickly gather intelligence. Luosha answered, "Investigating a disappearance case." After questioning, Lihua learned that Luosha was also here to track down the culprit. Just as he was about to probe more secrets of the sand-hidden village, Luosha gradually regained consciousness. Suddenly, countless sand bullets shot toward him like bullets, clearly intending to silence him. Lihua did not hesitate at all, raising his right fist enveloped in pale purple chakra, exuding an intimidating aura. Poof! A punch landed, Luosha spat blood, and the surrounding gold sand fell powerless. Lihua skillfully dislocated Luosha's jaw and forcibly fed him a specially made poison pill. This poison pill can suppress chakra and greatly weaken physical strength. Lihua patted Luosha on the shoulder and said calmly, "Don't worry, I won't let you commit suicide." Luosha widened his eyes, as if he had seen a demon. Lihua paid no attention and instead turned to discuss the disposal plan with his teammates. The final decision was to first imprison Rasha in the Umbu base and await the Hokage's judgment. Late at night, inside the Umbu base, complex jutsu formed a sturdy barrier, with deadly traps laid all around outside. Rasha was completely naked, tightly bound, locked inside the barrier, glaring gloomily at the 3 Umbu members watching him. He recalled the sand-hidden jonin who died at the border a few years ago, who also met a miserable end like this. He knew that under such strict surveillance, swallowing poison gave him no chance to escape. Although the three Umbu members couldn't bear to see his pitiful state, their eyes remained fixed firmly on him.
Don't look at us with that resentful gaze.
The idea to strip you came from Lihua, one Umbu shrugged, recalling Lihua's seriously mischievous expression. At this moment, Lihua had already concealed his presence, left the Umbu base, and used the Flying Thunder God technique to arrive at a desert. After confirming no one had noticed, Lihua activated the system and silently recited, "Extract reward."
A cold system voice sounded. Magnet release, sand gold. Magnet release, sand gold great burial. Magnet release, sand gold barrier method. Magnet release, sand cushion. The third eye. Looking at the dazzling array of magnet release ninjutsu, Lihua felt a bit overwhelmed. After some thought, he slowly said, "I want sand gold, the sand gold barrier technique, and the sand cushion." Sand gold is fundamental, allowing continuous extraction of sand gold in the desert. The sand gold barrier technique offers both offense and defense and can suppress enemies. The sand cushion compensates for the shortcomings in aerial combat. A familiar pain surged through him, and the usage methods of magnet release ninjutsu quickly flooded Lihua's mind.
He swiftly formed hand seals, slapped the ground with both hands, and infused a large amount of chakra into the desert beneath his feet. Instantly, the earth trembled, countless sand gold particles surged out from underfoot, slowly floating in the air. With the control of shadow-level chakra, the sand gold wrapped around his fingertips like soft threads.
Lihua gave a light shout, "Magnet release, sand cushion."
His body felt light, and a cluster of sand gold slowly lifted him, allowing him to hover in the air. After some practice, he was already able to fly freely in the air. This technique not only enhances aerial combat ability but also significantly increases pulling force. Finally, he formed a seal with his left hand, raised his right hand high, and shouted, "Sand gold barrier technique." Countless sand gold particles gathered in the air, instantly transforming into sharp, sword-like thorns. Any living being entering the barrier would be instantly killed. The sand clouds slowly descended. After becoming familiar with the use of magnet release, Lihua prepared to carry out the most important task of this trip, exchanging for the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. After confirming no one was watching, he quietly called out to the system, "Exchange for Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan." The system responded, 2,500 head pats have been deducted, exchange successful. A strong heat wave surged throughout his body, and a massive amount of ocular power flooded into the Sharingan. The intense pain made Lihua groan softly, but unease welled up in his heart. He quickly asked in his mind, "System, will upgrading to the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan cause temporary blindness?" In the original story, both Madara and Sasuke, who possessed the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, experienced temporary blindness after transplantation. Lihua's blindness at this moment seemed unusual. The system answered, "No transplantation surgery was performed, so there is no blindness period." Lihua's anxious heart was somewhat eased. However, the ensuing intense pain made him furrow his brows again. Inside the Umbu base, the captain stood at Lihua's door without knocking, detecting that Lihua was not in the room. He quietly opened the door, carefully avoiding perception traps, and entered the empty room. The bed had no body heat, indicating Lihua had long since left. The captain did not summon the team to search but instead carefully examined the room for useful information. Finding nothing, he erased the traces and left the base. Outside the base, the captain used a special pen to write down Lihua's abnormal situation on a small piece of paper, folded it, sealed it with encryption, and tied it to the leg of a summoning ninja hawk. The ninja hawk flapped its wings and flew toward the Hokage's office in Konoha village. In the desert Gobi, after an unknown amount of time, at the break of dawn, Lihua slowly lifted his head. Sand gold, Gobi, and breath all were captured in his sight. His vision not only recovered but greatly improved. His left eye fixed on a distant rock, and with a burst of pupil power, the rock was instantly absorbed into the divine might space. The eternal kaleidoscope significantly enhanced his pupil technique. Looking at the rising sun, Lihua knew he had to return quickly. His right eye erupted with a spatial vortex, instantly engulfing him and disappearing into the vast desert. Back in the room, Lihua made no move but instead used his Sharingan to scan the surroundings. "Too clean," he said, the traces having been perfectly cleaned up, yet it ruined the marks of his normal life. In the blink of an eye, coldness flashed in his eyes, "The Umbu really haven't teamed up with me." He fully activated his perception. The Umbu base was covered. He summoned a ninja snake, not writing a secret letter, but staring into the snake's eyes. The Mangekyo Sharingan spun rapidly, and a sealing jutsu mark was imprinted in the snake's eyes. Transcription sealing is unique to the Uchiha. When Sharingan users make eye contact, they can seal a technique into their own or the opponent's eye, which automatically activates when certain conditions are met. In the original work, Madara and Itachi used this technique to achieve resurrection and to use the Kamui across time and space. The ninja snake burrowed underground and delivered the sealed secret message to Kakashi. After being monitored, Hikaribi was not worried about his safety. With the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and dual Kamui, Hikaribi already has the strength to firmly establish himself in the ninja world. Orochimaru and Tsukumo also have no worries, they are both well respected in Konoha. If the third Hokage acts rashly, it will only give the enemy an opportunity. Kakashi is different, he is still under the Hokage's surveillance and has personally experienced Tsukumo's wrongful case and the White Mask incident. Without preparing Kakashi in advance, it will be difficult for him to pass the third Hokage's interrogation. After sending off the ninja snake, Hikaribi erased all traces and returned to the team as if nothing had happened, continuing the mission. Not long after, outside the Hokage's office, the ninja hawk landed steadily and delivered the secret message. Hiruzen Sarutobi finished reading the message, then ignited it and fell into deep thought. This indicates that Uchiha Hikaribi has the ability of rapid movement, and there is a conspiracy in the shadows, he murmured.
The symptom of declining vision is exactly the side effect of the Mangekyo Sharingan.
Exhaling a puff of smoke, he looked out the window at Konoha.
Sensei, if it were you, what would you do? Suddenly, the ninja hawk tapped on the glass. Hiruzen Sarutobi smiled and handed it some feed before sending it away. Turning around, his gaze sharpened as he resolved to uncover the identity of the White Mask. Notify Hatake Kakashi and have him come here. A voice from the Anbu spoke. Kakashi is on a mission and will return to the village soon.
The third Hokage nodded. When he returns, have him come see me. He added, send 2 Anbu squads to the border of the Land of Wind to cooperate with Anbu Captain Sai. If Uchiha Shirho rebels, report immediately, but don't alert him, survival is the top priority. He revealed a meaningful smile. As for Rasha, let the third Kazekage worry first, then we'll discuss terms. At this moment, on the border of the Land of Wind, Shirho was seriously guarding Rasha.
Although the Anbu squad was numerous, he was unaware of most of their movements. The Anbu captain thought, with so many elite forces gathered, something big must be happening. They rotated in 2 shifts. During the day, the captain, Shirho, and 1 Anbu guarded at night. 3 Anbu stood watch. This gave Shirho an opportunity to investigate the Sand Village under cover of night. Upon hearing about the deaths of Sand Ninja and Konoha Anbu and their causes, he was 90% sure it was the work of Akasuna no Sasori. The poison used to kill the Jonin was extremely rare, and few in the Sand Village could pull it off. Preserving the deceased's chakra pathways was for making human puppets. Shirho understood that Sasori would soon unleash a bloody storm, and the Sand Village's defenses would tighten. To capture the One Tail, he had to act quickly. These days, he used the evenings to travel back and forth to the Sand Hidden Village multiple times using Flying Thunder God and Kamui. Not only did he confirm the retreat route, but Lihua also used the Sharingan to find a flaw in the Sand Hidden Village's barrier. However, no one knew about the existence of Monk Fuku.
There were no records of him in the towns surrounding the Sand Hidden Village or within the village itself. Just as Lihua was puzzled, he recalled a setting from the original work. Fuku was a one-tailed Jinchuriki during the era of the second Kazekage, but was imprisoned by the Sand Hidden Village's higher-ups, never seeing the light of day in his lifetime, and his reputation was reduced to shikaku. Unlike Borubi from the Cloud Hidden Village, Fuku was secretly imprisoned, and no one except the higher-ups knew his location. Having found the key, Lihua already had a plan in mind. He secretly placed Flying Thunder God marks on important roads in the Sand Hidden Village and on the Kazekage's building. One night, everything was ready. The sun set, the temperature dropped sharply, and after Lihua completed the handover with 2 ANBU members, they gradually returned to their rooms to rest. On the night of the operation, Lihua set up sensory traps in his room and used a miniature barrier technique learned from a scroll gifted by Orochimaru to block chakra detection, ensuring no one could sneak in unnoticed. Because if the captain found out he was absent and that the Sand Hidden Village was invaded, he would have no way to explain. Late at night, he changed into Black Knight gear, ready to set off. Kamui, he muttered, his figure instantly becoming intangible. He didn't depart immediately first, he used the Mangekyo Sharingan to put 2 teammates to sleep. Young people sure sleep well, he said with a smile. Then, he was swallowed by the Kamui vortex and appeared outside the Anbu base. Time was tight. Using the Flying Thunder God technique marker, Lihua dashed through the desert like a red lightning bolt. Outside Sunagakure, he appeared and without hesitation sat cross-legged, absorbing the natural energy of heaven and earth. Relying solely on the simple sage mode made it difficult to harmonize chakra, spiritual power, and natural energy. He thought to himself, I must find a chance to meet Jiraiya. The three energies perfectly fused, giving birth to Sage Chakra.
Simple Sage Mode, activate.
With a sharp call, an invisible airwave spread, his cloak fluttered, and his black hair swayed. His 10 fingers danced as chakra gathered, and he uttered, Earth Release, Camouflage Concealment. In the next moment, Liyue became completely transparent, his aura suppressed to the extreme, fully entering stealth mode.
Kagura's third eye opened wide. He sensed the presence of the flying thunder god seal within the hidden sand village.
Immediately after, a flash of crimson light appeared, and Liyue instantly infiltrated the hidden sand village. On the empty streets, Liyue tracked the movements of the third Kazekage and the Umbu patrol. He once again used the flying thunder god technique, appearing in the center of the hidden sand village. Liyue smiled faintly, excitement flickering in his eyes, thinking to himself, it's time to show my true strength.
System, activate 8 Tails Origin.
He whispered. The 8 Tails Origin was a system item. Although it had a long cooldown, it could grant him the temporary power of the 8 tails.
A cold prompt sounded, use successful. In an instant, scarlet-tailed beast chakra surged through Liyue's chakra pathways.
This power was wildly destructive, corroding his limbs and bones, yet it flowed freely under his will.
Liyue could even control the number of tails and the amount of chakra released.
Clenching his fists, Liyue felt an unprecedented power rushing through his body, marveling inwardly, as expected, the tailed beasts are the strongest weapons. He quickly locked onto the third Kazekage's location and sneered coldly, the so-called strongest Kazekage? Let me see. In an instant, Liyue was surrounded by the blazing scarlet-tailed beast chakra, his power surging wildly and uncontrollably leaking from his body. Even with his astonishing healing ability, he struggled against this corrosion, his body rapidly covered in wounds. One tail after another sprouted until the fourth tail appeared, and the raging chakra completely engulfed him. Liyue's body instantly expanded, towering like a giant house, with sharp, bull demon-like horns growing atop his head.
The half-tailed beast transformation process was smooth and natural, without any hesitation. By the time the Kazekage and Umbu sensed the intense aura, it was already too late. Liyue was no longer human but a ferocious beast, crouching low to the ground. For long tails swayed in the air, whipping up a howling gale. His once handsome face was twisted and covered by the ferocious scarlet chakra. Liyue opened his mouth and spewed out yin-yang attribute chakra, perfectly fused at a 2:8 ratio, forming a devastating energy sphere. Tailed Beast Orb. A tailed beast orb the size of a basketball shot out from the mouth, streaking across the night sky, directly aimed at the third Kazekage. The third Kazekage immediately began to prepare upon sensing the tailed beast chakra. His light blue hair fluttered in the wind as he stretched his arms forward, fingertips shimmering faintly. Instantly, a powerful aura erupted from him, the shadow-level chakras surging like waves. Magnet release, Iron Sand Palm Whirl.
His shout shook Sunagakure. Countless iron sand particles flew up from all directions, rapidly converging into a gigantic iron sand hand. The tailed beast orb, carrying the power of destruction, rapidly approached, but the third Kazekage remained calm. With a swing of the giant iron sand hand, he precisely caught the tailed beast orb. The orb struggled wildly, its internal destructive energy expanding until it finally exploded with a roar. Boom! The explosion tore through the sky and earth, dazzling light illuminating Sunagakure. The blast wave scattered, and iron sand rain fell accordingly. The third Kazekage formed hand seals with both hands, injecting a large amount of chakra into the iron sand rain to quickly gather all information within the village. This technique was quite similar to the Rain Tiger Freedom technique used later by Pain. Unfortunately, he found no signs of intrusion. It turned out that after Toby fired the tailed beast orb from a distance, he quickly released the tailed beast transformation. Seeing the iron sand rain fall, he immediately activated his divine might. The third Kazekage could not locate the attacker but sensed that violent chakra, feeling uneasy. He decided to personally investigate the place where the one-tailed Jinchuriki was imprisoned. Toby monitored the entire process through the Kagura eye. When the third Kazekage entered a corner of Sunagakure's pagoda, Toby smiled, testing the waters, a great success. Worried that the higher-ups might transfer the Jinchuriki, he was determined to get to Shikaku's head today. Amid spatial fluctuations, the transparent Toby appeared near the pagoda, suppressing his aura and closely watching the movements inside. Behind the third Kazekage, iron sand condensed into fine needle guards. In the center of the pagoda, an old monk sat calmly chanting sutras. Seeing that monk Bunpuku was safe and sound, the third Kazekage slightly raised both hands, and countless Umbu appeared. He asked, "Any unusual activity from Shikaku?" The Umbu captain decisively replied, "Lord Kazekage, no abnormalities so far." The third Kazekage showed a hint of doubt, but upon realizing there was an attacker in the village wielding the power of a tailed beast, he immediately became alert.
Keep a close watch on Shikaku, report any abnormalities immediately.
I'm going to find Advisor Chio.
With that, he spread his giant iron sand wings and swiftly flew away.
Liwa watched the third Kazekage fly off, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth.
Thanks, old friend, for delivering Shikaku. Knowing he couldn't alert the enemy, he decided to first deal with the umbu inside the pagoda.
After confirming the enemy's location, Lihua's chakras surged within him.
Multiple shadow clone technique. In the night, transparent Lihua shadow clones filled the alleys.
Although I can't use 5 Susanoo to take down the 5 Kage, having a dozen shadow clones unleash Kamui is no problem. As he finished speaking, all the clones vanished instantly. Behind the umbu, a crimson Mangekyo Sharingan slowly appeared. Fukufuku sat in the center and suddenly sneezed, knowing it was Shikaku reacting inside him.
He frowned, what's wrong?
Shikaku sniffled, puzzled, I think I sensed old Eight's presence.
Fukufuku grew increasingly uneasy, even smelling a hint of blood.
Just as he was about to use Buddhist rites to pacify, Shikaku suddenly screamed sharply, stop!
Something's coming.
A sudden change occurred, and a pair of eternal Mangekyo Sharingan appeared before him.
I've got Shikaku's head.
An old wooden door creaked open, revealing stone steps leading to an underground chamber. A man over 50 descended without hesitation, his steps steady and his gaze clear. She approached the red-haired youth, Sasori.
Sasori, Grandma supports your research on puppets and poisons. It's late, go back and rest. Sasori looked coldly at the dark green potion.
Don't worry, Grandma, I'll develop a deadly poison that will shock them. The old woman didn't know who the two he referred to were. Just as she was about to examine the poison, a strong chakra fluctuation occurred outside the chamber.
Where is Advisor Chio?
As Lihua released the tailed beast chakra, Chio was inside the chamber, surprised by the third Kazekage's late-night visit. She put down the poison and hurried to greet him. If analyzed carefully, Chio would find that this poison was actually created by the same person who poisoned the elite Jonin over the past 2 years.
Bang!
The giant iron sand wings behind the third Kazekage dissipated, and he appeared before Chio.
A late-night visit, may I ask the purpose?
The third Kazekage briefly explained the situation. Chio was shocked upon hearing it, chakra flickering in her hand as she instantly pulled out a huge scroll. Although it's unclear how he dodged your iron sand rain, it was likely a test. Chio's words made the third Kazekage immediately understand the key point.
Not good.
The third Kazekage's aura erupted, and the massive iron sand wings unfolded behind him. Sand iron clouds gathered beneath Chio's feet as she prepared to head to the pagoda, but Sasori suddenly appeared, blocking their path.
I want to go too. Sasori was unusually serious, hiding the ferocity and excitement in his eyes.
Chio immediately refused, no, go back quickly.
But Sasori did not back down. I sensed his presence, I will never forget it in this lifetime.
Since you're all going, I want to test how strong my poison really is.
Chio looked puzzled, and the third Kazekage misunderstood Sasori's meaning. You want to prove to your late parents that you've grown? Admirable.
A cloud of iron sand gathered beneath Sasori's feet, and he coldly stared at the third Kazekage, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Although Chio suspected Sasori's intentions were not simple, the situation was urgent, leaving no time for questions. The three of them cut through the air, heading straight for the pagoda. At that moment, the pagoda was eerily silent, even the sound of blood dripping to the ground was crystal clear. Bunpuku's expression shifted from calm to surprised as a pair of eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan appeared before him, complex patterns reflected in his eyes. The next moment, Lihua appeared in the vast desert. With a roar, Lihua's figure flickered, and a destructive storm instantly erupted where he had just stood. Practice Void Bullet. Shikaku's sharp voice echoed across the desert.
Unlike the wildness of Gaara's era, Shikaku had become rational under Bunpuku's spiritual guidance. The howling wind blew through Lihua's tousled hair.
Lihua appeared before Shikaku like a ghost, his Mangekyo Sharingan spinning rapidly. The once majestic one tail now hung its head weakly, its eyes reflecting Lihua's Sharingan.
I finally understand Madara's feelings. The Mangekyo Sharingan has a natural suppressive power over tailed beasts, and Lihua almost effortlessly controlled Shikaku.
Using the sand gold, he slowly ascended and soon reached above Shikaku's head. But then something unexpected happened. The center above Shikaku's head turned into flying sand, and within the sand, Fuhaku suddenly appeared.
Are you here to capture Shikaku, Pilgrim? Fuhaku looked tiny against Shikaku's massive body.
Lihua tilted his head without answering, instead asking, I thought your spiritual world was completely occupied by Shikaku.
Li Hua had once entered Kushina's spiritual world using his Sharingan.
Although it was polluted by the Nine Tails, the Nine Tails' habitat was always confined to a corner of the spiritual world.
However, in Fuhaku's spiritual world, Shikaku was the ruler here. Fuhaku smiled, clasped his hands together, and said, "It's not an occupation. I voluntarily gifted the spiritual world to Shikaku."
Li Hua's pupils contracted slightly as he looked at Fuhaku in shock.
"Grandpa, you're already in your 70s, stop calling me pilgrim."
Saying this, he placed his hand on Shikaku's head.
Ding! Petting SS rank existence, 1 tail Shikaku. Obtained 1 tail origin 1 tail chakra 0.2. With the reward in hand, Li Hua looked up at the smiling Fuhaku. "What are you smiling at?"
"You have achieved the purpose of this trip, and Shikaku is safe," Funfu replied. Although Li Hua did not fully understand his judgment, time was pressing.
He asked one last question, "Aren't you afraid that giving your spiritual world to the tailed beast will cause it to go berserk?"
Funfu did not answer directly but pointed to the boundless desert. Tailed beasts, humans, sand, and stones. There is no hierarchy of nobility or inferiority.
Shikaku is sealed within me by fate, and we should coexist harmoniously.
Li Hua was familiar with the original story. Except for a few like Naruto and Killer Bee who could coexist peacefully with their tailed beasts, most Jinchuriki despised the beasts inside them, seeing them as the root of disaster.
To reach Funfu's level was truly rare.
He nodded in praise. "Indeed, you have the mindset of the sage of the six paths."
Funfu smiled and said, "Shikaku says the same."
The next moment, Li Hua returned to the pagoda. Countless flying sands and desert illusions vanished, leaving only Funfu bowed in deep sleep within the genjutsu. Though time seemed long, it was actually only a few minutes. Li Hua knew he could not delay and did not claim any reward. A crimson light flashed, and he appeared at the entrance of Sunagakure.
But in the next second, a sudden anomaly occurred.
Countless jet-black sand iron needles radiating destructive energy attacked him. The figure of the third Kazekage appeared in the sky.
Kamui. Li Hua perfectly phased through and dodged the fatal strike.
At this moment, 2 clouds of sand iron fell to the ground, and Chiyo and Sasori quickly activated their scrolls.
Bang!
As the smoke cleared, the Chikamatsu 10 guards puppets appeared beside Chiyo. Seeing these white-clad puppets, Li Hua did not dare to be careless. Their attacks were varied and capable of releasing combination ninjutsu. Chiyo had once used them to single-handedly besiege a castle.
Sasori's crow, black ant, and salamander puppets had also appeared.
The third Kazekage saw the scorching fire Sharingan and without hesitation unleashed a torrent of iron sand needles like a rushing waterfall. "Intruder, don't think about escaping." Chiyo and Sasori's hands moved rapidly, and more than a dozen puppets launched fierce attacks from all angles.
Watching the rising sun on the horizon, countless deadly attacks instantly pierced through the scorching fire's body.
"What a pity, no time to pat your heads this time.
You've managed to save your life this round, Ku." Third Kazekage.
As soon as the words fell, Li Hua's eyes burst forth with powerful pupil energy. His body vanished into the divine might vortex, and a strong spatio-temporal wave rippled among the three from Sunagakure, targeting none other than Sasori of the red sand. Li Hua thought to himself, "Since I didn't get to touch the third-generation Kazekage's head, then don't let you take his life just yet, Scorpion." Before the words had fallen, he had already disappeared into the vortex. Chiyo immediately sensed that Sasori was in danger. The chakra threads on the 5 puppets vanished instantly.
Her 5 fingers shot out pale blue chakra threads, and at the moment Kamui snapped Sasori's head, she pulled him out. Ah!
Blood gushed forth, and Chiyo let out a wail. Sasori's face showed no emotion as he looked toward the direction where the Karibi had disappeared, but his right arm was severed, blood flowing profusely. Ignoring his injury, he calmly gazed into the distance, seemingly deep in thought. The third Kazekage unhesitatingly spread his giant iron sand wings and gave chase. But Sasori knew this speed was no match even for the Karibi from 5 years ago. A sparkling green light flickered, and the usually strong Chiyo rarely had tears welling in her eyes. "Don't worry, Sasori, the pain will soon be gone." Scorpion gently stroked Chiyo with his remaining left hand, finally showing a trace of expression on his face.
"It's okay, Grandma." As soon as the words fell, Chiyo shook her head in pain. "How could it be okay? You are a puppeteer." Scorpion smiled faintly. "Precisely because I have understood the essence of a puppeteer, I am fine."
Soon, medical ninjas arrived and gave Scorpion professional treatment. After Chiyo withdrew, her face was stern, looking especially terrifying under the faint dawnlight. "Notify Ebizo and the entire Umbu. If you encounter any Uchiha clan members, kill them on sight, no matter what. Place a high-priced bounty on the masked man at the exchange office." Contact that guy named Kakuzu immediately and kill the masked man at all costs.
Finally, notify Sarutobi Hiruzen in the name of the third Kazekage and demand an explanation.
With the orders given, Sunagakure operated like a precise machine. At this moment, outside the sand-hidden village in the boundless desert, the third Kazekage broke through the air.
A massive chakra dispersed along the flight path.
Wherever he went, countless iron sand particles appeared in the desert, scattering like living creatures under the control of the third Kazekage, searching for Lihua.
Don't let me find you, or else.
In an instant, a strange vortex appeared, and behind the third Kazekage, a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan slowly manifested.
Or else what? Bang! Countless iron sand needles shot toward Lihua like pear blossom rain. But Lihua remained motionless. The needles easily pierced his body without posing any threat.
Your jutsu was meaningless before these eyes. Facing the astonished third Kazekage, Lihua said coldly.
But in the next second, a sudden mutation erupted. Countless iron sands completely surrounded Lihua, complex spells flickering on the iron sand cage.
Third generation wind shadow, don't underestimate the shadow of a village.
He clasped his hands together and shouted loudly. Magnetic escape iron sand prison of heaven and earth.
A powerful seal instantly formed, enough to suppress a shadow-level creature, but the seal was empty inside.
Smack!
Lihua's hand gently touched the head of the third generation wind shadow.
Got it!
The system prompt sounded, but it did not catch Lihua's attention. His right eye's pupil power erupted, a force of spacetime enveloping the top of the third generation wind shadow's head. In less than a second, his head was almost twisted apart. However, the third generation wind shadow revealed a sinister smile.
Put!
Shinwei was forcibly interrupted, blood trickled from the corner of Lihua's mouth, his figure flickered, and he quickly retreated.
You can't touch objects while in intangibility, right?
The third generation Kazekage's head was bleeding, yet he still smiled coldly.
Countless sand and iron particles suddenly shot toward Lihua from behind.
I told you, don't underestimate the shadow of a village. The sky began to lighten at the horizon. Lihua knew he couldn't delay. He unleashed Shinwei, his figure instantly vanished, reappearing thousands of miles away. After moving out of the third generation Kazekage's sensing range, he clenched his fist and shouted angrily, daring to ambush me, you've got some nerve. After confirming safety, Lihua activated Flying Thunder God, traversing the desert at the speed of light, returning to the Umbu base. Despite being covered in dust, he did not rest, carefully inspecting everything inside the room. Only after confirming that no one noticed his departure did he relax. While cleaning the bloodstains, he realized it was already time to get up. With no time to claim the reward, he dispelled the illusions on two teammates and pretended to have just woken up as he left the room. One teammate was completely unsuspecting, but the captain sensed something was off. However, with too few clues, he could only attribute it to exhaustion. That day, Lihua focused on carrying out the mission, using his free time to recover his strength. Finally having some alone time, he once again used illusions to control two teammates. While casting the illusions, he keenly detected the perception traps newly set by the captain.
The trap will record and alert any movement. But Lihua has always been in a divine power state and cannot be targeted. Little brother, no chance.
After ensuring safety, he came to the desert and silently recited, claim all rewards.
System prompt, 1 origin tail has been stored in the space, 1 chakra tail has been issued.
Chakras surged inside the body, just like when touching the 8 tails or 9 tails. Feeling the full chakra, Lihua sighed, Mom, I no longer have to worry about not having enough chakra. Then, the rewards from the third Kazekage arrived one after another. Magnet Release, Iron Sand World Technique, Shadow Level Combat Awareness, Magnet Release, Iron Sand Wings. Legendary Poison Resistance is linked to the true name of the third Kazekage. Magnet Release, Iron Sand Ultimate Prison is a rare and precious sealing technique. Shadow Level Insight greatly enhanced Lihua's perception. Magnet Release, Iron Sand Drizzle demonstrated a powerful offensive. Both the third Kazekage and Raza mastered Magnet Release, one controlling iron sand and the other controlling gold sand. Lihua's demand for ninjutsu was not high, but he valued the Iron Sand Ultimate Prison especially. Considering that the third Kazekage was assassinated by Scorpion's poison, the legendary poison resistance seems more like a joke. Lihua silently recited, Shadow Level Combat Awareness, Sand Iron as Wings, Sand Iron Objects all imprisoned by heaven, Shadow Level Insight, Sand Iron Time Rain. The system's cold voice sounded, issuing the reward. A stabbing pain pierced the eyes like thousands of needles. Desert winds howled, sand and stones flying. Without activating the Sharingan, Lihua's gaze was as sharp as a hawk's.
Shadow-level insight and combat awareness allowed Li Hua to instantly identify the enemy's weaknesses based on the Sharingan.
Looking toward the Gobi, he stretched out his hands, injecting humanoid-tailed beast chakra into the sand.
Boom! The earth trembled, golden sand and sand iron surged simultaneously, crashing against the rocks like a mountain roar and sea tsunami. The Gobi collapsed instantly. Li Hua nodded slightly. Large-scale AoE is ready too.
Meanwhile, inside the Hidden Leaf Village,
Hiruzen Sarutobi slammed the table fiercely. That white mask again. He looked toward an empty corner and asked, "How is the Uchiha clan screening going?"
A cold voice replied, "No one has activated the Mangekyo Sharingan, and no one knows the activator." The third Hokage clenched his fists. Intelligence shows the white mask is someone from the village.
He looked out the window and took a deep drag of his cigarette. Where is Hatake Kakashi? Just got home.
Hiruzen Sarutobi exhaled smoke. Call him to see me immediately. The capital of the land of earth, a noisy izakaya. A middle-aged ronin, charmingly drunk, with neat hair and noble clothing.
Suddenly, a sneaky-eyed ninja tapped his shoulder. "Kakuzu, is that you?" Kakuzu's drunkenness vanished instantly, and the earth grudge fear twitched restlessly inside him. His dark green eyes fixed on the newcomer. "Speak, why have you come?" The ninja was overjoyed and sat down. Suddenly, the faint sound of a sharp weapon entering flesh.
The earth grudge fear burst from Kakuzu's arm, piercing the ninja's chest and wrapping tightly around his heart.
Kakuzu said coldly, "Give me one reason not to kill you."
The ninja broke out in cold sweat, terrified, and explained his purpose.
"The sand-hidden village hired you to kill a masked man?"
Hearing there was business, Kakuzu did not get excited as before. Instead, he seemed uninterested.
"What? You don't want to take it? The price offered by the hidden sand village is very high." Kakaza shook his head and silently drank a cup of wine worth tens of thousands.
That young man made me realize that life should be enjoyed in time. Don't wait until you have money but no life to spend it.
The ninja was stunned upon hearing this. "You have a point.
I heard the person the hidden sand village wants to kill is quite young and from the Uchiha clan." Kakaza's expression tightened, his muscles instantly tensed, and the ninja beside him fainted from nervousness. If it's him, he might indeed launch a surprise attack on the hidden sand village. Touching his chest, Kakaza silently vowed, "I must stay away from the land of wind these years."
Meanwhile, in Konoha village, the Hatake family. Tsukumo escaped the fate of suicide, and the Hatake family remained warm and harmonious. All the classmates had graduated. Although Kakashi was a chunin, he was still assigned to Minato's class. But because of the presence of the Will of Fire, Kakashi did not give up his fighting spirit and worked hard together with Guy. Besides completing Minato's class missions, he also took on solo missions above B rank to improve his strength. After returning from this mission, Kakashi summarized his experience and prepared to go home to rest. As soon as he entered, he saw a little snake that was almost starving to death. Recognizing it as the Will of Fire's ninja snake, Kakashi quickly fed it. After the little snake was full, it raised its head, and Kakashi saw the complex and mysterious Mangekyo Sharingan flickering in its eyes. The next moment, everything around collapsed, and he stood in a sea of flowers. Genjutsu? Kakashi crouched down, gently touched the petals, and marveled at the power of the Genjutsu. A breeze blew, petals fluttered, and the figure of Chihua appeared. "Kakashi, I have to tell you this way." Seeing his friend's serious eyes, Kakashi also became solemn. He knew that Chihua was using Genjutsu to convey feelings, so there must be important news. Time passed slowly within the Genjutsu, but only a few minutes passed in reality. Knock knock knock. The knocking interrupted Kakashi. Before he could react, 3 Umbu burst in. "Kakashi Hatake, the Hokage requests your presence." Kakashi nodded, and seeing the Umbu's attitude, a flash of understanding appeared in his eyes. Inside the Hokage's office, Kakashi stared firmly at Sarutobi Hiruzen, showing no fear. "Kakashi, all the evidence points to the white mask being Hiruzen. Admit it now, and your friend will receive a lighter punishment." Kakashi shook his head. "As far as I remember, Hiruzen doesn't have the Mangekyo Sharingan. He can't be the white mask. Damn it." Sitting beside him, the Hokage's advisor Mito Ueman shouted angrily, "Don't try to be clever. Confess honestly, and only you and your Uchiha friend will have a chance to survive." His tone was aggressive, secretly coordinating with the third Hokage. But Kakashi acted as if he hadn't heard, not even turning his head. No matter how they threatened or tempted him, Kakashi remained flawless. After Kakashi left, Mito Ueman put away his fierce expression and calmly said, "Hiruzen, should we consider letting the Yamanaka clan take over?" A flicker of hesitation passed through the third Hokage's eyes, but he quickly suppressed it.
He took a drag of his cigarette and slowly spoke. No, Shikamaru Nara is a meritorious shinobi of Konoha, and the Nara clan is also a noble family. Besides, Uchiha Irika already has an Umbu-level strength. Rashly moving against him would be difficult.
Mito Munin looked out the window, the lenses of his glasses reflecting a cold light. I think you're just letting the tiger back into the mountain. Wherever that Uchiha guy goes, chaos follows. Find a chance to bring him back. With Konoha as his cage, he won't be able to stir up much trouble. The third Hokage exhaled a puff of smoke, nodded in agreement, then casually asked, "Are you really planning to reorganize Root?" Mito Munin nodded. Root is a precious legacy left by Danzo. It must be used wisely to honor his painstaking efforts. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded slowly, letting the smoke veil his eyes. After seeing off his old friend, he looked at the last stack of documents on the table. In the files, Raza was stripped naked and tightly bound, guarded closely by 3 Umbu members. Hiruzen Sarutobi raised his hand, and an Umbu appeared like a phantom. He commanded with authority, "Tell Chiyo, Konoha has no white mask. If she wants to find someone, let her look for Uchiha Madara. As for Rasha, considering the attack on the Sand Hidden Village, I'll give a discount, 70 million for his life." Not long after, Team Livefire handed over the limping Rasha to the support team, and the matter of the Sand Hidden Village was temporarily settled. Time flew by, and after sending Rasha away, Team Livefire returned to their patrol mission. During his free time, Livefire continuously fused his abilities. With a solid foundation, he made rapid progress studying the forbidden technique scrolls gifted by Orochimaru. Over 2 years, he communicated with Orochimaru through summoning beasts and learned 2 forbidden techniques, the 4 symbols seal and the mutual detonation tag. He also mastered the Sharingan's nemesis, the dark flight technique. Now possessing both the Flying Thunder God technique and the Dark Flight technique, he was called the Uchiha clan's nemesis and the heir of the young Tobirama. He even barely managed to learn the reanimation jutsu. Seeing himself successfully revive his mortal enemy, Livefire was ecstatic. He firmly believed that he could fully master the reanimation technique within a year. By then, borrowing Hashirama's cells, that head-patting plant person would be just around the corner. But things did not go as planned. Over these 2 years, countless major events capable of changing the ninja world were quietly brewing. The Akatsuki organization began to show signs, and an unknown village in the Land of Rain was also stirring beneath the surface. At noon, the sky was still drizzling continuously, as if the entire country was weeping. Although it was mealtime, not a single household in the village had smoke rising from their chimneys. The dilapidated houses could not shield from wind or rain. Some of the able-bodied had died, some had fled, and the remaining elderly could only helplessly await death. At this moment, a ninja named Defo broke the village's silence. He used his strength to help villagers repair houses and farm, earning their gratitude. But when he left, he was pursued by rain ninjas. Collapsing in a pool of blood, Defo was bewildered. Why? Captain of the Rain Ninja sneered coldly, "They don't pay Lord Hanzo's taxes, so they deserve punishment." As soon as he finished speaking, a sharp blade slashed toward the Great Buddha. Wind release, gale palm. A red-haired youth jumped down from a tree, hands clasped together, gathering wind chakra that flew toward the Rain Ninja captain. The captain could only retreat. At that moment, a loud shout came from the bushes, "Water release, water turbulence wave." A torrent like a high-pressure water gun surged toward the Rain Ninja squad. Then, snow-white paper shuriken drifted down from the sky, injuring the Rain Ninja and rendering them unable to fight. Surprise appeared in the Great Buddha's eyes as 3 youths stepped out: Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan. After rescuing the Great Buddha, they quickly became like-minded friends, formed an organization, and vowed to achieve peace. Within 2 years, Mito Monya took over Danzo's route and became the new ruler of Konoha's dark forces. Influenced by Danzo, Hiruzen Sarutobi strengthened surveillance over Root, which gave Mito Monya a headache. With increased power, he used the White Mask incident to portray the Uchiha clan as a threat to the village and suppress them harshly. As he said, "Birds do not exhaust, only a good bow has a place to show its strength." This elevated the hawkish Uchiha clan's influence within the family, rivaling the clan head Uchiha Fugaku. The atmosphere in Konoha was tense, and Tsunegakure also faced internal and external troubles. No matter how Gaara investigated, he couldn't find the killer of the Sand Ninja. Even Chiyo couldn't decipher the poison-S composition. After failing to capture the White Mask, the third Kazekage often patrolled outside the village, using sand iron to detect danger. Yet he didn't notice that Sasori had targeted him and begun a 2-year-long scheme. After losing his right arm to Amaterasu, Sasori became increasingly silent. He secluded himself in a secret chamber, devoting himself to studying poisons and puppetry.
By manipulating the puppet brain technique, he sealed part of Yura's memories loyal to him. In Konoha's 47th year, Sasori finally crafted a puppet right arm stronger than a human one and completely transformed himself into a human puppet. One day, during a routine patrol, the third Kazekage was quietly followed by Sasori. "Come out. Your murderous intent is too obvious." In the wasteland far from Sunigakure, the third Kazekage's gaze was sharp, fixed intently ahead. Relying on keen perception and rich combat experience, he sensed a strong murderous intent quietly approaching. Sure enough, a shadow slowly emerged, revealing Sasori's figure. The third Kazekage recognized him as the grandson of Granny Chiyo, surprise showing on his face. Sasori showed no fear. A fierce glint flashed in his cold eyes. "I don't like to wait," he said coldly, his voice as chilling as hell. He stared at the strongest Kazekage, his eyes filled with killing intent. "I've waited too long to kill you." As soon as the words fell, a loud bang sounded. A huge palm made of magnetite suddenly stretched out from the sand, quickly grabbing at Sia. Sia was prepared and flashed his body, trying to dodge. But the magnetite giant palm was extremely fast, instantly gripping him tightly. The third generation Wind Shadow said coldly, "Arrogance requires strength." With a thought, the force of the magnetite giant hand suddenly increased, emitting a terrifying cracking sound. Everyone thought Sia was about to be crushed, but the unexpected happened. Sia's body instantly split open, turning into countless puppet parts. Purple blood dripped from the corner of the third generation Wind Shadow's mouth, his eyes dim like a candle flickering in the wind, and he knelt to the ground. He felt the chakra surging inside him but was unable to control it, as if imprisoned and out of control. How could I be poisoned?" the third Kazekage angrily questioned. Opposite him, the shattered Sasori staggered to his feet. He took out a sealing scroll from his bosom and skillfully replaced parts to repair himself. Looking up at the pale third Kazekage, he said faintly, "You can't see it, not even Granny Chiyo could see it." He slowly walked toward the third Kazekage and took out a sealing scroll from his ninja tool pouch. "To protect your chakra pathways, I put a lot of thought into this poison." The third Kazekage's head drooped weakly, and Sasori slowly crouched down. "So, please, make sure you die." After an unknown amount of time, Sasori's figure appeared at the border of the Land of Wind. He opened the sealing scroll, and the third Kazekage's corpse appeared starkly. The usually proud third Kazekage now showed a rare look of terror. In the desolate desert, with no one around, the sun rose and set, and only the sun and moon witnessed this assassination. With 10 chakra threads bursting forth, the deceased third Kazekage astonishingly stood up again, becoming a human puppet. Scorpion's hands danced swiftly, as if playing a musical piece. The third Kazekage puppet spread both hands, still retaining pure chakra. Countless iron sands surged from the desert, shattering everything under Scorpion's control. Scorpion nodded with satisfaction, clearing all traces, and set off towards the Land of Rivers, where he would continue to enhance his strength. "I won't keep you waiting too long, Uchiha boy." Scorpion left with the third Kazekage, and the sand-hidden village, having lost its leader, fell into chaos. At dusk, the sun sank in the west, the afterglow streaming through the conference room window, casting long shadows on the floor. Inside the sand-hidden conference room, there was a deathly silence, the atmosphere so heavy it was suffocating. Elders, advisors, and high-ranking officials sat around the table with grave expressions. They exchanged anxious glances, eyes full of worry, yet no one knew how to respond. The long silent Kaizo finally broke the silence, taking out a stack of documents from his arms and handing them to Chiyo. Chiyo took them, quickly flipping through, her brows furrowed tightly, her expression growing increasingly grave. She discovered that the disappearance time of the third Kazekage closely matched the time when Sasori went missing. The young senior officer, Rosa, slowly stood up, took a deep breath, steadied himself, and looked directly at Chiyo, saying firmly, "Advisor Chiyo, the Kazekage never spends more than 3 days on any inspection trip. Now he has been gone for a full 7 days. We cannot just sit and wait for death, we must act immediately." Rosa's words stirred a strong resonance. Chiyo slowly rose. As the most senior and experienced member, she had to lead the village through this critical moment. Just as Rosa said, the situation is urgent. The moment she spoke, the conference room fell silent. Chiyo's tone was serious and efficient, without any hesitation, completely unlike a woman over 50 years old. "First, we must keep this strictly confidential. The news of the third Kazekage's disappearance must not be leaked." Fu Ying was not only the village leader but also the strongest combat force, possessing immense deterrent power. His disappearance would inevitably trigger external covetousness towards the sand-hidden village. "Immediately recall all Jonin, even if they have missions, they must return," Chiyo ordered.
All Jonin will be under Ebizo's unified command, responsible for village security. From today onwards, implement a curfew and strictly control personnel entry and exit. Ebizo nodded, understanding that only by stabilizing the village could they have the energy to find the third Kazekage. Dispatch 2 elite Umbu squads to guard Sasori. Any unauthorized intruders are to be killed on sight.
Shio looked around at the senior leaders, seeing no objections, and continued.
All Umbu are to infiltrate various countries to gather intelligence on the Kazekage. In special circumstances, they may retreat, but information must be reported back. Everyone nodded in agreement. Shio paused, her gaze resolute. Only an extraordinary person could have kidnapped the Kazekage. We must also prepare for the possibility that the Kazekage is dead. The conference room fell into silence immediately. If the third Kazekage is truly dead, not only will they lose their core combat strength, but the Kazekage's succession will also be triggered, and a power struggle will erupt at any moment. The setting sun's afterglow poured into the room, and under Chiyo's shadow, she slowly spoke. If the death of the third Kazekage is confirmed, I nominate Raza as the fourth Kazekage. As soon as the words fell, an uproar broke out, all eyes focusing on Chiyo and Raza. No, someone opposed. The upper echelons of Sunigakure were usually silent, but now they spoke out for the power struggle. Raza is young and inexperienced, not suitable to be Kazekage.
Doubts poured in, accusing Raza of incompetence and criticizing Chiyo for being hasty. But Raza faced it calmly, his gaze firmly fixed on Chiyo. The fourth Hokage's gaze was sharp as he scanned the doubters. Rosa is the strongest, with an outstanding record, and should be chosen.
Supporters responded in unison, the atmosphere tense. Rosa stood up and looked everyone in the eye. We should focus on finding the third Kazekage now. The current debate is meaningless. If it's confirmed the Kazekage is dead, then we can vote for a new one.
Though young, Rosa was one of the strongest forces in the Sand Village, and his words were accepted.
After a brief discussion, everyone left the meeting room.
Chiyo's orders were swiftly carried out, and Sunigakure entered a state of high alert.
Walking out of the building, Luosha found Xiandai, his eyes filled with doubt. Why recommend me? Don't give me any polite talk.
Xiandai smiled helplessly. It's not polite talk, you are simply the best candidate for the Wind Shadow.
Luosha remained silent, gazing into the distance.
The sun gradually set, and the last ray of light disappeared.
Will you help me?
Luosha asked slowly, with a hint of meaning in his words. Chiyo nodded in response, but in her heart she thought, then you have to help Scorpion too. In less than 3 days, a large number of Jonin returned to the hidden sand village and began to strengthen the village's security.
After the curfew was implemented, the villagers clearly felt tense. Meanwhile, the sand-hidden Umbu secretly infiltrated towns in various countries, rapidly searching for news of the third Kazekage.
The actions of the sand-hidden Umbu were quickly detected by the hidden villages.
What exactly is the third Kazekage planning?
They suddenly appeared hastily within the land of Earth's borders.
The third Tsuchikage, Anoki, hovered in the air, staring at the intelligence report with a stern gaze. No matter what they intend, we cannot let them succeed.
As soon as he finished speaking, an Umbu member appeared like a ghost, awaiting orders.
Keep a close watch on these Umbu and find out their purpose.
Send Umbu to infiltrate the land of wind. The sand-hidden village is likely facing a major crisis. Yuki Village, Reikage's office. After years of adjustments, Yuki Village's strength has once again grown powerful. The young AI in the new 8 Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, cooperate seamlessly, and the third Reikage is in his prime. Looking at the intelligence, the third Reikage immediately understood that the long-awaited opportunity had arrived. He used lightning to shred the intelligence and waved to his secretary, saying, "Kill these sand ninjas, prepare for battle, target Konoha. I want to avenge the old grudge." Konoha Village, Hokage's office. Hiruzen Sarutobi ordered without hesitation to execute the sand-hidden Umbu and convened an advisory meeting.
He handed the intelligence to Kocho Uzumaki and Hamura Mitokado.
The sand-hidden village is taking such urgent action, something big must be happening.
After reading the intelligence, Hamura Mitokado's expression turned grim, and he took out Root's secret report.
Root's investigation shows that the third Kazekage hasn't appeared for a long time, and all sand-hidden Jonin have returned to the village.
Kocho Uzumaki looked at Hamura Mitokado in surprise.
Are you saying the third Kazekage is in trouble? The third Hokage nodded.
I think so too, we must prepare in advance. After discussion, Konoha went on high alert ahead of time.
Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately gave the order.
Pause all non-essential A rank and S rank missions, reduce Jonin outings. The Konoha Guard in Umbu will fully ensure the village's safety.
The orders were quickly conveyed, and Konoha village became busy. At this moment, Mito Munin spoke coldly.
Regarding those 3 ninja you dispatched.
The third Hokage took a drag of his cigarette and pondered for a moment. Order Uchiha Rihoko, Hataki Sakuya, and Orochimaru to return to the village immediately. Rihoko quietly looked at the order, his heart calm and undisturbed. He had long anticipated this outcome. Stationed at the border of the Wind Country, he was fully aware of the current situation. At this moment, Sunagakure was fully prepared for war, with a tense atmosphere permeating every corner. Rihoko, familiar with the original story, understood the reason behind this. The reason Sunagakure was on high alert was only one: the mysterious disappearance of the third Kazekage. This news was like a bombshell, instantly shattering the peace of the ninja world. What followed was the looming crisis of the Third Great Ninja War about to erupt. Although the third Hokage of Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had not yet fully perceived this storm, with his sharpness and experience, he had already sensed the approaching tension. At this time, Rihoko and others, who guarded the borders of various countries and possessed Kage-level strength, had become potential risks in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. Although they were powerful and could hold the borders, their suspicious behavior during the White Mask incident made Sarutobi unable to fully trust them. Therefore, he decided to recall them back to the village to ensure safety.
Rihoko bid farewell to the Umbu base and quickly returned to Konoha using the Flying Thunder God technique.
Looking at the familiar village, he felt a surge of emotions. After completing the village entry procedures, he keenly sensed that Konoha's vigilance had clearly increased, thinking to himself, the situation is getting tenser, it's like a storm is brewing.
Rihoko did not linger at the village entrance but went straight to the Hokage's office.
The third Hokage looked up and saw Rihoko, now grown into a young man, and a flicker of approval appeared in his eyes.
He sensed a stronger aura emanating from Rihoko.
After Rihoko stood firm, the third Hokage asked, Rihoko, tell me about the situation at the border. Rika calmly recounted the intelligence he knew but remained tight-lipped about the White Mask and the attack on the Sand Village. When faced with the third Hokage's subtle questioning, he skillfully evaded. After several rounds of questions and answers, Hiruzen Sarutobi shook his head helplessly, realizing it was difficult to extract more secrets from Rika, and stopped pressing. Just as Rika was about to take his leave, the third Hokage said gravely, Rika, as far as I know, the Sand Village may be planning a major operation. The grudges among the great hidden villages have long been festering. Rika immediately understood that he was being tested on his attitude toward war. Now possessing Jonin-level strength, he did not hide his feelings, responding with a firm gaze, Konoha is my home, and there are people I cherish here.
If there is a war, I will stand up and fight. Hearing this, Sarutobi nodded in acknowledgement and said no more.
Rika turned and left, knowing there was no time to dwell on Konoha's changes.
To prepare for the upcoming Ninja World War, he had to get ready immediately. He went to the Uchiha clan territory, not returning home but heading straight to the Uchiha estate.
Midoi Manhamura kept applying pressure, and the hawkish faction within the clan was rapidly rising, growing stronger by the day. As the ruling elder, T's status also rose accordingly, his power at its peak. Despite this, when the steward reported Rika's visit, T personally came to greet him. When the two met, there was naturally some small talk. T clearly felt that Rika had grown into a remarkably powerful young man, with unlimited potential and a bright future. Upon hearing about the recent difficulties faced by the Uchiha clan, Rika's expression changed slightly. Although he did not interact much with his clan members, he had received considerable help from them. He thought to himself, after the Third Ninja World War ends, this problem must be resolved. Rika reminded T, the village has increased its security.
The Uchiha clan must not be complacent and must be prepared. After hearing this, T keenly picked up on the important information and asked, could it really come to war? Rika nodded silently. After Rika left, T immediately began preparations for war. Afterward, Rika went to Kakashi's home. Kakashi had just finished a mission and was resting. Seeing Rika return, he rarely showed a smile. Rika told him that Suoma would be back soon and that war was approaching. Kakashi's expression turned serious. Trusting Rika's judgment, he pulled Kai to intensify their training in preparation for the war. Far away in the hidden Cloud Village, the Raikage was already preparing to deploy troops. Countless Cloud Ninja rushed to the border, with the third Raikage personally leading the army. The young AI and Killer Bee were also present, their targets set directly on Konoha village. On the Sand Village side, after failing to find the third Kazekage, they gave up on continuing to dispatch the Umbu and instead held an election for the fourth Kazekage. Shio was in charge of planning, with Ebizo assisting. The two of them campaigned for Gaara. Gaara was successfully elected as the fourth Kazekage.
After obtaining the intelligence, Gaara finally understood why Chiyo was willing to do anything to make him the Kazekage, because Chiyo's grandson, Sasori, was closely connected to the disappearance of the third Kazekage. Unfortunately, Luo Sha became the Kazekage only because of Chiyo's help, so it was impossible to eliminate her immediately.
At this moment, the only best choice seemed to be just one. The disappearance of the third Hokage is definitely related to Konoha.